I suspect that my husband is poisoning me and that my children are not biologically mine. Our nanny is merely a surveillance tool against me. This is a stalemate, and the only way to save myself is to take drastic measures. My name is Lou Danny, and I am 30 years old. Among my peers, I have always been the object of envy and jealousy, residing in a luxurious detached house in the upscale district of Qingcheng with a young, handsome, and attentive husband who loves me as if I were his first love. He is widely praised, recognized as a model husband devoted to his family. His name is Deng Jiajia. He was once a well-known senior stylist, while I previously ran a lucrative medical equipment company. After our marriage, I gave birth to 3 adorable and beautiful children. While juggling my career and motherhood, my husband, out of concern for me, resigned to manage the company, which flourished under his stewardship. I embraced the role of a full-time homemaker, enjoying life, nurturing our children, and becoming, in the eyes of others, the ultimate winner in life. However, I began to notice a decline in my health. I experienced incessant hair loss, increasing drowsiness, noticeable weight loss, memory lapses, and a pervasive sense of lethargy, rendering me somewhat disoriented. My husband attributed my condition to typical anxiety, consulting numerous esteemed doctors and prescribing various herbal remedies for me, which our nanny diligently prepared. Little did I realize, this marked the beginning of a perilous chapter in my life. One day, while in a deep slumber, I was jolted awake by a sharp pain in my head, inadvertently knocking over the medicine prepared by our nanny, Zhenjie. My greedy cat, seizing the opportunity, licked up the remnants of the concoction while I wrestled with my lingering drowsiness. By the time I regained my senses, the cat had jumped to the windowsill, contentedly grooming itself. When Zhenjie returned to collect the bowl, I refrained from mentioning the incident to spare her the trouble of preparing another dose. To be honest, I had long since lost faith in the efficacy of the medicine. Had it not been for my husband's diligent care in ensuring I took it, I would have surely discarded it. Since my illness, our family's daily life had fallen entirely upon Zhenjie's shoulders. She tirelessly managed our household, and I often felt a pang of guilt for the burden I had placed upon her. After exchanging a few words, she quickly left with the empty bowl. I glanced at the pillow, where another clump of fallen hair lay, a sight that filled me with dismay. Sighing, I gathered the strands into a ball and tucked them into the pocket of my loungewear. Suddenly, a dull thud startled me. I pressed my hand to my chest, calming myself before cautiously turning to the other side of the bed. There, I found my cat, Rua, who had been lounging on the windowsill, now sprawled motionless on the floor, utterly silent. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Rua, I called, but remained unresponsive. A chill ran down my spine, raising the hairs on my neck. This was an unprecedented situation. They say cats have 9 lives and possess exceptional balance. How could it have fallen from the windowsill and ended up like this? Was it dead? My heart raced as I leaned closer, discovering its breathing was labored, resembling more of a deep slumber than death. Yet this state of repose. In an instant, a terrifying thought flashed through my mind. Instinctively, I leapt from the bed, disregarding everything else, and scooped up Rua. It was limp and completely oblivious, devoid of any defensive instincts. I couldn't help but draw a parallel to my own condition. Was my daily slumber akin to its state? Could it be? This chilling thought sent shivers down my spine, as if I had plunged into an icy abyss, and I dared not pursue it further. Before I could contemplate further, familiar footsteps echoed from outside, the unmistakable approach of Deng Jiajia. Instinctively clutching Rua, I hurried back to bed, pulling the covers over the peculiar side of the cat and adjusting my breathing to feign sleep. At that moment, the doorknob clicked, sending my heart into a frenzied drum roll, and I sensed a piercing gaze sweeping over my back, inflicting a sensation akin to torment, my hands trembling uncontrollably beneath the covers. Yet, instead of entering, the footsteps retreated. Just as the door was about to close, I heard Deng Jiajia ask, "Did you take your medicine?" The remainder of his words was lost beyond the door, leaving me in suspense. In the next instant, an overwhelming terror enveloped me. Filling my soul with dread, I found myself questioning my very existence. Was I awake or trapped in a nightmare? The scene before me compelled my thoughts to drift to that bowl of medicine. Rua had been my companion for many years, never exhibiting such a state before. What had changed was that it had consumed the very same medicine I had. This realization sent a wave of chilling horror through me. Could it be true? Was someone indeed plotting against me? Chapter 2. The unbearable suspicion. The visage of my husband, Deng Jiajia, intertwined with that of Sister Jeanne, incessantly flickered before my eyes. I yearned to affirm my suspicions. Yet within my heart, I fervently denied them. No matter how I grappled with this reality, acceptance eluded me. It was inconceivable Deng Jiajia loved me. From our initial acquaintance to the blossoming of love, through the establishment of our home and the joy of our 3 delightful children. He had always showered me with tenderness and devotion. Over the past decade, we had never exchanged harsh words. His gentle affection had fortified my trust beyond doubt. How could he possibly betray me in such a manner? Absolutely impossible. Yet, regarding Sister Jeanne, I found myself in turmoil. Before her arrival at our home, we had been complete strangers, harboring neither grievances nor animosities. Her salary was undoubtedly commendable within her profession, and I had personally selected her for the role. She was 2 years my senior, exuding an aura of freshness and efficiency. Having graduated from high school, she had embarked on this career, becoming a prestigious household manager. Initially, my husband seemed less than pleased with my choice, discreetly inquiring whether she might be too young and reliable. Was youth synonymous with unreliability? She was certainly pleasing to the eye, and her nimble hands were an asset. After all, she was a gold star housekeeper. Was he being overly critical? I playfully teased him, suggesting that my worries should take precedence. He affectionately pinched my cheek and admonished me, "What are you thinking? Don't speak nonsense." He then enveloped me in his embrace, whispering in my ear, "As long as you're comfortable, it's for your benefit. After all, she is the one who keeps you company daily. My only concern is that if she is too young, she might lack stability and we'd have to switch again. That would be quite vexing." Little did I anticipate that Sister Jeanne would prove to be remarkably dependable, having been with us for nearly 8 years. In these years, I treated her as a sister, and I questioned how she could ever betray me. Furthermore, if it were indeed her, Deng Jiajia would surely notice any abnormality in my state post-medication. He would inquire about the effects, and I dared not ponder further. Whether it was the absence of the potion or the fright from the cat's demeanor, I found myself awakening from a stupor, as if emerging from fog. My consciousness surged with an unusual clarity, as if every cell in my body erupted with vitality, plunging me into a state of extreme exhilaration. Fear gripped me, rendering sleep impossible. The night stretched interminably before me. What chilled me further was the realization that no one had come to assess my condition or inquired about my sustenance. I was forced to acknowledge a disheartening truth. My days had been filled with solitude, occupying a space of independence that went unnoticed. It seemed Deng Jiajia did not care for me as much as he projected. Like tonight, the concern I had anticipated from him was absent. Had he grown accustomed to my lethargy? As dawn broke, Ruiva, the cat, gradually regained consciousness. Initially, its gaze was unfocused, emitting 2 weak meows. Moments later, it began to stretch its limbs and, after a short while, curled up beside me, resuming its previous sleeping posture, though still appearing lethargic and not entirely awake. This state mirrored my own upon awakening, deepening my suspicions. Desperate, I gathered the feline into my arms, burying my face in its soft fur, weeping silently. I could not comprehend the reasons behind this betrayal. Who could be orchestrating this against me? After a lengthy pause, I lifted my face, gritting my teeth and resolving not to remain passive. I must unearth the truth. With firm determination, I understood the necessity of caution. I needed to continue my charade of sleeping. First, I had to ascertain who was behind the medication and their motives. As I contemplated this, a flicker of hope lingered. I wanted to believe it was Sister Jeanne, for such a notion might be easier to accept. Yet, reality struck swiftly and harshly, an undeniable blow that pierced to my very core, revealing a truth more brutal than I had imagined. Chapter 3. Who is the hidden hand? Awakening after a sleepless night, I leaned wearily against the headboard, acutely aware that it was time for my medication. Sister Jeanne would soon arrive, as I needed to adhere to a schedule for my doses. The moment she pushed open the door, she appeared momentarily taken aback, quickly donning a warm smile. "Madam, you look quite well today. You seem energetic. I must admit, I'm pleasantly surprised." I forced a smile, my gaze scrutinizing her every move. As she spoke, she deftly drew back the curtains and kindly draped a garment over my shoulders, opening the window for fresh air. I feigned weakness, responding, "I'm feeling a bit hungry." "Oh, that is wonderful. I'll fetch you some breakfast right away. It's been ages since you mentioned feeling hungry." Her expression was bright with joy as she hurried out. "Just a moment. I'll be back shortly." As she briskly passed by my bedside, I caught a faint whiff of her perfume, a scent I recognized well. I had always been sensitive to fragrances, and I could discern that she was wearing my favorite, the Chanel Chance Au Tendre. I favored this perfume because Deng Jiaja adored it, claiming its subtlety was captivating. My fists clenched tightly, and I struggled to breathe as my mind raced back to news stories of husbands conspiring with mistresses to harm their wives. Yet, I quickly dismissed such thoughts as absurd. Moments later, the door swung open, and instinctively, I looked up, only to find Deng Jiaja entering with my medication. His face radiated concern, his smile warm as he approached me, illuminated by the morning sun. The phrase he uttered the previous night, "Did you take your medicine?" echoed in my mind, causing my heart to plummet. "Darling, you look lovely today. Sister Jin mentioned you were feeling hungry." He placed the medication on the bedside table, taking my hand in his warm grasp, which felt so familiar. With tender, soulful eyes, he asked softly, "What would you like to eat? I'll prepare it for you." I'd rather not. I can hardly eat a few bites. Please don't worry about it." I endeavored to steady my emotions, feigning concern as I inquired, "What time did you return last night?" "I had no idea. Were you busy with work?" "Yes, the ordering meeting is in full swing, and it's quite hectic. Many clients are awaiting quotes." He yawned unconsciously as he recounted, "When I returned, Sister Jun said she had just given you your medicine. Then she headed to the study to work late into the night." Observing his fatigued demeanor, guilt washed over me. He was truthful. He had spoken nothing but the truth. Each year, the ordering meetings were overwhelming, inundated with piles of quotes to prepare. For the sake of our family, he tirelessly persevered. How could I doubt my husband? It must be Sister Jean, after all. He lifted the bowl of medication, sampling it to ensure it was at the right temperature. "Here, take your medicine first. Then we can enjoy breakfast together." Feigning impatience, I knitted my brows and playfully protested. "What is the point of taking so much? It never seems to work. I feel nauseous. Can't you skip it? Sweetheart, you must take your medicine on time. Can't you see you're feeling noticeably better? It's been ages since you mentioned hunger." Dr. Chi adjusted the dosage the day before, and it appears to be effective. "Don't lose hope." His voice was calm, devoid of any hint of deception. He remained the devoted husband I had always known. Caught in a dilemma, I realized that consuming the medication would plunge me into slumber, obstructing my quest for proof and the unmasking of this hidden hand. I resisted, asserting, "I don't want to take it," as I nestled into his embrace. My mind raced with strategies to divert his attention. He gently patted my back, offering reassurance, while the other hand brought the bowl of medicine to my lips. "Be good, my dear. Drink up quickly. We must keep pushing forward." My heart raced with urgency. It seemed there was no escaping this. "I'll do it myself." I reluctantly accepted the bowl, my heart pounding incessantly. I was certain that if I consumed this potion now, within half an hour, I would succumb to sleep once more. However, Deng Jiaja looked at me with a concerned expression, his eyes filled with affection, resembling a perfect husband intent on protecting his wife. Yet, this stubbornness left me perplexed. Why was he so insistent that I drink it? In the past, I would have undoubtedly succumbed to his lingering gaze. But now I seemed to perceive a sharp dagger lurking behind a smile. This dagger was slowly closing in on me, not a gesture of love, but a coercive force compelling my compliance. My heart raced with anxiety, and though I longed to express my frustration, I feared alarming him. Thus, I had no choice but to lift the bowl of medicine. Chapter 4. A match of equals, just as I thought I could not escape this predicament. Sister Jean unexpectedly pushed the door open. Deng Jiaja's gaze remained fixed on me as I brought the medicine to my lips and took a small sip. Only then did he smile contentedly, shifting his attention to Sister Jean. He stood to take the tray from her hands, and, in that moment, his tall figure obstructed her view. Swiftly, I tilted the bowl of medicine, spilling its contents onto the dark floral blanket covering me. I then brought the bowl back to my lips, pretending to drink, with the remnants of the medicinal liquid clinging to the edge of my mouth. In reality, I had merely spat the medicine back into the bowl, making it appear as though it was what remained at the bottom. Meanwhile, Deng Jiaja had turned back with the tray. I lifted the blanket from my body and piled it beside me, offering the bowl to Sister Jean, saying, "I'll do it myself." Deng Jiaja looked at me with approval, placing the tray on the bedside table and leaving a tender kiss on my forehead before picking up a bowl of food to feed me. I feigned embarrassment and pushed him away, insisting, You should go to work. Don't linger. He smiled charmingly, pinching my gaunt cheek gently. All right, I'll head to work. Make sure you eat and rest well. I'll try to return early to keep you and Sambao company. Okay. I watched him, deliberately showing a sense of reluctance. Hurry back tonight. I was genuinely concerned he might reach over to adjust the blanket beside me. Until he left, there was not a single exchange of glances between him and Sister Jean. The room was left with only me and Zhao Mingjin. Sister Jean, is Sambao still asleep? I subtly prompted, hoping to divert her attention. I'll check on him now. Take your time eating, and call me if you need anything. Sister Jean turned to leave. Listening to her steps fade away, I forced a mouthful of food down, then returned to the bed, pulling the blanket over myself and placing the tray atop it. Slowly eating. Truthfully, I had no appetite. My body trembled with anxiety, yet I continued to feed myself. Firstly, I needed to eat to maintain my strength. Secondly, I was on guard, aware that there might be surveillance in this room. In the past, for safety reasons, I had installed cameras in every room. After all, I had witnessed too many unpleasant events to let my guard down. Little did I know, I had dug a pit for myself. Deng Jiajia had once protested about the surveillance in this room, joking that I had no privacy left, questioning whether I feared he would turn our intimate moments into adult films. Yet, I insisted on keeping the cameras, only activating them when I was absent or at specific times. Over time, the cameras had indeed been rarely turned on. However, I could not ascertain whether they were currently active. After finishing my meal, I seized the opportunity to tidy the blanket, discreetly using a tissue to absorb the remnants of the medicine and quietly disposing of it in the toilet. I played with Sambao for a while, then pretended to be exhausted and laid back down, continuing to feign sleep. I could not afford to reveal any signs of suspicion, nor could I let them notice my unease. To be honest, apart from Sister Jean's perfume, I detected nothing amiss, and that scent could have numerous plausible explanations. However, pretending to be asleep was truly torturous. To appear convincing, I dared not move, keeping my eyes shut while contemplating various possibilities and strategizing my next steps. My nerves were taut, and the fear emanating from within left me in a state of heightened alertness. Yet, maintaining this position of feigned slumber was excruciating. In that moment, I realized that being awake was far more terrifying than a restless sleep. Perhaps it was due to the sleepless night prior, or the exhaustion following my heightened anxiety. Compounded by my naturally weak state, I eventually succumbed to sleep after an indefinite period. Just when my drowsiness deepened, my heightened senses alerted me to someone approaching. Chapter 5. A startling pain, my consciousness jolted awake, but I remained still, steadying my breath with my eyes closed, listening intently to the footsteps drawing near. I recognized them as Sister Jean's. My hands clenched involuntarily beneath the covers, damp with sweat. Although I lay facing away from the door, I could distinctly sense her standing at the foot of my bed, feeling her slight breath and the faint scent of her perfume. "Madam," she called softly. I remained unresponsive, refusing to move. In the next instant, her hand pushed against my shoulder with considerable force. Thankfully, I had mentally prepared myself. Otherwise, it could have ended badly. "You sleep so soundly," she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper, yet it thundered in my ears, carrying an unmistakable disdain. My thoughts began to clear. It truly was Sister Jean. Before I could fully process this realization, an unexpected and terrifying scene unfolded, leaving me no chance to react. A piercing pain shot through my scalp, and I instinctively let out a muffled sound, nearly losing my composure. I struggled to suppress my reaction, shifting my head slightly to feign discomfort while remaining in a fog of sleep, not yet fully awake. Yet inside, I was crumbling, overwhelmed by feelings of injustice, anger, and shock, as tears threatened to spill. I gritted my teeth in frustration. "Zhao Mingjin, I ask you, after all these 8 years, what wrong have I ever done to you? I treated you as a sister, yet you repay me with such malice." I finally understood why I had been experiencing this needle-like pain frequently of late, sharp and excruciating, yet fleeting in my muddled consciousness. I had thought it merely a dream. Who would have guessed it was a real and vicious tactic inflicted upon me? No wonder the pain felt so tangible, even after my awareness returned. A lingering sensation of discomfort remained. Perhaps seeing that I still had not awakened, she proceeded to slap my face sharply, the sound echoing. "Wake up! It's time for your medicine." Her tone was a stark contrast to her usual gentleness, now chillingly sinister. At that moment, I was utterly bewildered. scarcely able to believe that Zhao Mingjin could resort to such cruelty. It was only when another slap rang against my face that I realized it was no longer feasible to continue pretending. I shifted my body, letting out a soft sigh, and slowly opened my eyes, gazing vacantly out the window, internally lamenting, what on earth has happened? What could have transformed this seemingly gentle and honest Sister Jeanne into a malicious figure? The sound of her voice returned, now soothingly sweet again. Madam, you're awake. It's time for your medicine. I sighed, gathering my thoughts, and slowly rolled over to face her. I stared blankly at Sister Jeanne, standing at the foot of my bed, my eyes slightly misty. As our gazes met, her smile momentarily faltered, and she quickly regained her composure, softly saying, Madam, did you sleep well? Shall I help you sit up? I did not avert my gaze. Instead, I intensified my scrutiny until she appeared anxious, swallowed hard, and looked away. I then feigned a sorrowful sigh and said, Sister Jeanne, I wonder if I have some illness that you all are concealing from me? She casually adjusted my blanket, her demeanor nonchalant as she replied, Madam, you're overthinking it. Everyone falls ill at times. You just given birth recently and are a bit weak. With some care, you'll recover in no time. Though she spoke thus, I couldn't help but feel that I was becoming increasingly frail. This sleep has left me in a daze, as if I have squandered a lifetime's worth of slumber. Day in and day out, my existence revolves around two activities, consuming medicine and drifting into sleep. Sister Jeanne, you have worked hard. Please do not say that, dear. What's hard about it? This is merely my duty. She looked at me, assuring that sleep is the best remedy for recovery, and urged me not to be anxious. People often say that illness descends like a mountain, while recovery is like pulling threads from silk. I shall fetch your medicine. It is most effective when taken warm. After her words, she swiftly exited the room. I gradually sat up, staring blankly in the direction she had departed, absent-mindedly touching the punctured spot on my scalp. My mind racing with thoughts on how to evade this dose of medicine. Upon withdrawing my hand, I noticed a trace of blood on my fingertip, scarce yet bright red. I discreetly wiped it away. Before long, Sister Jeanne returned with the medicine in hand, presenting it before me, the temperature just right. Drink up, she urged. I merely responded with a faint refraining from accepting the bowl. Instead, I raised my hand to the recently punctured area, looking up at Zhao Mingjin, and inquired, Sister Jeanne, could you take a look? It feels quite painful here. Chapter 6. The chameleon beside me, I noticed a flicker of surprise in Zhao Mingjin's expression. She forced a smile and placed the medicine bowl on the bedside table. Let me see. That smile was disconcertingly gentle. I pointed to the area of pain. Right here. She touched it lightly, feigning concern as she pressed down. Is it here? I feel nothing amiss. I hissed in response. It is indeed here. It hurts. This area seems fine, she replied, her hands exploring other spots. Is there anywhere else uncomfortable? She was attempting to divert my attention. I sat up straighter, rubbing the painful area while stating, Strange, I constantly feel a sharp pain as if pricked by needles. It seems to have been persistent lately. Nothing unusual. It must be nerve pain. I sometimes experience similar sensations, she explained confidently. Internally, I cursed, what nonsense. I could distinctly feel a lumpy protrusion at the site, and I had just wiped away a drop of blood, yet she insisted there was nothing wrong. This was clearly an attempt to take advantage of my inability to see the location, lying to me with a straight face. I suspected that this was not merely a single injection. I had been jolted awake by such sharp pains frequently, but this time was the first I had regained such clarity. After a moment of contemplation, I feigned understanding with a soft "oh." Perhaps sensing her guilt, she suggested, Madam, please take your medicine first. I will check on Xiao Bao, who is playing downstairs. I am quite worried. With that, she turned to leave. I quietly exhaled in relief. This was the desired outcome. Had she remained, she would have insisted I consume the medicine before departing. Since last night, I had not taken my medication, and I felt my consciousness clearing significantly. The drowsiness had lifted, and the fatigue had lessened somewhat. Even my heartbeat had returned to a normal rhythm. Clearly, I could no longer afford to take this medicine. I suspected all my adverse reactions were linked to it. I needed to devise a way to have the medicine examined swiftly. What exactly had she been administering to me? I also needed to uncover whether Deng Jiajia was aware of everything happening to me. But for now, how should I deal with this bowl of medicine? I glanced at the original location of the surveillance camera, an instinct urging me to remain vigilant. I had yet to comprehend Zhao Mingzhen's motives for her actions. How many hidden plots lay beneath my awareness? Surely there must be a reason? I needed to find a more prudent method to dispose of the medicine. Pouring on a blanket was hardly a wise strategy. It would inevitably be discovered. Ruwa stretched and emerged from beneath the covers, nestling into my embrace. An idea struck me. I hugged her tightly, petting her a few times before reaching for the medicine bowl. Sure enough, Ruwa reacted with disdain, bolting away as if repelled by the bowl. I casually returned the bowl to its place, brushing off my clothing to create the illusion that the liquid had spilled. Then, I rose and went to the bathroom, splashing water on my face while drying myself with a towel. Turning toward the bedside table, I faced away from the camera and quickly poured the medicine into the towel, mimicking the action of drinking. With the bowl and the towel containing the medicine in hand, I nonchalantly returned to the bathroom, swiftly rinsed the towel, and then calmly left the room, descending the stairs. Though my demeanor appeared placid, my heart raced like thunder. Never had I imagined that I would be navigating such treachery within my own home. As I neared the staircase, I thought I heard Deng Jiajia's voice, and I froze momentarily, a pang of emotion swelling in my chest. Unconsciously, I hastened my steps. This was a reflex born from reliance. After all, he was the closest person to me in this household. For the past decade, he had cared for me tenderly, treating me as if I were a precious treasure, adored with utmost affection. I longed to know if he was aware of the circumstances under which I lay vulnerable on the bed, subjected to the whims of others. The low murmur of the man below, along with the laughter of Sanbao, nearly brought me to tears in my moment of helplessness. Rushing down the stairs, I unexpectedly stumbled upon a scene that halted me in my tracks. Chapter 7. Unreserved intimacy on the spacious sofa in the living room. Deng Jiajia sat, playfully engaging with Sanbao in his arms, while Zhao Mingzhen casually leaned on him. This tableau mirrored our life years ago, when we had first welcomed our eldest child, a scene reminiscent of harmony and warmth. Husband and wife in unison, their childish laughter filling the air. The medicine bowl slipped from my grasp, shattering upon the floor. All three individuals on the sofa turned their attention toward me. Zhao Mingzhen reacted swiftly, rushing toward me. "Madam, what are you doing down here?" I was just about to fetch the bowl. "Be careful, you might cut your foot." Her reaction was so composed, akin to the innocent intimacy shared among familiar family members, devoid of any restraint. This left me utterly speechless. How had my home become so harmonious? Deng Jiajia, cradling Sanbao, hurried toward me, urging, "Nini, don't move. Sister Zhen, what are you waiting for? Hurry and clean up." His expression was one of genuine concern as he commanded Zhao Mingzhen, his gaze fixated on the shards on the floor, fearful I might injure myself. Had I merely imagined the earlier scene, or had their interactions become so casual? Zhao Mingzhen dashed to retrieve a broom, hastily clearing the debris at my feet while repeatedly apologizing, appearing quite subservient. I stood rooted in place, feeling as if I were made of stone, processing the shocking tableau I had just witnessed. Once Zhao Mingzhen had cleared the remnants, Deng Jiajia approached and embraced me, pulling me from my stupor. The urgent desire to see him, the reliance, and the grievances that had filled my heart dissipated, leaving behind a singular question. Should they not provide me with an explanation? Deng Jiajia enveloped me in his arms, transferring the child to Zhao Mingzhen, who was immediately grasped by Sanbao's small, delicate hands as he nuzzled against her cheek. I pushed Deng Jiajia away, snatching Sanbao from Zhao Mingzhen's embrace, silently resenting, "This is my child. Do you truly think of him as your plaything?" Zhao Mingzhen paused, her expression awkward. "Madam, Her face bore an expression of innocence. I was tempted to slap her fiercely, yet the sight of the child in my arms restrained me. I steadied my emotions, reminding myself to remain calm. "Calm down. Prepare for dinner," I instructed Zhao Mingzhen coldly, and she complied, retreating to the kitchen. Turning to Deng Jiajia, I feigned casualness, asking, "Darling, do you still plan to attend the exhibition this afternoon? Did you not say you would return in the evening?" Deng Jiajia maintained a nonchalant facade, seemingly oblivious to Zhao Mingzhen's proximity, not even glancing her way. As he continued to hold me close on the sofa, had he truly not noticed Zhao Mingzhen's familiar gesture, or had he unconsciously mistaken her for me? Ignoring my scrutiny, Deng Jiajia replied with ease, "Yes, I will. I happen to be passing by to collect samples, and I thought I would take a moment to glance at you and grab a bite to eat." Upon entering, I found myself ensnared by this little creature. His words were reasonable, completely avoiding the earlier matter, as if nothing had transpired. Am I being overly sensitive, or has this closeness become second nature during my slumber? Sambao struggled in my arms, his tiny hands reaching out for Deng Jiajia, calling out mother with an endearing tone. Deng Jiajia took him from me, insisting, "Let me handle him. He's quite heavy now." A pang of discomfort filled my heart. The mother he called was Zhao Mingjin. This child has grown distant from me ever since his birth. I have been ill. I have been in a deep slumber, and upon awakening, I felt so hazy that I could hardly care for him, resulting in Zhao Mingjin taking care of him from the start. After my illness, the eldest was sent to an elite school, a fully enclosed institution, only returning on Saturdays. The second child was taken by his grandmother for care, leaving only Sambao by my side. I stared blankly at Deng Jiajia and the child, suddenly realizing a troubling thought. Did Zhao Mingjin tamper with my medication back then? What could her intentions be? If she is coveting my husband, could it be that she also desires my child? This woman is terrifying. I am increasingly filled with dread upon reflection. No, she cannot remain. I must not give her any more opportunities to wreak havoc in my family. With this thought, I collected my scattered mind and turned my gaze to Deng Jiajia, who was lost in affection for Sambao, his love evident in every gesture. Watching their father-son interaction filled me with guilt. How could such a devoted husband conspire with a nanny? Yet Zhao Mingjin's intentions are all too clear, and this matter must be resolved promptly to prevent further loss. Resolute, I decided to test Deng Jiajia's inclinations and began, darling. Chapter 8. Peril lurks. As soon as I spoke, Zhao Mingjin emerged with a bottle in hand, declaring, "Sir, madam, dinner is served." I had no choice but to swallow my words. Until I grasped Deng Jiajia's thoughts, I could not act recklessly. After all, the previous scene was quite telling. Furthermore, Sambao is still young. A bottle of milk is all he seeks. I am currently too weak to take care of him myself. Since Zhao Mingjin dared to act against me, it would be even easier for her to manipulate an innocent child. I extended my hand toward Zhao Mingjin, requesting the bottle, insisting, "Let me feed Sambao." However, Sambao was joyfully bouncing towards Zhao Mingjin, his gaze entirely fixed on his mother. I stubbornly reached for Sambao from Deng Jiajia's hold, but his little hand impatiently pushed mine away, eagerly calling out mother. Deng Jiajia lifted him and handed him to Zhao Mingjin, then turned to me, softly saying, "Come, let us eat. Otherwise, you will tire again. Food replenishes quicker than medicine." His casual remark made my heart skip a beat. Evidently, Deng Jiajia was unaware of the secret within my medication. Otherwise, he would not have said such a thing. This was clearly an encouragement for me to eat more and take less medicine. Of course, it also served as a reminder that I must not appear too spirited. The lethargy after taking my medicine is not my current state. Thus, I reluctantly acquiesced, casting a reluctant glance at Sambao, secretly resolving that he is still my child. Just wait. Once I expel her from my home, my son will remain mine. Under Deng Jiajia's attentive care, I consumed quite a bit during dinner, which brought immense joy to him as he gazed at my face with a smile. "What are you smiling at?" I inquired. "Oh, my silly girl, your appetite makes me happy." Deng Jiajia affectionately patted my hand on the table. "Where do you find such a way of eating, like a glutton?" "I think I've eaten too much myself." I feigned a sickly demeanor, leaning limply against my chair. This weakness was not feigned. Prolonged medication and deep slumber had drained my body to its limits. I fully understood what it meant to feel powerless and fragile. It was no exaggeration. Whenever I attempted to rise, my heart raced excessively, yet my core lacked strength. Although I felt considerably more alert after skipping 3 doses of medicine, I still experienced shortness of breath and immense fatigue. "Feeling tired?" Deng Jiajia asked with concern. I nodded, pretending to struggle to lift my head, leaning limply against the table. "I'm tired." Deng Jiajia stood up and effortlessly lifted me, declaring, "I will take you back to your room." I wrapped my arms around his neck. Feeling a pang of nostalgia, I could hardly remember the last time I had been treated this way. My heart warmed, and I blurted out, "Darling, when will I recover? I feel weaker by the day, and considering how much medicine I've taken, I should be improving." "Do not rush. You've already shown progress. You can come downstairs now," he replied with a significant look. My heart tightened. This response was disconcerting. Was it possible that I could not descend the stairs at all? Doubts surged in my mind, and I fell silent, leaning weakly against him. Upon exiting the dining room, I caught a glimpse of Zhao Mingjin feeding the child, casting a glance at Deng Jiajia, who was holding me. He carried me upstairs with purposeful strides and placed me on the bed, where I felt drowsy. He draped a blanket over me, yet did not leave, standing by my bedside, gazing at me. Although my eyes were shut, I could sense his penetrating stare. Strangely, such scrutiny sent chills down my spine, devoid of any warmth. His gaze lingered for a full 10 seconds before I heard him call my name, Nini. I remained still, feigning deep slumber. In the next moment, I felt him lean closer, his warm breath brushing against my face, and I dared not move. My instincts warned me that his actions were anything but innocent. That brief moment of scrutiny felt like an eternity, shattering any remaining illusions I had about Deng Jiajia. I heard Zhao Mingjin's voice whisper, "Is she asleep?" The warm breath receded, followed by their footsteps retreating, along with a warning that struck like thunder, "Keep an eye on her. Her condition has been rather peculiar these past few days." I did not catch anything else they said, feeling as if I had plunged into a bottomless abyss, shivering despite the blanket covering me. Chapter 9. Opportunity strikes. I could not ascertain whether it was fear or anger that left me breathless, a lump rising in my throat, making my vision blur. I longed to roar and scream, but I dared not. I was uncertain how they would react if they discovered my state. My home, my children, all I had built over the last decade. I bit down on the blanket, desperately stifling my cries. Memories of the past decade spiraled through my mind, suffocating me until I succumbed to darkness. When I regained consciousness, my mind was startlingly clear. I could not remain here, vulnerable to their whims. I needed to uncover the truth. Their infidelity and betrayal were one thing, but to poison me? It was a blatant attempt on my life. This was a game of life and death, and I had to go all in if I wanted to save myself. My gaze fixed on the upper left corner of the room. Since Deng Jiajia had detected my unusual condition, he would not overlook the surveillance in this room. I needed to ensure that the eye was completely shut. However, attempting to accomplish this under their watchful eyes was akin to an insurmountable challenge. Yet, unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon me, and an opportunity presented itself swiftly. In the evening, I faintly heard Zhao Mingjin's voice in the hallway, followed by Deng Jiajia's phone call. It seemed he had returned early. Or perhaps he had never left at all. His voice was loud, and I discerned that the power was out in the area. A surge of excitement coursed through me. Truly, heaven was aiding me. Upon awakening, I heard the door handle click, prompting me to quickly lie back down and hold my breath. The room was dimly lit, and I squinted to see Deng Jiajia peering inside before retreating. The door was not fully closed, allowing me to distinctly hear Zhao Mingjin's impatient complaints about the power outage and the unfinished meal. "What did the property management say? Will they arrive?" "They're checking. If not, we'll just go out to eat," Deng Jiajia replied nonchalantly. "Huh, is that all right? But my medicine isn't ready yet." Zhao Mingjin's tone was noticeably excited. "We'll talk about it when we get back. It seems like waking up will take some time. Then I'll go change the child's clothes." Her footsteps hurriedly faded away. Soon after, I heard the sound of cars starting downstairs. My heart sank to an abyss of despair, and a stream of hot tears slipped down my temples. I had no time to wallow in sorrow. I quickly got up, my heart racing with excitement and anxiety. Feeling weak as my legs trembled uncontrollably, I dragged a chair over, climbed up to check, and indeed, the camera was still there. I took it down and glanced at it, unsure how to make it appear intact yet rendered useless. In a fit of desperation, I hastily descended and hurried to the bathroom, filling the sink with water and tossing the device inside. Then I rushed back to my bedside table, searching for my phone. It had been so long since I last used it that I didn't even know where it was. I needed to call Haijin for help. I had to discover what they had made me drink. Zhou Haijin was not only my hometown friend and classmate, but also my only trusted confidant in Qingqing. Yet, despite rummaging through every drawer, the crevices of the bedside table, and the shelves, I found nothing. My heart was racing uncontrollably, threatening to explode. As I lay on the bed, gasping for breath, tears streamed down my face, leaving a damp, itchy trail. I wiped them away, feeling frustrated at how I had come to this state. After a moment of respite, I took a deep breath, gritted my teeth, and walked cautiously to the door. Peering outside, the entire building was eerily silent, cloaked in an oppressive darkness. Like a ghost, I swiftly slipped out of the room, barefoot, heading straight for Deng Jia's study. I had to find my phone before the power returned to establish contact with the outside world. Once the electricity came back and the surveillance resumed, I could scarcely imagine the consequences. I hadn't visited the study in quite some time, but I was certain that he had hidden my phone. I made a beeline for his desk, where his computer was still warm, indicating he had just been using it. I bent down to open the drawer in search of my phone, only to find that all of his drawers were locked. He had never locked them before. Now they were all secured, and I stomped my foot in frustration. Chapter 10. The key in the hidden compartment. I rummaged through his pen holder, but to no avail. Logically, he couldn't have taken all the keys with him. My gaze fell upon the corner safe, which reminded me of its key. I dashed to the gold-plated horse statue by the door, pressing forcefully on a discreet ornament at its base. It popped open, and I quickly reached inside to retrieve a set of keys. Stunned, I realized he hadn't moved them. A thought flashed in my mind. Who was he locking the study against? This key storage was my suggestion, cleverly concealed and difficult to discover, and he had readily agreed. Only he and I knew about it. It seemed he believed I was too dazed to notice any change. But who was he truly guarding against? I didn't have time to ponder further as I rushed back to the desk, using the smallest key to unlock the drawer, which opened with a click. Indeed, in the second drawer on the right, I found my phone and tablet. Seizing them, I noticed my phone was powered off, and my hands trembled as I pressed the power button. While waiting for it to boot up, I opened Deng Jia's computer to check the home surveillance footage. I entered the familiar password, but it was rejected. He had changed it. I tried multiple times, but to no avail. Frustrated, I slammed the computer, startling myself with the loud noise. I picked up my phone, only to be met with the same password error. He had even changed my phone's password. Fortunately, I had registered my fingerprint when I got this phone, and I unlocked it successfully. Checking the battery, I saw it was running low. The most recent call was from my mother, and tears blur my vision. I longed to call her, but I couldn't. First, my emotions were too unstable, and I didn't want to worry her. Second, I feared the battery would die. My immediate priority was to contact Zhou Haijin, without a moment to lose. I scrolled through the numerous missed calls, directly tapping on her number. Just as I was about to connect, I quickly pressed the end button. It was too risky, and such a call could easily be traced. I opened WeChat, effortlessly finding Haijin's profile, as she had sent me numerous messages. Without time to read them, I initiated a voice call. It rang for a long while before being answered, followed by Zhou Haijin's furious voice. "Lu Danny, you finally remembered me. Huh? I thought you were gravely ill. If I hadn't heard from you soon, I would have prepared a funeral wreath." I interrupted her tirade. "Haijin, listen to me." As soon as I spoke, I broke into sobs. I need your help. Danny, what's going on? Don't cry. What's wrong? Speak. Oh, you're driving me crazy. I took a deep breath to steady my emotions. Haijin, don't ask, it's complicated. You have to help me. I can't explain everything over the phone. My words tumbled out incoherently. Even I didn't understand myself. Zhou Haijin, seemingly confused, interrupted me urgently. "Danny, have you encountered some trouble?" "Yes, I have." At this point, I no longer concealed my predicament, succinctly outlining my current situation and how she could assist me. Just as I finished, the phone emitted a sound, indicating it had completely run out of battery. I stood there dazed for a moment, feeling there was so much more to say. Helpless, I let my hands drop, reluctantly placing the phone back down. Until I secured the evidence, I couldn't afford to raise any alarms. I had intended to check his drawers to see what he was hiding that warranted locking them. But just then, the lights flickered before plunging back into darkness. This was bad. It seemed the power was returning. Chapter 11. A remarkable turn of events. I stomped my foot in frustration. There was no time left. If the power returned now, the hallway surveillance would reactivate, and I would be exposed. In a flurry, I hurried to restore everything to its original state, locking the drawer and checking the desk before swiftly returning the keys to the hidden compartment in the statue. I dashed back to the master bedroom, my heart racing to the point of bursting, a salty taste rising in my mouth. Just as I was about to lie down, I recalled the camera still submerged in water. I rushed back to the bathroom, retrieving the camera from the water, shaking it off before squeezing it in a towel to absorb the moisture. I returned it to its original place, praying it had not survived the drowning. I then returned the chair to its place in front of the vanity, collapsing onto the bed, gasping for breath as if I were a dying fish. In that moment, an overwhelming wave of sorrow washed over me, and I stared wide-eyed into the darkness, feeling despair and helplessness closing in from all sides, rendering me unable to maintain my facade as I wept uncontrollably. Amidst tears, I strained to listen for any sounds from outside, fearing their return would catch me in this heart-wrenching moment. The following day, I awoke early, roused by hunger. I had not eaten dinner the night before, and Zhao Mingjin had not come to administer my medication. I was unaware of when they returned or received the call, but perhaps exhaustion from my tears or a sense of assurance from contacting Haijin allowed me a peaceful night's sleep. When Zhao Mingjin arrived with my medicine, I feigned ignorance, asking if I had eaten the previous night, expressing surprise at my hunger. With a knowing smile, Zhao Mingjin remarked that I had eaten too little, claiming my lunch had been too filling to digest. Anger surged within me, and I clenched my fists, silently cursing her. Just leave it there. I'll go to the restroom before drinking. Please bring me a glass of milk, I instructed coolly before slipping out from under the blanket. I heard her footsteps retreating and quickly dampened a towel, wringing it dry before pouring the medicine into it. To be cautious, I pretended to drink the medication. Back in the restroom, I hastily washed the towel, devising a plan to save some medicine for Haijin. Just as I returned to bed, Zhao Mingjin came back with the milk, casting a glance at the bowl of medicine. Taking the milk, I sipped it casually and inquired about the whereabouts of the gentleman. He has gone out, she replied, scolding Ruwa for her mischief. I looked up to see Ruwa, the cat, perched atop the cupboard, gazing down haughtily at Zhao Mingjin. A surge of joy filled me. This cat was indeed my good fortune, like a guardian angel sent to protect me. Zhao Mingjin, with a resigned glance at Ruwa, muttered about breakfast before leaving the room. I sensed a hint of arrogance in her demeanor today, as if she were openly challenging me. As she exited, I called for Ruwa, slowly making my way to the display cabinet, pretending to converse with the cat to coax her down, while I stealthily threw a book not at the cat, but towards the surveillance camera. The book landed with a loud thud, startling the cat into jumping down. I chuckled to myself, scooping up Ruwa and kissing her, filled with delight and gratitude. You've truly been my savior, my dear Ruwa, I exclaimed inwardly, although I admonished her to refrain from climbing up again. I was certain the room was safe now. I ate breakfast absent-mindedly, cautious not to arouse suspicion. As noon approached, I eagerly awaited Zhou Haijin's arrival, but the day passed without a sign of her. My heart, once filled with hope, now hung heavy with worry. Had she misunderstood my message in yesterday's call? Or perhaps something delayed her? I began to feel restless, even doubting whether Zhou Haijin might have been swayed by Deng Jiajia, given their amicable relationship. The entire night, I tossed and turned, contemplating my despair. If Zhou Haijin could not extend a helping hand, who could I trust? My anxiety spiraled, and I kept my eyes wide open until dawn. Just as I began to drift into slumber, a cacophony of voices jolted me awake. Had Zhou Haijin finally arrived? Eagerly, I strained to hear, only to discern male voices, multiple men, in fact. Their chatter echoed faintly from downstairs and gradually ascended, though I could not make out their words. Suddenly, the door swung open, and I gasped, sitting up quickly. Zhao Mingjin entered, accompanied by a man clad in work attire and carrying a toolbox. Their conversation halted abruptly upon seeing me, their surprise palpable, especially in the worker's astonished gaze. Perhaps he anticipated anyone being in the room, or perhaps my appearance startled him. Zhao Mingjin quickly clarified, "My lady is unwell. It's best not to disturb her." The man, regaining composure, nodded affirmatively, stating that they needed to conduct checks. I inquired about the situation, and Zhao Mingjin replied nonchalantly, "The community maintenance is checking the electrical circuits. Just rest." I sighed in disappointment, realizing they were here due to the power outage the previous day. Zhao Mingjin followed the man out, cautioning him to handle things carefully. Why is it so troublesome? They have to check every room? I overheard the worker explain that they needed to examine the wiring for aging and ensure there were no improper connections. Soon, I heard the cries of Sambao, prompting Zhao Mingjin to call out urgently, "Hurry, don't touch anything in here. Just check the study, and I'll be right back." I could hear her hurried footsteps as she dashed downstairs. Moments later, the door swung open once more, and the same man rushed towards my bedside, startling me. "Shoo, don't make a sound," he whispered urgently, opening his toolbox to produce a phone, which he discreetly placed in my hand. "This is from Zhou Haijin," he instructed before swiftly exiting. Stunned, I watched him disappear, clutching the phone tightly, my heart racing. Haijin's contact. In that instant, elation surged through me. I felt on the verge of tears. Finally, Someone was reaching out to assist me, and I could connect with the outside world. Trembling with anticipation, I fought back tears, an invigorating strength coursing through me with the newfound means of communication. Soon after, those men departed, and Zhao Mingjun returned, carrying Sanbao in one arm while balancing the medication in the other. She placed the bowl down, instructing me to take my medicine while she would return for the bowl shortly. She hurriedly left, not even glancing back at me. Contemplating the bowl of medicine, I realized I needed to prepare some to send out should another opportunity arise. I hastily got out of bed, rummaging through drawers in a frantic search, but found nothing suitable to hold the liquid medicine. The various cosmetic bottles, even emptied, would risk contamination during testing. Moreover, if Zhao Mingjun noticed a missing item, it would lead to complications. Her familiarity with my cosmetics was evident from her perfume. Desperation mounted as I feared Zhao Mingjun might return any moment. Just when I contemplated discarding the medicine, a brilliant idea struck me. Elated, I smacked my forehead and opened the small drawer beside my bed, retrieving a box from within. I extracted a TT, then took the bowl to the bathroom, poured the medicinal liquid directly into the TT, and tied the opening securely, creating a warm, aromatic sausage. Perfect. I hid my belongings, lay back on the bed, tried to alleviate the rapid beating of my heart due to anxiety. After taking a bite of breakfast, I feigned lethargy and told Zhao Mingjun, "I'm going to sleep for a bit. Don't let anyone disturb me. It's far too noisy this early." I was certain that after a sleepless night, there was no need to pretend. My appearance was far from good. Returning to my room, I eagerly wrapped myself in the quilt and opened my phone, connecting to Wi-Fi and opening WeChat. The only avatar on my friends list was Zhou Haijin's, indicating it was a new number. I silenced my phone just in case, then sent a message to Haijin, inquiring why she hadn't come today. Zhou Haijin quickly replied with a voice message. I turned the volume to the lowest setting and held the phone to my ear, where I heard her furious voice. "Don't mention it. I went yesterday, but that nanny wouldn't let me in, claiming your husband had taken you abroad for treatment and hadn't returned yet. I had visited your home before to find you, and she brushed me off, and I foolishly believed her." She continued, "So I couldn't reach you. Your phone has been off, and when it was on, no one answered. If it weren't for the call you made yesterday, I would have believed her nonsense, thinking you were genuinely overseas. I didn't want to disturb your recuperation, considering the time difference, so I didn't call again." Overjoyed, I quietly replied, "I thought you didn't hear what I said yesterday. I didn't expect you arranged for the repairs." Upon hearing this, her impatient nature made her initiate a video call. Startled, I quickly grasped the phone, listening for any sounds outside. It was eerily quiet, and only then did I answer the video call. In the video, when Zhou Haijin saw my visage, her expression was exaggerated, staring at the screen in disbelief, and after a prolonged silence, she exclaimed, "Danny, how could you?" I understood that my withered appearance had frightened her, and upon witnessing her reaction, I burst into tears, unable to articulate my feelings. Zhou Haijin, furious, yelled, "Call the police." "Danny, what are you waiting for?" I wiped my face and shook my head, saying, "It's not the right time. I haven't gathered evidence to report. We can't let that pair of scoundrels get away with this." Zhou Haijin was incensed. "That unscrupulous man. Are you still trying to protect him? Danny, he is effectively imprisoning you. What are you waiting for? If you delay any longer, your life could be at stake. Others might not know, but I understand that scoundrel. Without you, Lou Danny, he wouldn't be where he is today. At best, he'd be a well-known hairstylist. What does he have? Let him fiddle with his appearance all his life, but he wouldn't achieve this kind of status. I'm not criticizing you, but you should never have let go of your company back then. Hey, Danny, don't blame me for speaking harshly. Thus, I must ascertain what Deng Jiajia intends to do. I seek the truth behind their actions towards me." I stifled a sob and whispered fiercely, "I will not simply acquiesce. I want them to suffer a fate worse than death." Chapter 14. Patience and waiting. Indeed, I harbored an obsession. Even if Deng Jiajia had been unfaithful, I could accept that. However, I could not fathom, nor accept, why he would resort to such vicious actions against me. Otherwise, Zhao Mingjun would not have had the audacity to stab my head with a long needle. With this thought, I longed to tear Zhao Mingjun, the venomous woman, apart. "Don't worry, I will ensure they pay 100-fold. Danny, rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I will help you seek justice." Zhou Haijin's demeanor was that of a righteous warrior as she continued, "If we are to investigate, let us do it thoroughly. As for your company, Who knows its current state? Danny, shall we investigate? Yes. Right now, the only way to bring down Deng Jiajia is to obtain solid evidence. Otherwise, only I will perish. I am acutely aware of my predicament. By the way, how did you manage to let the repairman in? Is it reliable? Trustworthy? Don't worry. I was desperate when I saw I couldn't enter. I had to think of another way. As I was leaving, I happened to see the park was undergoing repairs due to the power outage yesterday, so I arranged for someone to enter. I steadied my emotions and shared my suspicions and thoughts with Zhou Haijin. She nodded solemnly. Rest easy. Everything will be handled by me. But you must ensure your safety. Message me whenever you think of something. If you ever feel unsafe, immediately call me or the police. After confirming a few details with me, she hung up. I let out a breath, calming my nerves. I found it odd that I hadn't seen Deng Jiajia for 2 days. Could he be on a business trip? Deep down, I sensed that matters were more complicated than I had imagined. I refused to believe Deng Jiajia would commit such inhumane acts over Nanny. Keep an eye on her. Her behavior seems a bit off these past couple of days. This statement made me feel that it was not meant literally. Moreover, he had never locked his study before. This action indicated there was a much larger secret. It seemed necessary for me to check all the surveillance cameras in the house. After all, I could utilize the footage to monitor them. However, in order to access the previous recordings, I would need to unlock his computer and view the original records. But how could I possibly access his computer? I messaged Danny again, and she urged me to wait patiently. I took a short rest, wary of sleeping too deeply, always alert to the sounds outside. Once I awakened, numerous questions emerged, revealing how terrifying my situation truly was. First, I noticed my body was exceptionally weak. My heart was severely strained, leading me to suspect that something was wrong with my heart. Additionally, my calves were significantly swollen, and I felt a strong urge to urinate, yet produced very little. Even my face appeared swollen, likely symptoms of renal dysfunction. Gazing into the mirror at my puffy visage, I felt a wave of dread. Had it not been for my insatiable appetite, I might have truly met my end without understanding how. The only silver lining was that after just 3 days without medication, my hair loss had noticeably diminished, and my hunger pangs became increasingly pronounced. To prevent Zhao Mingjin from detecting anything amiss, I put the hair I had previously tucked in my pocket to good use, intentionally allowing her to see me gathering the strands. Whenever she lingered too long in my room, I would feign pain at the injection site, prompting her to nervously withdraw. In the afternoon, the electrical repairman reappeared, and Zhao Mingjin seemed somewhat suspicious, trailing behind him and questioning, "Why are you still investigating?" I was fully aware this was Zhou Haijin's ploy to send someone in for the medication, but Zhao Mingjin remained firmly at my side, not granting me the opportunity to receive the medicine. At that moment, I was still in a sleeping state, unwilling to make any rash movements. Chapter 15. Absolutely impossible. The worker was remarkably composed, diligently exploring the room with his instruments, exhibiting utmost seriousness. He then turned to Zhao Mingjin, who had been following him closely, and said, "Sister, could you please pull the electrical switch for me? I need to test this spot. Are you certain it's here?" Zhao Mingjin queried impatiently. "There's nothing wrong with my house. If it weren't uncertain, I wouldn't ask you to pull the switch. If we don't test it now, we'll have to return someday. If there's no hidden danger in your home, it will save us trouble. Such inspections will be frequent to prevent outages from disrupting everyone's daily life. When the power goes out, you all complain. We can't bear it either. Then hurry up. Why is this so troublesome?" Zhao Mingjin muttered as her voice faded into the distance. I swiftly rose and hurried to the restroom, retrieving a medicine pouch resembling a sausage, which I handed to a nearby worker. He looked at me in astonishment before accepting it. That gaze was mortifying, yet I had no choice. It was a matter of survival. Under different circumstances, I would not have resorted to such an absurd item. Just as I was lost in my thoughts, I heard Zhao Mingjin's footsteps returning. I quickly rushed back to my bed, and as I tucked myself under the blanket, Zhao Mingjin re-entered the room. The worker busied himself with his tasks before departing. Unsettled, Zhao Mingjin lingered by my bedside for a moment, poking me gently. Seeing no signs of me awakening, she turned and muttered as she left, slamming the door behind her. With a sigh of relief, I exhaled and retrieved my phone to access the surveillance footage. Eagerly, I had installed the monitoring software as soon as I obtained it. On the screen, I observed Zhao Mingjin visiting Sanbao's room, likely during his nap time. She seemed genuinely attentive to Sanbao, ensuring every detail was taken care of. Shortly after, I saw her leisurely close the door behind her and leave, returning with an abundance of groceries, evidently from the market. I discreetly noted the time of her departure, planning to turn off the surveillance the next day when she went back to the market. I then ventured to Deng Jia's study, but to my dismay, I could not locate the keys in the hidden compartment. A wave of anxiety washed over me. Had Deng Jia discovered that the keys had been tampered with? Why else would he have taken them? I searched again, but to no avail, and ultimately had to abandon the effort. Descending the stairs, I tested the lock on the front door, confirming that it was indeed locked from the outside after she had left, rendering me unable to open it from within. Zhou Haijin was right. I had been placed under soft confinement, and to the outside world, I was merely abroad for medical treatment. Everything seemed meticulously orchestrated, even in death. No one would be the wiser. On the evening of the fourth day, Deng Jia finally made an appearance after several days of absence. Upon his return, he went straight to my room, sitting beside my sleeping form, gazing at me intently. It was only when Zhao Mingjin called him for dinner that he stood up. I squinted and observed closely as he walked to the door, suddenly turning back to glance at me, a wicked smile spreading across his face, sending chills down my spine. At that moment, my hidden phone vibrated silently beneath me, jolting me into action. I hurriedly retrieved my phone, focusing on the doorway, and unlocked the video feed. The screen revealed Zhou Haijin, her face filled with confusion as she spoke. "Danny, the test results for the medication have come back. There's nothing wrong with the medicine. It's a tonic for health and poses no harm to the body." "What?" I gasped, sitting up abruptly, my mind racing in disbelief. This was absurd. How could it possibly be a tonic? If it were a nourishing medicine, how could it leave me in such a state? I shook my head vigorously at the camera, denying the possibility. My cat's reaction after consuming the medicine mirrored my own previous states of unconsciousness. How could there be no issue? "Haijin." I hesitated, grappling with my words. Zhou Haijin pressed me. "Speak up. If you have something to say, just say it." "You're driving me crazy. Are you sure the person you arranged to administer the medicine posed no threat?" I cautiously voiced my concerns, considering that apart from me, the only individual who had handled the medicine was that worker. "Absolutely no problem. He.S. Wei Qingchuan's cousin," Zhou Haijin replied confidently. "Wei Qingchuan." My heart skipped a beat. "Yes." Zhou Haijin chuckled awkwardly, explaining, "Danny, you know we must engage reliable individuals for such matters, so he.s. definitely trustworthy." "Then it's peculiar," I murmured weakly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. My mind buzzed and my scalp tingled. Had they discovered that I was awake? Otherwise, how could the medicine pose no threat? The image of Deng Jia's wicked smile flashed in my mind, making me shiver. "Haijin, please investigate Deng Jia's whereabouts over the past few days. The more detailed, the better. Also, find someone skilled with computers quickly. I want to access Deng Jia's computer, but his password has changed, and I can't get in." "All right, I'll figure something out. Just ensure your safety," Zhou Haijin cautioned before ending the call. After terminating the video, I meticulously reviewed each step in my mind, confident I had exercised the utmost caution. There was no way I could have slipped up. Was it possible that Zhao Mingjin had been startled by the sight of my injured scalp and decided to pull back? No, I could not allow the situation to spiral out of control. I needed to take initiative. I switched my phone to real-time surveillance mode. The night was deep, with only the corridor lights casting a dim glow, creating an eerie stillness. Everyone appeared to be asleep. I scrolled back through the monitoring records and saw Deng Jia carrying Sanbao to the children's room. After leaving the child's room, he headed directly to Zhao Mingjin's quarters. Although I had prepared myself mentally for this betrayal, witnessing it unfold before my eyes tightened my fists in anger, causing them to tremble. As I continued to peruse the footage, I found no evidence of him exiting that room. Deng Jia, after a decade of shared marital bonds, how could you stoop so low as to entangle yourself with a nanny? Not only that, but you also inflicted harm upon me. This was utterly intolerable. How could I possibly forgive you? With a sudden surge of determination, I flung off my blanket, padded barefoot out of my room, and stealthily made my way to the study, convinced that it held the answers I sought. Pausing at the study door, I surveyed the silent surroundings, then pushed the door open. The interior was shrouded in darkness, and, as I slipped inside, the faint light from the corridor was shut out, plunging the room into deeper shadows. Just as I took a step forward, the lights in the study flickered on, illuminating the space. Instinctively, I shielded my eyes. When I lowered my arm, I was taken aback to see Deng Jiaja seated on the sofa, his inscrutable gaze fixed upon me. I stood frozen, utterly bewildered. Wasn't he in Zhao Mingjin's room? Chapter 17. A performance unleashed. I never anticipated such an encounter. It was bizarre. The video had clearly documented his entrance into Zhao Mingjin's room, and he had not re-emerged. How was he here? Rooted in place, I stared at him, and he returned my gaze, slowly rising to his feet. In the next instant, I burst into tears, stumbling toward him and throwing myself into his embrace, wrapping my arms tightly around his neck and clinging to his chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Let us see who can act better, I thought to myself. Deng Jiaja's body tensed momentarily before he encircled my waist with his arms, looking down at me with a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Darling, where have you been? I couldn't find you. Someone was chasing me, and they pricked me with a needle. I wailed, channeling my acting skills, my voice filled with desperation. It hurts so much. Don't cry. I'm here. I'm right here, aren't I? He soothingly caressed my back, his voice gentle. I couldn't find you. You weren't here. Where did you go? I insisted, lightly beating my fists against his chest. Someone is bullying me. It's so dark. I'm afraid. I can't see you. My words tumbled out chaotically, but the tears were real. I refused to believe that this warm embrace no longer belonged to me. What was happening in this home? Where had the man who once cared for me so tenderly vanished? How had everything changed so drastically? All the accumulated grievances, fears, and helplessness surged forth in that moment. Why? I was on the verge of spilling my innermost thoughts, yearning to ask him why he treated me this way. I sobbed uncontrollably, attempting to mask my slip of the tongue, raising my hand to touch the place where the needle had pierced me. It was a long needle, piercing deep. Oh, the pain. My heart-wrenching cries drained my frail body of strength, and I felt myself slipping into unconsciousness, my heart racing violently, making me feel nauseous, my throat tasting of salt and iron. Nini, stop crying, be good. It seemed that Deng Jiaja noticed my deteriorating state as my body slid from his embrace. He hurriedly scooped me up and strode back to my room, laying me gently on the bed before turning on the light. I continued to weep, choked with accusations against him. Why can't I ever see you? Do you hate me now? You just let me be humiliated and bullied. Deng Jiaja. Look here, look. It pierced right here. Right here. It hurts so much. I pointed at my head, intentionally probing him, eager to observe his reaction. He bent down, his face etched with concern, examining the area I indicated, gently caressing it. With a puzzled expression, he gazed at me and exclaimed, "What a nightmare you must be having. Fear not, my dear, I will not leave you again. I am right here." His words crushed the flicker of hope I had harbored, longing for his past affection. In that instant, it shattered, and despair engulfed me, leaving me trembling with cold. Deng Jiaja, may you meet an untimely demise. I cursed him fiercely in my heart. An unprecedented sense of hopelessness overwhelmed me, and as I cried until my voice was hoarse, blood surged from my mouth, yet my mind remained extraordinarily clear. Deng Jiaja, in a fluster, fumbled for tissues to wipe my face, and I noticed the stark red staining the pristine white. At that moment, my entire belief system collapsed, and a profound terror gripped my heart. Am I going to die? No, I cannot. I have yet to exact my vengeance. I must survive, for the sake of my children, to escape this demon. With a roll of my eyes, I fainted away. Chapter 18. The Wrath of a Cad. Even so, Deng Jiaja had no intention of taking me to the hospital. He called out to me while checking my condition, and I heard Zhao Mingjin rushing in. Overwhelmed by sorrow, I felt a slight suffocation in my brain. Though I feigned unconsciousness, my weakened body had reached its limit, and upon closing my eyes, I truly wished to sleep. What is wrong with her? Wailing in the dead of night. Zhao Mingjin's words were abruptly cut off by a sharp slap that jolted me from my haze, nearly causing me to open my eyes. My heart surged with relief as I discreetly squinted to see Zhao Mingjin clutching her face, a look of sheer terror directed at Deng Jiaja. How dare you ask? This is all you're doing. Deng Jiaja's voice was low and thunderous, icy and terrifying as he advanced toward Zhao Mingjin. Who told you to do this? I. Zhao Mingjin retreated step by step, her face reflecting her fright as she gazed at Deng Jiaja, who appeared as if he had emerged from the depths of hell, his eyes fierce and bloodshot. I had thought he was enraged by Zhao Mingjin's attack on me, believing there remained a shred of conscience within him. Yet his next words shattered that faint hope. "You are nothing but a failure." Deng Jiajia spat bitterly, glancing back at me before gripping Zhao Mingjin's arm and striding out of the room. I swiftly retrieved my phone to access the surveillance footage. I saw in the hallway where Deng Jiajia suddenly flung his hand, striking Zhao Mingjin again. The force so great that she slammed against the wall without resisting. Deng Jiajia pointed menacingly at her. "Listen, if you wish to remain here as the lady of the house, then you better behave. It is your duty to keep an eye on her. And if you fail at this..." Deng Jiajia leaned in closer, scrutinizing Zhao Mingjin's face, and ominously added, "I wouldn't mind finding someone else. Don't think you have the leverage to threaten me." Zhao Mingjin met his gaze defiantly, but moments later, she lowered her head. "I understand." Deng Jiajia seemed to exhale in relief, spitting contemptuously, his demeanor completely upending my perception of him. In my memory, he had always been gentle, refined, and aloof. Yet the man before me was a stark contrast to the Deng Jiajia I knew. "Go, clean up, wipe her face, and if she asks, nothing happened, understood?" Deng Jiajia commanded, glaring at Zhao Mingjin until she nodded in comprehension. Then he strode into the study. Zhao Mingjin stood there in a daze for a long moment before collecting herself and approaching my room. I quickly tucked my phone away beneath me. Upon entering, Zhao Mingjin stared at me for an extended period before turning to the bathroom, where the sound of running water soon followed. I quietly sighed in relief. It seemed Deng Jiajia was unaware of Zhao Mingjin's malice toward me, but his earlier actions were not born of pity, but rather because Zhao Mingjin had disrupted his plans. She used a warm towel to wipe my face vigorously, perhaps fearing that cold water would rouse me, and then meticulously cleaned the corners of my mouth. Before she could leave, the door swung open forcefully, and I peeked to see Deng Jiajia returning, heading straight for the shelf across the room. After scrutinizing it for a while, he asked Zhao Mingjin, "What happened here?" Zhao Mingjin, with her head bowed submissively, replied, "It was knocked over by the cat." Suddenly, I understood. He had returned to the study to check the surveillance in this room, but I was well aware that the camera had been successfully drowned and rendered useless. Deng Jiajia reached up to the top shelf, feeling around until he retrieved the pinhole camera, glanced at it, and then placed it back. This gesture calmed my heart, indicating he had not detected anything amiss. This unexpected farce seemed to have settled, yet that night, Deng Jiajia did not leave the room but lay beside me on the bed. Ordinarily, such an act would be perfectly normal between spouses. Yet now it sent chills down my spine. Could it be that he had a change of heart? Chapter 19. Quite unexpected soon, I dismissed that thought with a scoff. Could a devil truly possess a heart? The exchange between him and Zhao Mingjin had revealed so much. He claimed she was blackmailing him. What could she possibly possess to use as leverage? And how had she become such a blunderer? It appeared that the phrase of failure in achieving success held significant weight. Yet now, he lay beside me, and I was oblivious to his ulterior motives. One thing was clear. In his presence, I felt the safest. With this thought, I cleared my mind and drifted into a peaceful sleep. That night, perhaps due to my overwhelming sorrow or the fact that we shared the same bed, both of us under the watchful eyes of one another, sleep was all we could do. Thus, I slumbered deeply, awakening only when the sun rose naturally. Upon opening my eyes, I was acutely aware of an unprecedented vitality coursing through me. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. "Awake?" I jumped, turning to see Deng Jiajia beside me, his head resting on his arm, gazing intently at me with a gentle demeanor, exuding an air of tranquility as if time had stood still. In that moment, I realized how I had underestimated him. He truly was a remarkable actor. I closed my eyes briefly to gather my thoughts, uncertain of Deng Jiajia's intentions, but for the time being, I could only play along with the charade, eager to see what tricks he had up his sleeve. "Darling, what time is it?" I asked, my voice hoarse, startling even myself. He reached out to caress my face. "It's 7. I turned over to face him, cleared my throat, and asked, "Why haven't you gone to work yet?" "I've been so exhausted lately. I wanted to take a day off to spend some quality time with you," he replied, his gaze fixed intently on my face. He then gently informed me, "I recently returned to Sioux City to visit my parents." His casual tone struck a chord within me, prompting a wave of skepticism as I questioned, "Sioux City? You want to see my parents?" He raised an eyebrow, surprised. Realizing I'd lost my composure, I nodded and replied, Yes, indeed a bit surprised. Sighing softly, I lamented, I haven't seen my parents in ages. How are they? What made you think of visiting them? Don't forget, April 12th is Mom's birthday. You were unwell, and I couldn't pretend everything was fine. After the exhibition, I seized the opportunity to go, he said with a thoughtful smile. Had it not been for this unexpected turn of events, I might have genuinely been touched by his gesture. Years ago, when I decided to marry him, my parents vehemently opposed the union. I am their only daughter, born to parents who married late and considered me their precious jewel. They were both educators before venturing into the educational business and later into the health sector. Although our family in Sioux City was not extraordinarily wealthy, we held a respectable position. My parents indulged me with love and freedom, never pressuring me throughout my life. Naturally, I became their pride, consistently excelling in my studies and ultimately gaining admission to a prestigious university in Qing City. From the moment I entered university, they had meticulously planned my future, return to Sioux City post-graduation, and secure a stable job in education. In their eyes, a girl having a steady job, raising a family, was the epitome of success. However, I yearned for something different and found myself intrigued by their business. In my junior year, I discreetly ventured into the medical equipment business in Qing City, making my first profit. Armed with my achievements, I confronted my father, expressing my desire to establish my own company in Qing City. After thorough examination and consideration, my father decisively registered Danfeng Medical Equipment Company, Limited for me, making me one of the few individuals to own a company before even graduating. By fate's design, I met Deng Jiajia. Upon learning about my relationship with him, my parents were skeptical of his profession as an image designer, viewing it as frivolous. A man wandering through life in eccentric attire, mingling with a questionable crowd, lacking integrity. Moreover, his family's financial standing was modest. He had an older brother and younger siblings, none of whom were academically accomplished. Deng Jiajia dropped out of high school to apprentice in a hair salon, which was my parents' biggest concern. They attempted to impede our relationship, but I stubbornly resisted their well-meaning advice, forcing them to relent. It was only after I gave birth to our first child that my parents genuinely accepted Deng Jiajia. After the birth of our second child, he resigned from his job to assist me in managing the company. Following the arrival of our third child, he successfully transitioned from being an image designer to becoming the true owner of Danfeng Medical. Over the years, Deng Jiajia maintained a humble demeanor in front of my parents, fearful of making any missteps, often using busyness as an excuse to avoid visiting them. I was indifferent to this, finding it quite comfortable. I never anticipated he would take the initiative to visit my parents and remember my mother's birthday. I looked at him, somewhat moved, and said, I completely forgot about Mom's birthday. Thank goodness you remembered. How could I forget? You were unwell. I had to step up, especially since they are in their 70s now. I can't let them worry about us. Deng Jiajia's words were truly eloquent, a picture of the ideal son-in-law. I inwardly chastised myself for being naive, falling for this seemingly charming facade. Tears welled in my eyes as he swiftly reached out to wipe them away. Why are you crying again? He asked. How did you explain my situation to them? I probed, eager to learn the answer. I told them you were abroad. For anxiety disorders, maintaining a relaxed mindset is crucial, and treatments overseas are quite reputable, he explained, justifying his words. I reassured them that you would be back soon, so you need to recover quickly. Don't let me falter in front of them. It's merely a harmless fib. I smiled silently, feeling a shiver down my spine at his words, contemplating his cunning calculations. If I were to perish, it would be my own doing abroad, with no connection to him. I was uncertain how much of his visit to my parents was genuine, and I could only await Haijin's news for validation. However, one thing became increasingly clear. I needed to find a way to undergo a comprehensive health examination to ascertain my current condition. I'll call my parents later. It's been too long since I spoke with them. I really miss them, I said, echoing his sentiments. Deng Jiajia promptly deflected. Let us do it later. The timing isn't right. There is a time difference. He then stood up to embrace me, saying, Come on, let us get up. You wash up first. I'll sit for a moment. I'm feeling dizzy and need a breather. I playfully shoved him away, sitting up and leaning against the headboard. He glanced at me and nodded. All right, I'll wash up first and then help you. After planting a gentle kiss on my lips, he got out of bed and entered the bathroom. As I heard the sound of running water, I quickly pulled out my phone, sent a message to Zhou Haijin, and tucked my phone away before getting out of bed. Though I had slept well the previous night and felt mentally clear, The emotional turmoil had taken a toll on my body, leaving me feeling lightheaded and somewhat drained. Sitting on the edge of the bed, I contemplated how I could seize the opportunity to reclaim my original phone, which contained many important items. Once he finished washing up, he came over and embraced me and assisted me in my personal care, reverting to the role of a devoted husband. Curiously, Zhao Mingjin did not deliver my medication that day, and Deng Jiajia also refrained from mentioning it, leaving me puzzled. After breakfast, Deng Jiajia, who had promised to stay home with me, received a call and informed me that urgent matters required his attention at the company. He assured me he would return shortly before hurriedly departing. Strangely, hearing the word company from him sent me into deep reflection. Deng Jiajia, who had promised to return soon, did not come back until late at night. When I finally heard the sound of his car entering the courtyard, to my surprise, he returned directly to my room, and as he entered, the scent of alcohol wafted through the air. He leaned over to look at me for a moment before heading to the bathroom for a shower. Emerging, damp and steamy, he slipped under the covers, soon drifting into a deep slumber. I opened my eyes to glance at him, noting his familiar silhouette lying far from me, a sight I recognized yet felt increasingly distant. I deliberately turned over, causing the bed to shift slightly, and softly called out to him. He remained unresponsive, suggesting he had indulged quite a bit tonight. I was left wondering about his motives for returning to my room. Was it out of fear from last night's commotion, or did he have other intentions? I could not be certain. However, I could not afford to miss this opportunity. I quietly rose from the bed and secured the door, taking a moment to observe him. Noticing his rhythmic snores, I mustered the courage to stealthily approach his side, locate his phone, and silence it. The phone was locked, so I cautiously took his hand to unlock it, then returned to my side and sat on the floor, perusing his phone records. In an effort to save time, and fearing he might awaken at any moment, I indiscriminately transferred the call logs, contacts, frequently interacted chat records on WeChat, group chats, and text messages to my new phone. Regardless of their value, I glanced at his remote monitoring app, but it contained little information, mostly recordings of my deep slumber in bed. Perhaps such images had become mundane to him, explaining his infrequent checks. The photo album held only a few pictures of the children, lacking anything of noteworthy significance. There were no transaction records in his Alipay account. After securing what I desired, I returned the phone to its original place. Yet something about its pristine state felt amiss, too clean, devoid of any oddity. I cast another glance at the slumbering Deng Jiajia before quietly exiting the room and heading to the study. Unfortunately, I did not find the keys, and with a sense of disappointment, I returned to the room and lay back down. The following day, Deng Jiajia informed me that he needed to go to Lin City for a contract discussion, promising to return the next day. I felt a surge of joy. Fortune was indeed smiling upon me. However, I feigned reluctance, asking if he wouldn't be back tonight, as Lin City was so close. Darling, business is tough right now. The competition is fierce. I have no choice but to entertain their leaders tonight, and with drinks involved, who knows when it will end. By the time I hurry back, it will be midnight, disrupting your rest. I might as well visit a couple of other clients while I'm there, he lamented. Aren't those clients in Lin City the ones we've always collaborated with? I inquired, well aware of the situation in Lin City, a territory I had once conquered. My dear, how long has it been since you engaged with the market? It's incredibly competitive now. Our profits are dwindling, he expressed. I chose not to respond, but suddenly requested, honey, I can't find my phone. I need to call my parents. I miss them. Wait for me to return. I'll call with you. I have no time today to avoid alarming them, especially since you Haven Tea called them recently. He then rose, stating he was pressed for time. Take a good rest. This half day won't make a difference. Observing his urgency to leave, I refrained from pressing further, fully aware he was stalling me. After seeing him off, I promptly ascended the stairs and messaged Zhou Haijin, instructing her to make arrangements. I needed to visit the hospital. Zhou Haijin quickly replied, okay, I'll contact you shortly. Await my news. 10 minutes later, she messaged back, everything is ready. We can depart at any moment. Chapter 22. The dilemma. I felt both excited and anxious, waiting for Zhao Mingjin to step out so I could plan my next move. With Deng Jiajia absent, I felt more than capable of dealing with Zhao Mingjin alone. During the waiting period, I retrieved my phone and organized the information I had extracted from Deng Jiajia's device the previous night, sending the pertinent details to Zhou Haijin for thorough investigation. Allow me to introduce my dear friend. She is the daughter of my father's friend, and we have grown up together conspiring to enroll in Qingcheng. While she pursued studies at the Media Academy, though not at the same institution as we have maintained our bond. I married Deng Jiajia, while she remains single, yet she thrives at Jiahe Media in Qingcheng, embodying a career powerhouse. Her exuberant and forthright personality allows her to cultivate an extensive network. She often chides me, claiming that since marrying Deng Jiajia, I have transformed into a docile creature. Each time we meet, she shakes her head in disbelief, lamenting, "What a promising career partner you were, now swiftly sidelined." It seems that marriage truly doesn't favor women. Men are like chisels, smoothing out every edge until there's nothing left of your character. You are a prime example. I dismiss her remarks, countering, "Why cling to so many edges? Do not forget, women are like water." Huh. It seems you have been indoctrinated by Deng Jiajia. He is undoubtedly a man-killer. And look at you. You are nearly extinguished. To my dismay, her words have proven prophetic, as Deng Jiajia truly appears to be a threat to my existence. Nevertheless, Zhou Haijin remains my unwavering support. After detailing the vital points I needed her to investigate, I took a brief respite, having not slept well the night before. My thoughts racing. I felt dizzy and lacked energy, needing to conserve my strength. With a troubled mind, I barely touched my lunch to keep an eye on Zhao Mingjin. I opted not to ascend the stairs, instead reclining on the living room sofa. Sanbao sat beside me, playing with his toys, while Zhao Mingjin patiently fed him. My anxiety grew as she dawdled, showing no signs of leaving. Their interaction was quite harmonious, as if I were invisible. Clearly, she was aware that Deng Jiajia was not home and had no inclination to visit the market. Thus, I had to take the initiative to create a task for her. "Jinjia, could you buy some shrimp on your way back? I'm craving it," I suggested casually. "We have some at home. How do you want it?" She replied, glancing at me. "I don't want frozen shrimp. Please get some fresh ones and also bring back a durian." I deliberately mentioned durian, knowing Deng Jiajia detests it for its strong odor, which meant we rarely purchased it. However, both Zhao Mingjin and I relish its taste. Upon hearing my request, she readily agreed. "All right, I'll go buy some." I wrapped myself in a blanket, pretending to sleep on the sofa, mentally strategizing the details of my plan. After Sanbao fell asleep, Zhao Mingjin left the house. I quickly turned off the monitoring devices, rose to rummage through the medicine cabinet, and indeed found the sedative hypnotic drugs I sought. 2 types. After a moment's thought, recalling the needle piercing my scalp, I smirked and chose midazolam, which acts swiftly and is addictive. Zhao Mingjin deserved this treatment. After making my selection, I returned the medicine cabinet to its original state and lay back down, contemplating how to administer the drug without her awareness. When Zhao Mingjin returned, I had genuinely fallen asleep on the sofa, only to be jolted awake by Sanbao's small hand slapping my face, the force of it causing stars to dance before my eyes. The little rascal erupted in laughter at my startled expression. Sleepy-eyed, I playfully swatted his little bottom. "You little imp." He immediately turned his gaze toward the kitchen, and I followed his line of sight, catching a fleeting glimpse of a figure. It seemed this child had been led astray by her. However, a sudden thought struck me. If Zhao Mingjin fell into a deep sleep, what would happen to Sanbao? Waiting for him to sleep would be too late. Moreover, the drug's effect only lasts for about 46 hours. I feared that if Zhao Mingjin awoke prematurely and found a stranger watching Sanbao, it would expose my plan. Taking Sanbao outside was also risky. If he spoke out, it could lead to danger. I stared at Sanbao, feeling increasingly conflicted. Chapter 23. A masterstroke. As Zhao Mingjin prepared dinner, Sanbao unfortunately wet his pants. She carried him off to change, while I added a bit more salt to the boiled shrimp and slipped some seasoning into her water cup. This was my first experience undertaking such an endeavor, and my heart raced with nervousness. I then sat down, feigning nonchalance as I began to eat. When she returned, I casually remarked, "The shrimp turned out salty." Zhao Mingjin shot me a skeptical glance, picked up a shrimp, and tasted it, awkwardly defending herself. Perhaps I didn't stir it evenly. I chose not to pursue the topic further, having consumed only 2 shrimp before I took the initiative to feed Sanbao, hoping to buy some time. Although the shrimp was somewhat salty, Zhao Mingjin relished it with great enthusiasm, occasionally dipping it into her homemade spicy sauce, unreservedly devouring an entire plate of large shrimp. I inwardly scoffed, deeming her quite the foodie. Nevertheless, this was precisely the effect I desired as I discreetly observed her demeanor. Sure enough, after finishing her meal, She reached for her water cup, just as I felt a surge of joy, believing she would quench her thirst. She instead tossed the water aside and poured herself a fresh cup. My heart sank in despair. Gnashing my teeth in frustration at the waste of a good drink, I cast a glance at the cup, realizing I needed to devise another plan. Watching her tidy up the dishes while amusing Sambao, an idea struck me. Once she finished cleaning, just as she reached for her water again, I scooped up Sambao from the children's chair and made my way upstairs. However, Sambao was resistant, calling out Nyang Nyang repeatedly, a term of endearment for Zhao Mingjin. Truth be told, Zhao Mingjin was genuinely fond of Sambao. She promptly set her cup down and took him into her arms. I immediately instructed her to take him upstairs to play, as I was feeling a bit fatigued and wished to rest. Without hesitation, Zhao Mingjin carried Sambao out, and I turned back at the entrance to the dining area, casually remarking that I needed to fetch a cup of water as it was too salty. Zhao Mingjin paid no heed to my comment and continued upstairs. I swiftly dropped the medication I had prepared into her cup, stirring it thoroughly. Thanks to the cup's design, even after the medicine dissolved, no discernible change was evident. Calmly, I filled another cup with water and carried it upstairs, confident she would soon descend to drink, having indulged in so many boiled shrimp. Furthermore, with Sambao upstairs, she would not linger downstairs for long. This was precisely why I suggested she take Sambao upstairs. I had meticulously calculated every step. Given that the medication takes effect in about 15 minutes, once she returned upstairs, even if the effects manifested, she would remain asleep until awakening without suspicion. I did not follow them into the children's room, but returned to my own quarters, quickly messaging Zhou Haijin, who responded almost immediately, informing me that she was waiting just outside. She had also brought along a preschool teacher, which thrilled me. Timing was crucial as I entered the children's room, and what I beheld was the outcome I had anticipated. Sambao sat amidst a pile of toys, while Zhao Mingjin lay beside him, soundly asleep. Sambao played, occasionally tugging at Zhao Mingjin's hair and calling out Nyang Nyang, perhaps hoping she would awaken to play with him. I stepped inside, calling out, "Zheng Jie, why are you asleep? The child hasn't slept yet. He can't play alone." Zhao Mingjin stirred not at all. Fearing a trick, I approached and gave her a gentle nudge. But she remained unresponsive, deeply slumbering. I kicked her firmly, yet her body merely swayed slightly. Indulgence comes at a price. My heart raced with anxiety as I swiftly rinsed Zhao Mingjin's cup to eliminate any residue before placing it back. I then donned one of her garments and styled my hair to resemble hers, ensuring I wouldn't be recognized by the surveillance cameras in the area. I then lifted Sambao and descended the stairs, placing him in a stroller and pushing him outside. Initially, Sambao resisted, frequently glancing back at me and calling out Nyang Nyang, but once settled in the stroller, he ceased his protests and even clapped his tiny hands in excitement. Realizing we were going out, just as we exited the main gate, Zhou Haijin's vehicle arrived, and we quickly boarded, driving away from the compound. Chapter 24. Comprehensive examination inside the car. The preschool teacher Zhou Haijin had took charge of Sambao, presenting him with a multitude of intriguing toys that immediately captured his attention, causing him to forget about his Nyang Nyang. Zhou Haijin then enveloped me in a hug, scrutinizing my pale face, her eyes brimming with concern as she asked, "Nini, are you all right?" I suppressed my emotions, nodding vigorously, afraid to speak, for once I did, I would surely crumble. The series of events I had just orchestrated had left me utterly drained, my body trembling and my heartbeat racing to the point of breathlessness. At that moment, I felt as though I'd narrowly escaped a grave danger. Understanding my plight, Zhou Haijin held me close, gently stroking my back without uttering a word. After a brief respite, I felt my breathing ease considerably, and only then did I notice that the driver was none other than the worker who had come to my house to repair the electrical circuit the day before. Noticing my gaze, Zhou Haijin promptly introduced him, saying, "This is Shun Kua, Wei Qingchuan's cousin. Nini, he is a well-known private detective in the industry." Shun Kua glanced at me through the rearview mirror, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth, causing my cheeks to flush. I was taken aback and nodded at him, recalling the expression he had worn when he accepted the vial of medication. It had been quite mortifying. Little did I know he was a private investigator, which explained his astute responses. "Thank you, Mr. Shun." I managed to express my gratitude, despite the awkwardness. "No need for thanks. After all, you're a classmate of my cousin. Besides, I wouldn't dare disobey the orders of Miss Zhou, as I rely on her for my livelihood." Shun Kua's banter surprised me. Zhou Haijin raised an eyebrow in amusement, teasingly replying, "You've got a good conscience. I'll give you that. I wouldn't dare cross you. You truly are a big shot. The problem is, I can't endure your relentless questioning. You don't give me a moment's peace. Do you expect me to be heartless?" Shen Kuo complained. Zhou Haijin dismissed his grumbling, her expression turning serious as she succinctly outlined her plans. She added that Shen Kuo had already tracked down Deng Jia's whereabouts during those days, confirming he had indeed gone to Sioux City, where he stayed for 3 days at my parents' home. Although I had already heard about this from Deng Jia, hearing it from a different perspective still made me frown slightly. Zhou Haijin quickly supplemented, "Moreover, my father called me and mentioned this. He said they even had a meal together." My father couldn't stop praising Deng Jia, expressing envy and jealousy, saying that Deng Jia had even found a caretaker for my parents. "A caretaker," I murmured, my heart inexplicably fluttering. I then turned to Zhou Haijin and said directly, "Haijin, I can't shake the feeling that things are not as simple as they seem. I've been ill for so long. Why would he suddenly go to Sioux City?" Zhou Haijin immediately followed my line of thinking. "Are you suggesting a thorough investigation?" Our eyes met, and I asked her, "Do you have time recently? Could you possibly return to Sioux City?" "You mean I should visit home and check on your parents?" Zhou Haijin inferred astutely. "Exactly." I nodded in approval, appreciating our unspoken understanding. I then conveyed to Zhou Haijin that Deng Jia claimed he wanted to spare my parents from worry, asserting that I had gone abroad to relax and concurrently undergo psychological therapy. "I can't believe he has the audacity to say that after putting you through this." Zhou Haijin scoffed disdainfully, nearly cursing. "That's why I want you to go back," I reiterated. Shen Kuo glanced at me again through the rearview mirror. Without hesitation, Zhou Haijin agreed. "All right." The car sped towards the emergency department of the second hospital, where Shen Kuo and the preschool teacher remained in the vehicle to watch over Sanbao, while Zhou Haijin led me directly to the doctor's office. We were met by someone awaiting our arrival. I was left wondering just how much influence Zhou Haijin wielded, as she had managed to secure the presence of the hospital director himself to accompany us. Thus, my examination proceeded without any hindrance, taking less than 2 hours in total. However, the final results would still require waiting for the comprehensive data to be compiled into a consultation report. To prevent any oversight from Zhao Mingjin's side, Zhou Haijin exchanged a few words with the director. We did not linger in the hospital and prepared to return. As Zhou Haijin and I stepped into the elevator, a group of men emerged from the opposite corridor, heading straight for the elevator. The moment my gaze met theirs, a chill ran down my spine. Chapter 25. A startling encounter. I swiftly turned around, urgently whispering to Zhou Haijin, "Close the door, quickly." Zhou Haijin reacted promptly, pressing the elevator's close button with haste. While the men shouted at us, "Wait!" my heart raced to my throat, and I fixated on the elevator doors. As they approached, the doors slowly closed. And as the elevator began its descent, I faintly heard someone frantically pressing the call button, followed by an angry curse. "Damn it," I told them to wait. "Those damn women." The elevator descended rapidly, and I leaned against the wall, exhaling weakly. "Who was that? Did you see someone?" Zhou Haijin quickly supported me, her concern evident. "Is it really that serious? You look pale." "Deng Jiafeng." I uttered the name with trepidation. "His brother, Deng Jia." "Oh my goodness." Zhou Haijin echoed my alarm. "How could it be him? This is too precarious. Did we not bring a calendar when we left?" Upon exiting the elevator, I grasped Zhou Haijin's arm, urging her, "Let us hurry back, or we might truly expose ourselves." I'm not certain he recognized me, though I said that I was already utterly exhausted. My legs felt as if they were made of jelly. I had drained my energy during the examination, and now, in this state of panic, I felt like a puddle of mud, unable to move my legs at all. I was on the verge of tears, fearing that the men upstairs would soon come down. Zhou Haijin understood my anxiety entirely. She scanned the surroundings urgently, and then took off running. I watched as she snatched a mobile bed from a nurse, hastily returning. The nurse, startled by the sudden action, stood dumbfounded for several seconds before finally reacting and chasing after her. At this moment, Zhou Haijin had already pushed the mobile bed to my side, calling out, "Get on quickly, lie down." I knew we had to be swift, but my body would not cooperate. Though my hand reached out, my legs remained immobile. Without hesitation, Zhou Haijin rushed over, lifting and placing me onto the mobile bed. Just then, the nurse arrived, and upon seeing my condition, ceased her insistence for the bed and assisted Zhou Haijin in securing me. At the instant I lay down, the elevator chimed, announcing its arrival. Zhou Haijin cursed, "We're out of time." She gestured to the nurse towards the corridor behind the elevator, forcefully pushing her over there. "Hurry." She then ran to another mobile bed heading down the opposite corridor, pretending to be a family member accompanying it. The young nurse, quite astute, did not ask further questions and began to push me down the corridor. Through the glass railing, I spotted Deng Jiafeng and the group of men striding out of the elevator, scanning the lobby and heading in Zhou Haijin's direction. I whispered to the nurse, "Please, get me out of here quickly." "Thank you." She hastened her pace, pushing the mobile bed towards the exit. Lying on it, I clutched the sides tightly, anxious that those men might turn back. She wheeled me out the main door, just as Shen Kuo had parked his car right outside. He exited the vehicle, assisting the nurse in getting me inside. Just as the door closed, I saw Deng Jiafeng and his companion stride out. Meanwhile, the nurse had pushed the mobile bed away, brushing past them and entering the lobby. "Don't start the car," I quickly instructed Shen Kuo. He obediently remained still, his gaze fixed on the men, and then pulled out his phone to make a call. Chapter 26. At most, fish or net. Deng Jiafeng stood at the entrance, his eyes scanning the parked vehicles in front. Fortunately, night had completely fallen, and our car had dark tinted windows, rendering the interior invisible. I noticed someone step forward to speak with Deng Jiafeng. He spat, turned, and walked back inside. I slumped into the seat, feeling utterly defeated. "Moments latte." Zhou Haijin dashed out and jumped into the car. "Let us go," I urged Shen Kuo. He promptly started the vehicle, pulling away from the entrance. "Did he see you?" Zhou Haijin, still panting, looked at me in concern. "That was close." "I'm not sure, so we must hurry back." "What are you afraid of?" "At most, it's a fish or net situation." "Given your current condition," Zhou Haijin sighed, clicking her tongue, "you really think it's wise to stay in that house?" Shen Kuo also glanced at me through the mirror. I cannot allow them to gain the upper hand. What transpired earlier only underscores that it is not merely about my health. If Deng Jiafeng truly pursued us, then the implications are significant. I voiced my lingering fears. Zhou Haijin patted my hand, reassuring me, "Don't overthink it. Remember, we're in this together." Her words struck a chord, and I felt a lump in my throat. Leaning back against the seat and closing my eyes, I suddenly remembered Sanbao and turned back to see him peacefully asleep in the caregiver's arms. The car sped along the road like a cheetah, yet my heart felt sluggish, a creeping sense of oppression causing my unease. The car halted in the shadows before my home, and Shen Kuo advised me not to rush out, allowing us a few quiet moments in the vehicle. Although it wasn't too late, my house was cloaked in darkness. "I'll accompany you inside," Zhou Haijin insisted, concern etched on her face. "Otherwise, you want to be able to carry Sanbao." "I'll go. I'm more familiar." Shen Kuo unbuckled his seatbelt, saying, "Let me carry the child." He allowed me to exit first, pushing the stroller inside, and opened the door, waiting for him to enter with Sanbao swiftly. The house was eerily quiet. I placed the stroller back in its original spot and turned on a small light to guide my way upstairs. Gently, I pushed open the door to the nursery, where a small night light glowed softly. Zhao Mingjin lay in the same position, sleeping soundly. I stepped aside to let Shen Kuo enter, and he glanced around the room before placing the child amidst the toys. I reached for a thin blanket, but Shen Kuo stopped me, gesturing toward Zhao Mingjin. I understood immediately. Covering her would give the impression that she had simply fallen asleep after playing. He pointed towards the outside and quickly exited. I glanced at the sleeping Sanbao, biting my lip as I exited the room. I swiftly removed Zhao Mingjin's clothing and returned it, slipping into my own room. Exhausted, I collapsed onto the bed, reactivating the surveillance, then turned off my phone and tucked it under my pillow. My heart raced uncontrollably as I meticulously reviewed the details, ensuring there were no oversights before finally exhaling deeply and closing my eyes, fatigue overwhelming me. I lost track of time, suddenly awakening to the sound of a car arriving, my eyes snapping open as headlights swept past. I strained to listen and indeed heard the front door click shut, followed by faint footsteps ascending from downstairs. Deng Jiaja had returned. He had promised not to come back, yet here he was. Without a doubt, Deng Jiafeng had called him. His footsteps paused at my door before he entered, lingering for a moment at the foot of my bed without climbing in. Instead, he pulled out his phone and dialed the number chapter 27, eavesdropping on the call in Jingyi's room. The ringing of the phone on the opposite end was exceptionally clear, and the next moment, the call was answered. Deng Jiajia departed from the bedside with his phone in hand, making his way to the bathroom. Yet, I could faintly hear someone ask from across the way, "Have you arrived?" Squinting, I glanced over and noticed that Deng Jiajia had already stepped into the restroom. Straining to catch more of their conversation, I found the voices too hushed to discern, but it was evident that someone was aware of his return, most likely Deng Jiafeng. It seemed Deng Jiajia had forgotten something, for he soon emerged again, heading to the changing room to retrieve a fresh towel before re-entering the bathroom. During this time, he held his phone, listening attentively to the dialogue on the other side, occasionally responding with a soft "mm." I scarcely understood where I found the courage, but barefoot, I tiptoed towards the bathroom, pressing myself against the wall, just in time to hear Deng Jiajia murmur, "Get someone to check the surveillance footage and send it to me. I asked you to handle it. Is it done?" "Yes. You need to be more urgent. It cannot be delayed. If he persists in his obstinacy, teach him a lesson." "But, Su Qing." It seemed that Su Cheng was mentioned, yet the details eluded me. Eager to lean in closer, I failed to notice my foot snagging on something atop the low cabinet by the door, causing a loud clatter. Instantly, silence enveloped the room, and in the next moment, the bathroom door swung open with force. In a moment of panic, I grabbed a vase from the cabinet and shouted, "Who's there? Come out!" The tremor in my voice betrayed my fright, lacking any semblance of intimidation. Deng Jiajia stepped out, and as I raised the vase to strike, he swiftly grasped my hand and exclaimed, "It's me." Bewildered, I stared at him, feeling my strength drain away. He seized the vase from me, holding me firmly as he demanded, "What are you doing?" With a pale face, I leaned against him, pounding my fist weakly against his chest. "You scare me to death. I thought someone else had come in. Didn't you say you wouldn't return?" I heard a voice. I was terrified. I feigned innocence and fear, my body trembling from the earlier shock. Deng Jiajia, his expression stern, retorted, "Who could come in? You always startle so easily." I glared at him, my anger rising. "Deng Jiajia, how dare you yell at me?" He paused, surprise flickering across his face, and quickly set the vase down, wrapping his arms around me, teasing, "Dear, I was just worried you were frightened. Who could possibly come in at this hour? If I hadn't returned to check on you, would you have been all right? You have no idea how heartbroken I was when I saw you crying 2 nights ago." His words ignited a fire of resentment within me, and I thought, "You're nothing but a smooth talker, a beast in human form." I struggled against him, but my resistance felt half-hearted, as if I was caught between acceptance and denial. "What are you doing?" "No, I lack the strength." I slumped against him, truly unable to fight back. Deng Jiajia buried his head against my chest, and I felt a wave of nausea rise within me. "Ugh," I exclaimed, and he immediately ceased his movements, looking up at me with concern. "What's wrong? Are you really feeling unwell?" I gasped, placing my hand over my heart. "Do you truly believe this is just for show? Any sudden movement makes me nauseous. My heart races. You should accompany me to the hospital." I felt as though the medication was ineffective. His lips twitched slightly before he smiled indulgently. "Then let us not take it anymore. I was planning to take you to Dr. Chi for a proper checkup." Leaning against him, I attempted to calm my nerves, trembling like a leaf ready to fall. I shot him a sideways glance. "Do you think you're a good person? Sneaking in at midnight to make phone calls. Nearly giving me a heart attack. If you want me gone quickly, you've certainly found method." He chuckled and tightened his embrace, his hands wandering playfully. "Wife, I want you so much." Chapter 28. The child who suddenly fell ill. I push him away, my temper flaring. "You genuinely want my life, don't you? Are you considering a replacement?" Deng Jiajia laughed heartily while I turned to leave, but he did not pursue me. Instead, he began to shower. Back in bed, my mind raced as I recalled his earlier phone conversation. I quickly retrieved my phone and messaged Zhou Haijin, urging her to handle the hospital surveillance footage promptly. The next morning, when Zhao Mingjin saw me descending the stairs with Deng Jiajia, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Mr. Jia, you returned last night?" Deng Jiajia replied, coolly. I sensed a hint of tension in Zhao Mingjin as she awkwardly stated, "Madam, I'll fetch your medicine right away." "Stop the medication for now," Deng Jiajia ordered, cutting me off before I could speak. Zhao Mingjin froze, glancing at me. I sat at the dining table, my heart fluttering with joy. Finally, I could forego the medicine. Yet, confusion crept in. Why had Deng Jiajia suddenly decided to halt my medication? After breakfast, I seized the opportunity to broach the subject of my phone with Deng Jiajia, and to my surprise, he readily agreed. fetching my phone from upstairs and handing it to me. Elated, I took it, eager to make a call, but he clasped my hand, instructing, "Just tell them you've returned. Don't let the elders worry." I was taken aback by his unexpected compliance. However, Deng Jiajia hesitated, glancing at me. I pressed him. "What is the matter? If they say they want to come to Qingsheng, delay it a bit." "Why?" I feigned annoyance, curious about his reasoning. "You're still unwell. Wouldn't they fret upon seeing you?" Deng Jiajia was indeed thorough. "Just say you've come back to rest, and we'll visit them in Suqing later. Don't let them worry too much. They're both 70 years old." "Fine." I cheerfully acquiesced, though unease lingered in my heart. When I called my parents, following Deng Jiajia's guidance, their delight at hearing my voice was palpable, and they bombarded me with questions about my life abroad. Armed with Deng Jiajia's narrative, I performed admirably, with him beside me, occasionally giving me thumbs up, his eyes shining with approval. The call stretched on for an eternity, and by the time I hung up, I felt nearly oxygen deprived. I did not hide my exhaustion, jokingly teasing Deng Jiajia that I might faint if we continued much longer. "Then you should head upstairs and rest," he said softly, wrapping his arm around my shoulders. Before I could ascend, Zhao Mingjin hurried down, rushing towards the medicine cabinet. Deng Jiajia shot her a sharp glance, demanding, "What is going on?" Sanbao seems to have a slight fever," Zhao Mingjin stammered. "What?" I sprang to my feet, frustration surging through me. I knew all too well what had transpired, and regret flooded my mind. I felt as though I could bash my head against a wall. Zhao Mingjin, her expression guilty, continued, "He might have caught a chill last night when I checked on him. He kicked off the blanket." Hearing her words, I cursed inwardly, realizing her cunning nature. She appeared oblivious to the real issue. I refrained from questioning further and ascended the stairs, with Deng Jiajia closely following. Upon reaching the children's room, I touched Sanbao's forehead, confirming it was indeed burning hot. "How could this happen?" I murmured, tears welling in my eyes. I genuinely regretted not covering him properly last night. Had I done so, he wouldn't have fallen ill. My frustration made me want to slam my head against the wall. Deng Jiajia comforted me. "Wife, don't worry. Children are bound to fall ill." Upon observing Zhao Mingjin's face, etched with concern, I saw her carefully placing the thermometer under Sanbao's armpit, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the child's delicate face, betraying her evident anxiety. When the thermometer was retrieved, it revealed a fever of 39 degrees. Chapter 29. Multiple Organ Weakness. The sight of the thermometer's reading brought tears to my eyes as I berated myself incessantly for my selfishness, for failing to care for him properly, and for allowing him to suffer the consequences. He is still so young, and I am not a competent mother. There is no time to waste. "We must go to the hospital," I urged Deng Jiajia, hastening our departure. As Zhao Mingjin and I both bent down, intending to lift the child, we collided, causing my vision to blur and my body to sway. Deng Jiajia steadied me with a firm grip, his voice cold and commanding. "Let Xinjie accompany me. Your health is at stake. Do not worsen your condition." A smirk played at the corners of Zhao Mingjin's lips as she enveloped Sanbao in a thin blanket, cradling him in her arms with an air of triumph. I stood there, momentarily stunned, grappling with a sense of resentment. Deng Jiajia offered me a comforting remark. "Go rest in your room. You have nothing to worry about with me here. We will return shortly." Yet, I felt a gnawing unease as I stepped forward, casting a worried glance at Deng Jiajia, eager to voice my concerns, but he had already strode out. I followed closely behind, incessantly offering reminders until we reached the stairwell. Watching them rush out, a tumult of emotions surged within me. This illness plaguing my child stemmed from my own negligence, and yet, I found myself devoid of the strength to care for him. As the door closed, I retreated to my room, peering through the window as Deng Jiajia's vehicle sped away. A bitter smile crept onto my face. It seemed that in their eyes, remaining confined to this room was my only semblance of normalcy. Before I could shake off the self-recrimination, my hidden phone vibrated, pulling me back to reality. I retrieved it to find a document sent by Haijun. I opened it absent-mindedly, but upon a mere glance, I felt as though I had been struck by lightning. Multiple organ weakness. Elevated levels of various heavy metals in the body, moderate poisoning. Should this condition worsen, it could lead to organ failure, with severe cases resulting in death. These words were nothing short of shocking to me. As someone engaged in the medical device industry, these terms felt like a thunderclap, sending me reeling with the realization that my frail health was perilously close to the brink of death. A wave of heat surged within me, which I forced down, taking a deep breath to steady my emotions. My fists clenched so tightly that my knuckles turned white, igniting a fierce anger within me. Just then, another message from Zhou Haijin came through, prompting me to initiate a video call. She answered promptly, her expression grave as she gazed at me on the screen. Nini, did you see the results? I'm not surprised by this outcome. I was taken aback, my teeth grinding together in anguish. The pain in my heart was unbearable. We lingered in silence for what felt like an eternity until Zhou Haijin finally spoke, her tone gentler than before. Do not worry. Director Han has devised a comprehensive treatment plan and has sourced antidotes from abroad. They will arrive in a few days. He mentioned that if the effects are insufficient, we may need to consider dialysis. I believe you will recover soon. None of US will give up on you, Nini. Do not fret. Her words brought tears to my eyes. I sought not mere survival. I yearned to exact revenge. This was my reason to persevere. I instructed Director Han to conduct further tests on the elements, discovering that the composition of the poison was not traditional Chinese medicine, but rather a rare chemical agent, which Director Han indicated could only be procured through the black market. The black market? I echoed in disbelief, looking at Zhou Haijin. She nodded, affirming, yes. It is only available there. It is a form of slow-acting poison. This substance is colorless and odorless, making it difficult to detect when added to food. Even in small doses, it evades notice while inflicting significant harm, gradually eroding bodily organs until failure ensues, leaving no clear cause of death. Thus, the traditional medicines we tested are entirely innocent. It must have been introduced later. This means that Zhao Mingjin cannot escape culpability. She brewed the poison and delivered it. This vile woman cannot deny her involvement. Yet, I pondered, she lacked the capability to procure such a substance from the black market. I stated firmly, shuddering involuntarily. Chapter 30. Involvement with the black market. This was clearly beyond the reach of a mere maid. Nini, what I fear most is whether she still possesses this poison. If she does, it could pose a future threat. You must be cautious with everything you consume from now on. Zhou Haijin warned, especially when Deng Jiajia is not around. Avoid eating anything she offers. I agreed, but worried about the child. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes, tears streaming down my cheeks. Haijin, how has my life come to this? Why are they doing this to us? Do not be agitated. Avoid reckless actions and always prioritize your safety. As long as you are alive, there is hope. Zhou Haijin urged softly. Indeed, living was the only way to maintain chance. I sniffed back my tears, realizing they were all at the hospital, and Sanbao had fallen asleep without a blanket last night and caught a chill. Deng Jiajia had returned overnight. I suspected that Deng Jiafeng had called him. What was said, I cannot know, but his return was certainly abnormal. Oh, by the way, Haijin, we need to find a way to handle the hospital surveillance. Rest assured, once we left the hospital, Shen Kuo had already arranged for the surveillance to be dealt with. Zhou Haijin reassured me. He is meticulous and will leave no loose ends. You can trust him. That is a relief. I exhaled, feeling a weight lift. When Deng Jiajia returned, he had called someone. I thought I heard the name Su Cheng. Haijin, if it is convenient, you really should return as Su Cheng. What are you saying? She questioned. For you, I would be willing to forego my job and follow your every command. I have worked too hard these past years. I deserve a break. Her words warmed my heart. Haijin, I am truly grateful for you. Zhou Haijin erupted in anger. That scoundrel Deng Jiajia would stoop so low for a maid. No, I voiced my suspicions. Something feels wrong. Zhao Mingjin is merely a pawn in a larger scheme. Deng Jiajia has ulterior motives. How so? Zhou Haijin pressed for clarification. His demeanor, I stated unequivocally. Deng Jiajia's attitude toward Zhao Mingjin is inappropriate. Are you suggesting they are involved? Zhou Haijin questioned, clearly skeptical. I shook my head, pondering the complexities of the situation. There is definitely something amiss, but I cannot pinpoint it precisely. However, it is certainly not the primary factor. It would be more accurate to say that Zhao Mingjin is either monitoring me at his behest or acting as his accomplice. He truly is desperate. He would even take a maid. I scoffed. Do not worry. Shen Kuo is already investigating their backgrounds. Zhou Haijin replied dismissively. Once the results are in, we will know who is colluding with the black market. Our immediate priority is to locate that substance. I am certain Zhao Mingjin still possesses it. That evidence could bring them to justice. Colorless and odorless, I murmured, horrified at the implications of such a substance being present in my home. What would happen to my children? If she were to target them, It would be impossible to defend against. No, I must take advantage of their absence to search for this substance. By the way, is it possible to access Deng Jia's computer? I inquired of Zhou Haijin. Please hold on. I will send you the details shortly. Zhou Haijin promised before ending the call. I grabbed my old phone, quickly checking the status of the surveillance, only to find that, as I suspected, Deng Jia had turned off all monitoring to avoid raising my suspicions. I let out a cold snort, certain that Deng Jia would turn off the surveillance upon returning my phone and would not easily reopen it. I headed straight to the kitchen, meticulously examining every corner, leaving no stone unturned, yet I found nothing unusual. How peculiar! Where could she have hidden the items? Chapter 31. The Hidden Door. Surely, she wouldn't carry such things with her. The most logical place for them would be the kitchen, facilitating her operations. I even unwrapped the unprocessed herbal packets one by one, comparing their ingredients, and indeed, they were identical. Unwilling to accept defeat, I ventured into Zhao Mingjin's room. I seldom entered her space, and it was quite cluttered. The wardrobe was overflowing with clothes. I searched through it, but found no trace of Deng Jia's belongings. She had spent far too long in this house, becoming an integral part of it, even harboring ambitions of becoming its mistress. On the vanity, I discovered an array of high-end cosmetics, including a bottle of perfume identical to mine. I was convinced these items had origins, likely crafted by Deng Jia herself. I had no time to inspect them further. I meticulously searched every corner of her room, but again found nothing suspicious. Exhaustion weighed heavily on me, my vision blurred, and my heart raced as if it might explode. I sank to the floor, pondering whether the concoction had vanished. Otherwise, how could the herbal medicine suddenly lack its necessary components? From the events of the past few days, it seemed they had not yet realized I was awake. I had been exceedingly cautious, leaving no room for error. For safety's sake, I tremblingly picked up my phone and called Deng Jia. After a lengthy wait, he finally answered. I inquired about Sanbao's condition, and he informed me it was acute pneumonia and that he was receiving intravenous treatment. I asked when he would finish and whether hospitalization was necessary. Deng Jia replied that the doctor wanted to observe for a while and reassure me not to worry. After hanging up, I felt a sense of clarity. They wouldn't be returning for some time, leaving me uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. I sat for a moment longer, then gritted my teeth and stood up. I cannot let my son's illness be in vain. I needed to hasten my search for more clues. My gaze swept meticulously across every inch of the room, inspecting every possible place for liquid storage, yet I found nothing. Breathing heavily, I leaned helplessly against the wardrobe, only to be startled when it shifted slightly. The movement piqued my curiosity. How could such a heavy wardrobe move so easily with just my gentle nudge? I reached out and pushed it, and to my astonishment, it slid effortlessly aside, revealing a hidden door. Stunned, I stood there, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the door. What had transpired in this house? My mind raced. The nanny's room should be adjacent to the study. This hidden door was a sliding panel large enough for a person to pass through. I pulled it open, contemplating what lay beyond. I peered inside and saw what appeared to be a bookshelf. Gathering my courage, I pushed against it, and it spun like a revolving door, unveiling another space. I stepped inside. Indeed, it was the study, and this door was cleverly concealed behind the bookshelf adjacent to Deng Jia's chair. Once closed, it was nearly impossible to detect any irregularity. I stood dumbfounded before the bookshelf, surveying the study, and suddenly, the lingering doubts in my mind began to unravel. No wonder that night I had clearly seen Deng Jia enter Zhao Mingjin's room, only to abruptly appear in the study. Moreover, it explained why the study was locked. It all made sense. It appeared Deng Jia had secured all the drawers, likely as a precaution against Zhao Mingjin. But why construct such a door? And how could he have anticipated my visit to the study? Chapter 32. A complete shattering of worldviews. These questions ensnared me in a labyrinth of confusion, causing my head to throb. Yet reason urged me not to dwell on these matters any longer. I eagerly sat at the desk, powered on Deng Jia's computer, and entered the string of passwords Zhou Haijin had sent me. The screen flickered, granting me access to the main page. An exhilarating rush coursed through me as I trembled with anticipation, clicking open his documents and folders. Perhaps it was my unwillingness to accept the decade I had devoted to Deng Jia, but at that moment, the first item I wished to access was the household surveillance records. Little did I anticipate that upon entering the surveillance footage, the content would utterly shatter my perceptions. I not only witnessed myself, lifeless and in a stupor on the bed, but also saw Zhao Mingjin standing at the foot of my bed with my 3 children, pointing at my still form and speaking to them. Initially, the children listened attentively, but soon their expressions morphed into horror as they recoiled, their faces etched with disgust, before they rushed out in a panic. Seeing their reactions elicited a sinister smile from Zhao Mingjin. No wonder I hadn't seen my eldest and second child for so long. They clearly wished to avoid this house and me. Even when they returned, they gravitated towards Zhao Mingjin, clinging to her affectionately. That wicked woman, she intended to eradicate me completely. Furthermore, after Deng Jiajia returned, he had never even glanced my way, heading straight to Zhao Mingjin's room, only emerging at dawn. There were numerous scenes in the living room depicting him entangled with Zhao Mingjin, where he reclined unabashedly on the sofa, while she knelt between his spread legs, her head bobbing down. A wave of nausea surged through me, and I grabbed the trash can beneath the table, retching violently. In that very moment, I caught a glimpse of a used condom, momentarily obscured by my vomit, sending me into a deeper state of revulsion, forcing me to collapse onto the floor. Overwhelmed by tears and bile, I laughed uncontrollably, my parents' words echoing in my mind. Deng Jiajia's true nature had been revealed. The image of his shameless posture, his depraved, indulgent, and greedy expression haunted me. I retched again, expelling nothing but bile. Rationality reminded me that I had important matters to attend to. I fought against my discomfort and shakily exited the surveillance document. I continued to peruse the other folders. Some contained basic company information, while others were encrypted, remaining inaccessible to me. By chance, I clicked open the image folder, only to discover an overwhelming collection of pictures showcasing various women in compromising situations with him. Their boldness shocking. Many were from his days at the image studio, where he appeared as a youthful boy. If the videos with Zhao Mingjin had shattered my worldview, what I now beheld had completely obliterated it, leaving me questioning everything. Was this truly the Deng Jiajia I thought I knew? It seemed I had been mistaken from the beginning, losing everything. He was indeed a master of deception, having played a role in front of me for a full decade. He was never the refined gentleman I believed him to be, but rather an unrepentant beast, indulging in depravity. I slapped myself hard across the face, the force of the blow leaving my head ringing. I had been so reckless, so impulsive, that I had gambled away my life, nearly sacrificing it entirely. Consumed by rage, I yearned to obliterate this loathsome creature. Yet I knew I must preserve this evidence, despite the revolting nature of the content. I held on to the hope that one day it might serve a purpose. I retrieved a large-capacity USB drive, plugged it into the computer, and proceeded to save all the images, videos, and accessible documents. Before the data transfer was completed, I faintly heard the sound of a car approaching. Startled, I hurriedly left my study and rushed to my room, peering out the window. Indeed, I spotted Deng Jiajia's car returning. Chapter 33, a double entendre, they had arrived. I turned and dashed back to the study, my fists clenched tightly as I watched the data transfer inch forward. The sound of the front door opening and closing echoed from downstairs, causing me to stamp my feet in frustration. At last, the data transfer was complete. I yanked out the USB drive, shut the computer, and bolted from the study. I could already hear their footsteps ascending the stairs, my body trembling with anxiety. Taking a deep breath, I steeled my wobbly legs and made my way to the staircase. As I stepped out, Deng Jiajia was already coming up, holding Sambao, while Zhao Mingjin followed closely behind, clutching a blanket. I couldn't help but smirk coldly to myself at the sight of this family of 3. After all, that was my son. Sambao, come to mommy. I reached out to embrace him, but Sambao twisted away, clinging tightly to Deng Jiajia's neck, calling out daddy. Deng Jiajia replied softly, choosing not to say more as he carried Sambao past me and into the room. Zhao Mingjin glanced at me, a smirk playing on her lips, radiating disdain and provocation. I suppressed my feelings and followed them into the children's room, asking, how is he? Does he need to be hospitalized? I reached out to touch Sanbao's forehead. It felt cool, indicating that his fever had finally subsided. It's all right. The doctor said it's better for him to stay home. The hospital is overwhelmed with patients, and the virus is quite severe. Given his age, it's best not to keep him in the hospital. Deng Jiajia explained while instructing Zhao Mingjin to fetch him some water. Zhao Mingjin immediately turned to get the water, while Sam Bao lay on the bed, his small hand gripping Deng Jiajia's fingers, looking listless like a wilted eggplant. As Zhao Mingjin returned with the water, I reached out to take it. Let me do it. She deliberately avoided my hand, insisting I'll handle it. He is not used to you taking care of him. Her words ignited my anger. What did she mean by saying I had never cared for him? If it weren't for their schemes against me, I wouldn't be in this situation. What do you mean I've never cared for him? I questioned angrily. Zhao Mingjin was taken aback by my words and looked at Deng Jiajia. Deng Jiajia stood up and took hold of my arm, saying, "Let Jinjia soothe him to sleep. The doctor said he needs more rest." Rest. Suddenly, the words colorless and odorless flashed in my mind, sending a chill down my spine. I shook off his hand, exclaiming, "No, our son is sick. How can I rest? I want to stay with my child." Deng Jiajia was momentarily taken aback by my outburst, staring at me in shock. Is it so wrong for me to care for my child? I am his mother. He is ill. Shouldn't I be worried? I challenged him, my anger surging. Deng Jiajia's gaze was inscrutable, and the room fell into an eerie silence. Sam Bao, perhaps frightened by the tension, suddenly burst into tears, calling for his father. I quickly rushed over, pulling Zhao Mingjin aside and sitting by his bed, trying to comfort him. Deng Jiajia took the cup of water from Zhao Mingjin and said, "You go cook. Let Nini soothe him to sleep." Zhao Mingjin remained rooted in place, clearly reluctant. I looked up at her, locking eyes, and asked, "Didn't you hear?" She cast a glance at Deng Jiajia, who didn't acknowledge her, leaving her with no choice but to huff a reluctant fine before turning to leave. Initially, Sam Bao resisted, reaching out towards Zhao Mingjin, but I lifted him into my arms, cradling him and soothing him. Perhaps it was Deng Jiajia's presence or San Bao's weakened state, but after a few cries, he settled down. I sighed in relief and remarked, "It seems that children truly cannot be spoiled. I am his mother. If this continues, he will grow distant from me." Deng Jiajia shot me a sidelong glance, sarcastically commenting, "Your temper has really improved. How could you be jealous over such trivial matters? What do you mean by distant? Aren't you the one who was worried about your health? Fearing you couldn't take care of him?" I glared back at him, retorting pointedly, "Just because I am unwell doesn't mean I should relinquish my role to a nanny." Chapter 34. Self-inflicted humiliation. Deng Jiajia's expression visibly stiffened for a moment before he masked it with a forced smile, saying, "No one can replace your position. All right, don't be angry. The child is sick. You don't want to frighten him, do you? In the end, it will be you who suffers." His words rang true, and I reluctantly shifted my gaze to San Bao's tear-streaked face, gently patting him. A faint sound from the doorway confirmed my suspicion that Zhao Mingjin was eavesdropping. I deliberately remarked, "It seems I've been ill for quite some time. My health issues are always on your lips." Deng Jiajia avoided the subject, feeding San Bao a few sips of water to mask his discomfort. I then heard quiet footsteps retreating. Soon, San Bao fell asleep in my arms. I gently laid him on the bed, tucked him in, and gazed at him for a long moment, my heart aching. Deng Jiajia wrapped his arm around my shoulders, his tone a mix of mockery and concern. "Are you tired? Go rest a bit. To care for him, you must be well rested." I didn't even glance at him as I rose and returned to my room. I was genuinely exhausted and had no desire to feign politeness towards him. He disgusted me. It seemed I truly couldn't allow them to lead me around by the nose. They really thought of me as a sickly cat. Deng Jiajia followed me inside, and I coldly told him, "I'm tired and want to sleep. Don't disturb me." With that, I turned to lie down. "Fine. You rest for a bit. I'll call you when it's time for dinner," he said, and I heard him leave, closing the door behind him. Not having found that thing, I felt an added sense of danger. Zhao Mingjin seemed unable to contain herself. That evening, feigning sleep, I faintly heard voices. Straining to listen, I discerned it was Deng Jiajia and Zhao Mingjin, but their tone was not normal. It seemed they were arguing. Quietly, I got out of bed and pressed myself against the door to listen, but I couldn't make out the words. Summoning my courage, I opened the door slightly. The voices were coming from downstairs. Zhao Mingjin sounded displeased. "How dare you say that to me? And you, why did you stop her medication? What? You can't bear to part with her? Zhao Mingjin, you need to know who you're speaking to." Deng Jiajia's tone was evidently angry. "You have no right to lecture me. If I had known it would come to this, I wouldn't have acted so rashly. Now you're concerned for her? You shouldn't have harmed her in the first place. Why do you?" Before Zhao Mingjin could finish her sentence, there was a sudden gasp. followed by Deng Jiajia's furious voice. Who the hell gave you the courage to speak to me like that? Are you seeking death? Do you really think I wouldn't dare to deal with you? I crept forward a few steps to see what was happening. But then I heard Zhao Mingjin's voice, hoarse and strangled, as if her throat were being squeezed. Ah, let go. Peering out, I saw Deng Jiajia gripping Zhao Mingjin's neck, pressing her against the sofa, her legs thrashing in struggle, her face turning a shade of purple. Do you think you can threaten me with a child? Do you believe I wouldn't make you completely disappear? Deng Jiajia growled ominously. Listen closely. Lu Danny's fate rests solely in my hands. Should you dare to reveal even the slightest hint of your true intentions in her presence, I will ensure you meet your end before her. A shiver ran down my spine. It was indeed a death threat from Deng Jiajia, with Zhao Mingjin merely an accomplice. Shortly after, I heard a thud, followed by Zhao Mingjin's frantic coughing. Deng Jiajia continued to shout, "Gather your belongings and cease all actions. Without my command, you shall obediently fulfill your role as a maid." He deliberately extended the word maid, infusing it with contempt. Zhao Mingjin coughed violently, struggling to speak. Deng Jiajia, in your eyes, I have always been just a maid, haven't I? Below, Deng Jiajia erupted into maniacal laughter before retorting. What do you think? Ha ha ha. What makes you think you could ever surpass Lu Danny? Oh, right. He paused, then with a wicked tone added, your mouth is indeed superior to hers. I must admit, I quite like it. Chapter 35. A lesson for her. A wave of nausea washed over me. I understood all too well what Deng Jiajia was implying. Zhao Mingjin was humiliating herself. You should thank her for giving you the chance to please me with your mouth. Otherwise, do you think you would ever have a chance to approach me? Deng Jiajia's words were shameless. Not even a child interrupted her. Stop bargaining with me and keep your tail tucked. What was she planning regarding the child? Was she attempting to use the child as leverage against Deng Jiajia? My anxiety heightened, and I instinctively clenched my fists, my palms sweating. When Deng Jiajia mentioned gather your belongings, could he be referring to that concoction? If it were indeed that substance, he wouldn't fear Zhao Mingjin striking first with poison. It seemed that the item still resided with Zhao Mingjin. I stood frozen, momentarily forgetting that I was eavesdropping. If that item remained, where could she possibly be hiding it? After a prolonged silence, I suddenly heard Deng Jiajia say, "Get up. Since your mouth has been idle for days, it's time for you to put in some effort. Come here." Following this, I heard a rustling sound, succeeded by Deng Jiajia's loud, indescribable grunting. I felt a wave of revulsion, gritting my teeth in anger as I hurriedly retreated to my room. I had never envisioned that this sanctuary, which I revered, could harbor such filth. Clearly, I could no longer allow them to disregard my existence. The following day, San Bao's condition had improved significantly. He consumed a small bowl of steamed egg custard, his tiny body wriggling with newfound energy. Zhao Mingjin adorned her neck with a gleaming new necklace, evidently a reward for last night's exertions. I cast her a disdainful glance while eating in silence. At that moment, my meal lost its flavor, as I felt utterly disgusted. Yet, I knew I had to conserve my strength and recover swiftly. Deng Jiajia sauntered downstairs, taking a seat beside me, appearing quite refreshed, even playfully tousling my hair, remarking on my good complexion. Not taking medicine, I must be well, I retorted intentionally, scrutinizing his expression. Although I was unaware of his reasons for halting my medication, I needed to avoid overacting, gradually appearing healthier to maintain the facade. Furthermore, I sought to exert some pressure on them. Their flirtations right under my nose felt like an affront. I couldn't allow them to feel too comfortable. Deng Jiajia, unfazed, indulgently said, "As long as my wife feels good, we won't take any medicine. You've endured enough. I think I should get a checkup at the hospital. I feel unusually fatigued. Perhaps I should test for trace elements, as prolonged use of herbal medicine might have depleted something," I murmured, also addressing my persistent head pain, which seemed problematic. I noticed Zhao Mingjin's hand falter slightly as she served food. "When you have time, I'll accompany you. Don't rush. Let us find a competent doctor to examine you." Deng Jiajia remained calm, serving me a slice of ham. "Once I finalize this contract, I'll take you." "All right," I agreed, reaching my goal, savoring my meal while casting glances at Zhao Mingjin, contemplating how to teach her a lesson. Now that I had identified my target, remaining passive would only portray me as cowardly. After breakfast, Deng Jiajia hastily departed for the office, leaving me to play with Sanbao, who was quite well-behaved and endearing. Zhao Mingjin engaged in incessant chatter, apologizing profusely for Sanbao's illness, attributing it to her negligence. I slyly inquired, "Is it that the household chores have become too burdensome, leaving you insufficiently energized? If you feel overwhelmed, I could hire someone to assist you." Her reaction was immediate. She waved her hands in protest, insisting, "No, no, no, madam. That's unnecessary. I can manage. Hiring someone would just mean more salaries to pay. I can handle it. I'll be more careful next time." She certainly wished to avoid me hiring additional help, as that would threaten her position and their dynamics. However, I had no intention of letting her off the hook so easily. Chapter 36. Breathing outside the cage around noon, Zhou Haijin called, informing me that Director Han had received the antidote sent from abroad and requested that I notify her when it was safe for her to deliver it. Without hesitation, I responded, "Let us meet outside. I want to see you. There is something to discuss." Is that permissible?" She sounded surprised by my decision and asked, "Is your health all right?" "I feel cooped up. I need some fresh air. I've been suffocating," I replied. A timid person cannot be a general. Deng Jiajia is wreaking havoc everywhere. Why shouldn't I be allowed to breathe a little? Zhou Haijin laughed in agreement, spoiled by him. Damn. I informed her that Deng Jiajia had explicitly ordered my medication to be halted. What is going on? What is he planning now? Zhou Haijin queried, concerned. "You need to be cautious. He might be plotting something deceptive. Your insights are uncanny. He indeed has ulterior motives. He must sense my doubts, which is why he had Zhao Mingjin stop my medication. Yet, I felt something was amiss beyond just this factor. To be honest, the feeling was palpable. Yet I couldn't articulate what was wrong. If he had already set his mind to kill, why not proceed? All right, let us meet and discuss. Where shall I pick you up? Though perhaps the time is a bit tight." Zhou Haijin seemed worried for my safety. "Not at all," I replied meaningfully. "I will ensure she sleeps soundly, and I will make sure it becomes a habit." "You mean it's her turn to sleep now?" Zhou Haijin teased, fully aware of my intentions towards Zhao Mingjin. I shared a knowing smile. After lunch, Sanbao, likely feeling unwell, fell asleep early. I then added some spice to Zhao Mingjin's routine, ensuring she accompanied Sanbao to sleep. Haijin picked me up and took me to a nearby tea house. She handed me a small packet of medicine, saying, "Keep this safe. I have more at home, but didn't bring all of it to avoid cluttering your storage. Make sure to take it on time." Director Han instructed that after finishing this medicine, we should check the data for improvement before proceeding with the next treatment plan. I nodded and entrusted her with a USB drive for safekeeping, just in case. "Are you certain Deng Jiajia has ulterior motives?" Zhou Haijin asked seriously, her eyes filled with questions. "Absolutely. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted. He would not cease halfway." I expressed my incredulity, remarking how, despite the multitude of charming figures surrounding us over the years, I had failed to notice his murderous intent until he abruptly ceased his actions. Did this not strike you as an inexplicable contradiction? My words left Zhou Haijin momentarily stunned, and after a lengthy pause, she forced a smile and inquired, "So, you're aware of it? You mustn't tell me that Shun Kuo has already unraveled the mystery?" I sensed a hint of information in Zhou Haijin's words. She nodded, neither confirming nor denying, and continued, "Surprisingly, Deng Jiajia is indeed a person of considerable substance, possessing a complex social network and engaging in improper relations with numerous women. Even your family's maid is one of his sexual partners. He has ensnared many women to serve him, and this service encompasses much more than mere physical intimacy." Zhou Haijin pondered, struggling to find an apt term, ultimately suggesting that these women were akin to puppets, wholly devoted to attending to his needs. Upon hearing this, a chill ran through me. How foolish I had been to have associated with such a wretch. "Nini, do not be upset. No one is infallible, and it is simply impossible to foresee such monstrous behavior." Zhou Haijin hurriedly consoled me. Truth be told, after reviewing this information, I am filled with regret. Why did we not investigate his background earlier? I turned to Zhou Haijin, questioning, "And what of Zhao Mingjin's background?" Upon hearing his name, Zhou Haijin chuckled in disbelief. Shaking her head, "Zhao Mingjin hails from a rather peculiar family. Her father, an alcoholic, was prone to domestic violence. Her mother had previously been involved with a married man, and after suffering public humiliation at the hands of his legitimate wife, she ended up marrying Zhao Mingjin's father. After marriage, her mother adopted a rather reckless attitude, weary of her circumstances. After all, She had once been with a handsome man and now found herself married to an unattractive drunkard, leading her to despair. I scoffed at the notion. It appears her nature was always restless. Zhou Haijin wholeheartedly agreed, continuing her narrative. Initially, the alcoholic treated her with some affection, but her mother's self-destructive tendencies eventually wore down his patience. After yet another provocation, she endured a brutal beating. Domestic violence is cyclical, and even during her pregnancy with Zhao Mingjin, she suffered the same fate. Thus, Zhao Mingjin grew up in such a toxic environment. I lamented, she deserves no sympathy, stubbornly treading the same path as her mother. It seems I have fortuitously encountered a virtuous individual. Zhou Haijin could not suppress her laughter, affirming, "You are indeed correct." Her lineage carries the taint of self-degradation. She recounted how Zhao Mingjin had dropped out of school, leaving home at 17 to pursue a life of servitude in hopes of marrying a wealthy man. She had even been caught and beaten for seducing her employer, which eventually led her to Qin Sheng. No wonder she has remained in my household for 8 years. She must be biding her time for a breakthrough. I chuckled bitterly. It is no surprise she wishes for my demise, resorting to drugs and clandestine assaults. Zhou Haijin looked at me, puzzled. Clandestine assaults? I pointed to the painful area on my head for her to examine. This is the evidence of her covert violence against me. As Zhou Haijin leaned in for a closer look, her eyes widened with fury. What on earth, Lu Danny? Why didn't you tell me sooner? This wretched woman. No. We must report her. We must. She pressed my head down, capturing a photograph to show me. The image revealed a gruesome sight of my scalp, mottled with shades of purple and yellow, riddled with tiny puncture marks. The horror of it shocked even me, illustrating just how deeply I had been in slumber. Lu Danny, what are you waiting for? We must apprehend her. She deserves to rot in prison. Zhou Haijin clutched my head, sobbing, "My dear Nini, how could this happen to you?" After a long pause, I slowly straightened my posture, adjusted my hair, and calmly stated, what good would imprisoning her do? For her, prison would be a haven. A few years there, and she could emerge anew. It is far too lenient. She must endure the same agonies her mother faced, to truly understand what it means to suffer. Zhou Haijin immediately grasped my sentiment, seizing my hands tightly. Count me in. I will assist you. You are right. She must experience the depths of despair. Very well. I have a task for you, I said, my eyes glimmering with anticipation. Speak freely, whether it be one thing or many. I am bound to help you extract this grievance. I leaned in and whispered my thoughts to Zhou Haijin, her excitement mounting with every word. Absolutely, you can count on me, she declared, slapping her chest, and we exchanged satisfied smiles. I glanced at the time and, alongside Zhou Haijin, exited the tea house, prepared to return home. However, just as we were about to step outside, I spotted 2 figures emerging from a bank across the street, engaged in conversation by a vehicle. Pulling Zhou Haijin back into the tea house, I pointed out the scene. The 2 individuals were none other than Deng Jiazhe and his brother, Deng Jiafeng. At that moment, Deng Jiafeng appeared to be discussing something with Deng Jiazhe, who stood with arms crossed, occasionally interjecting. Zhou Haijin remarked, "These 2 brothers are undoubtedly up to no good, a pair of conspirators." Just as I was about to respond, another man hurried over, and to my astonishment, I recognized him. Fan Kai, a former sales representative for my company responsible for the East China region. I indicated him to Zhou Haijin, recalling how he had played both sides and was subsequently ousted from the scene. What connection did he have with Deng Jiazhe? Clearly, this could not bode well. I instructed Shun Qua to assign someone to monitor Deng Jiazhe to uncover his daily dealings. Zhou Haijin darkly noted, "To know thy enemy and thyself is the key to victory in every battle." Indeed, but we must exercise caution. Deng Jiafeng is not to be trifled with. The company he keeps is hardly reputable, I cautioned Zhou Haijin. Thus, I suspect Deng Jiafeng has ties to the black market. I watched as Fan Kai approached Deng Jiazhe, bowing and handing him a document pouch. Upon receiving it, Deng Jiazhe examined its contents while Fan Kai hurriedly provided additional information, to which Deng Jiazhe nodded in acknowledgement. He then opened the car door, placed the pouch in the passenger seat, and turned back to say something to Deng Jiafeng. The 3 exchanged farewells before Deng Jiazhe entered his vehicle, clearly having awaited that document. As they departed, Zhou Haijin turned to me, exclaiming, "How fortuitous! Why do we keep encountering them? I hope that scoundrel ISNT heading home." To be honest, that was my very concern. I pondered for a moment, then switched off my phone. Grabbing Zhou Haijin, I said, let's go back. I stepped outside the tea house with Zhou Haijin close behind, who looked at me anxiously. Nini, are you sure it's safe for you to return alone? I remained silent, my mind racing. I too was anxious. If Deng Jiajia returned now, and Zhao Mingjin remained asleep and unresponsive, it would surely raise his suspicions. Noticing my silence, Zhou Haijin grew worried. Perhaps I should accompany you. I could say I called you to come out. I shook my head. No, it's not wise to reveal your presence just yet. Remember, there's still the hospital matter to consider. If Deng Jiajia sees us together now, he will undoubtedly connect the dots back to that day at the hospital. Even if Deng Jiafeng didn't fully ascertain my identity then, he certainly harbored suspicions. Otherwise, Deng Jiajia wouldn't have returned that night. What should I do? You're going back alone, and I'm a bit uneasy, Zhou Haijin said anxiously. It's fine, I'll adapt. I replied nonchalantly. This is a good opportunity to test whether he will act against me. If he refrains, it signifies that there must be another scheme at play. But what if he does take action? Are you really willing to risk your life, putting yourself in danger? Zhou Haijin abruptly stopped the car. Concern etched on her face as she looked at me. I doubt he will. Hence, this is an excellent chance to probe him. Do you think that by not testing, I can evade danger? I've long been hanging by a thread. I stated firmly. The true peril lies in failing to uncover his genuine intentions. In that case, I'll stay close to you. If you're fine, just send me a message. If I don't hear from you, I'll call the police. I'm only giving you an hour. Zhou Haijin cautioned me, and I nodded in agreement, allowing her to continue driving. Just then, the car glided past a hair salon, which was quite close to our compound. I quickly called out, Haijin, stop. She looked at me in confusion, asking, what's wrong? Back up a bit. I directed Zhou Haijin, and she complied. I unbuckled my seatbelt and said, don't worry about me, just go. Don't let the surveillance cameras in our compound catch you. Then, I stepped out and walked into the salon. Chapter 39. Who were you talking to when I finally stumbled through the door, exhausted? Deng Jiajia was furiously pointing at Zhao Mingjin, berating her. Upon noticing my sudden entrance, he momentarily froze. Without even changing my shoes, I walked straight in, plopping down on the sofa, kicking off my shoes, and reclining on the couch, utterly drained. That short private road in the compound felt like a monumental trek, and returning was nothing short of a miracle. Deng Jiajia strode over to me, disbelief in his eyes. How did you get out? What happened to your hair? I raised my hand to touch my neat, ear-length bob and replied breezily, what's wrong? It looks nice, doesn't it? At least I won't shed hair in clumps. I knew Deng Jiajia detested short hair. During his time as a stylist, he never worked with short styles. He had once adored my long, lustrous hair cascading down to my waist, but now it was nothing more than a faded remnant. Yellowed and brittle like frostbitten grass, lacking vitality. Deng Jiajia stared at me, visibly exasperated, yet said nothing as he turned and ascended the stairs. I smirked inwardly. Why should I cater to your preferences? From now on, unless you put an end to me, it will be I who brings about your demise. There's no room for negotiation. Seeing Deng Jiajia retreat upstairs, Zhao Mingjin approached with Sanbao in her arms. Her expression filled with a mix of warmth and anger, demanding, Madam, why did you go out? What did you leave? Who permitted you to go? She bombarded me with a trio of questions, her tone extremely ungracious, evidently having been scolded by Deng Jiajia, and now venting her frustrations. Oh wait, there were 5 bright handprints glaring on her face. It appeared she had received a beating. I could hardly suppress my amusement. What did you go out for? Just as her words fell, Deng Jiajia returned downstairs, a thin blanket in hand. I lay on the sofa, casting a dispassionate glance at Zhao Mingjin, unabashedly saying, I left while you were asleep. What of it? Am I no longer allowed to step outside my own door? Should I seek your permission to go out? If I wish to ask, I would first need to rouse you. Didn't you see what I was doing outside? Are you holding me accountable, Sister Jin? Zhao Mingjin was momentarily taken aback by my retort, glancing nervously at Deng Jiajia as she involuntarily took a small step back. Then, with a sudden change in demeanor, she plastered a smile on her face and explained, Madam, I didn't mean it that way. I wasn't sleeping. I don't know whether you were sleeping or not, but next time, please don't speak to me with such an attitude. Have you been in this house so long that you think you have a say? My gaze sharpened as I continued. I've told you before. With the workload being heavy, I can hire another housekeeper if your energy is insufficient to criticize me. I then turned my attention to Deng Jiajia, asking, did you instruct her not to let me leave the house? Don't tell me it's because of my health. Whether I'm in good health or not should not restrict my personal freedom. I preempted Dang Jiajia's response, speaking lightly, darling. It's time to find a kindergarten for Sanbao and hire a more capable cook. The household chores are overwhelming, and Sister Zhen can't manage alone. She deserves a chance to rest. Zhao Mingzhen's face paled instantly, and she quickly stepped forward, saying, Nini, I'm sorry. I was too anxious just now. I was afraid you'd be unsafe going out alone, given your condition. You suddenly vanished, and the sir has scolded me for quite some time. I genuinely worry about you. I smiled faintly, my attitude having done a complete turnaround, responding, it's fine. I didn't mean to blame you. Then, looking at Dang Jiajia, who approached to cover me with a blanket, I said, Darling, we might truly need to visit the hospital tomorrow to check on my head. What's wrong? Dang Jiajia asked, concern etched on his face. The hairdresser took a photo of me and mentioned there might be an issue with my scalp. I replied, pulling out my phone, turning it on, and showing him the photo. Chapter 40. Midnight snack this time. Dang Jiajia's reaction was somewhat peculiar. He froze for a moment, then furrowed his brow, hesitantly reaching for my phone. What's going on? I scrutinized his face, smiling lightly, saying, it's just like I mentioned last time. I often experience sharp pains in my head, which you said were nothing to worry about. Zhao Mingzhen's expression, though calm, was evidently stiff as she feigned entertaining Sanbao, acting as if nothing were amiss. Does it still hurt? He inquired, leaning closer to examine, seemingly speaking to himself. How could this happen? Just a few days ago. You let me check, and it didn't look like this. You definitely need to see a doctor. Indeed, just a few days ago, I asked Sister Zhen, and she also said it was fine, but today the hairdresser noticed it and took a picture out of fear of responsibility. Darling, shouldn't we investigate the cause? I directly pointed at Zhao Mingzhen, who pretended to be unconcerned, thinking everything was fine. Does that really work? Just because it was tied up doesn't mean there are no issues. Do you really think I'm a fool? I applied pressure, aiming to sow discord between them. I'll reach out. I need to go to the hospital. Dang Jiajia played his part convincingly, his tone unwavering. He glanced at the clock and remarked, it's quite late today, and you're exhausted. Let us go tomorrow. Since the checkup requires fasting, don't eat breakfast in the morning. His arrangements were entirely sensible. Fasting is indeed necessary for examinations. Hearing him say this, I nodded in agreement. All right, I'm tired and want to sleep. Don't disturb me. I then took the blanket upstairs, not wishing to look at the two of them any longer. Besides, I needed to inform Zhou Haijin to lift the alert. Yet I was certain that my maneuvering had already planted hidden mines in their alliance. To prevent Zhao Mingzhen from acting out, I feigned exhaustion and slept through dinner, as I dared not relax until that matter was resolved. Awakened by hunger in the middle of the night, I turned and sat up, disturbing Dang Jiajia beside me. He blinked awake and turned on the light, gently asking, what is wrong, my wife? I am hungry, I admitted, lacking any energy, appearing quite dispirited. He immediately got up. I'll call Sister Zhen to cook you some noodles. No, I want to eat the steak you fry. It's been ages since I've had it. I replied lazily, inwardly rebutting, had I wanted to eat her cooking, I would have done so long ago. Why suffer through hunger until now? All right, I'll go fry you a steak. Dang Jiajia promptly got out of bed, saying just wait. As I watched Dang Jiajia embodying the perfect husband, I felt somewhat dazed. How could he be the one intending to harm me? I too decided to join, feeling a twinge in my hip bones, needing to stretch a bit. As I spoke, I followed closely behind him, observing as he prepared the steak while engaging in casual banter. The atmosphere warm, yet tinged with unspoken troubles. Perhaps alerted by the sounds from downstairs, Zhao Mingzhen appeared in her pajamas, the neckline revealing a substantial expanse of flesh. She seemed surprised to see me. Upon catching sight of me, her gaze sharpened momentarily, and with swift reflexes, she adjusted her neckline before hurriedly heading to the water dispenser for a glass of water. I raised an eyebrow and quickly interjected, Sister Zhen, could you please fetch me a piece of clothing? It's a bit chilly. Reluctantly, Zhao Mingzhen set down her glass and retreated upstairs. I glanced at Dang Jiajia, who was pouring red wine, and swiftly slipped half a tablet of midazolam into her cup, giving it a shake before taking my seat at the dining table to cut into the steak. Just then, as Dang Jiajia placed the decanter on the table and turned to retrieve the wine glasses, I discreetly tossed the remaining half tablet into the decanter. What was the point of drinking wine at this hour? I popped a small piece of beef into my mouth and feigned annoyance, commenting, why eat at this hour? The seasoning feels off with this medication. I'm nearly poisoned. Nothing tastes right. I said with exaggerated seriousness, then asked him, "Darling, eating now, 1T affect tomorrow's checkup? Will it?" "No, at 1T. He responded assuredly. I felt a flicker of doubt. Would he truly take me to the hospital? Dang Jiajia, ever attentive, cut the steak into smaller pieces for me, waiting until I had finished eating before smiling contentedly. Good girl. At this juncture, I could clearly see his eyelids growing heavy. I playfully stretched and half-jokingly remarked, "I'm like a lazy pig, getting sleepy after a full meal. My eyelids are in a battle." "Sleepy? Then let us head upstairs." "I'm tired too," he said, rising to pull me along, intertwining his fingers with mine as we returned to the bedroom, where he eagerly collapsed onto the bed, wrapping his arms tightly around my waist. Such intimacy, in earlier times, would have made me feel sweetly enamored. However, now it was utterly repulsive, as if I were infested with maggots. Yet, I gritted my teeth and endured until 15 minutes later I called out, "Darling." He lay there like a lifeless pig, snoring, his head heavily resting on my shoulder. Annoyed, I forcefully pushed his head aside, exclaiming, "Your head is so heavy. I can hardly breathe." He remained unresponsive, fully entrenched in deep slumber. I lifted his cumbersome arm from my body and flung it aside, muttering under my breath, "Silly pig." I then slipped out of bed, put on my shoes, and cast one last glance at the lifeless Dang Jiajia before stealthily exiting the room. I peeked into Zhao Mingzhen's room and found her in a state mirroring that of Dang Jiajia. Good grief, a pair of foolish pigs. I made my way to the study, locating Dang Jiajia's car keys in his handbag before heading downstairs. I was still preoccupied with the document Fan Kai had given him earlier that day. Logically, Dang Jiajia should know Fan Kai, as Fan Kai was someone I had utilized long before, back when Dang Jiajia had yet to take over the company. The moment I saw Fan Kai today, I was taken aback. How could they have crossed paths? They truly were kindred spirits. I opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat, rummaging through the compartments, but found nothing of interest. However, I did spot Dang Jiajia's phone nestled in the gap of the driver's seat. I paused. How had he left his phone in the car? No, he had received a call before bed. I distinctly remembered him answering a call after showering, placing the phone in the pocket of his loungewear. So, what was this phone? I inspected it closely and realized it was identical to the one Dang Jiajia frequently used. It was powered off, driven by intense curiosity. I attempted to turn it on, discovering it had a full battery. With an insatiable desire to uncover its secrets, I entered the password Dang Jiajia commonly used, but it failed. Slapping my forehead, I then input the password consistent with his computer, and to my surprise, the screen flashed, granting me access. It became evident that this was Dang Jiajia's secondary phone. I nervously swallowed as I examined the sparse applications on this device. Opening the contacts, I found a limited number of entries, all unfamiliar names, none of which I recognized. This phone was undoubtedly a vessel for Dang Jiajia's secrets. My excitement surged as I activated Bluetooth, exporting all the contacts and their associated information to my new phone before erasing the export record. The photo gallery on this phone was remarkably clean, devoid of content. In WeChat, there were a few sparse friends, most lacking any chat history, except for one contact named Blue Demonis, who appeared at the top of the list. The chat history indicated frequent communication, yet curiously, the messages consisted solely of timestamps and notes like "I'll arrive a bit later at the usual place," suggesting they primarily discussed meeting times and locations without further elaboration. I examined the meeting times and noted they met almost weekly, but the schedule was quite erratic. Clicking on this contact's profile revealed no information, and her moments were set to private. I took a screenshot of her WeChat card and zoomed in on her profile picture, which depicted a blue flower, a beautifully hand-drawn spider lily with exquisite lines and an alluring pose in pure, vivid blue, a hue reminiscent of Klein blue, evoking joy. While it was difficult to ascertain the gender of this contact, I presumed her to be a woman, given her enigmatic name. In the WeChat directory, I stumbled upon a highly active group named New Elite Gathering, which piqued my interest. This group stood out prominently in the directory, boasting thousands of messages indicating its vibrancy. Initially, I assumed it to be a group for newly minted entrepreneurs in Qingcheng, but upon reviewing the chat logs, it seemed otherwise. The discussions were rife with disarray and inappropriate banter, clearly indicative of a crowd with lowbrow tastes, perfectly aligning with Dang Jiajia's inclinations. I could easily envision his animated presence within that group. Among the 300 members, I was astonished to find the Blue Demonis listed as the group leader. Curiosity piqued. I snapped a photo of the members list. The chat records continued to ascend, but I found little patience to delve deeper, merely scanning briefly before exiting. I scoffed silently, dismissing them as a rabble. A casual click on the text messages, however, startled me. They were filled with icons from various banks, each leading to individual transfer records. I opened them one by one, discovering several large transactions, the destinations of which I could not decipher, as the receiving addresses were in foreign languages. I quickly photographed the screen, my mind racing with suspicion. Could they be offshore banks? Oddly, there were few incoming transaction notifications, mostly transfer records, and upon examining the timestamps, it appeared that funds were transferred out almost immediately after arriving. Was this related to the company's accounts? It didn't seem so. The transfers spanned numerous banks, and the balances left were minimal, clearly indicating these were meant for transfers. His pattern of frequent outgoing funds without corresponding incoming transactions seemed exceedingly irrational. A sense of inexplicable anxiety enveloped me, my heart racing with an ominous premonition that grew increasingly heavy, leaving me in a state of disarray. I hastily perused other applications, finding nothing of value, and quickly shut off my phone, placing it back down. I meticulously searched the car, even checking beneath the seats, but found no trace of the documents that Fan Kai had entrusted to him. It appeared they were not in the vehicle. Perhaps he had taken them to his study? I promptly exited the car and returned upstairs, heading straight for the study. My audacity stemmed from the certainty that they would not awaken so soon. The desk bore no new files. I sought his keys, reasoning that if the documents were indeed significant, he would have locked them away. The hidden compartment of the horse statue was empty. There was no sign of the keyring. Frustration washed over me. I had been careless during the power outage, failing to inspect the contents of the drawers. I closed my eyes, inhaling deeply, mentally cataloging potential hiding places for the keys. Yet, none came to mind. Could he have left them at home? No, since he had brought the items back, they must be in the study, and thus the keys, too, should be within the house. I had searched everywhere, yet that vast keyring remained elusive. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in my mind. A large collection of keys, no. I dashed to the desk, seized the pen holder, and emptied its contents onto the surface. With a clink, a small golden key tumbled out. Ecstatic, I snatched it up and hurried to the second drawer on the right, inserting the key and turning it. The drawer opened. Indeed, the keyring lay within, and I was overwhelmed with joy. It was my habit to store important items in the second drawer to the right of my desk. Having lived with Deng Jiajia for an extended period, he had inevitably grown accustomed to this routine. I retrieved the key and immediately proceeded to unlock the safe. Inputting the password, when I had gleaned from his computer, the lock clicked open. Inside, the contents were scarce, some cash, foreign currency, and a box containing my valuable jewelry. However, what caught my attention was a stack of documents. A wave of nervousness washed over me as I reached in, trembling hands withdrawing the materials. My heart sank as I recognized the top document, an asset mortgage contract. Yet, as I delved deeper, my astonishment morphed into a sharp intake of breath. These mortgage contracts included company shares, a plot of land intended for factory construction, several properties we owned, including those under my name, and even our residence had been mortgaged. To my disbelief, I found 2 contracts for our villa, revealing it had been mortgaged twice. My heart plummeted, a cold dread settling within me. What in the world was Deng Jiajia plotting? Beneath these contracts lay 2 of my insurance policies, each with a substantial coverage amount, one for critical illness and another for accidents, both naming Deng Jiajia as the beneficiary. While every family member had policies, mine had the highest coverage. This realization sent shivers down my spine. The dates of the policies dated back several years, including 2 years prior when Deng Jiajia had insisted on a thorough medical examination after the birth of our 3rd child. Was that routine check merely a pretext for insurance purposes? Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. If I were to perish, these mere documents would make him a wealthy man overnight, regardless of how I met my end. He would undoubtedly collect on these policies. I hurriedly photographed all the contracts, then, trembling, returned everything to the safe and locked it away. The oppressive silence around me intensified my fear, and I sank to the floor, this haven of warmth and happiness now a treacherous snare, as if it were about to engulf me. After a moment, I rose and opened the remaining drawers, finally spotting what I had been searching for. I recognized the bag adorned with a striking red logo. It, too, had been tucked away in the second drawer on the right. In my haste to find the keys, I had overlooked this important document. It was an investigative report targeting Sioux City Jixiang Pharmaceuticals. The findings were detailed, and to my shock, I spotted my father's name on a shareholder list. Jixiang Pharmaceuticals. Had Deng Jiajia set his sights on this company? Suddenly, a jarring sound broke the silence, a loud thud that startled me, prompting a frantic scramble to conceal the document back in the bag and restore everything to its original state. My heart raced as I concocted the worst-case scenarios in my mind. I stealthily approached the study door, pressing my ear against it, and detected no signs of movement. Summoning my courage, I pulled the door open, and tranquility returned. Holding my breath, I quietly stepped outside, making my way to the master bedroom door, gently pushing it open. Meow, came the familiar sound of Rua calling for me. I tiptoed inside and glanced at the bed, where Deng Jiajia lay, still snoring. I scooped up Rua, who affectionately nuzzled against me. This little creature must have sensed my absence and wanted to find me, inadvertently knocking something over in the process. I patted its head, internally grumbling about how it had startled me. Cradling Rua, I climbed into bed, exhaling deeply, just as Deng Jiajia turned over. It seemed the effects of the medication were waning, and he could awaken at any moment. I couldn't help but kiss my cat. It truly was my guardian angel. The following day, Deng Jiajia awoke, continuously rubbing his neck, appearing quite uncomfortable. I feigned ignorance, asking him what was wrong with his incessant neck movements. Of course, I knew precisely what ailed him. I had exerted considerable force the previous night when I pushed his head away. Slept wrong, he exclaimed, recalling the most restful sleep he had experienced in ages. Why not sleep a little longer? He suggested, but I interjected. Aren't we supposed to go to the hospital? My displeasure was evident as I looked at him. He seemed to have a sudden realization, exclaiming, "Oh, right. I almost forgot. Why are you treating my concerns so lightly? Just a few days ago, I mentioned a headache, and you brush it off. If it weren't for the barber's observation, I would have believed there was nothing wrong. Why would I suspect you of negligence?" My words were candid. "Darling, I truly am innocent. When you asked me to check last time, there was nothing amiss." Deng Jiajia's expression was one of feigned innocence. "Then prepare yourself. We are going to the hospital." Ultimately, our hospital visit was thwarted when Deng Jiafeng called, informing us that the elder Deng had suddenly taken ill again and was in a precarious state, urging him to hurry over. A smirk crossed my face. The timing was too convenient for a performance. "Another episode? I want to accompany you," I insisted, my expression a mix of urgency and seriousness. "Let's go check on him. Isn't this all just an act? Well then, let us put on a show." Deng Jiajia playfully grabbed my arm, his face softening with affection. "Nini, it would be best if you stayed home. I'll handle it. If something truly is wrong, your health." "Oh, you're right. My presence would only complicate matters," I replied, following his lead. I maintained a knowing gaze on Deng Jiajia. "Then you should hurry. An epilepsy attack is no trivial matter. My condition can wait a few days. If the pain resurfaces, I can always seek help later." Deng Jiajia, with an expression of exasperation, gently kissed my forehead and said, "I'll go check the situation first. If everything is fine, I'll come back to take you to the hospital." I nodded in agreement, though my heart scoffed at his words, deeming them mere fabrications. As expected, once he left, he did not return. Not just today, but for 3 consecutive days, he remained absent from home. Of course, during these 3 days, I was not idle. Zhao Mingjin seemed to have effortlessly slept through them all. Meanwhile, I was strategizing with great urgency. First, I visited the hospital for a comprehensive examination of the injury on my head and obtained the diagnosis report. Then, I reached out to the kindergarten where Bao had attended, as I needed to send San Bao there. Otherwise, it would hinder my plans to deal with Zhao Mingjin. I also enlisted Shan Kua to procure several top-tier pinhole cameras, which I installed in the most concealed corners of the house, while Zhao Mingjin was in a deep slumber. I needed to counteract this surveillance and unravel this life-and-death predicament. I had also preemptively arranged for an elderly aunt to be on standby for my instructions. Once everything was in place, Zhou Haijin returned directly to Sioux City with her assigned tasks. However, the thought of Deng Jiajia's transfer records made my heart race with anxiety. On a whim, I decided to check the balance in our joint account. And to my astonishment, I discovered a significant sum was missing, with no incoming transactions for quite some time. The rhythm was akin to approaching bankruptcy. This revelation left me feeling weak. I had unwittingly realized that everything had indeed changed, and it dawned on me that Deng Jiaja was intent on leaving me with nothing. With this realization, I steeled myself for confrontation. When Deng Jiaja returned on the fourth day, I wasted no time and asked him directly, "Darling, why has so much money disappeared from our account?" Deng Jiaja, perhaps caught off guard by my prompt inquiry, appeared momentarily unsettled. He sat beside me, fatigue etched on his face, and with a hint of reluctance, he explained, "I recently invested in a project that boasts cutting-edge technology unrivaled in the country and even globally. With promising clinical data, I have been evaluating it for quite some time, aiming for exclusive rights, so the financial commitment is substantial. Given your recent state of health, I hesitated to discuss it with you, fearing it might add to your stress. I took the initiative, hoping you wouldn't blame me." And thus, the performance began. Since he had taken the stage, I could not fall short. "Oh, I wouldn't go so far as to blame you," I replied calmly. "But investment must be approached with caution. It is best not to touch the funds in our household account. We need to plan for the long term, especially considering we have 3 children whose future growth requires adequate financial support. You know as well as I do that greater profits in business come with greater risks, and we must ensure a solid foundation for our children. Should business falter, we can always recover, but we cannot gamble with their upbringing." My arguments were sound, and I stood firm. This money could not be touched. You should prioritize replenishing that portion of the funds as soon as possible. Deng Jiaja remained silent, offering no immediate promise to restore the money. "Darling, there is no need for you to be upset. Given my current condition, I feel increasingly insecure. You must understand, I'm still the homemaker, and without funds in the household account, how can I feel at ease?" I appealed to his emotions, emphasizing that while I couldn't assist him with business matters at present, he had to reassure me regarding our home. "Fine," Deng Jiaja replied, his tone laced with impatience. "When the money comes back, I will replenish it." With that, he rose to head upstairs, but I called after him, pressing my advantage. "Darling, I contacted the principal of Bao's former kindergarten yesterday. I intend to send Bao there in the next couple of days." Before Deng Jiaja could respond, Zhao Mingjin emerged from the kitchen, exclaiming, "Madam, isn't it a bit early to send Bao now? Perhaps we should wait a while longer." Ignoring her interruption, I continued speaking to Deng Jiaja. "This child needs to be sent to learn something. Bao and Bao can already recite poems at this stage. And while Bao may not have mastered much else, he certainly knows how to hit." I intended for Zhao Mingjin to hear this, subtly referencing her earlier suggestion that Bao had struck me. Did she truly believe I would remain silent? I had chosen this moment deliberately, knowing that Deng Jiaja was in the wrong regarding the financial matter. Thus, he would be reluctant to intervene in decisions about sending a child to kindergarten. Deng Jiaja paused, contemplating, and finally replied, "Do as you wish." Zhao Mingjin appeared somewhat thwarted and called after Deng Jiaja, "Sir," but he dismissed her without a glance, curtly instructing, "Just handle your responsibilities." Zhao Mingjin, silenced, bit her lip in defeat. With Deng Jiaja's agreement, I wasted no time, and, the following day, we took Bao to the kindergarten together. I could not allow Zhao Mingjin to use the child as a shield any longer. When we arrived, Zhao Mingjin insisted on accompanying us, and as Bao cried heart-wrenchingly, she constantly glanced at Deng Jiaja. In truth, my heart ached as well. Deng Jiaja turned to me and asked, "Isn't he a bit too young?" I retorted, "Is this your first time being a father? Did Bao and Bao not cry when we sent them off?" With a determined sigh, I turned and got into the car. Zhao Mingjin, however, looked at me and suggested, "How about I stay a bit longer? If it truly doesn't work out, I can take him back." I was surprised by her apparent concern for Bao. I scoffed internally, unsure whether to view it as a blessing for Bao or my own misfortune, or perhaps a sign of her ulterior motives. But thinking of the elusive concoction hardened my resolve. I could not believe this wicked woman had any genuine intentions. If I were to take action against her, she might use the child as leverage, leaving me powerless. We must send him, let him cry for a few days, and he will naturally adapt, I declared resolutely. Zhao Mingjin, glancing back repeatedly, followed us into the car, even dabbing at her eyes. She truly seemed more concerned than I, the actual mother. One might mistake her for Bao's mother. That day, both Zhao Mingjin and I were somewhat distracted. Before 4 o'clock, she knocked on my door to request whether she could fetch Bao early. I sat up in bed, yawning tiredly, and replied, "I'll go with you." Zhao Mingjin immediately insisted, "No need, madam. I can handle it. You stay home and wait." Her words were exactly what I wanted to hear, so I nodded in agreement and allowed her to take my car. Soon, I spotted Zhao Mingjin, now dressed, cheerfully driving away in my vehicle. Chapter 46. Asset Transfer. Once I saw her car depart, I turned to Zhao Mingjin's room and quickly located her wallet. I took photos of her bank card and ID, sending them to a friend who works at the bank, asking her to help me investigate the account transactions. I suspected Zhao Mingjin's income far exceeded the amount I had been paying her. I was eager to uncover how Deng Jiajia was compensating this human tool of his. Knowing both allies and foes is crucial for victory, as I had been in a stupor for too long. The news soon returned to my phone. Indeed, Zhao Mingjin's account received substantial deposits every month, far exceeding my expectations. I chuckled bitterly, recognizing that my current life was less lavish than hers. I had not anticipated Deng Jiajia would be so generous with her, and the bitterness lodged in my throat was difficult to swallow. This led me to ponder the blackmail Deng Jiajia had mentioned. What could Zhao Mingjin possibly use to leverage him so heavily? Furthermore, I discovered another detail. Within those transaction records, Zhao Mingjin was consistently transferring a small amount of money, only 500 yuan each month, to another account, which happened to be from the same bank. I swiftly made a phone call to a classmate, asking her to check the account to which she had transferred money. Before long, she informed me that the account holder was named Zhao Minglan. Suddenly, it became clear to me that Zhao Minglan was likely the sister mentioned by Zhou Haijin. After hanging up, I contacted Shen Kuo, requesting him to investigate Zhao Minglan's current whereabouts and background. Shen Kuo's efficiency is truly commendable. By the time Zhao Mingjin returned with Sanbao, I had already acquired Zhao Minglan's information. Upon reviewing the data, a bold idea formed in my mind, and I settled back into the sofa with a contented smile. It seemed that things were about to get interesting. Sanbao's adaptability was quite remarkable. After 3 days of crying, he had settled down, and when sent to kindergarten, he no longer fussed and was rather cooperative, which eased my heart. However, in recent days, Deng Jiajia had been returning home later and later. I deliberately inquired in front of Zhao Mingjin about his busyness, asking if company matters had increased. Deng Jiajia nodded, stating that the project I had mentioned previously was at a critical juncture and that he could not afford to be negligent. How commendable, I thought to myself, but it seemed he was merely indulging in his pursuits. Shen Kuo had arranged for someone to monitor Deng Jiajia's movements, and the reports indicated that he had indeed been busy, but with a woman. Shen Kuo had decrypted the files on his computer, revealing financial statements that confirmed my suspicions. Deng Jiajia had long been embezzling from the company. He had consistently preached about the difficulties of business. While the company was actually performing well, yet the books showed continuous losses, an obvious sign of asset transfer. This scoundrel had turned my painstakingly built company into his own capital, and every penny in the company was invested by the Liu family, while he basked in glory, plotting to dispose of me. Regrettably, my health did not permit a direct counterattack. Although I had taken Director Han's medication and was visibly improving, my frail body could not recover overnight. I had no choice but to continue feigning weakness, lying in bed like a worm, yet my mind was exceptionally clear. I could not afford to waste a single moment. Observing him pretentiously parading before me, I inwardly scorned, realizing that I needed to take decisive action. On Saturday morning, an unexpected guest arrived at our home, where no visitors had come for quite some time. Since it was Saturday, Deng Jiajia did not have to work, and Sanbao did not need to attend kindergarten. So everyone woke up quite late. Zhao Mingjin was busy preparing breakfast while I played with Sanbao, stacking blocks on the sofa, when Deng Jiajia finally came down from upstairs. The doorbell rang, and Deng Jiajia strode over to answer it. The arrival of this uninvited guest shocked us all, especially Zhao Mingjin. Upon seeing the person who entered, she was momentarily stunned, quickly putting down her bowl and rushing over to seize the girl, urgently whispering, "What are you doing here?" The girl struggled slightly in response. "Zheng Jia, who is this? Why is she not allowed to come in?" I inquired. Zhao Mingjin halted her actions, turned to me, and with a twitch of her lips, quickly replied, "Sir, madam, this is my sister." At that moment, Deng Jiajia, who had gone to open the door, returned and sat down beside me, his gaze penetrating as he looked over. The girl appeared timid, waving at us and shyly greeting, "Hello, sir, madam." He lazily glanced over. The one who entered seemed as innocent as a little white flower. She was shorter than Zhao Mingjin, looking somewhat malnourished. She wore a white knitted sweater, a blue floral mid-length skirt, and a pair of simple white shoes, presenting an air of modest freshness, perfectly aligning with her monthly budget of 1,500 yuan. After entering, her eyes anxiously scanned the surroundings, filled with astonishment, soon followed by a glimmer of envy. "Please come in and have a seat," I said warmly. "Zengye, you have a sister? All these years, you never mentioned your family." Zhao Mingjin appeared at a loss, glancing at Deng Jiaja, still wanting to push the girl away. I gestured for the girl to come in, urging Zhao Mingjin to hurry up with the meal. "Sister, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you?" I asked the girl. And no. She forced a smile, glancing at her sister, nervously wringing her hands. "I came to find my sister about something. If you have something to say, just call." "Why come here?" Zhao Mingjin reproached the girl softly. I tried calling you for the past 2 days, but you didn't answer. I was anxious, so I had no choice but to come find you." She stammered, casting timid glances at Zhao Mingjin, resembling a frightened little rabbit. "Let's talk while we eat." Deng Jiaja, who had been silent, finally spoke, leading the way to the dining room. I secretly chuckled. An eagle would not let a little rabbit escape. I gestured to Zhao Mingjin to hold Sambao, then stood up and said to the girl, "Since you came to find your sister, don't hold back. You haven't had breakfast, so let us eat together." The girl timidly followed us to the dining room. Once seated, I invited her over and inquired with genuine concern. "What's your name? How old are you?" "Zhao Minglan." Her soft voice was truly delightful. "I'm 21. Are you still in school?" I pressed on. "Yes." "At a university in Qingchun?" I asked curiously. "No, at the Media University in Linshur," she replied in a hushed tone. The Media University in Linshur was known to be a rather mediocre institution, and I had already memorized her information. "You must be graduating soon?" "Yes. I'm currently looking for an internship, so I wanted to try my luck in Qingchun. There are more opportunities here." As she spoke, she glanced nervously at Zhao Mingjin, as if afraid of her sister. After Zhao Mingjin set the dishes, she coldly remarked, "You should find an internship company in Linshur. After all, you'll return to your hometown after graduation, so don't wander around." "But I don't want to go back home." Zhao Minglan's voice grew softer, her head lowering slightly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingjin's expression turned icy. "You can forget about it. If you don't return home, who will take care of mom and dad?" Zhao Mingjin snapped, her voice rising an octave. The sudden outburst startled me, and Deng Jiaja cast a cold glance at her. Zhao Mingjin immediately realized her outburst, and, after a couple of awkward clears of her throat, lowered her gaze to serve everyone porridge. I quickly intervened. "Zheng Jie, don't frighten her. Let us eat first, and we can talk later." Zhao Minglan appeared teary-eyed, frequently glancing at Zhao Mingjin while subtly peering at Deng Jiaja, who sat at the head of the table. I watched the scene before me with disdain. "Zheng Jie, is this your only sister? How have I overlooked this? Who else is in your hometown?" I asked Zhao Mingjin, who was preparing to feed Sambao. "My parents are still in my hometown. I only have this one sister. I always think that while I work outside, someone should take care of my elderly parents, especially since they are getting older." She spoke as if she were exceptionally filial. However, throughout the years she had spent in our home, I had never seen her return, even during the holidays. I had asked her countless times if she wanted to go home, and she always replied that it was unnecessary. It seemed I had been negligent, failing to inquire more about her family situation. "It's not your fault, madam," Zhao Mingjin replied dismissively, patiently feeding Sambao while casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Minglan. "It's not easy to come to Qingchun. It's not like your hometown or Linshur. However, sister, let's eat." Zhao Mingjin blocked Zhao Minglan's mouth, preventing her from continuing. Zhao Minglan ate cautiously, as if afraid to breathe, yet consumed quite a bit. After the meal, back in the living room, Zhao Minglan stood restlessly. When Deng Jiaja, who had remained silent, finally asked, "What kind of internship position are you looking for?" Zhao Minglan's eyes lit up as she eagerly replied, "Any position will do. I can manage anything." Deng Jiaja, seated on the sofa, scrutinized her with a discerning gaze and suggested, "Then come to our company as a receptionist. You can adapt first, and we can discuss further later." Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingjin immediately emerged from the kitchen, exclaiming, "Sir, that's not feasible. She has no work experience and would only cause you trouble. Besides, it's too much hassle for her to come to Qingchun. She doesn't even have a place to stay." "Sister, I can learn without any work experience. I will do well and won't trouble you." Zhao Minglan pleaded with Zhao Mingjin, as if fearing that she might lose the job Deng Jiajia had just promised her. Just lend me a little money, and I can share a rental with classmates. It won't cost much. Once I start earning, I won't ask you for money anymore. Her words, though humble, were laced with cunning intent. Zhao Mingjin firmly stated, "You are doing well in Linshur. Why do you insist on coming to Qingcheng? I am quite busy and have no time to take care of you. You require food and shelter, and I simply cannot manage that." Deng Jiajia interjected, "Let her stay here for now. You can look out for each other while she adjusts. We can discuss it further later." He then turned to me and asked, "Nini, do you think this is acceptable?" I smiled gently and replied, "Of course. After all, she is Sister Zhen's sister. It is only right to lend a helping hand. Besides, we have a guest room available at home. Having another person around will add some liveliness, and I can help Sister Zhen keep an eye on Sanbao." Thus it was settled. I certainly had no qualms about extending this favor. Having a little beauty in the house would indeed enliven it. Zhao Mingjin stared at Zhao Minglan for quite some time without speaking, while Zhao Minglan looked back at her sister, mischievously smiling with sparkling eyes, before obediently thanking us. "Thank you, sir and madam. Sister Zhen, please prepare a guest room for my sister downstairs. It will be more convenient for her, and if anything is missing, just let me know," I instructed. After arranging everything, I added, "I need to go rest for a bit." I stood up, and Deng Jiajia followed me upstairs, explaining that there was an opening at the front desk, due to a recent resignation. I acknowledged him and returned to my room while he went to the study. Once back in my room, I smiled knowingly and opened the living room surveillance on my phone, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 49. A captivating sisterly clash. I couldn't help but marvel at how much surveillance technology had advanced. The high-resolution images and remarkably clear audio felt as if I were watching a play. Downstairs, Zhao Mingjin, seeing that Deng Jiajia and I had both gone upstairs, sees Zhao Minglan, questioning, "How did you find this place? How did you know I was here?" Zhao Minglan, unable to hide her smile, replied with a hint of pride, "Well, that depends on whether I wanted to find you. With a little effort, I naturally managed to locate you. Sister, you truly are impressive, living in such luxury. The food is exquisite too. It seems your employer treats you quite well." Without our presence, Zhao Minglan appeared much more relaxed, wandering around the living room with her hands behind her back, her eyes filled with envy and greed. "Sister, you're quite cunning, living in such a fine place and revealing nothing. How ruthless." As she continued to explore, she teased Zhao Mingjin, "Mother always said you were cold-hearted and indifferent to family. It seems she knows you well. Stop talking nonsense. What do you mean indifferent to family? If I were truly indifferent, would I still be sending you money every month? Don't forget who put you through school." Zhao Mingjin countered while playing with Sanbao. "Oh, spare me. Just because you toss me a few coins doesn't mean I owe you anything." Zhao Minglan pouted in dissatisfaction before asking, "By the way, sister, you must be earning quite well at their house, right? That's none of your business." Zhao Mingjin retorted impatiently, "You really are something. How selfish to enjoy yourself while ignoring the struggles of the family. You're living the high life while the rest of us are left to fend for ourselves." Zhao Minglan continued her barrage of innocent-sounding accusations, moving closer to Zhao Mingjin, picking up a block and asking, "So, how much do they pay you?" Zhao Mingjin was infuriated. "Zhao Minglan, shut up. Have I ever made you go without food or clothing? If I were selfish, I wouldn't give you a single penny. Now tell me your real purpose for coming here today." Zhao Minglan twisted her little face into an expression of feigned innocence, saying, "Sister, I'm out of money. I'm about to graduate, and it's costly." Her boldness only served to darken Zhao Mingjin's expression. Zhao Minglan looked at her with wide, innocent eyes. "See, if I hadn't come to find you, would I have been able to stay in Qingcheng so easily? Let me make this clear, Zhao Minglan. Since you are here, you had better behave. This house is not a place for your antics. My ability to stay here is earned through hard work. So do not make things difficult for me, or neither of us will end up well. Don't think I won't send you back to those two old relics, if it comes to that. Oh, come on, don't say that. Even though our father always calls you a wild child, you still carry the Zhao surname, and, as my sister, it's only right for you to take care of me." Zhao Minglan replied, completely ungrateful. She then scrutinized Zhao Mingjin, saying with a hint of sarcasm, "I can see that you are indeed working hard. I shall strive to do the same." Zhao Minglan. Zhao Mingjin was nearly driven to exasperation and nearly roared in response. It was clear that Zhao Minglan was not as simple as she appeared. Just then, the doorbell rang. and I saw Zhao Mingjin hurrying from the guest room to answer the door. It seemed that this morning was anything but quiet, and I was curious about who had arrived. Chapter 50. The main focus. I got out of bed and looked out the window toward the front door. To my surprise, standing there was Zhou Haijin, and I felt a surge of joy. It seemed she had returned from Sioux City. I noticed Zhao Mingjin stopping her at the door, so I quickly opened the window and called out for her to come in. Then I turned and went downstairs. Deng Jiajia, having heard the commotion, followed me down. As Zhou Haijin and I locked eyes, the atmosphere turned lively. Nini, oh how I've missed you. If it weren't for my trip back to Sioux City, I wouldn't have known you were back, Zhou Haijin exclaimed, placing a large bag of items and a box of toys on the coffee table before rushing over to hug me tightly. Why didn't you call me when you returned? She pinched me playfully, and I understood that she had something to discuss. Haijin, it has truly been ages since we last met, I remarked, guiding her towards the sofa while feigning casual curiosity about her return to Sioux City. Indeed, it has been quite some time since my last visit. Recently, my company had a project in Sioux City, which provided the perfect opportunity to return home and visit Uncle Lu and Annie. Deng Jiajia, with a cheerful demeanor, greeted Zhou Haijin enthusiastically. Haijin, it's a rare pleasure to see you. Rare? To be honest, I have attempted to visit your home several times, but I couldn't even make it past the door. Zhou Haijin jested, her words eliciting a chuckle from me, as just moments ago, Zhao Minglan had commented on Zhao Mingjin's unyielding demeanor. Zhao Mingjin looked rather embarrassed, and I gestured for her to carry on with her tasks. Upon hearing my suggestion, the two sisters made their way towards the guest room. I warmly urged Zhou Haijin to take a seat, and she scrutinized me from head to toe, exclaiming, Nini, you look so thin. And what happened to your hair? Why did you cut it? Feigning exasperation, I sighed. After falling ill, my hair fell out significantly, so I decided to have it cut. Zhou Haijin cast a reproachful glance at Deng Jiajia. Mr. Deng, you certainly haven't taken good care of our Danny. Deng Jiajia, wearing an apologetic smile, settled beside me, admitting, Haijin is right. I have indeed failed to tend to Nini properly, and she has suffered because of it. A man cannot always be consumed by work. His wife is his treasure, especially Danny. She is truly a blessing, indispensable. Zhou Haijin was quite bold, delivering a double entendre. As astute as Deng Jiajia is, he could not miss the nuanced implications in her words. His expression stiffened slightly as he nodded in modest acknowledgement. Zhou Haijin, sensing the shift, pointed to a large bag she had brought. Nini, this is a selection of your beloved hometown delicacies that Uncle Lu insisted I deliver to you. Upon seeing such a generous assortment, I was instantly moved to tears. Deng Jiajia quickly brought it closer to me, insincerely declaring, parents are always so thoughtful. Nini has become quite picky with her food lately. Now you have some delightful dishes to accompany your meals. I perused the contents, discovering all my favorite hometown dishes and snacks. Zhou Haijin picked up a large box, playfully shaking it in front of the exuberant Sambao. This is a toy for our little Sambao. At this, Sambao became quite animated, insisting that Daddy open it. I turned to Zhou Haijin and suggested to Deng Jiajia, why not play with Sambao for a while? I'd like to have a chat with Haijin in the room. Deng Jiajia readily agreed, courteously urging us, please, go ahead. It's been too long since you two have met. Haijin, don't rush off. Stay for lunch. Absolutely. I couldn't ask for more. Zhou Haijin replied with enthusiasm, and I eagerly led her upstairs. Once inside the room, I hushed her and opened my phone to check the surveillance, noticing Deng Jiajia distractedly unwrapping the toy for Sambao. With the phone surveillance screen active, I urged Zhou Haijin, quickly, say what you need to before he comes back. Zhou Haijin promptly produced the medicine intended for me and whispered, it seems Deng Jiajia is indeed eyeing Grandpa's shares in Jixiang Pharmaceuticals. He has been probing into Grandpa's affairs. I pondered this revelation. It made sense. He has already grasped the underpinnings of Jixiang. Furthermore, I received word from the Sioux City Planning Bureau that there is interest in transforming our ancestral home into a century-old town. The compensation is rumored to be quite substantial. He must have caught wind of this. Compensation? I murmured, and Zhou Haijin nodded in agreement, and we instantly understood each other. I confidently remarked, it appears this is the crux of the matter. Chapter 51, A Surprise Inspection. Upon hearing my speculations, Zhou Haijin concurred. This mad dog must have caught a scent. I clenched my fists, glaring at Deng Jiajia on the surveillance screen, my teeth grinding in frustration. He is scheming against the Lu family. and it seems he hasn't yet had his fill of our family's assets. This is the true reason behind his decision to halt my medication. This is utterly intolerable. It seems we must devise our next steps. I have spotted the nanny he arranged, middle-aged and far from youthful. I have already tasked Wei Qingchuan with investigating her background, but I dare not hint at anything to Uncle Liu yet. Once we ascertain her background, we can find a way to inform Uncle Liu. You should think about how to phrase it, Zhou Haijin advised me. Before we could delve deeper into our discussion, I noticed Deng Jiajia leaving the living room and ascending the stairs. Zhou Haijin and I exchanged glances, swiftly shutting off the phone. I lay on the bed, while Zhou Haijin reclined on the chaise, feigning an animated conversation. Deng Jiajia took his time knocking and entering the room, and I was well aware that he had likely eavesdropped on our exchange. He was clearly keen to limit our time alone. After lunch, Zhou Haijin received a call from the company and had to leave. As soon as she departed, I felt utterly exhausted and confidently returned to my room to rest. Nurturing my strength was paramount. I understood that I was safe for now, at least until the city planning for Sioux City is finalized. Moreover, he would ensure my continued well-being. If Zhou Haijin's information is accurate, our family would undoubtedly be the primary beneficiaries, given that our ancestral home is the largest and most distinctive. The compensation would be incredibly enticing. After all, if I were to die, what would it matter to him? No wonder Deng Jiajia abruptly halted my medication when I was on the brink of death. As expected, a week later, Deng Jiajia finally found the time to take me to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup, and the results were, of course, promising, with all indicators showing positive outcomes. Clearly, this report was somewhat inflated, yet Deng Jiajia insisted on the doctor prescribing me medication. Overjoyed, he embraced me, as if seeking recognition for his efforts, audaciously proclaiming that arrangements would soon be made for my return to Sioux City. For safety's sake, I requested Zhou Haijin to take the medication to Director Han for scrutiny the following day. This time, the medication posed no issues and indeed benefited my recovery. Complementing directo Han's antidote. I was at a loss, torn between relief and sorrow. For the first time, I was genuinely recuperating. On Tuesday, I executed a surprise visit to the company, conducting an unannounced inspection. However, times have changed. If it weren't for Zhao Minglan at the reception, I might not have even gained entry into my own company, not to mention my desire to peruse the company's accounts. Among the remaining staff, the few familiar faces from my early days were dwindling. Yet the current executives were not strangers, as they were all relatives of the Deng family. In the general manager's office sat Deng Jiaming, the only brother of Deng Jiajia who had attended a less than reputable university, while Deng Yanan, Deng Jiajia's sister, managed the finances. This outcome was utterly unexpected. Though I had mentally prepared for Deng Jiajia to implement changes upon taking over, I never anticipated such a complete overhaul. My trusted allies had all been swept away. In an instant, I felt as though I had traversed into a foreign realm. After Zhao Minglan accompanied me upstairs, the young lady below had already informed Deng Jiaming, who greeted me with a smile. "Sister-in-law, what brings you here? I could have come to fetch you." Deng Jiaming, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, welcomed me warmly, though his eyes subtly assessed Zhao Minglan, who accompanied me. The Deng family is blessed with good looks. Although Deng Jiaming may not possess the striking appearance of his brother Deng Jiajia, his demeanor was markedly different, exuding a scholarly air. I recalled that when I married Deng Jiajia, he was still in high school, his academic performance lackluster, more interested in socializing than studying. His dismal entrance exam scores had led him to insist on pursuing a degree, which I financed, allowing him to attend a third-tier university under the pretense of studying economics and management. Unexpectedly, it had proven useful. I was feeling quite bored at home. "So, I thought I would come by the office," I replied, glancing around the open concept office before turning to Deng Jiaming. "Is your brother not here?" Chapter 52. How could it be a disconnected number? Without a moment's hesitation, Deng Jiaming responded, "My second brother has gone to the port today. A shipment of instruments has arrived, and he went to pick them up." "Isn't Zhao Gang responsible for receiving goods at the port? Why has he gone personally?" I inquired directly. Zhao Gang is a senior of mine who had assisted me significantly when I was just starting out. After I registered my company, I brought him on board to handle transportation and external relations, making him one of my shareholders. Zhao Gang resigned long ago. He was caught smuggling goods amongst our shipments and voluntarily stepped down after being discovered. Deng Jiaming replied fluently. "Smuggling goods?" I retorted, filled with skepticism. Before Deng Jiaming could respond, Deng Yanin entered the room. Upon entering, she directed her words at Deng Jiaming. "Third brother, it's time for the meeting. Why are you still here?" Deng Jiaming looked at Deng Yanin reproachfully. "Did you not see that sister-in-law has arrived? Inform them that the meeting will be delayed for a bit." "Sister-in-law? What brings you here?" It seemed that only then did Deng Yanin notice me. She walked in and instructed the secretary, who happened to be bringing in coffee, "Please notify them that the meeting is delayed by 10 minutes. I chuckled inwardly, realizing this was a subtle dismissal. After Deng Yanin spoke, she wore a dissonant smile and sat beside me. "Are you feeling all right? You should be resting more." Indeed, I grew weary of lying down, and the doctor suggested I move about more. Hence, I thought I'd drop by the company and perhaps share lunch with your second brother. I replied nonchalantly. "I hadn't expected you all to be here and so busy." My second brother is extremely busy, working tirelessly. The current business climate is tough. Unlike when you were here, the competition is fierce. Selling a single piece of equipment feels like a marathon, Deng Yanin lamented in a veiled manner. "Well, you all carry on. I want to wait for your second brother. I wouldn't want to delay your important matters for these 10 minutes, I stated, rising to my feet and advising Deng Jiaming, "When your second brother returns, please tell him I stopped by." Deng Yanin immediately stood, looking apologetic. "Sister-in-law, I'm truly sorry. Your timing is unfortunate. We have a sales report meeting to attend. Why don't you stay a little longer? I'll call my second brother and have him come back." "No, it's fine. I just needed some fresh air and ended up here." "I won't hold you up any longer," I replied, understanding her intentions. I made my way towards the exit, discreetly glancing at the conference room's floor-to-ceiling windows, which were empty. The so-called meeting was clearly a ruse orchestrated by Deng Yanin and Deng Jiaming to prevent me from lingering at the company. The Deng family truly were a troupe of skilled actors, each performing their roles with finesse, particularly Deng Yanin. As the two brothers escorted me to the elevator, wearing forced smiles, I waved goodbye as the doors closed, instantly dropping my facade. Upon reaching the first floor, Zhao Minglan came out to see me off, watching as I got into the car. The moment I settled inside, a wave of anger surged through me, and tears involuntarily streamed down my face. Everything I had worked for had turned to nothing, leaving me to serve as a mere pawn for the treacherous Deng family. I could not swallow this humiliation. I drove to a secluded spot and broke down in tears, laying my head on the steering wheel. After regaining my composure, I retrieved my phone and searched for Zhao Gang's number. To avoid leaving a trace, I used my new phone to call him, only to be informed that the number was disconnected. I clutched the phone, stunned, and dialed again, but the outcome remained the same. How could it be a disconnected number? Chapter 53. Searching for my former subordinate in that moment, I felt utterly helpless. I could not allow the situation to deteriorate further. I had to find Zhao Gang to uncover the truth about what had transpired. I absolutely refused to believe he was involved in smuggling. Just then my old phone rang, and upon checking, I saw it was Deng Jiaja calling. It seemed Deng Jiaming had tipped him off. I composed myself, cleared my throat, and answered, "Hello, dear. Where are you? Why did you step out? Are you all right?" His tone was filled with concern and tenderness. I was feeling quite bored at home, so I stepped out for some fresh air. I had nowhere in particular to go, so I came to the company. "But you're not here?" I tried to keep my voice calm. "Jiaming mentioned you were at the port. Shall I come find you?" "I've already stepped out. Just tell me where you are," he urged. "I'm on Xinjiang Road," I replied honestly, wary of him tracking my location. "If you're busy, I can head home. I've been out for a while and feel a bit tired." "That's fine. Drive slowly. I'll head home too," he suggested, clearly hinting that he was worried I might linger outside. "All right, I'll head straight back." After ending the call, I activated my Bluetooth and dialed Shenhua, asking him to help me locate Zhao Gang. Just as I arrived home, Deng Jiaja returned, bringing me my favorite chestnuts. "How did you come back so quickly?" "I just got in," I asked, feigning exhaustion as I collapsed onto the sofa. "Didn't you say you'd be out for a while?" I initially intended to visit the hospital, but when I called, the person I needed to see wasn't available, so I returned instead. He explained, observing my expression. "You're improving day by day. You can even drive now." "Nonsense. It was just a short drive. Pressing the gas pedal made my legs weak. If I don't start exercising, I'll really be in trouble. The doctors these days are so unprofessional. They can't find anything wrong with me," I complained, pointing to the chestnuts in his hand. "I want to eat those." Deng Jiaja obediently sat beside me, opened the bag, and I grumbled, "Did you wash your hands?" He smiled and quickly got up to wash his hands before returning to peel the chestnuts for me. Just as I was enjoying the chestnuts he had peeled, his phone rang. He glanced at it, stood up, and walked outside to answer, remaining silent except for a few murmurs before hanging up. He then looked at me with a smile. "Sweetheart, someone has returned. I need to go and finalize things." I shot him a glare. "You've barely settled, and you're off again." I knew full well that this call was suspicious. He leaned in to kiss my forehead and asked, "What can I do? Should I forego business? Are we still having lunch at home?" I pressed, initially hoping to find him outside. "What do you think? At this hour? I surely have to entertain someone outside." Deng Jiajia's excuses were far too convenient. Did he really think I had become muddled due to my illness? That business calls would not reach me? I wave him off. "Fine, go ahead. Just remember to return my money." He chuckled, his eyes warm. "I see you're all about the money. It's all you ever talk about." He grabbed his bag and casually remarked, "I'm off," and strode away. I silently cursed under my breath. It was the Deng family that was greedy. Their avarice was appalling. I wasn't dead yet. Yet they were all vying for a piece of the pie. The Liu family's money was not so easily swallowed. I stood and told Sister Jeanne, who was about to head downstairs to prepare dinner, "I'd like to take a nap. Please don't call me for lunch." That afternoon, I organized all the reports on Deng Jiajia's computer, extracting useful leads, and reached out to old classmates in hopes of tracking down Zhao Gang. However, no one could get in touch with him. He had seemingly vanished without a trace, and even Xin Kuo had no updates. Chapter 54. It was her, just as I was feeling overwhelmed. Zhou Haijin sent me a video. In the footage, Deng Jiajia stood at the entrance of the Yintai Mall, receiving a woman who emerged carrying numerous bags. Deng Jiajia tenderly stepped forward to take the items from her hands, and as she ducked into the car, the distance was too great and the movement too swift for me to discern her face. I have watched it twice, yet I remain unfulfilled. However, the attire of Deng Jiajia is indeed the same as he wore when he left home, indicating that this video is freshly released. I immediately called Zhou Haijin to inquire. "What did you see them?" "At noon." It seems this was the very call he received to evade me, hastily departing thereafter. Deng Jiajia met that woman at the Tinshui Guild Hall, and I trail behind, seeing them enter together, but they have yet to emerge. Damn it, I am resolute to catch a glimpse of her face. It feels oddly familiar. Did you not catch a glimpse of her face upon entry? I dare not get too close. I only glimpsed her silhouette as I followed. Zhou Haijin exclaimed in frustration, "This scoundrel is indeed a flag fluttering in the wind." And I genuinely feel for you. I let out a self-deprecating chuckle, having grown numb to it all. I had always believed I was fortunate to have encountered a good man like Deng Jiajia, convinced that even if all men in the world turned their backs, he would remain steadfast. Yet, I was gravely mistaken. I was blind and foolish, deceived by this creature, and now I face utter destruction. His ambitions have been brewing for quite some time. "What do you mean?" Zhou Haijin discerned the underlying message in my words. My nose tinged with emotion. I struggled to speak, finally managing to tell her, "Haijin, I fear the company may no longer be in my hands." "What?" Zhou Haijin exclaimed in disbelief. "How can it not be in your hands?" I recounted the events of my visit to the company that morning. Zhou Haijin erupted in anger. "What do you plan to do? We cannot allow that scoundrel Deng to profit from this." I scoffed, and, as I conversed with Zhou Haijin, my thoughts crystallized. In a cold tone, I stated of course not. He can take whatever he wants from me, but the company remains off limits. That belongs to the Liu family, and he shall not lay a finger on it. I intend to make him return every last penny with interest. Well said. I support you. Indeed, I truly require your assistance. Through fire and water, I will stand by you. You just say the word. Zhou Haijin's determination was unwavering. Let them turn against one another. I declared firmly, since they are so greedy, I shall incite them to tear at each other, preventing any further solidarity. I understand the Deng family well. Although they appear united, each member is exceedingly selfish. Upon hearing this, Zhou Haijin was eager to act. What shall we do? For now, you must assist me with two urgent tasks. First, investigate the associates of those brothers. Second, help me find a trustworthy and seasoned lawyer. Got it. Oh, by the way, did you prepare what I asked for Deng Jiajia? I questioned Zhou Haijin. Rest assured, it's all set. It won't be long before Deng Jiajia falls into the trap. I've secured him something truly exceptional, perfect for a man like him. Zhou Haijin grinned maliciously, but remember, do not let Deng Jiajia get near you. You need not worry. Just seeing him makes me want to vomit. In my eyes, he has become utterly repulsive. What do you plan to do about your family? Zhou Haijin asked curiously. I chuckled confidently. Just watch. Prepare for the show. Just as we were about to end the call, Zhou Haijin gasped. She's coming out. Oh my, it's her. Chapter 55. Brazen betrayal. My heart raced. Are you referring to the woman with Deng Jiajia? Wait. Zhou Haijin's voice was abruptly cut off. I clutched the phone, puzzled by the situation on her end. Moments later, she sent me several photos. Eagerly, I scrolled through them, and, as I recognized the face on the screen, my throat tightened. It was Wu Xiaotong. Wu Xiaotong was someone I had recruited 3 years into establishing my company. She was, to be precise, my junior. Upon her graduation, she joined my firm, a beautiful and astute young woman. But most notably, she possessed a silver tongue. Upon our first meeting, she exclaimed, President Liu, I finally meet you in person. You are my idol. You founded your company before graduation and became an exemplary entrepreneur in Qingsheng. You are a legend at our school. I came to learn from you, hoping you would provide me with a platform to grow alongside you in your business. While I did not revel in her flattery, she was indeed the most outstanding candidate among those who applied, warranting her position within the company. Within just 8 months, she ascended from sales role to my secretary. Now, the Wu Xiaodong in the photos appeared even more mature and alluring than 7 years ago, her figure increasingly voluptuous, with full breasts, a curvaceous waist, and luscious lips. Indeed, the type favored by Deng Jiajia. In the images, Deng Jiajia tenderly embraced Wu Xiaotong, their actions exceedingly intimate, his eyes brimming with affection. It was evident that his regard for Wu Xiaodong was markedly different from that for others, his gaze filled with lingering love. Wu Xiaodong naturally entwined her arm with his, exuding the aura of a true matriarch. My hands trembled uncontrollably as I clutched the photos, my teeth grinding in fury. I had once considered her a trusted aide, intentionally grooming her to assist Deng Jiajia before my departure from the company, only to discover she had become an adept secretary, one who had assisted him into his bed. How utterly foolish I had been. My gaze fixated on the diamond ring adorning Wu Xiaodong's left ring finger, one I recognized all too well. That ring was a limited edition that Deng Jiajia had gifted me on our 5th wedding anniversary. At the time, with our second child being small, I had kept it at home, never expecting to see it here. A surge of anguish coursed through me, and as I beheld Deng Jiajia's face in the photo, a sense of alienation and revulsion washed over me. Tears welled in my eyes, and I quickly inhaled to compose myself. Zhou Haijin's call rang through again. Did you see? It's quite unexpected, isn't it? That scoundrel Deng likely has every woman in your company lined up. The empire you built while enduring the hardships of pregnancy has become his carefree capital. I will seek vengeance on your behalf if you do not. Do not dwell on this. Do not let it trouble you. He is unworthy of your concern. I am currently shadowing them, aiming to uncover her lair. Be cautious. I urge hoarsely. I have already instructed Shun Kuo to investigate when they began their affair. Zhou Haijin reassured me. And I, stay strong. I have faith in you. Do not be disheartened. Absolutely. After hanging up, I buried my face in my pillow, silently sobbing, my heart aching beyond measure. Such pain. This was a stark betrayal. Wu Xiaodong's face surged repeatedly in my mind, and I belatedly recognized why Deng Jiajia had so thoroughly managed the company's affairs, executing a clean break. With Wu Xiaodong's assistance, he would find it effortless. I abruptly sat up, fists clenched tightly, the pent-up rage within me seeking an outlet. I grabbed the blanket, biting down on it, and with both hands, I yanked at the edges with ferocity, tearing it apart. This betrayal felt akin to torture. I silently vowed, I shall not rest until this grievance is avenged. Chapter 56. The newcomer at the door at dinner, Deng Jiajia had yet to return. I composed myself and descended to eat, engaging in casual conversation with Zhao Minglan about company matters while dining. She has been at the company for several days now, and naturally, she has gained some understanding of the various departments, particularly the supervisors. She appeared quite obedient, sharing everything she knew with me candidly. From Zhao Minglan, I once again confirmed that indeed, my personnel were dwindling. At that moment, I heard Zhao Mingzhen's phone ring. She glanced at it, and her expression soured immediately. Subsequently, she became distracted, even forgetting to feed Sanbao. I reached for Sanbao's bowl and deliberately asked her, Sister Zhen, are you feeling unwell? She paused, looked at me, and after a while, awkwardly nodded. Yes, I feel a bit under the weather. Then she extended her hand, saying, let me feed him. insista. No. Let me do it. If you're not well, you should rest more. Zhao Minglan quickly chimed in. Sister, you should go rest. I'll take care of it. Zhao Mingjin shot her a glance, visibly annoyed. I'm fine. Just eat your meal. Zhao Minglan smiled awkwardly, looking at me as if she had done something wrong. I internally scoffed. This little rabbit was merely putting on an act. You don't need to be so formal. Since you're in this household, relax a bit. My words, seemingly comforting, were actually encouragement. Subsequently, I intentionally decided to give Zhao Minglan more responsibilities, allowing her to engage with Sanbao while calling out for help when needed. Curiously, Sanbao genuinely took a liking to Zhao Minglan, following her around and laughing joyfully. Seizing the moment while Zhao Mingjin was preoccupied, I arranged for her to receive some sleeping aids. And before long, she could no longer withstand it and feigned discomfort, retreating to her room to sleep. I accompanied Zhao Minglan in playing with Sanbao until 8 o'clock, lulling him to sleep, and I was indeed exhausted. Before heading to my room, I deliberately reminded Zhao Minglan, please listen out for my husband downstairs. He often comes back late from socializing, and I'm quite fatigued today. Of course, madam. Zhao Minglan replied obediently. You go rest now. You've worked hard. There are snacks in the fridge. Help yourself. After saying this, I turned to ascend the stairs. When Deng Jiajia returned, it was nearly midnight. As soon as I heard his car pull in, I quickly opened the surveillance feed. The moment the image appeared, I saw Deng Jiajia walking into the hall. In the next instant, Zhao Minglan emerged from the guest room. Upon seeing her silhouette, I couldn't help but smile slyly, secretly admiring her cleverness. I observed Deng Jiajia's expression when he spotted Zhao Minglan. He momentarily froze, his gaze fixated on her. It was no wonder Zhao Minglan was so perceptive. She was clad in a shoulder-bearing nightgown that reached her knees, neither overly short nor revealing. However, the fabric was sheer and draped beautifully, subtly hinting at her curves, which, with movement, resembled two playful rabbits hiding beneath the fabric. It is worth noting that Deng Jiajia is undoubtedly a notorious flirt. His instincts finely tuned to the allure of the opposite sex. Zhao Minglan seemed to sense this, quickly crossing her arms in front of her, attempting to conceal her embarrassment, yet inadvertently accentuating her figure even more. A master knows how to ignite a spark without revealing their hand. Welcome back, sir. Her soft voice was almost intoxicating. Even I felt a stirring in my ears. Deng Jiajia raised an eyebrow, asking, so, is it just you here? What an astute question. Chapter 57. A combustible encounter. Upon hearing his question, I couldn't help but curse him internally. He was such a piece of work. It was a clear double entendre. Returning home late at night, who else would be awake? He had previously slipped into Zhao Mingjin's room when he returned late. So I asked, is it just you? He was testing Zhao Minglan. Yes, everyone else is asleep. My sister caught a slight cold, and Madam was too exhausted from entertaining Sanbao and went to bed early. She asked me to wait for your return before sleeping. Zhao Minglan replied softly, her voice dripping with sweetness. In the next moment, she rushed over, bending down to retrieve a pair of slippers from the shoe rack, presenting them at Deng Jiajia's feet with a graceful gesture. Deng Jiajia's eyes were glued to her, an insatiable hunger evident beneath his composed facade. He leisurely changed into the slippers, handing his bag to Zhao Minglan, who eagerly accepted it, flashing him a flirtatious smile. As he took a step, he intentionally stumbled slightly, prompting Zhao Minglan to exclaim in concern and rush to steady him. Perfectly executed. I scoffed, muttering under my breath, what a combustible mix. Without a doubt, the ensuing events were predictable. Deng Jiajia, with his strong arms, swiftly pulled her into his embrace, his eagerness palpable. Zhao Minglan feigned resistance, but soon surrendered, yielding to his advances. I knew she would not disappoint my expectations. Indeed, her performance was precisely what I desired, and even exceeded my anticipations. After reviewing the information Shenhua had gathered about Zhao Minglan, I understood her background thoroughly. She was already a little wildcat accustomed to the nightlife. Having emerged from a broken home, her insatiable greed would only swell. The 1,500 yuan Zhao Mingjin had given her was hardly sufficient to satiate her burgeoning vanity. I surmised that this amount was a source of humiliation for Zhao Minglan, and rather than feeling grateful, intensified her resentment toward Zhao Mingjin. Particularly upon witnessing Zhao Mingjin's lifestyle, her indignation grew, leading to the heated argument they had shortly after Zhao Minglan's arrival. Of course, It was that very conflict that solidified my confidence. Once I presented her with an opportunity, she would not let me down. She was like a dormant beast, ever ready to pounce, especially now that I had created such a favorable chance for her. In truth, from the moment she stepped into this household, I was certain she harbored ulterior motives concerning Deng Jiajia. That night, Deng Jiajia did not return to his room. I remained awake until dawn, not out of anger at his insatiable greed, for I had already despaired of him after seeing those photos on his computer. Only hatred remained in my heart. Moreover, every single transgression he had committed against me was unforgivable. I was plotting my next move, contemplating how to break free from this deadlock. Should I deliver a blow to Zhao Mingjin, forcing them to confront each other? However, the unfolding events often catch one off guard. While I was meticulously strategizing how to entangle Zhao Mingjin in this murky situation, those on the other side were already eager to take the stage. Chapter 58. Last night's mosquitoes as dawn broke, and I had just begun to feel drowsy. I was abruptly awakened by a furious shout. I was certain something had gone awry downstairs. Sitting up abruptly, I felt an impulse to rush down, but reason prevailed, urging me to stay put a moment longer. The commotion below subsided, less intense than I had anticipated. After contemplating briefly, I kicked off my slippers and returned to bed, pulling the blanket over me, convincing myself to close my eyes and sleep as if nothing had happened. Because often, the best performances come from those who arrive late. If I were to step out now, I would undoubtedly be the one left embarrassed. After a short nap, I woke at my usual time, washed up, and leisurely made my way downstairs. In the living room, Deng Jiajia was seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. To my surprise, Zhao Minglan was in the kitchen preparing breakfast. "Where's Sister Zhen?" I inquired nonchalantly. "Why are you the one cooking?" "My sister is upstairs taking care of Sambao," she replied, flustered, as she scrambled to fry an egg. "Madam, would you like milk or coffee?" I spoke slowly, deciding that I would handle things myself. I then entered the kitchen and was met with a few items laid out on the countertop, which incited a twinge of regret within me. Such wastefulness. Ignoring the sight, I poured myself a glass of warm water and exited the kitchen. Deng Jiajia looked up at me, his expression unusually gentle. "Why are you up so early?" he asked. "Shouldn't it be you who is up early? What time did you return last night?" I had no idea, I questioned as I took a seat beside him, my face a mask of skepticism. "Or perhaps you never returned at all. I came back very late last night. You were sleeping soundly. I didn't dare to disturb you," he replied, lying through his teeth without a hint of embarrassment. "I had initially planned to go to the city, but I postponed that as well." "How did yesterday's meeting go?" I inquired. "Did it last the entire afternoon?" "No, I returned to the office in the afternoon. We still couldn't finalize anything. The competition is exceedingly fierce now, and they have no moral boundaries." His face bore a look of helplessness, showing no signs of distress. I suddenly became curious about what kind of agreement the three of them had reached that led to such a cessation of hostilities. During lunch, the food on the table made me question my life choices. I casually glanced at Zhao Minglan and then feigned a gasp. "What happened to your face?" On her pale, anemic-looking visage, there was a distinct dark red handprint that pained me to see. Clearly, the battle had been quite intense. She instinctively covered her face and chuckled. "I was swatting mosquitoes last night." "You swatted them yourself?" I exclaimed, pretending to be incredulous. "You must have done it quite forcefully." I then glanced at Deng Jiajia, who was deeply engrossed in enjoying a fried egg. Clearly, he was quite hungry. It was no wonder, considering the exertion of the previous night. Zhao Minglan seemed to be speaking to herself, adding, "My skin turns red at the slightest touch. It particularly leaves marks. You should be more careful next time. Don't be so forceful. It looks like you've been hit," I teased. At that moment, Zhao Mingjin descended the stairs, cradling Sambao in her arms, placing the child in a high chair before turning to the kitchen to fetch him some milk and a small piece of cake. She said nothing throughout, her expression exceedingly indifferent. As she sat down to feed Sambao, I deliberately asked, "Sister Zhen, did you sleep in?" Zhao Mingjin paused, casting a fleeting glance at me, her eyes darting away. "I might have caught a cold. I just wanted to sleep a bit longer." I turned to Deng Jiajia. "Could you take the child later?" "Sister Zhen is unwell. She should rest." "Minglan, you can go with your husband to drop off the child. It's on your way to work." Zhao Minglan nodded eagerly. However, before she could speak, Zhao Mingjin immediately countered, "No need, madam. I can take him." I looked at Zhao Mingjin, who wore a forlorn expression. "It's not about whether you can or cannot. I'm worried about you passing your cold to the child. Sister, I'll take him from now on. You don't need to worry. My husband and I will drop him off, Zhao Minglan said, her face adorned with a taunting smile. Chapter 59. A two-pronged attack. Having heard Zhao Minglan's words, I understood she was intentionally provoking Zhao Mingzhen. Since the confrontation had already begun, I would naturally support Zhao Minglan. This young girl was indeed a warrior. All right, it's settled then. You'll take care of Sanbao from now on. Just give me a heads up for any special circumstances, I said, satisfied as I looked at Deng Jiajia. This way, Sister Jin wouldn't have to make special trips. And it seemed Sanbao was quite attached to Minglan. I wouldn't feel at ease with anyone else. Thank goodness Minglan was here. Deng Jiajia gazed at me with a look of indulgence. As you wish. I will fully cooperate. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Zhao Mingzhen's face had turned pale with anger, her grip on the spoon white-knuckled. Sister Zhen has been quite tired lately. You should take a break, I said in a detached tone. After we finished eating, Zhao Minglan happily followed Deng Jiajia to the car with Sanbao, and I watched the departing vehicle with a smile, relishing the sight of Zhao Mingzhen witnessing her sister's clever maneuvering. With the opportunity presented, I certainly wouldn't let it slip away. Upon returning to the living room, Zhao Mingzhen emerged, feigning to tidy up the coffee table, yet hesitating to speak. I perused my phone, deliberately ignoring her anxious demeanor. My mind was focused on the next steps. The domestic strife had ignited, and the Deng family should not remain idle. As for Wu Xiaotong, there was no rush. I would let her bask in her comfort a while longer, elevating her expectations so she could truly feel the sting of disappointment. However, I needed to know when she had entangled herself with Deng Jiajia. I had to savor every detail of this unfolding drama. Zhao Mingzhen seemed to have made a resolution, or perhaps she had reached her limit, as she finally approached me, clenching her teeth. Madam, you need not concern yourself so much with my sister. I feigned surprise. Pressing for clarification, what do you mean? Are you unhappy that I care for her? I know my sister well. She is quite troublesome. She has always been rebellious since childhood. Not at all like what you perceive, Zhao Mingzhen said, her words delicately veiled. Oh, I'm curious. I leaned forward, resting against the sofa. What is she really like? Doing leaguing me. Zhao Mingzhen appeared conflicted, yet I regarded her intently, awaiting her response. In any case, don't spoil her too much. She might take advantage of it. I will find her a place to stay soon. Is that so? Very well. I nodded. My concern for her stems from her being your sister. Since you say that, you may handle it as you see fit. However, I warned, if she moves out and is no longer under your watchful eye, she become even more troublesome. Her expression darkened, clearly agitated, as if she could no longer tolerate the situation. Will she? She seems like a well-behaved little girl. I chuckled. Zhao Mingzhen scoffed, turning to me. Well, I might need to step out for a bit. Lunch? I quickly waved my hand. Go ahead and handle your affairs. I can manage lunch on my own. Rest assured, I won't delay dinner. Zhao Mingzhen's tone was resolute. It seemed Zhao Minglan had indeed crossed her boundaries. However, I mused that finding a new place for her sister might not be so straightforward. Zhao Mingzhen was like a turtle in a boiling pot, simmering with frustration as dangers loomed both inside and out. During dinner yesterday, she had been on edge upon receiving a message on her phone. I was fully aware of the reason. My preemptive strike had been executed through a stranger-s number, sending her a photo of Deng Jiajia with Wu Xiaotong. She certainly didn't suspect that I had yet to press the gourd, as the chaos was already escalating for both sides, leaving her no choice but to take drastic measures. This was precisely the outcome I desired. There had to be chaos for there to be a show. If Zhao Mingzhen truly devised a way to deal with Wu Xiaotong, I would regard her with newfound respect. My curiosity piqued. What was Zhao Mingzhen planning? Thus, after she left the house, I followed her at a distance in my car. Chapter 60. Walls have ears, as I suspected. Zhao Mingzhen was not in search of a new home. Instead, she was meeting someone, a man. I couldn't help but sigh. It appeared I was not the only one with external support. The man she met was in his 30s, quite robust and imposing, a figure of solid build. They seemed quite familiar with one another, entering a CAF one after the other. Coincidentally, I recognized the CAF well. It had a back courtyard for parking and a rear entrance. I parked my car in the small community behind and swiftly walked into the CAF. This establishment featured small partitions, with very few patrons in the main hall, as most came to discuss matters privately in the secluded booths. I ascended to the second floor directly, having already noted their seating arrangement. Choosing a quiet room adjacent to theirs, I discreetly entered, sitting against the wall shared with them for the sake of eavesdropping, and ordered a cup of Blue Mountain coffee. The partitions here were not fully enclosed at the top, resulting in less than optimal sound insulation. At that moment, the deep, resonant voice of a man permeated the partition. "Speak, what business do you have with me?" "Indeed, there is a matter." This was Zhao Mingjin's voice. "You must assist me in investigating something." The man chuckled, and I thought to myself, you wouldn't even remember me if there were no issues at hand. Could you not speak in such a manner? I am left with no choice. If I do not seek you, whom else should I approach? Regardless, you are the only one I trust. Zhao Mingjin's tone was tinged with melancholy. Do you think this is easy for me? Whether it is easy or not, I know not. However, when you are thriving, I am but a mere shadow. You trust me? Huh, I am nothing more than a puppet. You can summon and dismiss me at will. The man's voice brimmed with resentment. I must have owed you in a past life. Enough. Who owes whom is uncertain. When you were spending my money, I did not see you voice such complaints. Zhao Mingjin retorted, his voice rising in anger. I was taken aback. Zhao Mingjin was indeed audacious, using Deng Jia's funds while keeping a backup partner. He truly understood the game better than I did. Refrain from such talk. Do not trivialize matters. Speak plainly. What is it you wish to investigate? Whom do you seek? The man seemed to relent, pressing for details. After a brief pause, Zhao Mingjin's voice emerged. This woman, investigate her for me. I realized that Zhao Mingjin was referring to Wu Xiaotong. Huh, who else could it be but this man's mistress? I thought, he is clearly no good. If he could act so callously towards you, a mere caretaker, he would not be idle elsewhere. The man spat in disdain, in my opinion. There is no need to investigate. Simply drain his finances. That would be far more advantageous. The next time he uses your card to transfer money, just intercept it. We can vanish. Since he is not short on cash, what can he do to us? I was startled, realizing that Deng Jia had previously utilized Zhao Mingjin to transfer funds. No wonder Zhao Mingjin was utterly devoted to him. Do not speak nonsense. There is certainly something amiss. Else he would not treat me this way. He wouldn't. After all I have given him. Zhao Mingjin choked on his words. You are simply short-sighted. Only seeing the immediate. Damn it. You are the one who is short-sighted. Do you genuinely believe that this Deng could marry you? Even a fool can see he is merely using you. The man's words, though harsh, were undeniably true. However, truth often stings. Zhao Mingjin retorted angrily, silence. If you cannot assist me, I shall seek help elsewhere. What? You think there are others? Are you toying with me? I have protected you since school, following you to Qingcheng. Do you truly think I am merely your tool? The man's voice held anger now. Zhao Mingjin, do not overstep your bounds. I, Hu Kuei, am also a man. I grant you courtesy because of the years we have shared, and I do not wish to hold it against you. Have you forgotten how you came to Qingcheng? Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingjin immediately hushed him, lowering his voice. Keep your voice down. Be wary of eavesdroppers. Chapter 61. There is more than meets the eye. Do you also experience fear? When you acted with malice, were you ever afraid? The man's voice was laced with genuine anger. Damn, had I not brought you up, would you have forgotten? You have lived comfortably and leisurely these years, while I have been hiding and fleeing. Have you ever cared for me? My heart raced. It seemed Zhao Mingjin was indeed formidable. The malice, the man spoke of undoubtedly held substance. Yet how could it have been omitted from the records Shen Kuo had gathered? I recalled that when Zhou Haijin mentioned Zhao Mingjin's dossier, she only noted her history of seducing the head of the family. However, the malice referred to by this man hinted at something deeper, sending shivers down my spine. Hukui, you had best keep your mouth tightly sealed. Zhao Mingjin warned, lowering his tone. Otherwise, none of us shall survive. This statement only solidified my suspicion that the matter was indeed significant. The other side fell silent for a while before Zhao Mingjin's gentle voice returned. Kuei, all that you have done for me, I have kept in my heart. I shall not treat you unfairly. The condition is that I must first be well. Is it not? This time, I will not send you on a fruitless errand. It appeared Zhao Mingjin was changing tactics, opting for a softer approach. Even if you discover something, what then? Zhao Mingjin, I must remind you, this vile man is not a good person. You are truly blinded by your emotions. Hu Kuei's tone softened considerably, adopting a more earnest manner. What do you know? If I lack confidence, would I persist so stubbornly? Zhao Mingjin countered. This time, I will not relinquish this opportunity easily. You must provide me with an explanation. Are you certain? Of course. Once he makes up his mind, I will have one, Zhao Mingjin declared fiercely. At that point, even if I let go, he must offer me a satisfactory price. I shall not engage in futile efforts. Rest assured. Do you mean you have something on him? The man's voice trembled with excitement. More than just something, Zhao Mingjin replied dismissively. Speak, I am all ears. Let's see if it is feasible. Hu Kuei pressed on with a playful tone. Zhao Mingjin snorted. You know too much, and that does not bode well for you. Just hurry and investigate this woman's background. I will not allow my plans to be derailed. Well, you must provide me with some funds. I am rather tight on cash at the moment. Hu Kuei chuckled softly. Just investigate. Be thorough. Zhao Mingjin impatiently instructed. Soon, a notification pinged from the other side, followed by Hu Kuei's complaint. 20,000 is hardly sufficient. You know how high the costs are for such matters. You expect me to uncover her background with just a photo? Do you take me for Neza? This requires professionals. Just proceed. Once the investigation is complete, I will give you an additional 30,000. Zhao Mingjin replied curtly. Zhao Mingjin, you are not planning to take action again, are you? The man's voice held a hint of concern. This time, do not involve me. Huh, I have my ways. Zhao Mingjin replied confidently. If the investigation fails, so be it. Besides, this was his idea. Once successful, he shall not escape his obligations. Her insinuation led me to think of what she still held in her possession. Very well. I shall do my utmost. Hu Kuei responded, chuckling. Let us change locations. It has been ages since we last met. Sitting here, sipping this lukewarm water, is hardly engaging. I have other matters to attend to. Zhao Mingjin clearly deflected. What matters could be more urgent than mine? You are not so pressed for time that you cannot spare a moment for me. I understood perfectly well what the man's urgency implied and cursed silently. These two were indeed brazen. I could hear the rustling sounds from the other side, followed by Zhao Mingjin's slightly irritated voice. All right, shall we not observe some decorum? We are leaving. When seeking favors, one ought to exhibit some humility. No? The man insisted, seemingly eager. Let's hurry. Zhao Mingjin teased. That is more like it. While he entertains other women, you ought not to be idle either. The man chuckled lewdly, and soon I heard the sound of the door opening next door. I held my breath, listening intently to their retreating footsteps. After a moment of contemplation, I sent Shun Kwa a message. Since someone was eager to take action, I was more than willing to partake. Let Zhao Mingjin acquire what she desired swiftly. Chapter 62. The greatest contributor before I could leave, Zhou Haijin's call came through, inquiring about my whereabouts. I sent her my location, and she instructed me to wait. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Haijin rushed in, followed closely by Shun Kwa, whom I had not seen for quite some time, but had kept in touch with regularly. Shun Kwa, being rather cautious, checked the adjacent compartments for any presence before he re-entered. Upon noticing me, he greeted me warmly and promptly sat down opposite me, placing a thick folder right in front of me without uttering a word. He raised an eyebrow, gesturing here, everything you seek. Eagerly, I reached out and opened the folder, pouring out a stack of documents. My gaze fixated on the pile of information, and I felt an exhilarating rush of energy. The efficiency was remarkable. Shun Kwa shrugged with a hint of pride, exuding an air of arrogance. At the top of the pile was the dossier on Deng Jiafeng, which sent a chill down my spine. I had not anticipated such a malignant character lurking in the Deng family. Although I had sensed he was no saint, I had not expected him to be so cunning and complex. Shun Kwa pointed at the documents in my hand, stating that the drug was indeed Deng Jiafeng's handiwork. What we had uncovered thus far was merely the tip of the iceberg. Further investigation was required, but it would take time, and what I had discovered was solely pertinent to you. The Deng family is a den of thieves, and I. Each member is implicated in their assault on you. Zhou Haijin added, stating that the company's upheaval was a protracted affair, just as you had surmised. I glanced at Shun Kwa, inquiring about Zhao Gang's whereabouts. He shook his head, seriousness etched on his face, responding, No, it seems this individual has vanished into thin air. This revelation sent a shiver down my spine, chilling me to my core. Shun Kwa, you must help me find him. I implored, though my own conviction wavered. His words about a complete disappearance instilled a sense of dread within me. He was my senior, having stood by my side through trials and tribulations. Every piece of equipment that had entered or exited was facilitated by his connections. Without him, Danfeng Group would not exist today. While the funding belonged to the Liu family, the networks were Zhao Gang's. He had to be found. Shun Kuo paused for a moment, finally conceding. All right, I will make an effort. However, I suspect this is closely tied to Deng Jiafeng. This statement was the least alarming to me. If we could locate him, the mysteries surrounding the company would be unraveled. My lips twitched, but I strove to maintain my composure. The company's turmoil was significantly linked to Wu Xiaotong. After finishing his coffee, Shun Kuo reached for another document from beneath the stack and handed it to me. This details her timeline and dealings with Deng Jiajia. Upon hearing Shun Kuo's words, I quickly examined the document. It revealed that after Deng Jiajia officially took over Danfeng Company, Wu Xiaotong, as his secretary, was inseparable from him. She assisted Deng Jiajia in reorganizing the existing clientele, visiting every supplier and vendor. It was evident that during this period, Deng Jiajia had effortlessly won over Wu Xiaotong, who subsequently rose to become his chief assistant. She played a pivotal role in his sweeping reforms, gradually pushing my trusted allies out of the picture. Notably, Deng Jiafeng's machinations were evident. It was a conspiracy indeed. Wu Xiaotong was undoubtedly a key figure in Deng Jiajia's transformation and a significant contributor to his success. Thus, Deng Jiajia held her in high regard. During that time, Wu Xiaotong wielded considerable power, and some who were ousted didn't even require Deng Jiajia's intervention. Later, Shun Kuo hesitated before continuing. Wu Xiaotong became pregnant, and Deng Jiajia sheltered her, allowing her to operate from behind the scenes pregnant. I was taken aback, staring at Shun Kuo. Chapter 63. Disassembling the Deng family team. Shun Kuo pulled out a photograph from the documents, revealing the child she had with Deng Jiajia, younger than your second child by 2 years, currently enrolled in New Star International School. Wu Xiaotong has now fully transitioned into a dedicated housewife. New Star International School? I exclaimed. Yes, the same school as your second child. Shun Kuo confirmed. 1 grade below your second child. A wave of bitterness washed over me. My heart raced as if it would shatter from the pain. This was utterly intolerable. Zhou Haijin couldn't contain her indignation, exclaiming, that wretched woman. She had always been Deng Jiajia, a strategic advisor and a reliable assistant. Shun Kuo reclined lazily on the sofa, declaring, among Deng Jiajia's many women, she is undoubtedly the one he holds in highest regard. Of course, Wu Xiaotong played an indispensable role in Deng Jiajia's ascent. Shun Kuo, unbothered by my emotions, added, Wu Xiaotong is indeed formidable, and she stands to gain the most. Should you perish, she will surely be positioned in your stead. Shun Kuo's words were remarkably candid, devoid of any pretense. My grip tightened around the photograph, crumpling it as the image blurred in my hands. I lifted my gaze to Shun Kuo, saying with meaningful intent, let us hand this information over to Zhao Mingjin. She could benefit from a little education. The enemy of my enemy is a useful ally. Sven Kuo instantly understood, glancing at me and whistling. Moments later, he suddenly remarked, oh, by the way, Wu Xiaotong shares a close relationship with Deng Jiafeng. I was taken aback and pressed. In what manner is it close? During the upheaval involving those senior members, the Deng brothers maintained a notably close rapport, and Wu Xiaotong was undoubtedly a key player. Certain matters could not escape her strategic oversight, hence their intimate association. What disgrace! I spat, glaring at them. I must ascertain their utility. This Deng family team must be dismantled. All right. Shun Kuo gestured in agreement. And I, you're absolutely right. If Wu Xiaotong and Deng Jiafeng have any ulterior motives, that could serve as our breakthrough. I can't bear to witness this. The Deng family is a pack of beasts, a den of scoundrels. Zhou Haijin raged. Another opportunity lies with Deng Yanan. She is exceedingly selfish and greedy. I conveyed to Shun Kuo, I need a chance to expose her selfishness. She currently oversees the finances, and if she remains unscathed, it would be remiss of me. Shun Kuo chuckled. Indeed, that's a splendid idea. I've looked into it. Deng Yanan's husband is also a piece of work, harboring grievances against the Deng family for quite some time. Their marital status is quite poor, and once Deng Yanan tastes success, she'll be unable to restrain herself. That would be ideal. We must pursue this strategy. Zhou Haijin concurred. I murmured to myself, I truly wish to return to the company. Shun Kuo immediately interjected, Sister and I, now is not the time to return to the company. It would only serve to raise suspicion. Moreover, it would be quite awkward for you to return. What could you possibly accomplish? Yet, I yearn to delve into their internal affairs. I feel frustrated. I lamented, They now function as a seamless entity, and I remain completely in the dark. The current executives are all individuals placed by the Deng family, acting as a firewall. I have no means of penetrating their defenses. The previous veterans are few and far between, and those remaining are inconsequential. I cannot afford to rely on them. It would be more prudent to insert someone into their midst, he suggested candidly. My eyes lit up at his words. Indeed, if I could place one of my own within the company, it would simplify matters. Chapter 64. Leaving with nothing. I gazed at Shun Kwa with eager anticipation, exclaiming, "But I don't have anyone suitable for this task. Someone close to you 1T suffice. It must be a complete stranger. Think about it. If they infiltrate the core of their operations, they will undoubtedly conduct thorough investigations. I will arrange this." Shun Kwa took the initiative to oversee this task, continuing, "Let them embed themselves alongside Deng Jiming. He lacks achievements and desperately needs a trusted confidant to secure his position. He will surely be in search of talent at this juncture. Oh, how serendipitous. We are on the same wavelength." I clapped my hands, genuinely expressing my gratitude. "Thank you, Sken Kwa." To be honest, my admiration for Shun Kwa has only grown. Aside from his sharp tongue, he truly proves to be an invaluable ally. I turned to Zhou Haijin and inquired, "Haijin, have you found the lawyer I asked you to look for that day?" "No problem." Zhou Haijin exchanged a glance with Shun Kwa. "When do you need to see him?" "As soon as you arrange it. I would like to consult about some legal matters." I replied succinctly. "What kind of matters?" Shun Kwa asked with genuine interest. Initially reluctant to disclose too much, I eventually conceded under his persistent questioning. "Divorce." Upon hearing this, Shun Kwa doused my hopes with cold water. "You can't get divorced right now. Is there even a need to consult a lawyer about that? Firstly, if Deng Jiajia truly wishes to extract value from you, he will not easily agree to a divorce. Secondly, divorcing at this juncture offers you no advantage. You might end up with nothing, no assets, no home, not even custody of your children." Shun Kwa's words struck me hard. Why would he let you leave with anything? If he does, I certainly 1T. Zhou Haijin immediately chimed in. "On what grounds?" "You should know that Danfeng Group is essentially propped up by the Liu family, akin to their migration from Sioux City to Qing City. While others may be oblivious, I am aware that Uncle Liu has staked all his wealth in Qing City. Now that it's in Deng Jiajia's hands, he appears to be flourishing. But what about the Liu family?" My vision blurred with despair, overwhelmed by my own inadequacies. "Indeed, when it comes to Deng Jiajia, you have been rather naive," Shun Kwa bluntly remarked. "However, Nizi, you are not entirely hopeless." His words elicited a laugh from me. "Are you scolding me or complimenting me?" He chuckled in response. "A bit of both. The lawyer is not an issue. I can find one for you who will undoubtedly meet your expectations and be thoroughly reliable." Before Shun Kwa could finish, Zhou Haijin interrupted. "I'm not entirely at ease. You know the Deng family has their pitfalls, and I fear there might be unforeseen consequences. I don't intend to divorce just yet. I merely wish to ascertain my chances at this moment. It's prudent to prepare ahead of time. I have been too passive in some matters. How can I transform my passivity into proactivity without infringing upon the law?" "Clever," Shun Kwa praised, giving me a thumbs up. I sighed. Even the slowest bird must first take flight. You are not foolish in all aspects, just rather short-sighted when it comes to people, Shun Kwa added, eliciting laughter from both Zhou Haijin and me. "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to ask you something. I nearly overlooked the matter regarding the man I had seen with Zhao Mingjin." "Shun Kwa, during your investigation of Zhao Mingjin, did you come across a man named Hu Kuei?" "Hu Kuei?" "Indeed. I recall such an individual. He appears to be Zhao Mingjin's classmate, always coming to her defense. Anyone who dares to bully her would find themselves at odds with him. Back then, Zhao Mingjin was quite isolated. Everyone disparaged her as an illegitimate child. However, after she left home, I ceased to monitor him. Look into Hu Kuei. I suspect he may have been involved in some unsavory dealings with Zhao Mingjin." I recounted the previous events to Shun Kwa and Zhou Haijin. Shun Kwa immediately became alert. Looking at me earnestly, "I will investigate right away." He rose and exited, pausing at the door to say, with significant meaning, "I will find you a lawyer." Chapter 65. She must be drawn into this. I regarded his retreating figure with curiosity and turned to Zhou Haijin. "Is he truly Wei Qingchuan's cousin?" "Yes," Zhou Haijin affirmed confidently. "He is indeed not at all like his brother," I remarked, shaking my head in disbelief. "Are you implying Wei Qingchuan is not remarkable?" Zhou Haijin responded with a hint of implication. Even dragons have their unique offspring. Do not underestimate this young man. He is quite dependable and holds considerable standing in the industry. He is not someone whom anyone can easily employ. Is that so? Absolutely. He is nicknamed Dragon Lord in his field. Zhou Haijin stated seriously. Do you understand what that means? A dragon is only seen briefly, never fully revealed. He is revered in our industry, indispensable to it. He stands head and shoulders above the rest, with countless subordinates beneath him, and there is no clue he cannot unearth. Hearing Zhou Haijin's description left me wide-eyed, pondering how I would settle my debts with him in the future. I feared I might escape from a dire situation only to find myself financially destitute. Zhou Haijin seemed to read my thoughts, chuckling lightly. Do not worry. He is extending you a friendly gesture. Are you certain? I looked at Zhou Haijin, teasing otherwise. Given your description, I fear I may end up bankrupt. Zhou Haijin burst into laughter, then jested. What about Wei Qingchuan? Why fear him? Please, let's not mention him. There is no certainty with him. I quickly diverted the topic. I have a task for you. Speak freely. I am at your service. Set up a meeting. I wish to speak with Wu Xiaodong. Zhou Haijin appeared surprised, her playful demeanor shifting to seriousness. Really? What do you wish to see her for? Just to connect. After all, she was an old subordinate. I replied with ulterior motives. Rest assured, I will approach her in a friendly manner. Zhou Haijin instantly understood my intentions. I gazed at the photograph of Wu Xiaodong and her family, smiling at her. You understand me best. I must draw her into this. I needed to test the strength of their relationship. All right then, just watch. Zhou Haijin clapped my shoulder. I reviewed the materials Shan Kuo had provided once more, then returned each one to Zhou Haijin, stating, Please keep these with you. They are not safe with me. Zhou Haijin nodded, stowing them in her bag. We dined together for a while longer before leaving for the back door. I aimed to return home before Zhao Mingjin did. Upon my arrival, it was evident that Zhao Mingjin had not yet returned. I reclined on the sofa, my thoughts consumed by the image of that family portrait, reflecting on my 3 children. Lost in reverie, a burning hatred engulfed me, consuming everything in its path. Yet, reason dictated that I must reclaim all that was mine, ensuring Deng Jia's disgrace and Wu Xiaodong's utter ruin. In contrast, Zhao Mingjin was merely a puppet, a pawn left by Deng Jia to surveil me. She was merely overestimating her own capabilities. Just as I was lost in thought, Zhao Mingjin returned with a large bag of groceries, appearing in good spirits. She looked far more relaxed than when she had left. It seemed that her afternoon had been quite liberating, her complexion glowing. Madam, did you not go out for a stroll? Zhao Mingjin asked upon seeing me lounging on the sofa, drowsy. No, I couldn't be bothered. I responded listlessly. After putting down her things, Zhao Mingjin approached. Madam, what do you wish to eat tonight? I pondered for a moment. Sitting up, anything will do. I need to step out for a bit. Huh? Where are you going? She pressed. I glanced at her, and she quickly realized she had overstepped, chuckling awkwardly. I went upstairs to change my clothes, then grabbed my car keys and headed out. Before leaving, I told Zhao Mingjin, I'm going to check on Air Bao. I won't be back for dinner. Chapter 66. Ungrateful, I got in the car, leaving home and heading straight for New Star International School, an elite institution that housed both elementary and secondary levels, where my second child was in the 2nd grade. Due to my health, Air Bao had remained with the Deng family, under the care of his grandmother. It had been a long time since I'd seen him. Upon arriving at the school gate, I parked a bit farther away since I was early, sitting in the car and watching the entrance. As the first graders began to be dismissed, I straightened up, my gaze fixed on the gate, scanning the crowd of parents for Wu Xiaodong. It had been years since I last saw her. Reflecting on it now, I realized I had been juvenile, underestimating the greed of human nature and placing too much trust in Deng Jia and Wu Xiaodong. Reflecting on the past, I now realize how foolish I was to hold her in such high regard before my departure, seeking her assistance in overseeing Deng Jia. What a naive endeavor that was. The duplicity of human nature is truly unfathomable. This double betrayal inflicts a pain far greater than mere physical torment. It evokes a fury capable of annihilating everything in its path. I must admit, the hearts of men have grown cold, and the world has grown callous. At last, I spotted her amidst the throng, a figure clad in a delicate, pale yellow knitted dress that accentuated her voluptuous form. A brown silk scarf adorned her neck, while in her hand, she carried a limited edition Hermes bag in matching hues. Her long, wavy hair was gracefully arranged, evoking a sense of poise and elegance that was nothing short of remarkable. That face, once deemed unremarkable, now radiated with a captivating allure. Enhanced by the vivid yellow of her attire, she epitomized the image of a wealthy matron. Instinctively, I stole a glance at my reflection in the rearview mirror. A stark contrast: short, disheveled hair, a pallid visage lacking luster. Remnants of a face that had only recently begun to recover from the effects of the antidote. In my earlier days of awakening, I had resembled a specter, hovering near the threshold of the afterlife. My grip tightened around the steering wheel, a surge of anger igniting within me, growing ever more fervent. What I found even more intolerable was the presence of a slightly plump woman beside her, my mother-in-law, Feng Qing, Deng Jiajia's mother. Their familiarity was palpable, their conversation warm and animated. The delight reflected in Feng Qing's eyes was almost intoxicating, as they exchanged greetings with fellow parents arriving to collect their children. It appeared that the Deng family had long embraced this mistress, perhaps even forgotten my existence entirely. I recalled the days when their family of 67 had been crammed into a modest 50-square-meter apartment. Had it not been for me, they would still be mired in that harsh existence. It was the wealth of the Liu family that afforded them the luxury of a spacious 200-square-meter flat. Yet they chose to completely disregard my role in their liberation from hardship. At that moment, I yearned to leap from my vehicle and deliver a startling revelation, reminding Deng Jiajia's mother that I was still very much alive, and that her aspirations to elevate the mistress were premature. However, just as I contemplated this, a cherubic, plump little boy burst forth from the school gates, joyfully leaping into Wu Xiaotong's embrace. I quickly retracted my hand. Wu Xiaotong beamed as she wiped the sweat from the boy's brow, then gestured towards Feng Qing. The child, displaying commendable obedience, promptly leaped into Deng Jiajia's mother's arms, eliciting a radiant smile from Feng Qing. Their display of familial affection was as natural as it was heartwarming. Yet, Wu Xiaotong displayed no urgency to depart. Instead, she lingered with Feng Qing at the entrance, exchanging pleasantries with passersby. I found myself perplexed, wondering if they were awaiting the arrival of another child. A knot tightened in my heart. Their audacity was simply intolerable. With simmering resentment, I resolved to observe the unfolding situation. Sure enough, 20 minutes later, I spotted my second child emerging from the school, his backpack slung over his shoulder, his expression one of evident displeasure. My heart sank. As he raised his gaze to see his grandmother and Wu Xiaotong, there was no hint of surprise, an indication that he too had grown quite familiar with them. It was Wu Xiaotong's son who dashed forward first, his lively demeanor and cherubic face gracing him with a smile reminiscent of Deng Jiajia's own. He approached my second child, looking up at him with something to say. Although my child seemed discontent, he managed a smile for Wu Xiaotong, addressing her with some term of endearment before turning his gaze towards his grandmother. Feng Qing's displeasure was palpable as she reprimanded him, tugging him closer with an unmistakable frown, so starkly different from her earlier demeanor with Wu Xiaotong and her son. My second child shrugged off her grip, striding forward defiantly. Feng Qing exchanged words with Wu Xiaotong before pursuing him. I attempted to start the car, but the throngs of parents made it impossible to navigate through the crowd. At that moment, Wu Xiaotong smirked, casting a dismissive glance at the departing figure of the elderly woman, before leading her son away with a wave to the other parents. My gaze followed them, and to my dismay, I watched as Wu Xiaotong and her son entered a Porsche 911, a vehicle I had long admired but deemed too extravagant for my modest means. As a stay-at-home mother, I found it rather ostentatious for someone in her position to flaunt such wealth. Later, Deng Jiajia had insisted that maintaining a facade was essential for business, replacing his car with a Bentley, while he had given me his BMW, which I had relegated to household duties for Zhaomingxin. To my chagrin, Deng Jiajia had evidently spared no expense for the mistress, providing her with a lifestyle far more luxurious than my own. I couldn't help but laugh bitterly at my own predicament, realizing the true nature of the Liu family's wealth, one that seemingly benefited everyone but me. As I watched Wu Xiaotong drive away with a nonchalant air, I snapped back to reality and drove directly to the Deng residence. Upon entering, I found Feng Qing seated on the sofa, her face contorted with anger as she chastised my second child, who stood before her, head bowed in apparent shame. At the sound of my entrance, Feng Qing ceased her tirade, her eyes widening in disbelief as she locked gazes with me. Her expression shifted from confusion to shock, leaving her momentarily speechless. As I approached, she stammered, "What are you doing here?" "Mother," I replied sweetly, though my heart was heavy. "I came to see my second child." You're not anymore?" "How? You look," she stuttered, pointing at me, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. I paid her no mind. I had already seen through the facade of this family during my earlier observations at the school gate. "What happened, my dear?" I knelt down and gently reached for my second child's small hand. His expression mirrored that of his grandmother, surprise mingled with a hint of rigidity. As I touched him, I sensed his reluctance and felt him pull away slightly. "It's Mommy, sweetheart," I whispered softly. "I missed you, my darling." The scene before me evoked memories of the surveillance footage where Zhao Mingjin had pointed at my unconscious form, causing them all to scatter in fright. "Mommy is better now. I missed you, my baby." I tightened my embrace, feeling him gradually relax against me, though his eyes darted anxiously towards his grandmother. In that moment, a thought crystallized within me. I must find a way to remove my children from the Deng household. Rising, I grasped my second child's small hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Feng Qing, having regained her composure, glared at me disapprovingly. "You shouldn't be out and about while still recovering. Your appearance is quite unbecoming." "Danny, what have you become?" Her words pierced through me like a shard of ice, sending tremors through my very being. "Appearance?" I scoffed inwardly. I would have liked to maintain an image, but is this not a product of the Deng family's machinations? How hypocritical of them to chastise me while they themselves benefited from my sacrifices. Indeed, Wu Xiaotong might present herself well, yet she too had thrived on the wealth I had provided. It was amusing to see her now, adorned in pearls and gold, flaunting her newfound status, while forgetting the struggles she once faced. One day, I would ensure that she returned to her former state of hardship. I clenched my teeth, gathered my emotions, and calmly sat down on the sofa with my second child. I locked eyes with Feng Qing and replied, "Mother, even illnesses have their better moments. They must eventually come to an end." I lifted my hand to tuck my short hair behind my ear. I had suffered from severe hair loss during my illness, so I had cut it short. After all, preserving my life was paramount. It was indeed time to pay attention to my appearance. Even Mother couldn't bear to look at me. Feng Qing's expression was frigid, a stark contrast to her demeanor when she met Wu Xiaotong. Clearly, she found no affinity here. She glared at my second child. "Aren't you going to do your homework?" Startled, he shrank back, attempting to withdraw his hand. I tightened my grip, looking at Feng Qing. "Mother, has Bao upset you?" "Ask him yourself. Last school year, I was worried sick about him, forgetful and fighting with classmates. There was never a moment of peace. I truly should be concerned about you all. You never seem to improve. Then I shall take him back. I appreciate your care, and I'll manage for a few days while you rest." I seized the opportunity to subtly retort. After all, aren't all the children from the Deng family a bit mischievous? I recalled Mother once telling me that no child from the Deng family was without mischief. Even those who didn't study would still achieve success. Look, Mother was right. They're all doing quite well in the company now. I continued with a gentle smile. "I'll take him back for a while, and you can rest." "No, Jiaja said you're too ill to care for a child." Feng Qing, perhaps taken aback by my boldness, immediately countered. "Just focus on your recovery. While it is essential to recuperate, it doesn't preclude caring for a child. Your health is equally important. Illnesses strike without warning." I suddenly collapsed, but fortunately, I survived. Everyone at the company is concerned. I should also take care of the child. Otherwise, it would be quite unreasonable. With that, I stood up, declaring, "I'll stay for dinner. I'll take Bao for a casual meal and educate him a bit." "What do you mean by that? He has been left here since childhood. Am I not allowed to teach him a thing or two? You come in and want to take him away. Am I abusing him?" Feng Qing's face was stubborn, her words harsh. "Who listens to whom?" My tone hardened. "Your education is certainly valid. Otherwise, how would he grow into something respectable? This time, I will be more attentive. I want to be idle. You can just take him if you wish. How will I explain this to Jiaja?" She stood up, blocking my way. "Mother, I'm only taking the child home for a short stay. What is there to explain? Since it's Jiaja's intention, I'll call him for confirmation." I showed no sign of retreat. Just as I was about to pull out my phone to call Deng Jiaja, unexpectedly, he walked through the door. Chapter 69. A whiff of gossip, what a coincidence. Just as I arrived, he also reported in. It seemed someone had tipped him off, but his presence was timely. Upon entering, Deng Jiaja saw our situation and asked with a smile, "What is going on here?" Before I could respond, his mother jumped in. It's all Lu Danny's doing. Without a word, she rushes over wanting to take the child away. Just look at her sickly self. How can she care for a child? I doubt she can even look after herself. Her contempt was palpable as she called me by my full name, launching accusations without a shred of courtesy, devoid of the warmth she had shown Wu Xiaotong. I remained silent, merely observing with a cold smile. Feng Qing shot me a sidelong glance, curling her lip. Look at her outfit. She resembles a beggar, lacking any semblance of a Deng family member. Can the child be entrusted to her? She abruptly halted her words, glancing at me and then at Deng Jiaj, clearly realizing she was on the verge of saying something inappropriate. I inquire like what? In truth, I understood she meant to compare me unfavorably to Wu Xiaotong's obedient child. I clenched my fists, fixating on Deng Jiaj's face. His eyes narrowed slightly before he addressed his mother. Mom, listen what you're saying. And I just wants to see her child. She has been ill for so long. Now that she is recovering, she comes here to see him. If she wants to take him, let her. I maintained my smile, watching their little performance unfold. One was playing her role to the hilt, while the other presented a flawless persona akin to a scene from a romantic drama. This perfect husband image, coupled with his heartfelt words, nearly brought me to tears. Even Feng Qing failed to grasp her son's true intentions, staring at Deng Jiajia with wide-eyed disbelief. Deng Jiajia then told his mother, Mom, go help her Bao pack a few clothes. We'll take him back for a few days. If it doesn't work out, we'll return him. Feng Qing glared at Deng Jiajia, about to protest, but he quickly stepped forward, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. Go on. Don't worry. We have a nanny at home. Everything will be fine. Only then did Feng Qing's anger dissipate as she turned and walked toward the inner room. I was certain that Deng Jiajia had hinted to her, prompting her obedience in gathering clothes. But the next moment, her voice echoed from the room. Bao, come here for a moment. Deng Jiajia spread his hands and shrugged at me, reassuring, just a moment. I'll be right back. I watched him enter the room, letting out a disdainful snort, then turned my gaze to the second child, who had been standing silently beside me. Don't be afraid. Mommy will take you home to play with your little brother. All right? Bao looked up at me, his eyes filled with trepidation, yet he remained silent. I crouched down to meet his gaze, smiling gently as I pinched his little face with great affection. Don't you miss Mommy? Mommy misses her Bao very much. His lips quivered, but he still said nothing. Mommy was sick before and only knew how to sleep, unaware of anything, not even that you were sent to Grandma's. Now that Mommy is almost well, of course, Bao must come home. I softly explained. Does that mean Sister is coming home too? At last, Bao spoke, and my heart ached. Tears nearly spilled from my eyes. I nodded vigorously, replying through my tears, of course. Our family must be together. Then, will Mommy come and pick me up after school? He scrutinized me, a hint of fear evident. Of course. Mommy will pick you up and drop you off. Unable to restrain myself, I kissed him, feeling an overwhelming urge to bond with him. Do you want Mommy to pick you up? He looked at me, hesitating for a long moment before nodding. To be honest, I saw no sign of mischief in him, only a touch of melancholy. At that moment, Deng Jiajia emerged from the room, dragging a small suitcase behind him. Addressing Bao, son, grab your backpack. Only then did Bao pull his hand away and run to retrieve his little backpack. Looking up at Deng Jiajia, I couldn't shake the feeling that Bao appeared fearful of him, as if they weren't close. Chapter 70. An unexpected encounter. Deng Jiajia smiled warmly, casually ruffling the little fellow's hair before departing. Bao's big, round eyes looked timidly at me, remaining still. I walked over, took his little hand, and gently shook it. Let us go. We're heading home. With that, I led Bao out without a backward glance. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of Feng Qing emerging from the room, her face clouded with resentment as she watched the three of us leave. I chose not to greet her. Respect is mutual, and I need not press my warmth against her cold demeanor. Just as we were about to exit, Feng Qing called out from behind us. Take him back in a few days. I silently scoffed. Send him back? It won't be to this place. With Bao in tow, I didn't rush home. Instead, I took him on a leisurely outing, treating him to his favorite foods and taking him to places he wanted to visit. Clearly, he was enjoying himself, yet he spoke little, occasionally glancing at Deng Jiajia, who trailed behind us. My heart is filled with speculation. Surely, the second child cannot act with such freedom at his grandmother's home. My intuition tells me that he is unfamiliar with his father, Deng Jiajia, which implies that Deng Jiajia does not visit the second child frequently. At this thought, a vivid image of Deng Jiajia, accompanied by Wu Xiaotong and her child, at an amusement park flashes before my eyes, a harmonious scene of the three of them. A sudden pang grips my heart, a surge of agitation coursing through me, and I feel an overwhelming desire to shatter the composed and refined facade that Deng Jiajia presents at this moment. Gritting my teeth, I vow that I will no longer allow him such opportunities. If he wishes to play the role of a good father, it shall be for my child alone. With this resolution in mind, despite Deng Jiajia's constant reminders for me not to overexert myself, I lead the second child into a children's clothing store, determined to buy clothes for them. The other children are dressed splendidly. Why should mine not be? I not only purchase clothes for the second child, but also for the eldest and youngest, along with my own attire. Today, I shall indulge in a spree of revengeful shopping. Anything that catches my eye shall be packed away. Was Ti Fengqing the one who remarked on my lack of style? Didn't she compare me to a beggar? And now, I am supposedly lacking the demeanor of the Deng family. How utterly absurd. I truly fail to comprehend what the Deng family is supposed to look like. Before marrying into the family, Deng Jiajia was hesitant to bring me home because at that time, the Deng family was a far cry from what it is now. They used to sleep in bunk beds and share worn-out clothing. And now, they dare to say I lack the appearance of a member of the Deng family. What a biting remark. They actually believe that the current prosperity of the Deng family is a result of their ancestors' blessings. I must indeed amend my frugal ways. I have been excessively thrifty to the point that my savings have merely lined the pockets of a mistress. It is humiliating, even more so when his mother can no longer bear to witness it, constantly referring to me as a beggar. I must correct my ways. Thus, after purchasing the clothes, I dragged Deng Jiajia directly into a handbag boutique, insisting that I must acquire a complete set. Just as we were engrossed in our shopping, an unexpected event unfolded, a serendipitous encounter with Wu Xiaotong and her child. In an instant, we found ourselves face to face, and all three adults froze. Suddenly, the little boy exclaimed, "Daddy." The expressions on Wu Xiaotong and Deng Jiajia's faces shifted dramatically. I looked at Deng Jiajia, filled with curiosity, and asked, "Is he calling you?" Before Deng Jiajia could respond, Wu Xiaotong quickly crouched down, pulling the little boy closer and saying, "You shouldn't call out like that. Your father is fetching the car. Call him Deng Daddy, not just Daddy." The child's expression was perplexed as he straightened his spine and stared wide-eyed at Deng Jiajia, looking quite aggrieved. I suspected that a hand behind him was pulling the strings. Meanwhile, Deng Jiajia feigned calmness, observing the scene with a cold demeanor, his eyes narrowing as they fixed on the boy. Wu Xiaotong then stood up, holding the child's hand tightly, her grip firm enough to turn the knuckles white. She continued her charade, pointing at the second child and saying, "Why don't you call him brother? This is your brother, Deng Haobo from school." The second child tightened his grip on my hand and remained silent, staring at Wu Xiaotong. Deng Jiajia's displeasure was evident as he stood aloof. Wu Xiaotong, maintaining a beaming smile, greeted us, "Mr. Deng, Sister Nini. Long time no see." "Indeed, long time no see," I responded, a smile playing on my lips, inwardly amused that she was referring to me. It had been so long that the company had crumbled under her hands, and the children had already started school. Wu Xiaotong looked at me with faux intimacy. "Sister Nini, we haven't seen each other in years. I heard you were ill. I meant to visit, but never found the time. You've lost so much weight. Had I not run into you here, I wouldn't have recognized you." "Yes, I survived a serious illness," I replied cheerfully, shamelessly scrutinizing the little boy and asking, "Is this your child? Have you gotten married?" Wu Xiaotong pulled the child closer, swallowing hard before answering, "Yes, otherwise, how could I have resigned?" "You resigned?" I feigned surprise and glanced at Deng Jiajia. "You didn't mention it." Deng Jiajia merely smiled faintly, as if it were a trivial matter, responding nonchalantly, "You were unwell at the time, so I didn't bring it up. It was quite some time ago." The child gazed longingly at Deng Jiajia, while Wu Xiaotong appeared anxious, controlling the child as if fearing he might speak out of turn. I deliberately focused on the child, observing his endearing face, which I must admit was quite charming. Were it not for the fact that he was the offspring of Deng Jiajia's mistress, I would have found him quite delightful. I bent down closer and asked, "Hello, little friend, what is your name?" Wu Xiaotong instinctively tugged at the child and quickly replied, "His name is Yaozu." "Oh, a name that signifies bringing glory to the ancestors. What a wonderful name," I remarked, feigning appreciation. secretly amused at the audacity of a child born of an affair, thinking he could bring honor to his family. Wu Xiaodong cast a swift glance at Deng Jiajia, who maintained an expression of utmost seriousness. Perhaps noticing my unwavering gaze on the child, Deng Jiajia finally broke his silence, suggesting, perhaps we should catch up another time. Nini is quite tired from shopping today, and we were just about to head back. Wu Xiaodong quickly agreed. Yes, yes. Sister Nini, let us arrange to meet up another time. I completely forgot about your illness. Norus, after all these years, we certainly have much to discuss. How about you take the children out for ice cream? I proposed, deliberately seeking Deng Jiajia's agreement. Wu Xiaodong hastily interjected. Let us save that for next time. My son knows Mr. Deng. He used to visit the company occasionally, and Mr. Deng would always tease him to call him Daddy. He remembers that. Deng Jiajia immediately smiled. Oh, is that so? No wonder he calls out to you so sweetly. Wu Xiaodong's smile faltered, her face stiffening. Well then, let us plan for another time. Noticing that Deng Jiajia lingered, she pointedly told him, you should go ahead and settle the bags. I'll take these. Wu Xiaodong's gaze flickered towards the counter where the new limited edition items awaited packaging, her expression briefly stiffening before she quickly grabbed the child's hand and said, Sister Nini, you two go ahead and take care of things. We'll be leaving now, as his father is coming to pick us up. All right, next time, bring his father along, so we can all gather. I replied with a sincere smile. Wu Xiaodong's lips twitched as she forced a smile towards Deng Jiajia before hastily departing, almost fleeing from my sight. The poor child turned back multiple times, looking at the stern-faced Deng Jiajia. Daddy, I teased Deng Jiajia with a knowing glance. I must say, that child bears a striking resemblance to you. If one didn't know better, they might think he was your son. Deng Jiajia's expression darkened instantly. Nini, please refrain from such comments. I couldn't help but laugh. Oh, come now, it was just a jest. Why so serious? My heart swelled with a sense of satisfaction. After all, the truth remains that he cannot openly acknowledge even his own son in my presence. Turning to the attendant, I instructed, please wrap all of this up for me. I'll have it delivered. As I swiped my card, Deng Jiajia's face clouded with discontent as he questioned, do you really need all of this? I gazed back at him, retorting, are you feeling remorseful? Your mother has already commented that I appear like a beggar, disgracing the Deng family. How could I have disgraced the Deng family? And why do you falter at spending a little money to uphold the family's honor? He did not say another word, gritting his teeth as he handed over the card. Today I was in a good mood, and my energy was abundant. We shopped until my car was brimming with purchases, and only when there was no more room did I reluctantly stop, issuing the order to return home. Only then did Deng Jiajia's face relax, the tension in his features easing. Upon returning home, I instructed the Zhao Mingjin sisters to take the items from the car to my room, while I led Bao to his. When Zhao Mingjin came in, intending to tidy the room, I declined, wanting to personally arrange everything for Bao. Despite my exhaustion, I insisted on bathing him myself. He was awkward throughout, covering his private parts, which made him look incredibly adorable. Afterward, I embraced his small shoulders and asked Bao, are you happy? He blinked his large eyes at me, his expression rich with emotion, yet he remained silent. I encouraged him, tell Mama, are you not happy? He nodded, lowering his gaze. Did Grandma take you out to play at her place? I probed, sensing that something was amiss with Bao. I wanted to understand the reason behind his mood. He shook his head, fidgeting with his hands. I surmised that Bao had been neglected in the Deng family, a suspicion confirmed by the sharp reprimands from his grandmother and his visible excitement during our outing. I pulled Bao into my arms, kissing him, and promised, Mama will take you out to play often. When summer vacation comes, shall Mama take you, your sister, and your little brother to visit Grandma? Does that sound good? His eyes lit up, and he looked at me, cautiously asking, really? Of course, Mama is better now. I emphasized, though I was curious about what Zhao Mingjin had told the children in that video, causing them to scatter in fear. But I knew it was not the right time to ask. I lay down with Bao, intending to coax him into talking more. However, Deng Jiajia entered, and seeing us, he sat on the bed, looking at Bao. Bao's previously relaxed expression tightened again. Before I could ask him to leave, his phone rang. He glanced at it and promptly turned it off. He then smiled at Bao, patting his head perfunctorily. Son, are you tired? If so, go to sleep. The phone rang again, and he stood, saying, I'm going to take a shower. Go to sleep, son, okay. I asked, why didn't you answer the phone? He replied, Yanin. I responded, then answer it. She must have something important at this hour. It's about the payment. I need to check the report, he lied. I suspected it was Wu Xiaotong. He left, and I continued to talk with Bao, even if it was mostly one-sided. I was content to do so, as nothing was more important than my children. After Bao fell asleep, I returned to my room, utterly exhausted. Just as I was about to drift off, Deng Jiajia appeared, dressed, and said with a smile, "You go to sleep. I need to go to the company. There's an accounting discrepancy, and I need to check it. The account isn't on the home computer, and I need to make the payment tomorrow." I immediately perked up, firmly replying, "No, you're not going. What's so urgent about a payment at this hour? Who called you? If you can't handle this, then don't do it. Deng Jiajia, today's matter isn't over. I'm too tired. Go to sleep, and don't go anywhere." This was the first time I'd spoken to him so sternly since our marriage. Deng Jiajia, taken aback, stood there confused. The key was that he didn't understand what I meant by today's matter isn't over, but he was clearly uneasy. He eventually changed back into his night clothes and turned off his phone, not daring to leave. As he lay down, he reached for me, but I slapped his hand away, saying, "I'm exhausted." He chuckled, "It's been a while, dear. I miss you." His voice made me shudder. I moved away, scolding, "You know my condition. I'm barely functional. And you still have the nerve?" He was taken aback, then said, "You're still so strong. I haven't seen you in a while, and I miss you." I was repulsed, moving further away. "You think I'm some cheap woman, ready to be ignited at a touch?" He paused, then said, "You're right. I'm sorry. I overlooked this. Let's not talk about the company. We were discussing the children." I glared at him. "Do you think I'm overreacting? You're the only one busy, even though the whole family is in the company. If they can't handle this, then they should all go home. I can still manage, and I'll take over. I don't need a bunch of useless people." He looked displeased. "Must you be so harsh?" I retorted, "Am I wrong? They are all useless. You're the only one working, and the rest are just fattening themselves. Are you running a charity?" Deng Jiajia was at a loss, but I didn't give him a chance. "I didn't invest in the company to do charity. You think I'm a pushover? I'm not. You think I'm begging at your family's door? Did the Deng family contribute a single penny to Danfeng? I'm not being subtle. I'm tearing it all down." He saw my anger and softened, embracing me. "I'm sorry. I overlooked this. Let's talk about the children, not the company. Are you really in the right regarding the child?" I retorted. Deng Jiajia smiled awkwardly. I thought to myself, my mother looking after her grandchild. What could possibly go wrong? A wave of nausea washed over me, and I forcefully pushed him away as he attempted to encroach on my space. "Your mother? No matter how well she cares for him, she is still a grandmother, not a father. He is your son. What are you even concerned about? Have you not noticed the changes in our second child?" I inquired pointedly, locking my gaze onto his. "You neglect your own son. Who else could you possibly be attending to?" Deng Jiajia was taken aback by my words, a flicker of guilt crossing his face. "What do you mean? What is wrong? You refer to others as sons, yet your own child goes unacknowledged. Thank goodness my illness has shown signs of improvement. Had it continued, our second child might have been lost as well. He could very well become the next victim. Are you just being unreasonable? I never called anyone else my son." Deng Jiajia protested, his eyes darting away from mine. "You're right to criticize. I'll pay more attention from now on." I voiced my concerns. I genuinely suspect he might be experiencing mild autism. Deng Jiajia dismissed my worries with a casual laugh. "Nini, don't exaggerate. It's not that serious. You're just scaring yourself." "Scaring myself? He is undoubtedly neglected in your family. Are you not aware? When I visited today, your mother was vehemently scolding him, striking the table with her words. He is just a child. What could he have possibly done to deserve such harsh treatment?" He was terrified, shrinking away like a frightened mouse. I can hardly fathom what he has been through during this time. "What kind of father are you? He is your own flesh and blood." My anger escalated as I sat upright. "Deng Jiajia, let me make this clear. This matter is far from over. I have turned a blind eye in the past, but your behavior today has left me utterly disappointed. Other matters can be overlooked, but when it comes to the child, I will not yield an inch. If our second child cannot return to his former lively self, Deng Jiajia, I will not let this go." "You're overthinking things." "How could that be? My mother loves the children." Deng Jiajia continued to argue, pushing me to my limits. "You still insist it's impossible? Did you not witness how she berated me? If she can treat me that way, in front of my child, what else is she capable of? Tell me, without me? Lu Danny, you would not be where you are today, enjoying the benefits I offer, only to turn around and bite the hand that feeds you. Truly, the Deng family is tyrannical." Deng Jiajia regarded me with a cold gaze, his emotions inscrutable, which sent a shiver down my spine. After all, this beast was capable of inflicting serious harm upon me. Yet, this was merely a game of strategy. If I triumphed, my child would be safe. If I lost, I would lose everything. I could not afford to grant that third party any leeway. She had crossed my boundaries, and I would not forgive her. I was gambling, wagering on the Liu family's current value, still a tempting prize, one that had yet to be fully drained. Should this asset diminish, I would find myself trapped, unable to escape. Thus, I had no choice but to go all in. Only while this value remained intact could I break the deadlock. This was my only winning chip. From the moment I inadvertently brought back our second child, clarity dawned upon me. My life mattered little, but my children must swiftly escape the torment they had been subjected to. I stood my ground against him, refusing to back down, determined not to lose this battle. Chapter 75. New content in the surveillance footage, dear. I was wrong. Deng Jiajia finally relented. I will be more mindful in the future and strive to be a good father. I chuckled bitterly within. He may be a good father, but not to my children. Next semester, the eldest will no longer board at school. He will be a day student. I insisted, considering their young age. Can you manage that? Deng Jiajia feigned concern. I must manage it. Children deserve to grow up in a harmonious environment. Abandoning them is not my style, Liu Danny. As long as I am alive, they will all return home. My words brooked no argument. I slowly lay back down, utterly exhausted, feeling as though I could not hold on any longer. All right, I will concede to you. He compromised. You're not angry anymore, are you? He leaned closer. Rest now. Tomorrow, we still have to take the second child to school. With that, I closed my eyes. A sense of urgency gnawed at me. It seemed I truly needed to return to Sioux City. The following day, I rose early and went straight to the second child's room, only to find Zhao Mingjin already there. Annoyed, I told her from now on, I will take care of the second child. You need not worry about him. Hurry and prepare breakfast. He is running late for school. Upon hearing my words, she handed me the second child's clothes and left. I noticed that the second child no longer clung to her as he had in the footage I had seen. This was a positive sign. Since the third child was still small, I would need to regain his trust gradually. Given my current health, I needed to give myself some breathing room. Zhao Minglan was not at the dining table, and I felt no inclination to inquire. After ensuring the second child had finished breakfast, I drove him to school. Today, he appeared noticeably happier. Before entering the school, he turned back to wave at me before running inside. I smiled, watching him dash toward the classroom before I turned to get into my car. I was genuinely fatigued, so I drove straight home and called Shen Kuo, instructing him to keep an eye on Deng Jiajia and Wu Xiaodong. I needed to put some pressure on Wu Xiaodong. Shen Kuo chuckled wickedly. Sister, don't worry. I promised to make Deng Jiajia's life miserable. The person I arranged will be on site today. That fast. I was taken aback by his efficiency. What? Are you saying it's too quick? Shall we let the situation simmer a bit longer? He teased. Enough. They have enjoyed their time for long enough. They have begun to forget who their benefactor is. I joked, reminiscing about the satisfaction I felt when I laid bare Deng Jiajia's faults last night. I needed him to be reminded of his true nature. Shen Kuo chuckled heartily at my words. Sister, I adore your mischievous side. But I must caution you. Do not get too close to Deng Jiajia. He has certainly fallen into a trap. My face flushed instantly. Thankfully, this was over the phone, or it would have been truly embarrassing. Of course not. I replied awkwardly. Sister does not partake in such nonsense. His laughter grew more unrestrained at my words. Social suicide. Upon returning home, I quickly took a nap. Yesterday had been exhausting, and my body ached all over. When I awoke, I found the house eerily quiet. No one was home, indicating Zhao Mingjin had gone out again. After snacking on something light, I returned to bed and checked the surveillance records, discovering new developments. I quickly opened the footage, which captured events shortly after I had left yesterday. As soon as I stepped out, Zhao Mingjin called Deng Jiajia, informing him that I had gone to the second child's school. Her tone was far from pleasant as she spoke to Deng Jiajia. What is your plan for allowing her to return to normal? Don't you realize that her awakening poses a threat to us? I can't shake the feeling that her gaze toward me is off, and you'd better be cautious. While I couldn't hear Deng Jiajia's response, Zhao Mingjin's dissatisfaction was evident. She angrily exclaimed, What do you mean I feel guilty for being a thief? Was it me who intended to harm her? You are the one who took action, and now you are the one who needs to stop. Regardless of your plans, let me remind you, Liu Danny is no fool. You'd best avoid provoking Zhao Minglan. She is not a docile person. If Liu Danny finds out, none of us will have good outcomes. Zhao Mingjin listened intently, her expression darkening as she held the phone. Eventually, she spat out a venomous remark, Deng Jiajia, I have labored without recognition. Do not blame me for being ruthless. I had no qualms about. It seemed Deng Jiajia had disregarded her words altogether, abruptly ending the call. Enraged, she hurled her phone to the ground, nearly scratching her face in the process. She was furious. The scene that unfolds next features Zhao Minglan joyfully entering after work, accompanied by Sanbao. I observe Zhao Mingjin approaching, directly embracing Sanbao, exclaiming, why so late? Do we not agree on 4 o'clock? Before she could finish her sentence, her gaze was suddenly captivated by something, fixating intently on Zhao Minglan. Chapter 76, A Violent Clash. Curiosity piqued, I enlarged the scene, perplexed. Shortly after, I heard Zhao Mingjin inquire, where did this come from? With a proud expression, Zhao Minglan raised her hand to caress her neck, laughing unabashedly as she sweetly replied, a gift from my gentleman. He said I am the most cherished, so he gave me this necklace, and also bought me 2 sets of clothes, insisting I should not appear too shabby at the office. After this proclamation, she waved the shopping bag in her hand, adding, he took me shopping, which is why I'm late. He said he wouldn't be back for dinner. This revelation truly infuriated Zhao Mingjin, who, despite holding the child, disregarded everything and slapped Zhao Minglan. The force of the blow was palpable, as I could see Zhao Mingjin's body jolt, nearly sending Sanbao flying, eliciting a startled gasp from me. Fortunately, Sanbao was clinging to Zhao Mingjin's neck at that moment, narrowly avoiding a fall. Yet, the abruptness of the action frightened him, prompting him to cry out. I found myself in shock, realizing I needed to focus more on the child, although Sanbao was still young. Being under the care of such a tempestuous woman could lead to his suffering. Zhao Minglan was momentarily stunned by the slap, instinctively covering her face, and then, in an instant, she erupted in fury. With lightning speed, she retaliated with a resounding slap to Zhao Mingjin, one that was no less forceful than the previous one. To be precise, it was executed with precision and ferocity. The speed of her response was so swift that I scarcely caught the details in the surveillance footage. Zhao Mingjin, now frantic, placed Sanbao onto the sofa and lunged at Zhao Minglan. The two of them instantly entangled in a fierce struggle. Sanbao, terrified, cried out on the sofa, and I was so incensed that I nearly descended the stairs, momentarily forgetting I was merely observing the surveillance. My heart ached as I watched Sanbao wail inconsolably, but the two sisters remained embroiled in their fierce combat, showing no signs of cessation. The sharp sounds of slaps echoed continuously, accompanied by a barrage of profanities. Zhao Mingjin appeared to unleash all the pent-up frustration of the afternoon upon Zhao Minglan, attacking her relentlessly, as if she were not even striking her own sister. Ultimately, Zhao Mingjin emerged victorious, her robust physique cultivated by a life of abundance, giving her an undeniable advantage over the frail Zhao Minglan. She descended from Zhao Minglan, collapsing onto the sofa, breathless, while cradling the still sobbing Sanbao, and pointed at the defeated Zhao Minglan on the floor, shouting, "You wretched creature, listen closely. You have 1 week to vacate this place voluntarily. Otherwise, do not blame me for severing all ties." In response, Zhao Minglan, lying on the ground, weakly chuckled, "Zhao Mingjin, you ought to ask your gentleman if he would permit it. Have you ever recognized kinship? You struck your own mother. Are you even human? I never imagined you would acknowledge familial bonds." This statement shattered my perception of Zhao Mingjin, revealing her to be a person capable of striking out against her own blood, which explained her audacity towards me. Say another word, and see what happens. Zhao Mingjin barked, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Ha ha ha, sister, do you genuinely believe I fear you? Zhao Minglan retorted, propping herself up, her disheveled hair framing a pale face, yet her expression was strikingly defiant, devoid of any trace of fear. It was undeniable that these two sisters were adept at fighting. Neither had scratched the other's face, but from Zhao Minglan's struggle to rise, it was evident she bore significant injuries. She staggered to her feet, swaying as she approached Zhao Mingjin, a wicked smile creeping onto her pale visage as she raised an eyebrow, saying, "Sister, the patrons from Haicheng are still searching for their daughter. Do you think they are foolish? Should I inform them?" "Zhao Minglan, you lie." Zhao Mingjin gasped, her eyes widening in shock at the ghostly visage of her sister. Chapter 77, An Ominous Threat. Seeing Zhao Mingjin's fear, Zhao Minglan laughed triumphantly, casually fixing her disheveled hair while casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Mingjin. Are you afraid? My heart tightened. It seemed Zhao Mingjin truly harbored secrets, which explained her insistence that Hu Kuei remain silent. But how did Zhao Minglan know? Was it possible? I shook my head, pondering the chaotic nature of this family. Zhao Minglan, you shut your mouth. Zhao Mingjin clutched Sanbao tightly. Incredulity etched on her face as she glared at Zhao Minglan. Shut your mouth. Very well, Zhao Minglan retorted, stepping forward and delivering a sharp slap to Zhao Mingjin, who stumbled backward onto the sofa, clutching the child. Sanbao, previously quiet, tumbled to the floor, startled into renewed wails. My frustration reached a boiling point. Zhao Mingjin, however, still possessed a semblance of conscience. Disregarding her own disheveled appearance, she hurriedly picked up Sanbao, holding him close and soothing him, then shouted at Zhao Minglan, "If you frighten the child, no one will spare you." It must be acknowledged that Zhao Mingjin genuinely cared for Sanbao. Zhao Minglan glanced at the sobbing child, momentarily taken aback, then coldly snorted, "Your failure to care for the child is your own negligence." You. Zhao Mingjin was left speechless by her sister's words. Trembling in fury, Zhao Minglan, however, seemed unfazed as she casually smoothed her hair. "Zhao Mingjin, from this moment forth, if you dare lay a finger on me again, I will ensure your utter ruin. Do you think I am unaware of your ambitions to become the mistress of this household? How audacious of you to even consider it. You are no better." Zhao Mingjin retorted defiantly, her posture brimming with bravado. Although outwardly she appeared victorious in their skirmish, she was, in reality, left utterly humiliated. "I'm not like you," Zhao Minglan proclaimed shamelessly. "I merely wish to take what you desire. Do not assume your worth is so exceptional. Observe, when I desire something, it becomes mine. I have no intention of usurping the lady's title. I merely wish to please the gentleman, as long as he desires. I am more than willing to comply." As she spoke, she toyed with her hair, a mocking smile playing on her lips. "Oh, by the way, should I give the lady a heads up? I would not want to disappoint her generosity towards me. What a kind yet foolish woman. I am more than happy to assist her." Zhao Minglan's blatant threat left Zhao Mingjin visibly weakened, though she glared at Zhao Minglan with malice. Her eyes lacked any lethal intent. "Enough of your nonsense. Zhao Minglan, do not push me," Zhao Mingjin warned, her gaze locked onto Zhao Minglan. "Push you? You have misused the term. Is this what you consider pressure? Do you think no one is aware of your actions, dear sister? But remember, the heavens observe all." Zhao Minglan's demeanor was so wicked that it was indescribable. "What have you done to Hu Kuei?" Zhao Mingjin, knowing her sister well, struck a chord with her query, confirming my suspicions. "Ha ha ha, Hu Kuei, that fool. What could I possibly do to him?" Zhao Minglan arrogantly tossed her now-tamed hair. "What need have I to do anything? With a mere beckon of my finger, he comes crawling to me like a devoted pet. Ha ha ha. Otherwise, how would I be privy to your clandestine deeds? Erasing someone's daughter without a trace? Tell me, Mr. Deng Jiaja, what would he do if he discovered this little secret of yours?" Chilled to the bone by her words, I fixated on Sanbao in Zhao Mingjin's arms, pondering whether she might also turn her malice toward my children if she found herself unsatisfied in this household. In the scene, Zhao Minglan has completely shed her innocent persona, resembling Mei Chaofeng with her ominous and peculiar demeanor, truly deserving of a reprimand. At this moment, Zhao Mingjin appears utterly powerless to counter her. Though filled with animosity towards her, she hesitates to take action. What was once a promising hand has been squandered by her. I have witnessed Zhao Minglan's treachery, cunning, and heartlessness. Zhao Mingjin, do you believe it is time for me to depart or for you to leave? Or shall we coexist peacefully as a loving family? Zhao Minglan advances menacingly toward Zhao Mingjin. "Sister, I truly cannot manage with just 1,500. You can afford to give brother Hu 20,000. Surely. That should bring me some semblance of balance. After all, you're my dear sister. Oh, by the way, what was it you were investigating? Some woman and child? The gentleman's woman, perhaps?" Upon uttering these words, Zhao Mingjin is left utterly speechless. Chapter 78. The perplexed Mr. Deng. "Zhao Minglan, you are indeed my biological sister. I have cared for you for so many years, never once neglecting your tuition. How can you treat me this way? Do you possess any conscience?" Zhao Mingjin's tone softens. "What options do I have to reach this point? Yet, should we not aspire for a harmonious family? How do we come to such a lowly state? Do you know why I fled in the first place? Zhao Minglan, with a smug expression, shrugs. Everyone has their own fate. You cannot lay blame on me. If not for the past, you would not be in your current position. Do not tell me how you treated me at home. Did you ever show me kindness? Zhao Minglan's words cause Zhao Mingjin to twitch her lips, lowering her gaze. Zhao Minglan, with a sense of justification, continues, hence, I intend to encroach upon your territory today. Did you truly believe I could not contend with you? I merely wished to test you, knowing you are my sister, granting you another chance to see how you treat me. But what about you? Was there even a trace of compassion in your earlier actions towards me? You speak of sisterly bonds? Suddenly, without warning, Zhao Minglan slaps Zhao Mingjin across the face, exclaiming, Sister, consider this a repayment for that incident from our childhood. Is that acceptable? Zhao Mingjin's face turns away in pain, and I cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy. She glares at Zhao Minglan, yet finds herself unable to utter a word. Zhao Minglan, in a fit of mania, sits beside Zhao Mingjin, embracing her arm and resting her head against her shoulder, feigning vulnerability. Oh dear, I am done playing. I am famished. Sister, I wish to eat. I shall watch the child. You prepare something delicious. With both parents absent, we must treat ourselves, mustn't we? I am left speechless, utterly bemused by this shameless family. After speaking, she lifts the child, Sanbao, from Zhao Mingjin's embrace and kisses his cherubic face, leaving me feeling disheartened. What kind of absurdity is this? Treating my son as if he were a mere toy, kissing him at whim. I turn away from my phone, unwilling to watch any longer, and lie back for a moment. I must act swiftly to expel these demonic sisters. When Zhao Mingjin returns, she brings Sanbao with her. I take the child and casually inquire, Why were you gone for so long? She responds with a smile, explaining that she was helping Zhao Minglan find a place to stay. I choose not to press further, as it is evident she is lying. Zhao Minglan is not someone she could easily dismiss. Observing her expression while cooking, I notice she seems distracted, likely seeking out Hu Kuei to confront him. However, judging by her demeanor, she must have lost. My heart swells with delight. With her attention divided, she would not be fully focused on me. Today, when I went to pick up Bao from school, I did not see Wu Xiaotong, which puzzled me. Bao, likely aware of my arrival, rushed out early, spotting me from afar. His little face lit up with joy as he dashed over, grabbing my hand. I happily ruffled his hair, his large eyes sparkling with delight. Some parents, recognizing him, asked Deng Haobua, Who is this? He looked at me and proudly declared, My mother. His expression radiated pride. During the drive home, I chatted with him incessantly, and he responded eagerly to my questions. I felt a surge of relief, having decisively brought him home. It was undoubtedly a wise choice. Later that evening, Zhao Minglan returned alone. I deliberately asked, Why didn't the gentleman come back with you? She feigned innocence, encircling me with a seemingly obedient demeanor as she distracted the child and informed me that some issues had arisen at the company, leaving Mr. Deng particularly busy, and she did not dare inquire about his return time. As we spoke, Deng Jiajia's call came through, informing me that there was a problem with the equipment sold to the hospital, which would delay his return. After offering him some words of comfort, I hung up. I speculated that this must be the matter mentioned by Shan Kuo that would leave Deng Jiajia frazzled. Indeed, he returned quite late. As he entered the room, his phone began ringing incessantly, and in irritation, he hung up without answering. Clearly, it was a significant issue, and he appeared fatigued, absent-mindedly asking, Are the children asleep? Long since. The two of them played until late. The younger one refused to sleep. I smiled, dutifully reporting, embodying the role of a devoted wife, and followed up with, Would you like something to eat? I can prepare something for you. He shook his head, tossing his phone onto the cabinet by the bathroom door before heading in to shower. Chapter 79. The voice behind the phone continued to ring stubbornly, and Deng Jiajia emerged from the bathroom, dripping with moisture. He reached for the phone, but retreated back inside. Shortly after, I heard his low, irritated growl from within. The company has matters to attend to. I am extremely busy. Do not disturb me. Then silence fell, leaving only the sound of rushing water. When he finally emerged, he hastily dried himself and collapsed onto the bed. I asked with concern, Are you very tired? A bit unwell, he replied hoarsely, pulling the covers over himself and lapsing into silence. I gently reached out to touch him, exclaiming, You seem to have a fever. He lazily acknowledged. Shall I fetch you some medicine? I prattled on, yet remained still. He mumbled, "Do not disturb." I scoffed inwardly, deciding to heed his request. Soon, he curled up, breathing evenly. It seemed he had fallen asleep. I tested him, receiving no response whatsoever. Quietly, I slipped out of bed, took his phone, and retreated to the bathroom. The phone was powered off, and I hurried to turn it on, entering the password to access his account. As I suspected, the call I had just missed was from Wu Mi, unmistakably Wu Xiaotong. Recently, all the calls had come from her, and not just one, dozens from dawn until dusk, all marked as missed. Clearly, she had been unable to reach Deng Jiajia since last night, indicating that her frustration from the previous evening remained unresolved. I opened his WeChat, but found no chat threads that appeared to involve Wu Xiaotong. I was puzzled. Could it be that they were not communicating via WeChat? Suddenly, a thought struck me. Deng Jiajia's other phone. Could it be that the blue rose was Wu Xiaotong? This would mean that the person he had to meet weekly was indeed her. What a remarkable coincidence. As I scrolled through the WeChat interface, my eyes landed on an eye-watering avatar, a depiction of a woman's private area, the dark triangle unmistakably clear. I clicked on it, nearly cursing aloud upon discovering that the enlarged image featured a broom set against a flesh-toned background. At a glance, it could easily be mistaken for something else. How utterly contrived. The name attached to this account was simply Want. Anyone with a nefarious mind would instantly grasp the implications of that name. The chat history revealed vulgar exchanges between him and this woman, replete with crude remarks. They had descended to a level of depravity that was appalling, and their communication had been alarmingly frequent as of late. It was as if I were witnessing the grotesque. Deng Jiajia was nothing short of a beast in clothing, shattering my worldview. Based on this chat history alone, I surmised that Deng Jiajia had not been intimate with Wu Xiaotong for some time. Otherwise, he would not dare to leave such incriminating evidence of their conversations. As I revisited other applications, I found nothing of significance. So I turned off my phone and quietly returned it to its place. Deng Jiajia remained cocooned in his blanket, sleeping fitfully. It appeared his fever was quite high, and I was too apathetic to check. Faced with a creature intent on my demise, I could not muster the kindness. Yet, a sense of unease lingered. Why was there no information regarding Wu Xiaotong? I needed to ascertain whether that blue enchantress was indeed Wu Xiaotong. Thus, I located his car keys and stealthily descended the stairs. The night was profoundly silent, the garage dimly lit, emanating an eerie chill that sent a shiver down my spine. I deftly opened the car door and leaned inside, searching the usual spot for his phone, but found no trace of the second device. It perplexed me. He had left it there last time. Could it be he had taken it upstairs? That seemed improbable. He was typically meticulous, and that phone would be of utmost importance to him. He would not be careless, especially after I'd ceased my medication and begun to recover. Yet, despite my thorough search, I found nothing. It was indeed strange. Exhausted and panting, I was about to withdraw when a voice suddenly pierced the silence behind me, startling me into a shriek. Chapter 8. The intruder, madam, what are you doing? The sudden utterance in the dark, quiet garage nearly sent me into a frenzy. I turned abruptly, only to find Zhao Mingjin standing behind me in a thin nightgown, having approached without making a sound. My mind momentarily froze, blank as I cursed inwardly. Damn it! I sank into the car's seat, gasping and clutching my chest to calm my racing heart. In the next moment, I glared at her, my voice laced with fury. What are you up to? Sneaking around like a ghost without making a sound? Do you realize how frightening that is? I closed my eyes, my mind racing to devise a strategy to handle this intruder. Zhao Mingjin looked taken aback by my outburst, staring at me in shock. I just followed you down, she stammered, her voice betraying her guilt. I shot her a piercing glance before standing and tidying up the disheveled interior of the car. In a moment of inspiration, I grabbed a box of medicine and a thermometer from the storage compartment. With a cold demeanor, I locked the car with the keys and headed back inside. Although I appeared nonchalant, my heart was in turmoil. How did she know I had come down? If she reported back to Deng Jiajia, it would undoubtedly raise his suspicions. As I walked, I discreetly glanced at the box of medicine, silently relieved to find it contained Lianhua Qingwen, which Deng Jiajia had procured during the recent pandemic. Little did I know it would serve as my salvation. Zhao Mingjin followed closely as I returned to the house, and I coldly instructed her, pour me a glass of water. She looked at me, bewildered but complied, bringing me a glass. I opened the thermometer's case, checked it against the light, then climbed beside Deng Jiajia, pulling back the blanket and lifting his arm to place the thermometer in his armpit. Zhao Mingjin watched, dumbfounded and asked, "Sir, is he ill?" I shot her an irritated glance, retorting, "What else would it be? I didn't mean anything by it. I just saw you leave in the middle of the night." Zhao Mingjin stuttered, attempting to explain herself. "Zhao Mingjin, understand this. I am in my own home. I can come and go as I please. But you wandering around at this hour, what is your intention?" I pressed on, my tone accusatory. "Is it a crime to be out at night in my own home?" Zhao Mingjin's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving her speechless. I'll just go," she said, stepping back, but I quickly commanded, "Stop right there." She froze, looking at me confused. "Check his temperature and help me administer his medication," I ordered coolly. After a brief pause, I retrieved the thermometer, glancing at it. Zhao Mingjin, clearly anxious, asked, "How high is it?" Feigning concern, I replied, 39. 2 degrees. "How could it be so high? What should we do?" "Madam, perhaps we should go to the hospital." Zhao Mingjin stepped forward, genuinely alarmed. I shot her a warning glare, and she immediately halted. "Just give me the medicine," I commanded. She quickly handed me the box of medication I had just taken. I checked the instructions, took out 2 pills, and asked Zhao Mingjin to pass me the water. Cradling Deng Jiajia's head, I pried his lips apart and placed the pills inside, then used the water she handed me to help him swallow. He stirred slightly, and I whispered soothingly, "Stay still. Your fever is too high. We need you to take this medicine." I played my role perfectly, internally cursing my luck that this wretched man was feverish tonight. Otherwise, I would have faced a far more challenging predicament. He groaned softly, swallowing the medication, during which I noticed Zhao Mingjin checking the thermometer. Completing my act, I laid Deng Jiajia back on the pillow, pressed my forehead against his for a moment, sighed, and then left the bed, carrying the glass of water as I exited. I casually remarked to Zhao Mingjin, "You should return to rest. Next time, do not sneak around. It's frightful." She followed meekly behind as I descended, and once downstairs, I noticed her door was tightly shut. I swiftly retrieved the medical kit, stuffing the fever-reducing medication into my clothing. Chapter 81. Zhao Mingjin's betrayal. Having completed my task, I returned the medical kit to its spot and casually carried a glass of water back to my room. My intention was to prevent Zhao Mingjin from growing suspicious and inspecting the kit. If she discovered the fever-reducing medication, my story would unravel. My parting words to her were deliberately crafted to deter her from following me. I was confident she lacked the audacity to confront me openly. Setting down the glass, I quickly extracted the medication, glancing at the box and smiling. Fortune seemed to smile upon me. The expiration date on the medicine indicated it had lapsed. I kept a few pills and disposed of the rest down the drain. Returning to the bedside, I tucked the empty box into the drawer of the nightstand, just in case. Then, I climbed into bed, straining to listen to the sounds outside, which remained eerily quiet. Yet, I was certain Zhao Mingjin would not relent. She would investigate the medical kit to confirm whether I had lied. With a sigh, I muttered to myself, "It's absurd. I have to engage in a battle of wits within my own home. No drama dares to portray this level of intrigue. Yet my life is nothing short of spectacle." I tugged the blanket closer, settling in, and grumbled, "If you have the skill, stay awake all night." However, just as I was drifting into slumber, a troubling thought jolted me awake. If she continued to surveil me and reported back to Deng Jiajia, would it not render me unconscious again? The more I pondered, the more anxious I became, especially since I had recently brought back the children. If I were to fall into a deep sleep again, what would become of them? As I contemplated, I faintly heard a soft sound, and I held my breath, straining to listen. There was no mistake. It was certainly Zhao Mingjin sneaking out again. Once the noise subsided, I quickly rose, retrieving the hidden phone and slipping into the bathroom. I activated the phone surveillance, and sure enough, I saw Zhao Mingjin furtively approaching the location of the medical kit, listening intently before crouching down to rummage through it. After a prolonged period, she finally restored the medicine cabinet, gliding back to her own room like a ghost. The next day, when Deng Jiajia rose, he seemed to be in good spirits, acting as if nothing had happened. Noticing my reluctance to get up, he inquired, "Why are you still in bed?" I mumbled in response, "You had a fever last night. I toiled half the night, and my head still aches. My body can no longer endure late nights. Shall I take the children?" he offered. Upon hearing this, I immediately sat up, alarmed. "No, I shall take them. I cannot leave them after just one day. How would I explain that?" I hurriedly got out of bed and washed up, then proceeded to the room of the second child, who was dressing himself. After dropping him off at school, I did not rush to return home. Instead, I took out my phone in the car to check the surveillance footage, and indeed, Zhao Mingjin had complained. I saw Deng Jiajia pause his breakfast and look up at her, asking, "Are you certain she was rummaging around?" "Absolutely. She searched for a long time in the car. Though I don't know what she was looking for," Zhao Mingjin replied earnestly. Throughout the entire ordeal, I remained tense, my palms sweaty with anxiety. That wretched Zhao Mingjin seemed determined to ensnare me, a true puppet of manipulation. Just then, Zhao Minglan emerged from her room, dressed neatly and seated herself at the dining table. Zhao Mingjin cast her a disdainful glance before pushing her plate toward her. Deng Jiajia shot a glance at Zhao Mingjin but chose not to pursue the matter further, resuming his meal instead. I switched off my phone, knowing that with Zhao Minglan present, they would not continue their conversation. I sat in the car for a while, nervously biting my nails when suddenly an idea struck me. I started the car and drove to the nearby pharmacy to buy several boxes of medicine, leisurely making my way home, hoping to miss Deng Jiajia's departure for work. To my surprise, he was still seated in the living room, despite being expected at the office. Upon seeing him, I was momentarily taken aback before asking with concern, "Why haven't you left yet? Are you still unwell?" He looked at me, smiled faintly, and replied, "I'm waiting for a call." Only then did I notice two identical black phones lined up on a coffee table in front of him. It became clear to me that he was testing me. He had begun to suspect my intentions. I approached and placed the bag I was holding on the table beside the two phones. Then I sank into the sofa, feigning exhaustion as I remarked, "A few steps tire me out. It seems my body has grown accustomed to luxury. A single late night could very well be my doom." He glanced at the bag I placed down and asked, "What did you buy?" I inwardly smirked, realizing I had taken the bait. I had just purchased a few boxes of medicine from the pharmacy, as the supplies at home had expired. Maintaining my lethargic facade, I stifled yawns and replied, "Fortunately, I found a box of Lianhua Qingwen in your car. Given your severe fever last night, you must take your medicine. You should visit the hospital today. Don't be careless." I was careful not to elaborate further. "It's nothing serious, just a bit of a chill. I feel much better today. No need for the hospital," Deng Jiajia said dismissively, adding that he had indeed felt quite unwell the previous night. "Not going? Then continue to endanger your health. I suspect your chronic illness is acting up. You men never like going to the hospital. A fever should not be taken lightly, especially considering your temperature was quite high last night," I stated candidly, unsure if Zhao Mingjin had informed him of the 39.2-degree fever. "It's merely a bad cold," he dismissed. "Then you must keep your distance from the children. Have Zhao Mingjin label their utensils. Children have low immunity. They still need to go to school, so don't overlook this." I offered sincerely, feeling a sense of dread. "All right, I'll leave once the call comes in. Have Zhao Mingjin disinfect the utensils," he said, deliberately fiddling with the two phones. I averted my gaze, yawning as I ignored him, and stood up. "I'll head upstairs for a nap. I didn't sleep well last night, and my head is pounding." I then made my way upstairs, not forgetting to remind him, "Make sure Zhao Mingjin puts the medicine back in the cabinet. Oh, take 2 more Lianhua Qingwen before you leave. If you have another fever today, let me know, and I'll accompany you to the doctor. We'll discuss it another time. I have too much to do today," he replied, placing the phones back on the table. I feigned ignorance and yawned, turning to ascend the stairs. Once inside my room, I shut the door and quickly accessed the surveillance footage. I saw Zhao Mingjin emerge from behind and asked him, "Do you feel normal?" Deng Jiajia shot her a sidelong glance, but did not respond, remaining silent as he stood up and took the two phones, walking outside. Zhao Mingjin called after him, "You Haven Tea, taken your medicine." He had already exited the front door. Soon, I heard the sound of the car starting downstairs. I switched off the phone and tucked it away in a secret spot. From what I understood of Deng Jiajia, he had not abandoned his suspicions about me. My head felt heavy, and I lacked the energy to act further. However, I needed to catch up on sleep urgently to regain my sharpness. I could not afford to make any rash moves at this juncture. I was awakened from my slumber by a call from Zhou Haijin, informing me that the plans for meeting Wu Xiaodong were set. Intrigued, I quickly got up and arranged to meet Zhou Haijin at the top-rated hair salon in Qingcheng for a makeover. A renowned establishment is easily recognized by its quality, and they transformed my dry, straw-like yellow hair into something vibrant. They even styled it with a slight wave, and looking in the mirror, I saw a polished and capable version of myself. This short haircut exuded a different kind of charm, reminiscent of my former self in the business world, and my confidence surged. Zhou Haijin stared at me in awe for a long moment before exclaiming, "Wow, this is our Lu Danny. You're back." Her words caused my eyes to mist over. Indeed, I had been lost for too long, almost drifting aimlessly toward oblivion. Since fate had granted me a second chance, I could not let those who toyed with me escape unscathed. Looking at my reflection, I playfully cursed, "Damn, does this look like a beggaress style?" I then took Zhou Haijin to choose an exquisite, limited edition handcrafted outfit. My heart ached a little when I swiped my card, but Zhou Haijin chastised me, saying, "You're such a miser, saving money for your little mistress." Her words snapped me back to reality. Indeed, I could not continue to deprive myself. Money is merely a tool. If not spent, it cannot circulate back into my life. Besides, I was preparing to meet my rival. I must not lose face in this encounter. Chapter 83. The trap set for me, this gathering was orchestrated by Zhou Haijin, who had rallied the wives of Qin Cheng's business elite, making it a gathering of the upper class. Such private gatherings frequently occur within this circle. Rather than fostering camaraderie among entrepreneurs, it often devolves into a competition of status, comparing businesses, husbands, children, cars, houses, clothing, and beauty. Anything that could be compared was put on display. These gatherings evoke envy among women outside the circle who eagerly seek entry, believing that mere participation in this circle would elevate them to the upper echelon of Qingqing society. I had attended a few of these events in the past, but to be honest, they were rather dull. The women's true natures were often revealed, forming cliques and engaging in petty rivalries. Yet, some women revel in this atmosphere. Having fallen ill, I had effectively disappeared from this social scene for a while. On the day of the gathering, after my facial treatment at the salon, Zhou Haijin repeatedly exclaimed how stunning I looked, declaring that I was simply breathtaking. Gazing at my reflection in the mirror, I noticed how the makeup enhanced my complexion, giving a rosy glow. The light-colored, tailored Chanel-inspired suit perfectly suited my style, and I wore no jewelry, presenting an understated yet undeniably luxurious appearance, suggesting that it was far from inexpensive. Zhou Haijin circled around me, expressing her satisfaction with exuberant exclamations, yet she lingered, engaging in idle chatter with the designer, insisting that the key figures would make their entrance later. The wife of the business director, Shi Hui, was quite the socialite, generous, dignified, and lavish in her spending. However, it was apparent to the discerning that her expenditures were outweighed by her inflow. This group of ladies, eager to curry favor with her, were truly diligent in their efforts, showering her with gifts. Yet, as Zhou Haijin's close confidant, she held the reins of direction, allowing me to relax and follow her lead. As I reclined on the plush sofa in the salon's VIP room, almost dozing off, Shi Hui sent a message to Zhou Haijin indicating that it was time to make our entrance. Zhou Haijin promptly roused me, and together we strode into the dazzling venue of the fashion event. To my surprise, the room was bustling with a vibrant assembly of elegantly dressed women. It seemed we were among the last to arrive. The attendees had already warmed up to the evening's festivities. Upon our entrance, there was a palpable shock, especially from Shi Hui, who, exuding the charisma of a leading actress, exclaimed dramatically, "Dan and I, it's been ages. I thought you wouldn't come." Her exuberance caught me off guard. We were not particularly close, yet she had gone to great lengths for my sake today, and I felt genuinely grateful. She embraced me warmly, whispering that my esteemed mother-in-law was also present, situated near the window. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted Feng Qing at the window, adorned in opulent jewels, engaged in conversation with several affluent women of her age, standing beside the poised and graceful Wu Xiaotong. Deng Jia's mother relished such gatherings, rarely missing an opportunity, despite the fact that few women her age attended. She was one of those who thrived in such environments. Shi Hui stepped back with a smile, inquiring about my health, lamenting how often she had wondered why I had been absent from gatherings, unaware of my illness. After a brief assessment, she exclaimed, "You look rejuvenated. It's as if you've been reborn," exuding understated luxury and elegance. Her flattering words not only set the stage for me, but also paved a smooth path for my entrance. Indeed, I felt as if I had undergone a transformation. "Well said," I replied earnestly. Shi Hui promptly ordered several glasses of wine, taking on the role of the gracious host. "Everyone, allow me to introduce my dear friend, Lu Danny. She is the founder of Dan Phone Group, a leading enterprise in medical devices and a paragon of womanhood. After a recent health setback, She has made a triumphant return. Let us raise a glass to celebrate Danny's resurgence, wishing you survival against adversity and abundant blessings. Her proclamation was met with enthusiastic agreement, and the crowd quickly followed suit. As we raised our glasses, I noticed my mother-in-law watching us with disbelief, her gaze fixed intently upon me. Wu Xiaodong visibly stepped back, creating distance between herself and Feng Qing. Zhou Haijin whispered to me, "Look at her outfit. It's last year's Chanel, somewhat shabby." She's clearly trying to maintain appearances. I scoffed softly, responding, "Dignity and grace are earned through one's own merit, not propped up by someone else's status." Zhou Haijin gave me a thumbs up. I jested, "Deng Jiajia is quite careless. She ought to update her wardrobe." Zhou Haijin rolled her eyes. "You can't deny that today's mistresses are audacious, daring to intrude upon any event." I nudged her playfully, reminding her that I was here to reconnect with old friends, urging her to lighten up. Zhou Haijin immediately returned my smile, though her expression suggested disdain, muttering that she was only being civil for my sake. Otherwise, she would have torn into her. I feigned innocence while mingling with the other guests beside Shi Hui. Whispers surrounded me, speculating about my health and appearance. "Is that Mrs. Dengfeng Group? Has she lost weight?" The speaker, seemingly new to the circle, appeared unaware of my previous presence. "Didn't you hear Shi Hui mention her illness earlier? I heard she was sent abroad for treatment and nearly didn't team make it." "Don't spread rumors. She seems perfectly fine," another woman retorted, defending me. "Her mother-in-law said she was unwell a while ago." "Keep your voice down. Her mother-in-law is here today," cautioned a plump woman, reminding the others of my formidable reputation. "She looks rather unassuming, dressed quite ordinarily. Don't be fooled. That outfit may lack a label, but it's not cheap." A woman in a silver-gray Chanel dress leaned in and whispered, "Which one is her mother-in-law?" "That one in the emerald green, adorned with jewels," someone pointed out, highlighting the stark contrast between us. "Isn't that her daughter-in-law?" questioned a tall woman, to which another replied, "Be careful. That's the real deal." I exchanged knowing glances with Zhou Haijin, sharing a moment of silent understanding as we settled into a quieter corner while Shi Hui conversed with other ladies. Just as we sat down, a woman from Luo Sheng Pharmaceuticals approached, bringing Wu Xiaotong along, who seemed reluctant. "Dan and I, it's wonderful to see you again. It's been a while since you've graced us with your presence," she exclaimed warmly. This lady was Luo Sheng's wife, a quintessential example of a mistress elevated to prominence, always eager to showcase her status. With a sycophantic smile, she introduced Wu Xiaotong. "This is my new friend, Wu Xiaotong, a full-time wife who is a fantastic cook. We live in the same neighborhood." I glanced at Wu Xiaotong, and she met my gaze, sharing a smile. Internally, I mused how perfectly mismatched they were. Wu Xiaotong quickly interjected, "Luo Tai, we're acquainted." "She is my senior." "Senior indeed." I chuckled, finding the irony amusing. Luo Tai looked surprised, "Oh, you two know each other?" "Yes, we've known each other for many years," I confirmed, omitting the details of our acquaintance. Wu Xiaodong, with a seemingly sincere expression, said, "Dan and I, it's wonderful to see you here. I was just thinking of reaching out to you for a chat." I smiled gently, thinking to myself that there was no place quite like this to reconnect, but replied, "Indeed, it's a perfect occasion for reminiscing. I never expected to run into you here. I hadn't seen you in previous visits." Her insinuation was that she was already a part of this circle. "Indeed, it has been many years since we last parted ways. I was unaware of your resignation, marriage, or children. My illness made it feel like I had traversed into another world." Upon reuniting with an old friend, the changes were striking. I observed Wu Xiaodong's exaggerated sigh. Sister Danny had not changed a bit. Apart from being a bit slimmer, she remained as beautiful and radiant as ever. Wu Xiaodong's clever tongue began to weave its magic again. Chapter 85. The main wife and the mistress, Xiao Luo, swiftly seized the conversation. "Xiaodong, you may not know, although Mrs. Deng is now a full-time housewife, she was once a formidable business elite, the founder of Danfeng Group. Among the full-time housewives present, Mrs. Deng was the one I admired most." Just as she finished speaking, a woman of remarkable grace approached, her loose gown doing little to conceal her slightly protruding belly, and stood beside me. With piercing eyes, she directed her gaze at Xiao Luo. "What you said is quite right. Despite being surrounded by full-time housewives, the distinction among them is substantial. Few can be compared to Mrs. Deng, the main wife and the mistress. One look reveals the truth, a face, of unseemly poverty. Xiao Luo was instantly embarrassed, her face turning crimson, as did Wu Xiaodong's. The speaker was Yang Bingxian, the sister-in-law of Luo Shengyuan. It is worth mentioning that Luo Sheng's first wife, Yang Bingxing, was a hard-working and spirited woman who married Luo Sheng when he had nothing. Yang's family vehemently opposed their union, believing Luo had ulterior motives. Nevertheless, Yang Bingxing was resolute and married him against all odds, leading to her family's disownment. After their marriage, she and Luo Sheng built their fortunes from scratch. At that time, Yang Bingxing was a nurse, while Luo Sheng studied clinical medicine in university. With favorable policies, Yang Bingxing seized the opportunity to open a clinic with the help of a retired doctor, working tirelessly to attract more patients. As their resources grew, they expanded into a large pharmacy and eventually established Luo Sheng Pharmaceuticals, aided by Luo Sheng's expertise. However, before Yang Bingxing could fully relish her success, a newcomer arrived at their private hospital, Chun Xin, who would later become Xiao Luo. Chun Xin, with her charm and diligence, quickly became Yang Bingxing's trusted assistant. When Luo Sheng underwent surgery for hemorrhoids and was in excruciating pain, Yang Bingxing, deeply caring for him, found it hard to change his dressings. Chun Xin volunteered to take on this responsibility, becoming Luo Sheng's dedicated nurse during his recovery. Yet, Yang Bingxing was blindsided when Luo Sheng's condition improved, and Chun Xin took advantage of the situation, leading to an affair that Yang Bingxing discovered in a most humiliating manner. The revelation plunged her into despair, and she vowed never to yield or divorce for the sake of her daughter. However, when Chun Xin became pregnant with Luo Sheng's child and subsequently gave birth to a son, the scales tipped dramatically in favor of divorce. The ensuing legal battle lasted 4 years, and on the day of their separation, Yang Bingxing suffered a tragic accident that left her in a coma, still lying in a hospital bed to this day. Despite the divorce, Luo Sheng maintained his financial support for her medical care, and a year later, he married Chun Xin, leading to the emergence of Xiao Luo. Yet, Yang Bingxian was not to be trifled with. She had married a rising star and was said to command some respect from Luo Sheng. The recounting of this history sets the stage for the drama that is yet to unfold. As Yang Bingxian concluded her remarks, she cast a disdainful glance at Wu Xiaotong beside me, sneering, "Birds of a feather flock together. The mistress reigns supreme." Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaotong's smile faltered, her demeanor turning uncomfortable, exuding an air of inadequacy. The atmosphere grew tense, with the discerning observing the unfolding spectacle. Just then, Feng Qing approached with a discontented expression, directing her ire at me. "What brings you here? Shouldn't you be home, recuperating?" Before she could finish, Shi Hui, with a flourish, arrived with a tall woman in tow, swiftly diverting the conversation. "Aunt Deng, you've been a bit biased. Don't always bring along your son's assistant." Chapter 86. The drama unfolds at this proclamation. Feng Qing's face turned a shade of purple, while Zhou Haijin, ever the provocateur, eagerly inquired, "Your daughter-in-law? Aunt, when did Jimin get married? How come no one was informed?" Shi Hui, a consummate actress, feigned ignorance, glancing at Zhou Haijin with a look of bewilderment. "What? Am I misunderstanding something?" The crowd exchanged glances, and Shi Hui, embracing her awkwardness, pointed to Wu Xiaodong, asking Feng Qing, "Isn't this lady your daughter-in-law?" The scene turned into a social death spiral. Several familiar housewives stared at Wu Xiaodong, and Feng Qing's expression morphed into one of incredulity. As all eyes turned toward her, Feng Qing foolishly waved her hands. "It's a misunderstanding. She is merely my son Jiaji's personal assistant." Her words only fueled the gossip, curiosity igniting as everyone leaned in closer to Feng Qing. Yang Bingqian, resting her hand on her belly, laughed unabashedly. "Indeed, Aunt Deng has shown favoritism, bringing your son as assistant to a private gathering instead of your daughter-in-law. Could this be intentional favoritism?" Laughter rippled through the crowd, and the implications were palpable. "Isn't it said that the Deng family men are exceptionally handsome? Now managing Danfeng? Surely they would seek out distinguished socialites, not an assistant?" One observer glanced at the awkwardly composed Wu Xiaotong, choosing not to continue, yet their meaning was clear. What appeared to be mere speculation was, in fact, a subtle incitement. This group had a peculiar knack for igniting flames from the tiniest spark. I watched coldly, relishing the unfolding drama. Feng Qing was eager to distance herself, exclaiming, "What are you all suggesting? We are merely old friends. Our children attend the same school, and we often pick them up together, getting along well. The crowd turned their gaze toward Wu Xiaotong. These sharp-minded women interpreted that phrase in multiple ways, especially considering Feng Qing's earlier tone toward me. Feng Qing's attempts to clarify only deepened the misunderstanding, while Wu Xiaotong appeared flustered, fearing further indiscretions from Feng Qing. She quickly interjected, "Everyone, you truly misunderstand. I am indeed close to Aunt Feng. In fact, I was once Sister Danny's personal secretary, and later, when Sister Danny fell ill, I assisted General Deng in managing Danfeng, which is why I have become quite familiar with the family." She looked at me for support. Danny knows best about this matter. I maintained a gentle smile, observing the situation unfold. Wu Xiaotong's attempt to shield herself was rather clever. Yet before I could respond, Yang Bingxian interjected with biting sarcasm. "Mrs. Deng, do take care. Don't repeat my sister's mistakes. I just heard you two haven't seen each other in years, and it's evident you are getting too close to the Deng family. Tread carefully." I genuinely admired Yang Bingxian. Her boldness was commendable. She showed no mercy toward Wu Xiaotong, striking a blow to her vanity. I suspected she had some inside knowledge. Wu Xiaotong appeared overwhelmed, glancing at Yang Bingxian. "Sister, I'm new to this scene. If I've made any missteps, I hope you'll forgive me. However, such remarks are rather inappropriate." Yang Bingxian let out a cold scoff, asserting that one must adhere to rules, regardless of their age. I smiled calmly, deftly sidestepping the main issue. Everyone was overthinking. My dynamic with my mother-in-law was simply this. She was concerned about my health and blamed me for not informing her of my presence here. Feng Qing immediately adopted a frosty demeanor and concurred, stating that it was good to know. In truth, this conversation could have ended perfectly here, but my mother-in-law, craving attention, continued to theatrically elaborate. Chapter 87. A stinging rebuke. My daughter-in-law and I are like this. If she disobeys, I will certainly admonish her, she declared, seizing the opportunity to socialize. Today, I had brought Miss Wu along because she had persistently expressed a desire to see the world outside. Having previously worked for our family and maintained a decent rapport, I nearly laughed. Feng Qing truly lacked finesse in her speech, suggesting a rift between her and Wu Xiaotong. Her words clearly belittled Wu, implying that she had not experienced the world. Wu had just informed me that she hadn't seen me on her previous visits. Yet Feng Qing exposed her intentions of wanting to visit now. The earlier boasting had now turned into a slap in the face. Some individuals, like Xiao Luo, exhibited disdain, glaring at Wu Xiaotong. "Didn't you claim you wanted to meet me on your previous visits? Didn't you say you came with your mother-in-law? Who truly brought whom?" The absurdity of the situation was striking. It was baffling how anyone could enter this circle. Feng Qing's remarks effectively struck Wu Xiaotong again, leaving her nearly unsteady on her feet. Observers quickly recognized her as someone merely trying to blend in, their expressions shifting to contempt. Hui quickly intervened, saying, "Oh, we were just hoping to gather with some friends. No need for so much talk. Let us avoid divisive comments. Those who can attend are either wealthy or influential. We shouldn't disrupt the harmony, or it would be inconvenient for the gentleman." Upon hearing her words, the crowd dispersed. But her commentary deserved careful consideration. Its subtlety was quite cutting. Wu Xiaotong offered me an awkward smile, feeling somewhat flustered. "Sister, Nini." I shushed her gently, patting her shoulder with a knowing nod. "Don't mind it. It's quite normal." However, Zhou Haijin was less gracious. She shot a mocking glance at Wu Xiaotong, commenting, "You really have some nerve, using a mother-in-law as an excuse. Which of her sons is your husband? The eldest or the youngest? Everyone knows that her second son's wife is Danny. Isn't this a bit suspicious?" Wu Xiaotong's face flushed various shades, a mix of embarrassment and anger. "All right, maybe you should hold your tongue," I warned Zhou, reminding her that we had agreed to move on. Lady Deng was indeed fortunate. Danny, as a daughter-in-law, was a true blessing for the Deng family, which explained why Mr. Deng indulged his wife so. Someone sincerely complimented me, saying, "With a daughter-in-law like Danny, the Deng family has double insurance." Zhou Haijin seized the opportunity to elaborate. "Indeed, Danny has always been exceptional, hailing from a good family background, and the wealth seems to flow effortlessly into her hands. She is on the verge of becoming the wealthiest individual in Sioux City. Mr. Deng truly has an eye for talent. It took much effort for him to win Danny's affection." The group of women leaned in, eager not to miss any juicy details. I noticed Wu Xiaotong's face darken. Zhou Haijin deliberately kept them in suspense. Want to hear more? Speak up. As interest peaked, she waved her hand, leading a crowd to the opposite sofa to indulge in gossip. The atmosphere shifted palpably. Wu Xiaotong chose not to follow, clearly uninterested in how Deng Jiaja pursued me. Sit beside him. She smiled awkwardly but complied, her gaze evasive. It appeared she was now anxious, having boasted about her mother-in-law while encroaching on my marriage. Perhaps she hadn't anticipated that Deng Jiaja would suddenly withdraw my medication, granting me a second chance at life. I suppressed my anger and feigned kindness. Don't let these people bother you. Just come around more often. By the way, what does your husband do? Chapter 88. Seeds of hatred. Perhaps my question was too abrupt, or perhaps she had not expected me to inquire at this moment. Her eyes narrowed, and she stammered, He runs a business. The family business. Oh, what industry? I was determined to pursue this line of questioning. Construction materials, she replied vaguely. No wonder. With Qingqing's rapid development, the construction sector must be thriving. Not bad, I chuckled lightly. You have always been adept at seizing opportunities. That is something I truly admire about you. Just a matter of fate. Not as exciting as my sister, Wu Xiaotong retorted inwardly. I laughed. Exciting? I don't think so. I actually have great respect for those who quietly achieve great things. Wu Xiaotong refrained from engaging further. I didn't expect you to leave Danfeng so suddenly. It's somewhat regrettable. I sighed. After seeing you at the mall, I asked Jiaja why you left without any attempts to keep you. He said, every departure is justified. Those who leave Danfeng do so for good reason. There is nothing to lament. Yet, I feel that after so many years at Danfeng, your departure is indeed a loss. Surely it wasn't just because of pregnancy, was it? Wu Xiaotong clenched her hands, smiling slightly. Women always have to return to their families, just as you did. I smiled confidently. True, yet also not true. I feel that deciding to become a full-time housewife was a misstep. This statement piqued Wu Xiaotong's curiosity. She seemed genuinely interested. Why do you feel that way? She asked. Becoming a full-time housewife marks the beginning of losing oneself. Sometimes I think, perhaps if I hadn't chosen to step back, I wouldn't be aimless. What seems like comfort can be a hidden danger. Do you see what this illness has brought me? Frankly, it was unexpected. Thankfully, I am resilient and have returned. Wu Xiaotong offered an awkward smile. You've already achieved so much. How can you say you've lost yourself? Returning to family is ultimately a woman's rightful place. I replied meaningfully. However, some opportunities, once lost, hold no value. I guess it depends on whether I wish to take on a burden. I intentionally left my words hanging, allowing her imagination to wander, while also sending a message to Deng Jiaja. Deng Zong treats you very well. Wu Xiaotong remarked insincerely. But feelings are not immutable. Yet, some capital still holds sway. Once I lose my value, who knows what could happen? Thankfully, I won't lose my capital. I suppose I am fortunate. Adapting to change is key. I spoke without glancing at her, ensuring she understood the importance of self-awareness. I believe someone as astute as her would grasp the underlying meaning of my words. It seemed my intentions were bearing fruit. As long as the seeds of discord were sown, they would soon take root and flourish. After sowing my seeds, I excused myself due to health reasons. As I departed, Shi Hui intentionally pulled me into a group chat titled Top Tier Hot Commodity. Confused, I looked at her. What does this mean? She exchanged glances with Zhou Haijin and chuckled. A group for wealthy women. I glanced back at Wu Xiaotong, still seated in the corner. Is she in it? She must be. If not, we'll add her in shortly. Zhou Haijin naturally remarked. Did you not say that you couldn't find her WeChat? At that moment, I understood Zhou Haijin's intention. Indeed, I was eager to locate Wu Xiaotong's WeChat. Somehow, I sensed that Deng Jiaja's phone, with its blue cover, held some significance. After some casual exchanges, as I descended the stairs, Wu Xiaotong stepped into the elevator right behind me. Aren't you going to play a little longer? I inquired. No, I can't leave the child alone at home. She replied casually, but then suddenly glanced at me, as if realizing she had let something slip, quickly adding, My husband is here to pick me up. I feigned indifference. Yet, upon exiting the venue, I comprehended that she was attempting to provoke me. Moreover, she greatly overestimated herself. Chapter 89. A heartless turn car was parked at the entrance of the venue, with Deng Jiaja leaning against it, smoking. His demeanor clearly indicated he was there to pick someone up, but I knew full well he was not there for me, as he could not possibly know I was attending this gathering. The moment he saw us emerge together, his eyes narrowed, but he quickly regained his composure, extinguishing his cigarette and striding towards me, taking my bag and pulling me close. "You must be tired, right?" Zhou Haijin retorted. "If you want to show off, take it home. What a pretender." I smiled alluringly, leaning into Deng Jiajia's embrace, deliberately asking, "Are you here to pick me up?" With a look of fondness, he replied, "Otherwise, what?" "That's hard to say. I don't recall notifying you." I teased. "Did you develop the ability to see 1,000 miles away, tracking my every move?" As he led me towards the car, he explained, "I had dinner with Luo Sheng tonight, and he casually mentioned that his wife was at a gathering in Nikang. Before dinner, I called home, and Jinjia said you had gone out and wouldn't be back for dinner. After we finished, I called again, and upon hearing you still hadn't returned, I suspected you might be here. I wanted to surprise you." He chuckled, clearly pleased that I had guessed correctly. Deng Jiajia's reason was quite convincing. Had I not been aware of his character, I might have believed him. Upon reaching the car, he released me, scrutinizing me before ruffling my hair. "Who knew short hair could look so beautiful? I suddenly realize it suits you perfectly. It seems my previous aesthetic judgments were biased." I grasped his mischievous hand. "Your mother is here too. Shouldn't we wait for her?" "No need. She's here and will surely have her plans. Besides, knowing her habits, she won't be heading home anytime soon." Deng Jiajia gazed at me intently, his eyes filled with awe and desire. This was a raw, unguarded greed. Perhaps he had not anticipated my current vibrant state. In truth, I was merely maintaining my composure. Zhou Haijin, ever mischievous, climbed into her car, rolled down the window, and called out, "I've had enough dog food. I'm leaving." Feigning surprise, I turned back to look at Wu Xiaotong, who stood frozen, observing the interaction between Deng Jiajia and me. "Xiaotong, how are you leaving?" I deliberately provoked her, genuinely grateful for the ride she had arranged for me. I then looked up at Deng Jiajia. "Shall we give Xiaotong a ride as well?" "Sure," he replied, finally turning to Wu Xiaotong and casually asking, "Where do you live?" Wu Xiaotong slowly approached, her face pale, and provided her address. To my astonishment, Deng Jiajia decisively stated, "That's not on our way. Miss Wu, you should just call a cab. Otherwise, we would all be wasting time." His words were unequivocal, and I found myself pondering his thought process. He truly exhibited a heartless demeanor. Despite having a child together, he still maintained a facade of seriousness. I observed Wu Xiaotong's expression falter, her lips twitching, her grip on her bag turning white-knuckled. Deng Jiajia appeared oblivious, quickly returning his gaze to me. "The children have been waiting too long. I can't let that happen." He took heartlessness to an extreme, yet I genuinely relished the moment. Looking at Wu Xiaotong, who was visibly disappointed, I offered a sympathetic smile. "Xiaotong, I'm sorry, but I can't keep the children waiting." Wu Xiaotong hurriedly waved her hand. "It's fine. I called a cab. Then we shall take our leave." I waved goodbye to her as I slipped into the car. Deng Jiajia even bent down to fasten my seatbelt before closing the door and joining me, never once glancing at Wu Xiaotong. Then, he pressed the accelerator and drove away. In the rearview mirror, I saw Wu Xiaotong standing there, watching our car recede, before suddenly hurling her bag to the ground. I nearly laughed aloud, privately thinking, "No rush. I still have a larger gift in store for you." Chapter 90. Foolish display of pride in recent days. Deng Jiajia seemed almost bewitched, returning home promptly, even bringing back the eldest child for the weekend. Our family rarely gathered together, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within me. Watching the 3 children frolic up and down the stairs, I often fantasized about how wonderful it would be if nothing had changed. At times, I genuinely wished this were all just a nightmare. But I knew that return was impossible. There was another matter that left me in a state of anxiety, my nerves taut. It revolved around Deng Jiajia's condition. I was convinced he had contracted an illness. Recently, he had been experiencing unexplained fevers, but each time, a dose of antipyretic would suffice. I found myself insincerely urging him to visit a hospital, yet I complied with his wishes, allowing him to remain busy. I even utilized his fevers to keep him at a distance from the children, preventing him from becoming overly intimate with them. As for the eldest, she maintained a consistently indifferent attitude towards me. Despite my efforts to connect, she remained aloof, dismissing me with a "you're so annoying," or claiming it was her personal matter. However, she was indeed closer to Zhao Mingjin than to me, leaving me anxious yet powerless. I did, however, test her by suggesting a trip to Sioux City during the summer vacation, which piqued her interest. Meanwhile, the Zhao siblings appeared to be getting along well, seemingly at peace. Since the last incident, when Zhao Mingjin discovered my belongings in the car late at night, my intuition told me that Deng Jia's suspicions about me had not dissipated. He continued to probe, placing those two phones within my line of sight, yet I chose to ignore them entirely. Deng Jia even requested that I hand him my phone, and, without hesitation, I passed it to him, never glancing back. Once I returned the eldest to school, everything returned to normal. Deng Jia called to inform me he was going on a business trip to Lin City. I was fully aware that he was likely heading to Wu Xiaodong's place. This revelation filled me with elation. It was about time he grew closer to Wu Xiaodong. I dutifully reminded him, as a good wife would, to stay safe, drink less, rest more, and avoid staying up late, considering he had yet to fully recover from his cold, chattering like an old woman. The joy was palpable, for I had finally dispatched the grand gift I had prepared for Wu Xiaodong. I discreetly contacted Shun Kuo to verify, and indeed, the informant confirmed that he had gone to the community where Wu Xiaodong resided. I instructed him to relay the information to Hu Kuei. That evening, when I went to pick up the second child, Wu Xiaodong unexpectedly approached me to greet me, looking vibrant and radiant, akin to a flower nourished by dew. It was evident she was there to flaunt her happiness. I cooperatively inquired, "What is you looking so well today?" Unable to mask her satisfaction, she replied, "My husband is back from his business trip. Why didn't he come with you to pick up the child?" I asked plain along. "I didn't invite him. He just got back and needs to rest," Wu Xiaodong said, her face full of contentment. "He is too lazy to get out of bed. A short separation makes for a renewed bond. You must pamper him," I teased, lavishly complimenting her. "What a wonderful wife you are. Such a shame you're not pursuing a full-time career." "Oh, no choice. My husband wants me to prepare for a second child, and I'm quite troubled by it," she said, looking quite pleased. "He insists on having another daughter." "Sister Nini, do you think I should?" "Yes, of course. Girls are different. Seize the opportunity while you can." I encouraged her, with a hint of mischief, to think of having a second child. "You should be more sensible." "Indeed, I will listen to you, sister. I will strive for another daughter." Wu Xiaodong smiled deeply. "You must act swiftly," I incited. Her laughter grew, and her gaze toward me was enigmatic. I understood that she was merely toying with me, but this suited my purpose, for in the end, I would be the one laughing. Watching her take the child with joy, not forgetting to wave at me from a distance, I smiled. I called Zhou Haijun and gave her a few instructions. She chuckled and assured me, "No problem." Chapter 91. Confrontation at the door. Before I could reach home, my mother-in-law called, asking why her son's phone was off. I truthfully informed her that he was on a business trip, and she promptly hung up. I couldn't help but smirk, impressed by Zhou Haijun's efficiency. During dinner, Zhou Haijun called, and I returned the call via video. She was laughing uncontrollably. "They're fighting. Haha, they're really fighting. This happened so quickly." I was a bit surprised, though I had anticipated a good show. These two, like a needle and a thorn, were evenly matched and fiercely combative. Zhou Haijun's laughter was unrestrained. "Wait, I'll send you a video." "Really? How did you get it?" I asked, surprised. "Know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without disaster." You underestimated Shun Kuo's team. They've been living next to the third party for a while now. Zhou Haijun boasted, "All the information is firsthand." Wow, so professional. I couldn't help but admire, though I also thought of the future costs. "You bet. Let me show you what professionalism is." Zhou Haijun's tone was smug. The video was clear. My meddlesome mother-in-law rushed out of the elevator, heading straight for Wu Xiaodong's door. Her aggressive posture was evident. She pounded on the door with such force that the echo reverberated through the hallway. Soon, a woman's voice came from inside. "Who is it?" The question was rhetorical, as the peephole had already revealed the visitor. "Open the door," the old lady demanded. After a long wait, the door opened, revealing Wu Xiaodong, wearing a small apron, smiling calmly, but blocking the entry. "Mom, why are you here?" This mom sent a chill down my spine, more saccharine than my own. "Let Zhezhe out. I need to talk to him," my mother-in-law said coldly. Wu Xiaodong smiled. "Mom, I've already told you. He is not here." This infuriated my mother-in-law, who pushed Wu Xiaodong and tried to enter, but was blocked again. "Mom, what are you doing?" "I told you he is not here. Ask Lu Danny." "What am I doing?" "I'm looking for my son." "Move aside." My mother-in-law, remembering a previous encounter with Wu Xiaodong, was furious. "Don't call me Mom. You aren't worthy. Move." Wu Xiaodong's face darkened, but she quickly regained her composure. Mom, what are you saying? Jiajia really isn't here. If you have something to say, I can pass it on. Pass it on? I want to see my son, and you think you can stop me? You're nothing. Even Lu Danny wouldn't dare speak to me like this. You're nothing. Move aside. Mom. I said, don't call me Mom. My mother-in-law roared, second son, come out. This shout opened the door of the neighboring apartment, and a curious face appeared. Wu Xiaodong's face fell. Old lady, what are you doing? I've already said he's not here. Do you want to disturb the whole neighborhood? Wu Xiaodong's reprimand only fueled my mother-in-law's anger, who pushed Wu Xiaodong and tried to enter. Chapter 92. The plastic mother-in-law and daughter-in-law brawl. Wu Xiaodong, now angry, shouted, what do you want? This shout was so loud that a child inside began to cry. Soon, a voice bellowed, what is going on? Can't I get a moment's peace? Deng Jiajia appeared, and I smirked, so he is here? As he stepped out, my mother-in-law's anger flared, and she slapped Wu Xiaodong. Bitch, you said he wasn't here? How dare you play games with me? You're out of control. Wu Xiaodong, stunned, held her face and looked at Deng Jiajia. He, seeing this, roared, Mom, what are you doing? What am I doing? This bitch is blocking me. And you didn't hear? She asked nothing, and she dares to stop me. Lu Danny never treated me like this. You're turning dark, and you dare to yell at me. Wu Xiaodong, seeing Deng Jiajia's defense, stood firm. I told you he said he was here. Don't mention Lu Danny. She is good, go to her. Don't forget, the Deng family's success is because of me. If not for me, Dan Feng. Before she could finish, Deng Jiajia slapped her. Shut up. Wu Xiaodong, shocked, covered her face and looked at Deng Jiajia, tears in her eyes. My mother-in-law, satisfied, said you deserved it. She is out of control, and you still thank her. You, Mom. Deng Jiajia stopped her. Both of you shut up. Wu Xiaodong, seeing Deng Jiajia stop his mother, stepped forward. Lu Danny is good, but what about you? You're a bottomless pit. You only want money to show off. What else can you do? My mother-in-law was speechless, staring at Wu Xiaodong. Wu Xiaodong, not done, turned to Deng Jiajia. And you, Deng Jiajia, why did you hit me? You're done with me, aren't you? Now you're turning on me, like you did with Lu Danny? An astonishing scene unfolded before her words could fully escape her lips. Suddenly, Deng Jiajia lifted his foot and kicked Wu Xiaodong out, the sound echoing like a thud as she disappeared from sight. Deng Jiajia swiftly approached the door, yanked it open, and with a forceful motion, it slammed shut. The deafening sound reverberated, leaving nothing but the sight of a door and the heart-wrenching cries of a child. Though the image lingered in a frozen state, the air was filled with a cacophony of screams and wails, initially filled with curses, followed by the sounds of struggle and the child's sobs, creating a dissonant symphony that gradually quieted down, leaving the situation to one's imagination. I listened, captivated, devoid of any guilt. Once the scene completely vanished, Zhou Haijin initiated a video call, and I hastily answered, greeted once more by her exuberant face. With a gleeful grin, she eagerly inquired, how does it feel? Satisfying. Isn't it? Absolutely satisfying. Her excitement was infectious, prompting me to gleefully ask, how did you manage that? Zhou Haijin wore a mischievous smile. I simply played to her greed and vanity. I posted a message in the wealthy ladies group, and sure enough, she fell for it. What message? My curiosity piqued. Chapter 93. The fire in the backyard. I fixated on Zhou Haijin's expression, anticipating her explanation regarding the message that drove Feng Qing into a frenzy searching for her son, culminating in a physical altercation with Wu Xiaodong. This truly exemplified a strained mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship, easily torn apart. Frankly, the spectacle was immensely gratifying. This was precisely the outcome I desired. Once the discord began, resentment would inevitably flourish. I needn't worry about a lack of drama. Zhou Haijin, sensing my curiosity, teased, aren't you paying attention to that group? What group? I was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Haijin promptly retorted, the wealthy ladies group you joined during the gathering. It's a battlefield. You're wasting an opportunity if you don't keep an eye on it. Those affluent women stir up trouble every day. It's absolutely worth your attention. Suddenly, I grasped the significance of that group. Zhou Haijin grinned broadly. I dropped a message in the group. The Qingmeng Huabiao Awards star-studded night will be held on a cruise ship, with tickets starting at 500,000. All the affluent ladies in the province are scrambling to buy them, and they're reportedly selling out fast. That was indeed an elite gathering within the upper echelons of the wealthy. I burst into laughter, saying to Zhou Haijin, You understand my mother-in-law so well. No wonder she turned red with urgency. She must not care for such a well-behaved grandson anymore. Wu Xiaodong must have obstructed her. You're quite the storyteller. Even mentioning the Qing Mang Huabiao Awards. Zhou Haijin immediately and earnestly countered. Look, there really is an awards ceremony. Such events rely heavily on sponsorship from these high society women. Thus, a ticket priced at 500,000 is merely a starting point. The most exclusive can exceed 7 figures and are still hard to come by. They've likely sold out already, and I simply leveraged this hype. I absolutely believed her. After all, Zhou Haijin was well acquainted with their inner circle, aware of the key phrases, selling out soon and wealthy ladies across the province. How could she not be incensed? Zhou Haijin, grinning with satisfaction, remarked, of course. She'll frantically seek out Deng Jiajia for money. It's an urgent matter. Indeed, she must fear being ousted from this elite circle. I sighed, feeling pity for that child. Zhou Haijin instantly frowned. Spare me your sympathy. Don't forget, like mother, like son. If you pity him, why not just take him back and raise him yourself? I assure you, he is a little wolf cub. Wu Xiaodong wants to leverage her son's status. Why do you feel sorry for him? You should be more concerned about your own children. How has Deng Jiajia treated them? Has he cared? Has he even asked about them? Though her words were harsh, they rang true. Based on the photographs from those investigation reports, Deng Jiajia certainly indulged in leisure with that child, while my own were sent to boarding schools, subjected to criticism and distance from me, their mother. If I were truly gone, they would inevitably face dire consequences. A deep-seated resentment began to blossom. Indeed, my children would suffer even more. Nini, remember this. Do not view the world through innocent eyes. While maintaining kindness is commendable, one must also act within one's capabilities. Engaging in goodwill with a bunch of demons makes you a fool. Ultimately, you'll be the one left behind. It's survival of the fittest. Do you understand? With a steely resolve, I declared, let us commence their path to ruin. What do you wish to do next? Zhou Haijin asked earnestly. Since the fire in the backyard has ignited, we cannot allow the front yard to remain unscathed. I proclaimed with confidence, I intend to short-sell Dan phone. Chapter 94. Leaving with nothing, Zhou Haijin instantly became animated. Great. I've been waiting for your command. It's time to take action. How do you plan to proceed? First, I need to meet with a lawyer. I have numerous questions that require the expertise of a legal professional. When shall I arrange this? The sooner, the better. I replied decisively. After meeting with a lawyer, I must return to Sioux City. On Tuesday, Zhou Haijin organized a discreet gathering at a private club, where I was to meet the lawyer I wished to consult. Upon entering the establishment, I felt as though a pair of eyes were scrutinizing me, yet upon discreetly observing, I detected no abnormalities. This inexplicable sensation left me feeling uneasy. Upon reaching the designated private room, Zhou Haijin was already there, engaged in light conversation with a young man. She possessed an innate ability to connect with anyone, regardless of their demeanor. This was to be expected, as I had chosen the lawyer myself. The gentleman before me appeared to be in his 30s, with pronounced brows and bright eyes, a square jaw, and thin-framed glasses perched on his nose. His gaze was keen and composed, exuding an air of reliability. Upon my arrival, both stood to greet me. Zhou Haijin introduced Lu Danny, founder of Danphone Group. Danny, this is Han Jia from Qiankuan Law Firm. Han Lavier. It's a pleasure to meet you. I extended my hand, genuinely delighted. Likewise, I am eager to assist you. Han Jia responded with a warm smile, revealing a set of pristine teeth. After settling in, I glanced at Zhou Haijin and remarked, I didn't expect him to be so young. Don't let his youth fool you. He is one of the most well-known lawyers in Qingcheng. Zhou Haijin assured me, feel free to ask any questions. He is absolutely trustworthy. Sensing my hesitation, she elaborated further. Let us get straight to the point. I placed my bag down and faced Han Jia. You may skip the preliminary introductions. I've already been briefed. Please proceed directly to the matter at hand. Zhou Haijin, ever considerate, aimed to spare me the discomfort of recounting painful experiences. Han Jia, displaying utmost professionalism, addressed me directly. You wish to swiftly reclaim your assets and ensure that the other party leaves with nothing. I met his gaze and shook my head. It's not merely about leaving with nothing. I want every member of the Deng family involved to face the full consequences of the law. Furthermore, I paused, straightening my posture, and continued, I intend to employ certain strategies. Han lawyer remained silent, a knowing smile playing on his lips, which I interpreted as acquiescence. I proceeded to share some of my less refined ideas, seeking his guidance on how to act without breaching any legal boundaries. I was determined not to reclaim everything only to find myself ensnared in a legal quagmire. After all, I had 3 young children to consider and did not wish for them to be dragged into a deadlock. I spoke sincerely. In truth, the courage I possessed stemmed from my desire to protect my children. I understand, Han Jie said, gazing deeply into my eyes. However, I must be frank. Your current situation is not optimistic. Based on the materials I've gathered, all evidence appears to be against you. It may very well be you who ends up with nothing. What does it mean? I was utterly shocked, furrowing my brows in confusion as I looked at Lawyer Han. Is it true that Deng Jiajia has been unfaithful, fathered an illegitimate child, poisoned me, and usurped my company? How could I possibly leave with nothing? His words were indeed hard to accept. Lawyer Han gazed at me seriously and said, according to the information I've gathered, Deng Jiajia currently possesses an authorization letter for the transfer of ownership of Danfeng Group, bearing both your signature and seal, which has already been announced and acknowledged at the shareholders' meeting. I was taken aback and quickly protested. I did not sign any transfer agreement. Lawyer Han calmly handed me a copy of the transfer document. Here it is. Take a look. Chapter 95. The document I never signed. I stared in disbelief at Han Jie. Reaching out to take the document he offered, my eagerness to scrutinize it overwhelming. After a thorough examination, I felt as if I had been struck by lightning. This was an unequal treaty, essentially indicating that I had unconditionally transferred Danfeng Group to Deng Jiajia, declaring that from this day forth, he would have full authority over all company affairs. Ich glänzt helplessly åt Lawyer. This agreement has stripped you of all ownership of Danfeng Group, meaning you now have no say in its matters. You have completely consented to relinquish management rights and shares to Deng Jiajia. Furthermore, after this agreement, the legal entity of Danfeng has been changed to Deng Jiajia. Han Jie spoke without concealment, adding that all properties and fixed assets under your name have been mortgaged to the bank, and the procedures were all signed by you, which implies that you will not receive any assets. I shook my head vigorously, insisting, no, I did not sign this document. However, upon closer inspection of the signature, the strokes were fluid and seamless, undeniably my own handwriting, not a forgery. This is impossible. How could this be? I have no recollection of signing such documents. I glanced helplessly at Zhou Haijin, hoping to validate my claims that I had not signed anything. Yet this handwriting is indeed mine. Zhou Haijin appeared bewildered. What do you mean you didn't sign? How could it be your handwriting? Deng Jiajia. I gritted my teeth, calling out his name. After years of intimacy, I was unaware of when we fell into such divergent paths. He had plotted against me so meticulously. All those years of love, bearing his children, and helping the Deng family rise from poverty. How could he betray me like this? My trembling hands could hardly contain the document, fury igniting within me, threatening to consume me whole. I fought back tears, laughing through my rage. Deng Jiajia truly possessed remarkable cunning. I had merely thought he was refreshing the company by removing my people, yet unbeknownst to me, he had taken everything. In other words, I was now the one left with nothing. Zhou Haijin was equally furious. This beast, a veritable wolf in human guise, how could he stoop so low? Moreover, I looked at Lawyer Han, struggling to find the words, but at this moment, I could no longer afford to be modest. I suspected he intended to commit insurance fraud. His poisoning of me was not merely to seize my company. In my safe, I discovered large insurance policies covering accidents and critical illnesses, meaning that regardless of how I died, he would receive a substantial payout. My words left Lawyer Han momentarily speechless. His lips twitched, seemingly wanting to offer me comfort, but he merely sighed. We fell into a silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Finally, Han Jie spoke, "Leave this matter to me. I will do my utmost to fight for your best interests. However, we must proceed cautiously. We may need to employ certain tactics. Do you have any ideas we can discuss?" I smiled ironically. Ideas? It seems there is only one course of action. Short sell Danfeng, I declared, my eyes aflame with determination. He must not succeed. This is a considerable risk. Han Jie leaned closer to the sofa, his gaze sharp upon me. And it could easily breach the law. Even if the risks are great, I must try. I replied without hesitation. To undermine Deng Jiajia? Han Jie regarded me with interest, his eyes deepening. Yes, I affirmed. then you will need substantial financial backing. Han Jie stroked his chin thoughtfully. Only if the stock price falls to a certain level can Deng Jiajia be compelled to sell, and other shareholders will not remain inactive either. Once the financial chain is severed, your risk will be immense. In truth, Han Jie was correct. This was the very reason I sought his legal counsel. And also my greatest uncertainty. Should anything go awry, I would not only fail to reclaim Danfeng, but could also face utter ruin. But what can be done? This is the only method to regain ownership of Danfeng. Suddenly, a realization struck me. Chapter 96. There's definitely a mastermind behind the scenes. I stood up abruptly, looking at Zhou Haijin and Han Jie. I understand now why Deng Jiajia suddenly halted my medication. Zhou Haijin quickly pressed for clarification. What do you mean? Is there a reason? Deng Jiajia's decision to stop my medication, allowing me to continue living, is because he too has considered this. If I were to die, my parents would undoubtedly contest the ownership of Danfeng, as it represents the culmination of the Liu family's efforts, a fortune built over their lifetime, and they would not relinquish it easily. Zhou Haijin nodded vigorously. Of course, even I wouldn't believe it. Moreover, if the old residence in Sioux City is relocated, it could amount to several, even dozens of Danfeng's worth, along with shares in Jixiang Pharmaceuticals. At that point, Deng Jiajia would be in a precarious position. My thoughts became increasingly clear. He must have realized that once the Liu family discovers his scheme, the only way to reclaim ownership would be to short-sell Danfeng. Conversely, as long as I am alive, he could intensify his efforts to win me back and further exploit the Liu family's assets. A tear involuntarily slipped down my cheek. I raised my hand to wipe it away and continued. As long as I am here, my parents will eventually transfer these funds into my name. Damn it, that beast! No wonder he continues to feign filial piety, flaunting his affection. Zhou Haijin exclaimed indignantly, how insidious! I smirked. Thus, he orchestrates from behind the scenes, robbing me of my support, ensuring his own security. Truly a masterful scheme. I nodded. Haijin, had we not seen Jiang Kai that day, unaware he was investigating Jixiang Pharmaceuticals, we would have remained oblivious to his new plan. This is fate. Heaven does not abandon you. No one can bring you down. Zhou Haijin comforted me. Perhaps this is indeed the true reason for my survival. I must thank the heavens. These coincidences allowed me to escape Deng Jiajia's clutches. It is a miracle that Sioux City has such plans. However, as of now, it remains merely a plan. Zhou Haijin remarked during my last visit home. There was indeed talk of this, and the rumors were quite serious, but when it will be implemented remains uncertain. Therefore, I must return to Sioux City. As long as this is not realized, I am safe. Thus, this news cannot disappear. If it does, he will strike again. I laughed self-deprecatingly. It seems I cannot rely on this funding after all. Han Jie nodded. Indeed, since you say so, Deng Jiajia must be keeping a close watch on these developments. Your idea is sound. Throw with one hand while retrieving with the other. Once everything returns to your grasp, you can gradually raise the price back, not only avoiding losses, but potentially making a considerable profit. However, the financial reserves required are not insignificant. No, I pondered for a moment, unable to comprehend, and finally spoke. This cannot be the mind of Deng Jiajia. Why do you say that? Haizen in Gui. From my understanding of Deng Jiajia, he certainly lacks such a meticulous economic acumen. I asserted with conviction that there must be a mastermind operating behind the scenes. Are you suggesting Wu Xiaotong? Surely not. Zhou Haijin looked at me with disdain. Of course not. She lacks the necessary prowess. I insisted, this long-term plan is beyond her capabilities. There must be someone of great skill behind Deng Jiajia. Could it be the influence of Deng Jiafen? I shook my head. At that moment, I suddenly recalled his other mobile phone, whose contacts were entirely unfamiliar to me. I quickly retrieved my new phone, which I had been careful to conceal from Deng Jiajia. I found the information of that phone I had photographed and handed it to Zhou Haijin. Haijin, we need to have Shun Qua investigate these individuals. They are contacts from Deng Jiajia's secret phone, and there are some WeChat records. I suspect these people are not ordinary. I then turned to Lawyer Han, noting that I had lived with him for a decade, yet not one person here was familiar to me. It must be his other circle, which might yield some clues. Han Jie also took the phone, glanced at the information, and asked for my permission. May I copy this? I nodded, of course. Both of them copied the information, and I said to Zhou Haijin, please organize and keep these for me. I cannot retain them on my phone any longer. Deng Jiajia is already suspicious of me. I must clear this phone. Chapter 97. The mysterious collaborator Zhou Haijin immediately nodded. Then let me keep this phone. Do you have anything else important on it? Not just important. Everything on this phone is crucial. I corrected her. Then please safeguard it. I added, however, accessing the surveillance may be a bit troublesome. Han Jie quickly suggested, you can conceal the surveillance software. How do I do that? I asked eagerly. Han Jie took my phone, fiddled with it for a while, then returned my old phone, informing me of the hidden location. Suddenly, I looked at him and casually remarked, could it be that Deng Jiaja has also hidden something? Zhou Haijin scoffed. We could find out by accessing his phone. That's secondary. The urgent matter is indeed the funding. I said anxiously, without sufficient capital, I cannot execute the plan. It seems you need a partner. Han Jie pointedly remarked. Even if you secure the funds, you cannot operate alone, can you? It would be unwise to purchase the shares he offers outright. I muttered, yes, I truly need someone reliable to help me buy in. Do you have a suitable candidate? Han Yin queried. I shook my head in confusion. Currently, it's merely a plan. I shall seek funding first. Han Jie approached the sofa. If you trust me, I do have a suitable candidate. I looked at Han Jie with astonishment. He was genuinely enthusiastic, but this was no ordinary assistance. There was significant risk involved. I am well aware of the high stakes. I blurted. However, this could be considered collaboration. Han Jie scrutinized my eyes, declaring collaboration. I felt a twinge of confusion. How does that work? My mind raced with alarm as I glanced at Zhou Haijin, uncertain of her connection to Han Jie. Yet, Zhou Haijin appeared completely at ease, exuding no doubt, which somewhat eased my apprehension. I had no reason to doubt her. Han Jie spoke. How many shares does Deng Jiaja possess? I replied, we hold 45% of the shares. Then how much do you need to purchase? Han Yi probid. At least 40%. Ideally, I would like to acquire them all without leaving any room for negotiation. I paused, looking at Han Jie. Lawyer Han, can you truly assist me? This is not an ordinary risk. You're aware of that. I felt it necessary to lay the groundwork for potential pitfalls. Han Jie seemed to sense my hesitation, straightened his posture, and paused before saying, very well, Ms. Liu, I will inquire with my friend and discuss this. He is also Ms. Zhou's acquaintance. You can trust his reliability. I turned to Zhou Haijin. He is your friend? I was aware that Zhou Haijin had thrived in the media industry over the years, so connections should not be an issue. However, someone capable of providing such substantial assistance is certainly not an ordinary friend, which piqued my curiosity. Zhou Haijin smiled calmly, reassuring me. Let us have a discussion first. I assure you, his character is beyond reproach. Han Jie nodded. If you remain worried, I can draft an agreement for you. After acquiring those shares, once your legal troubles are resolved, he can sell them back to you at the original price. Sell them back at the original price? I looked at him skeptically. Didn't you mention collaboration? Han Jie smiled wryly. That will need to be confirmed after I consult my friend. I cannot make that decision unilaterally. I contemplated this. If I wanted to exact revenge, this was a crucial step. Yet at present, I truly could not find any other collaborators with such financial resources. Without this financial backing, how could I hope to reclaim Dan Feng or seek vengeance? Regardless of how stringent the conditions may be, as long as I could retrieve Dan Feng, I would not hesitate. Your friend? Irritated, for trusted Sirhuisen. She would not deceive me. Indeed, Zhou Haijin affirmed, just await the news. Chapter 98. The son of the other woman 3 hours later, as I emerged from the club. The sun shone brilliantly outside, mirroring my newfound joy. Having unraveled the mystery before me and devised a plan, the gloomy sky within me brightened instantly. I glanced at Zhou Haijin, who had accompanied me, and tilted my chin. Shall we take a stroll by the sea? Of course, I shall accompany you. Zhou Haijin jested. We linked arms and strolled toward the beach behind the club, and inexplicably, the sensation I'd felt upon arrival returned. I turned to scan the area, yet there were no extra individuals in sight. Still, I felt as though a pair of eyes were watching us. What are you looking at? Zhou Haijin asked. I can't shake the feeling that someone is observing us, I admitted, retracting my gaze. How could that be? My choice is absolutely discreet. You need not worry. Zhou Haijin tugged at me, seemingly unconcerned. We continued forward, and I inquired again, who is this friend of yours who can provide the funds? How can they afford such a sum? Zhou Haijin raised an eyebrow and smiled. That is not for you to concern yourself with, but I assure you, this person is entirely reliable. Once Han Jie has consulted him, You shall know. These people are all low-key, unwilling to reveal themselves. Once the collaboration is confirmed, you will naturally learn more. I shot Zhou Haijin a sidelong glance, scoffing, how mysterious. Am I not entitled to know about my own affairs? Money does not come easily. I cautioned her, do not let me get entangled in trouble before I even extricate myself. What are you saying? Am I such an unreliable person? She laughed, grasping my arm. I would never betray you, dear. I could only smile resignedly. Zhou Haijin suddenly shifted the topic, gleefully informing me. Wu Xiaodong must be feeling disheartened now. I heard that mother and son gave her quite a beating. She likely never expected this day would arrive so swiftly. I chuckled. She has always failed to recognize her own position. Zhao Mingjin at home is no different. She always believes herself indispensable. Goodness, they have brought me trouble. And yet they seek accolades. I cannot fathom what sins I committed in my past life to attract such individuals. This can be considered retribution. Yet it is merely the beginning. I wish to let her go, but heaven will not allow it. You are right. It infuriates me. Even striking them 100 times would not quench my anger. However, I truly cannot recall when I signed that document. I have no memory of it all. Didn't you say that? How can you assert that signature belongs to you? Zhou Haijin retorted. Are you so certain it wasn't signed by someone else on your behalf? The peculiarity lies in the fact that I genuinely have no recollection. Yet, that handwriting is undoubtedly mine. How could I fail to recognize my own signature? The characters Lu, Danny flow from my pen with ease, a fluidity that cannot be replicated. I pondered deeply, trying to recall when I might have signed. Even in a daze, I should possess some memory. What truly transpired during those dreadful days? Upon returning from the club, I went directly to pick up Erbao. Today, I parked quite a distance away and strolled to the school gate. Just then, the first graders were being dismissed. I intentionally stood where Wu Xiaotong used to wait, but saw no sign of her. I kept an eye out for her while searching for Yaozu among the children. Sure enough, it wasn't too long before Yaozu emerged, carrying his little backpack, looking rather displeased. Yaozu, I called out to him. He tilted his face up, gazing at me with a look of confusion in his eyes. Why didn't I see your mother today? Yaozu? I asked kindly. He pouted and did not answer, lowering his eyes as he continued to walk outside, his demeanor a mix of loneliness and pride. Who is picking you up today, Yaozu? I pressed on stubbornly. My dad, he replied softly. I was taken aback, instinctively glancing around, but saw no sign of Deng Jiajia. I thought that if Deng Jiajia were to see me standing here, he would certainly avoid appearing. At that moment, Yaozu also looked out anxiously, his expression a bit worried. I deliberately remained by his side, keeping him company as we waited for a while, but Deng Jiajia never showed up. Chapter 99. Erbao imitates speech. Yaozu's eyes began to redden, and I couldn't help but squat down to look at him. Is your dad running late? Don't worry. Annie will keep you company. He sniffled, appearing a bit nervous, his gaze constantly evasive. I wondered if he remembered me. After all, he had called out for his dad in the mall, feeling particularly aggrieved when he was halted. I tentatively asked, what is your last name, Yaozu? He looked at me warily, his large eyes blinking as if contemplating whether to answer. Finally, he guardedly said, I don't know you. I quickly explained with a friendly demeanor, and he just wants to let her teacher know that if your dad is late, she can keep you company. He scrutinized me with skepticism for quite a while before reluctantly saying, I'm Deng Yaozu. I nearly chuckled. His audacity was impressive indeed. I suppressed my amusement and ruffled his little head, praising him. What a good boy. Auntie will go tell your teacher now. Don't be afraid. To be honest, I harbored no animosity toward this child. On the contrary, I found him quite endearing. After all, he was just a child, and he was not at fault. I took his little hand in mine, and perhaps due to my gentle nature, his guard lowered significantly, allowing me to lead him without resistance. In that moment, my heart felt particularly conflicted. Once all the first graders had left, I approached his teacher and informed her that Yaozu had no parents to pick him up. Just then, the teacher's phone rang. She gestured to me, answered, and with a beaming smile said, all right. After hanging up, she turned to me and said, thank you so much. Deng Yaozu's dad is stuck in traffic and will be late. I truly appreciate your help. I waved my hand dismissively and reassured Yaozu. You can wait here with your teacher. But Dad will be here shortly. He blinked his large eyes, still observing me with a curious gaze, his expression conflicted. Don't you want to thank Annie? The teacher reminded him. Only then did he softly say, thank you, Annie. Just then, The second graders were being dismissed, and I shifted my gaze in search of my own dang halbwa. Before long, Erbao joyfully ran over and hugged my leg. When his eyes caught sight of Deng Yaozu waiting for his father, he paused for a moment, staring for 3 seconds before withdrawing his gaze and saying, "Mom, let us go home." I nodded happily and waved at Yaozu. "Yaozu, Auntie is leaving now." He hid a bit behind his teacher, but still waved back at me. Once Erbao and I reached my car, I casually asked him, "That little brother just now, don't you know him? Why didn't you greet him?" Unexpectedly, Erbao responded quickly, "I don't like him. I don't want to say hello." This time, I was taken aback and followed up with, "Why don't you like him?" "Grandma always says he is a good boy and then scolds me. I don't even know what I did wrong," Erbao complained. His voice filled with grievance. "I did nothing wrong. Yet Grandma says I'm stupid. She says I'm daft. But she always praises him for being clever." My anger flared, but I couldn't help but find it amusing. I ruffled Erbao's hair, saying, "My dear, you are not daft at all. The Erbao I see is very clever." I did not wish for my child to harbor hatred in his heart. Grandma scolded me. Erbao pouted, imitating her. "What did she say?" "She said I'm just like your dying mother," he exclaimed, poking his own head as if to illustrate. I chuckled, feigning indifference, but tears nearly spilled from my eyes, and my hands felt cold with anger. "Don't worry, Mommy is not so easily defeated." I comforted him. Seeing that he was now more talkative, I pressed on, "When Mommy was sick, did the nanny scare you too?" To my surprise, Erbao nodded vigorously, "Yes. She said if you keep sleeping like this, you'll become a zombie, and we shouldn't go near you. Zombies carry germs. Do you believe that, sweetheart?" I asked softly. "I don't believe it. Mommy won't have germs. That nanny is bad. She pinched Mommy, I saw it," Erbao said with a serious expression. I hadn't expected my little one to grasp such things so deeply, but thankfully I had awakened in time to realize this. Erbao was much more cheerful now. "Don't be afraid. Mommy is all better now. You don't have to worry about her." I encouraged the child to stay away from those you don't like. Even your grandma. I had to say this, as the Deng family was truly wicked, and I could not let my children be unable to distinguish good from evil. Erbao looked at me, puzzled, and asked, "Mommy, why does Grandma always praise that little brother?" Chapter 100. In an urgent moment I froze, feeling a pang in my heart. How could I explain this to him? After a long pause, I looked at Erbao earnestly and said, "Son, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. That's just how it is. But every person's strengths and weaknesses are different. Perhaps Grandma appreciates certain qualities in him that she feels you lack. In her judgment, she might think his strengths are better than yours, which is why she praises him. But that does not mean he is necessarily superior to you. Do you understand what I mean? Just like I'm good at math, and he can draw, but I can't, right?" Erbao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Exactly," I replied with a joyful smile, ruffling his hair. "My son is truly clever." My praise filled him with confidence as he nestled into his seat, wearing a proud expression. Upon returning home, I sensed something was amiss. Only Zhao Minglan was in the living room, entertaining Sanbao, and I did not see Zhao Mingjin anywhere. I instructed my second child to change clothes upstairs before coming down. She then sat beside the third child and casually inquired of Zhao Minglan, "Where is your sister?" Zhao replied with a hint of annoyance, "She has gone out for a bit. Dinner is ready." Zhao Minglan added, "I'll go arrange the meal." I reassured her, "No rush. Let the third one play a bit longer. I'll change my clothes upstairs, and we can eat when I come down." After saying this, I made my way upstairs, heading directly to Zhao Mingjin's room. I found myself puzzled about where Zhao Mingjin could possibly hide that item. Logically, liquid substances are difficult to store, especially those that could only be acquired on the black market. They surely wouldn't be in large quantities. Yet, perplexingly, despite my meticulous search, I found nothing. At that moment, I heard Zhao Minglan calling out to me from below, "Madam, dinner is served." I immediately perked up my ears, faintly sensing footsteps ascending the stairs, which seemed to approach the corridor. Realizing I had no time to exit, I understood Zhao Mingjin must have returned. If she caught me in her room, I would indeed find it challenging to explain. Suddenly, I recalled the hidden door and hurriedly moved the cabinet aside. I opened the secret entrance and slipped out, quickly closing the bookshelf behind me. Only after securing the bookshelf could I return to its original position. Upon entering the study, I removed my jacket and sat at the desk, picking up a pen. Just then, Zhao Mingjin pushed open the study door, peering in. Upon seeing me, her eyes narrowed slightly before she said, "Madam, it's time for dinner." I nodded, deliberately placing the pen back into the holder while tearing off the page I had doodled on and placing it in my bag. After leaving the study, I briefly returned to my room to shred the earlier paper and flush it away before changing clothes and heading downstairs. At the dining table, I casually remarked to Zhao Mingjin, "Next time you go out, try not to do it during mealtime." Zhao Mingjin acknowledged and went to serve the rice. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Deng Jiajia entered, holding a bag and looking fatigued. I scrutinized his face and asked, "Why do you look so exhausted? Was the business trip not smooth?" As my words left my lips, the two sisters turned their attention towards Deng Jiajia. He glanced around the dining table and replied, "Just feeling tired." He then washed his hands, sat beside me, and playfully engaged with the third child. "I'm really starving. I haven't had a decent meal in days." I chuckled inwardly. Indeed, with all the fighting, it was no wonder no one was cooking for him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingjin instantly asked, "Shall I make you some soup?" "No need," Deng Jiajia replied, picking up his chopsticks and taking a bite of rice. I nonchalantly remarked, "Your mother called. She said she couldn't reach you for something important." Deng Jiajia paused momentarily before continuing to eat, only speaking after swallowing. "She didn't mention what it was. My phone might have died." "Oh." She didn't specify, but sounded urgent. "Did she not call you afterward?" I glanced at him, noting his calm demeanor. "No, don't worry about her," Deng Jiajia replied, while eating, and seeing him devouring his meal heartily, it was evident he was truly hungry. Thinking of Deng Yaozu, I casually mentioned, "When I picked up the child, I saw Xiaotong's child alone today, looking rather downcast. I didn't see Wu Xiaotong today." I asked who was picking him up, and he said his father, yet he never saw his father. I even asked the child what his father's name was. Chapter 101. Deceptive words without a blink. Deng Jiajia was enjoying his meal when my words halted him abruptly. Noticing my gaze, he quickly grabbed a napkin and dabbed at the corners of his mouth to mask his unease. Zhao Mingjin, sitting across from him, also focused intently on his face, evidently concerned about the topic. I swiftly shifted the conversation. The little one seems quite vigilant. He simply didn't say anything. Upon hearing this, Deng Jiajia visibly relaxed, pretending to be nonchalant as he continued eating. I felt a wave of satisfaction, thinking, "I shall torment you and see how nervous you get." I continued. There was no choice but to take him back to hand him over to the teacher. I initially planned to escort him home, but fearing his father might be anxious, I refrained from doing so. Deng Jiajia feigned indifference to my words, yet I noticed his grip on the chopsticks tighten slightly. He turned to me, offering a sheepish smile. "You really love to meddle." I responded, "How can you say that? After all, Wu Xiaotong was once our employee. We share a connection, and it's not right to stand idly by. It's quite dangerous for a child to be alone." I countered Deng Jiajia, feigning curiosity. "That child seems quite endearing. Have you ever met his father?" Deng Jiajia lowered his gaze, picking up a piece of green vegetable. "I've never met him." "How could you not have met him? Did you not attend her wedding?" I questioned, my tone somewhat skeptical. Deng Jiajia shot me a glance. "I didn't go." When she resigned, the company was in a critical phase, surrounded by difficulties. She left us in that moment. To say she sabotaged our efforts wouldn't be an exaggeration. I have no good impression of her. If it weren't for your sake, I wouldn't bother with her at all." I was utterly astonished. Deng Jiajia's ability to fabricate lies had become so remarkable, flowing from his mouth with ease. Was this truly the same Deng Jiajia I once knew? Back then, he appeared simple and honest, blushing and avoiding eye contact when making inappropriate comments, let alone lying before me. I began to doubt if the person before me had been possessed. The more he acted this way, the more I persisted. Yet she claimed to have brought the child to the company, and you even bought him snacks and let him call you daddy. I intentionally teased Deng Jiajia, eager to see how adept he was at lying. I suddenly noticed Zhao Mingjin across the table, gripping her bowl tightly. I inwardly scoffed, realizing I had forgotten about the vinegar jar at home. Deng Jiajia looked slightly displeased, frowning at me. "Wife, how could I possibly remember all those trivial matters? You women just love gossip." "That's not gossip. I simply saw Yaozu today." I chuckled foolishly, relishing his anxious demeanor, feeling a sense of accomplishment. "That child is fair and clean, truly quite adorable." The second child remarked that your mother always praises how well-behaved that child is. She dotes on him as if he were her own grandson. Zhao Mingjin across the table curled her lip in disdain. I served some greens to the second child and continued. "This Wu Xiaotong is indeed quite mysterious. It seems her husband is someone she wishes to keep hidden, making her identity enigmatic. However, Being able to enroll her child in a prestigious private school indicates she possesses some strength. I thought for sure you would know her. There are many capable people, Deng Jiajia muttered. I was naturally curious about the man she married, considering she had once been my subordinate, possessing a sharp mind. How could she be so elusive about marriage and motherhood? I suddenly feigned a gossipy demeanor, leaning closer to Deng Jiajia and whispering dramatically. Do you think she might be following a trend, perhaps being kept by someone? Otherwise, why would she conceal her husband so carefully? I must investigate thoroughly. Chapter 102. Secrets Within Hearts. Indeed, my comment thoroughly displeased Deng Jiajia. Halting his eating as he turned to me, coldly stating, I see you are quite well. You now have the energy to pry into others' private affairs. I feigned indifference, silently scoffing. Private affairs? Surely, it's your own hidden matters. I felt compelled to investigate her, sensing she was always avoiding me. Driven by curiosity, Deng Jiajia set down his chopsticks, his complexion paling, his expression serious. Listen, Nini, do not follow the path of those tedious women, who are insufferably curious and enjoy prying into others' privacy like gossipers. Seeing him so tense, I laughed unabashedly. You are the gossip. I was merely speaking. Why are you so anxious? How annoying. My appearance rendered Deng Jiajia at a loss, while Zhao Mingzheng, sitting opposite me, disdainfully lowered her eyelids as she observed my carefree smile. Zhao Minglin's eyes were not idle either, flitting back and forth between the three of us, watching with keen interest. I must remind you, it would be best to eradicate the bad habits of those wealthy women. It is advisable to steer clear of matters that do not concern you. His expression was icy, the emotions in his eyes shrouded in ambiguity, and I could sense he was on the verge of losing his temper. I was indifferent to his outburst. I questioned the purpose of his actions. Thus, I feigned a sense of disinterest, my face betraying a hint of disappointment. All right, I was merely curious. She appears well-dressed, resides in an upscale neighborhood, drives a luxury car, and sends her child to an elite private school. Logically, her husband should be commendable. Yet, given her penchant for ostentation, it is rather strange that she avoids discussing it with me. Am I wrong to be inquisitive? Why the urgency? What does it concern you? Nonsense. What does it have to do with me? I'm not anxious. Prying into someone else's private affairs is a major taboo. You should keep your distance from that Wu Xiaotong. I have a lingering suspicion that this woman harbors ulterior motives. Deng Jiajia, perhaps pushed to a corner, began to slander Wu Xiaotong. It seemed desperation had driven him to such lengths. I could hardly fathom what Wu Xiaotong would think if she learned of Deng Jiajia's judgment of her. Indeed, there is something amiss. Upon raising my gaze, I noticed an unusual glimmer of joy on Zhao Mingzheng's face. I fixed my eyes on her, and she quickly averted her gaze to her meal, attempting to conceal her fleeting delight. I inwardly cursed her. Do not revel too soon, for I shall eventually ensure you experience the wrath of Deng Jiajia as well. Were it not for the hidden items I have yet to uncover, I would have long since sent her packing. However, it serves well. My recent dialogue with Deng Jiajia acts as a catalyst for this resentful woman. I doubt she will remain indifferent, especially since I had already instructed Shen Kuo to relay this information to Hu Kuei. Thus, I am certain Zhao Mingzheng is aware of Wu Xiaodong and her childless existence. She is also cognizant of Deng Jiajia's whereabouts over the past few days. Otherwise, she would not have been frequently outgoing. Good heavens, am I engaged in a battle with a mistress? This meal was filled with unspoken concerns. Yet I felt an exuberant delight. Before I truly take action, I must seize any opportunity to leave them in disarray. However, one matter greatly perplexes me. Earlier, while in Zhao Mingzheng's room, Zhao Minglin's sudden shout felt as though she was signaling me. I glanced at Zhao Minglan, who was engrossed in her meal. Upon noticing my gaze, she flashed me a radiant smile. Could it be that Zhao Minglan is aware of my entrance into Zhao Mingzheng's room? This little girl should not be underestimated. As night fell, the children, exhausted from play, retired early. Since the return of the second child, the third child no longer clung to Zhao Mingzheng, which is undoubtedly a boon for me. Deng Jiajia mentioned a video conference. I took the opportunity to bring him a cup of coffee, discreetly observing him. Indeed, he was engaged in a video meeting, indicating he had not been to the office these past few days. I did not linger, setting down the cup and turning to leave. Just then, news arrived from Zhou Haijin, stating that the financial partner had agreed to proceed with the project, with further discussions to be scheduled. While I was curious about the identity of Zhou Haijin's acquaintance, I knew a meeting would eventually occur since he had consented to further discussions, which lightened my spirits. I sent Zhou Haijin a thumbs up, and shortly thereafter, a friend request appeared in my WeChat. Upon inspecting the profile picture, I saw a hand-holding image, and the male hand looked oddly familiar. A sudden realization dawned on me. I was certain this was Wu Xiaodong's WeChat. She did not wait for me to seek her. She had come to find me. What a fortuitous turn of events. Chapter 103. The more I think, the more uneasy I feel, however. I did not rush to add her. Instead, I opened the surveillance feed for a thorough inspection. I observed Zhao Mingzheng lounging on the sofa in the living room, lazily fiddling with her phone. No longer under my watchful eye, she had grown increasingly brazen, adopting a demeanor that suggested she was the mistress of the house, with fruit at her side. Appearing quite at ease, Zhao Minglan was presumably in her room, as I could not see her, and Deng Jiajia was in his study. I zoomed in on Zhao Mingzheng's image, noting her engrossed expression as she conversed with someone via her phone. A smile crept onto my lips. This house resembled a scene from a spy drama. I was convinced that the unseen Zhao Minglan was also up to no good. I could hardly believe that after enticing Deng Jiajia, her only objective was a fleeting dalliance. That is not her character at all. I sensed this little girl was more cunning than her sister, and I needed to observe her closely, especially after her shout downstairs today. It felt far from coincidental. Approximately 15 minutes passed before I accepted Wu Xiaodong's request and perused her profile, as I suspected. Finding nothing, her moments were set to private. I refrained from messaging her first, opting to wait and see how she would play her hand. I would be sure to cooperate fully. Just as I contemplated this, she sent me a message. "Sister Nini, is it you?" I feigned confusion with a question mark, cursing inwardly. Having added her, why inquire if it was truly me? I originally had her WeChat, but she had changed her number. Perhaps it was to evade me. She soon followed up with, "I'm Xiaotong. Thank you for taking care of my child today. I've been feeling unwell these past few days, so I couldn't pick up my child. Fortunately, his father went to fetch him, albeit late, and I was so worried. Such a trivial matter is hardly worth mentioning." I replied with a smile. I did it out of concern. I was afraid he might wander off and get into danger. Considering how young he is, after sending my message, I captured her profile picture and sent it to Zhou Haijin, urging her to locate Wu Xiaodong in the wealthy women's group and check her moments. Zhou Haijin replied with an okay. Wu Xiaodong sent another message. "It's great to have you, sister." I sensed insincerity in her words. "No need for such politeness." I replied, then inquired, "What is ailing you? You must take care of yourself, especially since you plan to conceive. You need to be in good health. After all, you're not getting any younger. It could be detrimental." I chuckled inwardly. Wasn't she just in a state of harm? Zhou Haijin's message soon followed. "Her moments are private. Can't see anything. Do this." I quickly replied to Zhou Haijin. "Use my other phone to add her. Change your profile picture to that of a different man. This way, she will be less guarded." I believe that the more Wu Xiaodong concealed, the more likely there was something she did not want me to discover. "All right, understood. Just wait." I refuse to believe I cannot handle her, Zhou Haijin declared, turning to pursue Wu Xiaodong. Wu Xiaodong and I exchanged pleasantries for a while, filled with meaningless small talk, until she finally asked, "Is my brother-in-law home?" I sensed that this was her true motive for adding me. As our conversation drew to a close, I kindly offered to help her pick up her child if needed, but she promptly declined, stating her father would be there. I smirked, recognizing her cautiousness toward me. Let that father fetch him. I'll see how he manages it if I go every day. As I reveled in my mischievous thoughts, Zhou Haijin suddenly sent me a video, prompting me to hastily conclude my chat with Wu Xiaotong. I clicked on the video Zhou Haijin had sent, and upon viewing it, I was instantly filled with rage. Chapter 104. Did I hear wrong? I eagerly opened the video, which was sharply in focus, revealing a gaunt woman sprawled on a large bed, her disheveled hair scattered across the pillow. The camera zoomed in gradually, yet just as it approached a clear view of the woman's face, a mosaic obscured it. The figure on the bed remained motionless, resembling a lifeless corpse. At this moment, a chill swept over me, and my breath faltered, for the woman on that bed was none other than me. The video abruptly thrust itself before me, accompanied by a soft chuckle, as a few lines of text emerged on the screen. "You lie here quietly, devoid of your former splendor, not even uttering a word to me. Yet, I have awaited this day for a long time." The sight of those words ignited a tremor of rage within me. unleashing a tempest of emotions that yearned to obliterate everything. The imagery struck me with profound shock. She had gone to such lengths to convey her message, remaining silent yet providing subtitles. However, this video was from long ago, a time when I resembled little more than a lifeless husk, perhaps merely clinging to the last vestiges of breath. It seemed that this interloper had long since ingratiated herself, audaciously recording my life, with those words clearly anticipating my eventual demise, allowing her to step brazenly into my home. How wickedly malevolent she must be to commit such a heinous act. I bore her no deep-seated grudge, having once regarded her as a sister, investing my efforts in her advancement, nurturing her to hold significant positions in my realm. Yet she repaid my kindness with betrayal. What a profoundly twisted soul she must possess. I replayed the video multiple times, neglecting the numerous messages from Zhou Haijin, my heart ablaze with fury, threatening to consume me whole, manifesting in guttural roars. Wu Xiaotong, I will not let you escape unscathed. Eventually, after a prolonged silence, Zhou Haijin, perhaps concerned by my lack of response, initiated a video call. I composed myself, wiped my face, and upon answering, softly reassured her, I am fine. Is there any way you can arrange for Wu Xiaotong to soon connect with a man of greater means? A wealthy man? Zhou Haijin queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. You heard me correctly. Preferably one with a formidable wife. I hinted. Zhou Haijin's understanding dawned upon her instantly. Got it. I will find a way. I spat vehemently. I swear I shall not rest until I avenge this wrong. At that moment, I heard footsteps echoing in the corridor, prompting me to hastily end the call and feign slumber. Indeed, it was Deng Jiajia's footsteps who quietly entered, pausing at my bedside for a moment before softly calling my name. I remained motionless. He leaned down, probing beneath my pillow, leaving no stone unturned. Instantly, my nerves tightened. His actions were unmistakable. He was searching for my phone, indicating that he had begun to harbor suspicions about me. A jolt of fear coursed through me. I had yet to delete the video Zhou Haijin had sent, and the WeChat notification displayed that I had just terminated the call. Should he discover my phone, my charade would be exposed, and the secret I guarded would be laid bare, undoubtedly alarming him. He showed no signs of surrender, his hand continuing its cautious search. I deliberately emitted a soft grunt and shifted slightly, causing his hand to retract swiftly. Yet, I could feel him still standing there, intently observing my every move. His presence unwavering. I turned onto my back, whispering to myself as I tucked my hands beneath my body. The room was so silent one could hear a pin drop, with only our subtle breaths breaking the stillness. My heart raced wildly, my fists clenched tightly, bracing for his next move. Chapter 105. The mantid catches the cicada. While the yellow bird awaits, I feared he might resume his search, but he refrained, instead retreating quietly. The moment the door clicked shut, I opened my eyes, my heart pounding fiercely. I pressed my hand to my chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. His footsteps seemed to descend the stairs. I hastily retrieved my phone, reviewing it thoroughly to delete anything that might raise his suspicions. Once I completed this task, I felt nearly drained. At this juncture, I could not afford to slip up, lest all my efforts be in vain. I navigated to the hidden surveillance feed, activating the camera. Downstairs, Zhao Mingjin poured a glass of red wine and handed it to Deng Jiajia, who accepted it without a word, taking a sip but remaining silent. Zhao Mingjin stood cautiously beside him, appearing hesitant to speak. Deng Jiajia gestured for her to continue, and the two ascended the stairs, one leading and the other following closely. His actions startled me. Had he discovered the surveillance? Why else would he silence Zhao Mingjin? It was evident he was taking precautions. I quickly switched to another feed, observing Deng Jiajia entering the study, with Zhao Mingjin trailing closely behind. Before entering, she cautiously surveyed the corridor, slipping inside. Inside the study, Deng Jiajia sat on the couch, legs crossed atop the coffee table, casting a cold, disdainful gaze at Zhao Mingjin. Speak, he commanded. Don't you think lewd Danny has been venturing out far too frequently? Zhao Mingjin pointedly remarked, I suspect her physical condition is not as grave as claimed. Otherwise, why would she be so often on the move? I cursed silently, recognizing that it was she who had been frequenting outings, all the while acting as if the blame lay elsewhere. Yet, her words served as a warning. Certain matters were best handled discreetly. Just then, an astonishing scene unfolded on my screen. A shadowy figure glided into view, inching closer to the study. It became clear why Deng Jiajia had signaled Zhao Mingjin to ascend. He was wary of eavesdroppers, demonstrating his caution. I felt a sense of relief wash over me. It seemed he had not uncovered the other surveillance setup. For this, I owed a debt of gratitude to Shun Kuo. His expertise in installing hidden cameras was truly commendable. Within the study, Deng Jiajia remained silent, sipping his wine and refraining from countering Zhao Mingjin's statements, who awaited his response. Finally, he instructed her, next time she goes out, follow her discreetly, observe what she is up to, whom she meets, and what transpires. If she encounters anyone she shouldn't. His words trailed off as he toyed with his wine glass, coldly uttering, then ensure she gets plenty of rest. My heart shattered, each fragment piercing deep within me. Although I had already suspected his treachery, hearing it spoken aloud was akin to a thunderclap, filling my eyes with tears. I steel myself, inhaling deeply, fixating on the screen, fearful of missing even the slightest clue. I noted the way he gestured with his glass, emphasizing, but remember, the dosage must be minimal. She must not suspect anything, nor can she become too weak. She remains a valuable asset. Do not jeopardize my plans. If you dare to act against her again, Zhao Mingjin, beware, I will take your life. Zhao Mingjin, incensed by Deng Jiajia's words, had been treading cautiously in their conversation. She scoffed, what is it? Are you feeling compassion, sir? Deng Jiajia lifted his gaze, coldly scrutinizing her as she leaned against the table, arms crossed. His expression was fearsome, akin to that of a hawk, radiating an unsettling intensity. Chapter 106. Setting the trap, Deng Jiajia averted his gaze, leaning against the back of the sofa, exuding an air of exhaustion. His voice, tinged with a husky tone, broke the silence. You'd best not overstep your bounds. I am well aware of your actions, but I do not succumb to threats. Zhao Mingjin, emboldened, inched closer to Deng Jiajia, placing her hands upon his shoulders. Noticing his lack of resistance, she gradually tightened her grip. I never intended to threaten you. I am acutely aware that you must have women outside. Zhao Mingjin ventured, sensing a newfound closeness. Yet, before she could finish her thought, Deng Jiajia abruptly opened his eyes, glaring at her, causing Zhao Mingjin to flinch instinctively. You would do well to maintain decorum. Do not presume that your presence entitles you to desires that are beyond reach. It is crucial to possess self-awareness. I, Deng Jiajia, am not one to mistreat others. But should you persist in being a nuisance, do not blame me for being ruthless. That is the most ludicrous statement I have ever heard. A creature less than human dares to claim they do not mistreat others. It seems I am not even regarded as a person in his eyes. Zhao Mingjin, upon hearing this, positioned herself in front of him, kneeling and attempting to wrap her arms around his neck, only to be brusquely shoved away by Deng Jiajia, who commanded her to return to bed, declaring his fatigue. Zhao Mingjin rose, kneeling there, boldly placing her hand in an inappropriate location. I am merely encouraging you to feel a bit more comfortable. Deng Jiajia again rejected her advances, insisting she leave him alone. In a fit of indignation, Zhao Mingjin stood up, her voice low with anger. What is it? You disdain me for being older because you have someone younger? I advise you to be cautious. My sister is not as benevolent as I am. I heard Deng Jiajia snort derisively, his meaning unclear. Zhao Mingjin's mouth twitched in embarrassment as she hesitated for a long moment before turning away. I observed the next scene, where a barefooted figure hurriedly departed. Just as she rounded the corner of the staircase, Zhao Mingjin exited the study. She paused, glancing back at the direction Zhao Minglan had vanished, before finally retracting her gaze and returning to her room. I zoomed in on the scene downstairs, where Zhao Minglan swiftly descended the stairs, pacing back and forth in the corridor leading to her room, before ultimately disappearing from view. Deng Jiajia remained reclined on the sofa, lost in thought. After a good 20 minutes, he finally stood up. I quickly turned off the surveillance video and pretended to be asleep, clutching my phone beneath me. Before long, Deng Jiajia entered the room, searching for my phone until he found it beneath my belly, retreating hastily. I squinted, catching a glimpse of him leaving the room. I rolled over, a derisive smile forming on my lips, as I had already ensured my phone left no trace. Indeed, moments later he returned, placing my phone back in its spot. However, instead of returning to bed, he exited the room once more. It appeared he was headed to Zhao Minglan's room. Deng Jiajia was truly a habitual seeker of novelty. I was thoroughly disgusted by his dog-like behavior. Yet his departure brought me a sense of relief as I closed my eyes, seeking solace in slumber. Nevertheless, the conversation between Deng Jiajia and Zhao Mingjin lingered in my mind, making it evident that retrieving the potion from her possession had become urgent. The following day, I intentionally allowed her to drive my car to drop off the children. She eagerly accepted, changing into a new outfit, departing with a satisfied smile, hardly resembling a mere nanny. Seizing the opportunity, I searched her not-so-old vehicle, but still found nothing of interest. A sense of frustration washed over me. Where could she possibly have hidden it? That day, I remained at home, recuperating, not venturing outside. I shared the conversation between Zhao Mingjin and Deng Jiajia with Zhou Haijin, and we devised a plan to ensnare Zhao Mingjin. Chapter 107. A perfect strike. With our plan set, we executed it post-lunch. After dressing up, I drove out. Before long, I noticed Zhao Mingjin's car stealthily trailing behind me. A slight smile graced my lips as I drove straight to the hospital, then to the rehabilitation center for a series of exercises. The doctor had long advised me to allocate time for moderate activity, as it would significantly aid my recovery. After completing my workout, drenched in sweat, I felt invigorated. The exercises here were gentle, perfectly suited for someone of my frail constitution. Just as I finished, Zhou Haijin arrived, and we left the hospital together, laughing and enjoying an afternoon at a CAF with a back entrance, indulging in delightful conversation that left me in fits of laughter. We lingered until it was time to pick up the children, confident that Zhao Mingjin was lurking nearby. I quietly slipped out the back door with Zhou Haijin to retrieve her bao. Upon our return, I found no trace of Zhao Mingjin. It wasn't until Zhao Minglan had brought Sanbao inside that Zhao Mingjin hurried back. Upon seeing me leisurely seated in the living room in my loungewear, engaging with the children, she appeared stunned, rooted in place. As the lady of the house, I was decidedly displeased, observing her darkening expression. Sister Jeanne, you ought to be mindful of time when you go out. A quick call would suffice. The entire family has been awaiting your return. The adults can manage, but the children have been at school all day and are famished. You return and cannot even serve a proper meal. You truly embody the essence of a complacent nanny. Only then did she regain her composure, despite her simmering anger. She hastily concocted an excuse, changed her clothes, and dashed into the kitchen. I scoffed disdainfully, reminding her that she must always remember her role. When Deng Jiajia entered, her meal was still unfinished. He typically expected to eat upon arrival, and after waiting for a while, he finally lost his temper, his expression cold as he inquired about the delay. I feigned calmness, softly replying, Sister Jeanne had a matter to attend to and returned a little late. Please bear with it. Perhaps you should shower first. Deng Jiajia had been in a foul mood lately, appearing particularly weary. I sympathetically suggested, why not take a rest? I will send Minglan to fetch you when it's ready. Zhao Minglan, engrossed in a game of gunfight with Sanbao, discreetly added, Sister, why have you been going out so often? The other day, I saw you murmuring with a chubby man outside Jinyi. Who was he? He looked oddly familiar. Zhao Mingjin's body visibly stiffened, and I cast a glance at Zhao Minglan, impressed by her sharp tongue. These two sisters truly were a pair of rivals. Deng Jiajia's expression darkened as he stormed upstairs. Zhao Minglan then brought Sanbao over to me with a beaming smile, saying, I'll lend a hand. I'm starving. Zhao Mingjin shot Zhao Minglan a glare, her anger palpable as she noisily clattered the utensils. Zhao Minglan, not missing a beat, added fuel to the fire. Sister, be careful. The pot is about to leak. It's quite expensive. I nearly burst into laughter, relishing the spectacle of the two sisters squabbling, pondering the unresolved grievances between them. The next day, under Zhao Mingjin's watchful eye, I visited a massage parlor for a full-body spa. Lying there was sheer bliss, though it was undoubtedly arduous for Zhao Mingjin. Thus, I spent the week indulging in life as pleasures, relishing every moment. I began to question how I had previously lived in ignorance of such comfort. Now, I sought to indulge in retail therapy, reclaiming the joys of life. I suspected Zhao Mingjin was growing impatient, and it was time to ensure she gleaned some rewards from her efforts. Chapter 108. The show begins today. I awoke naturally, taking meticulous care to prepare myself, donning a beautiful makeup look before stepping out of the house with my bag in hand. Upon observing my attire, Zhao Mingjin immediately became alert. As I drove out of the courtyard, she stealthily peered at me from behind the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling window. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, I parked my car in the lot, grabbed my bag, and stood by the roadside. Before long, I spotted Zhao Mingzhen's vehicle emerging from within, approaching the gate. At that moment, a luxurious car halted beside me, and a tall, stately man stepped out. With a cheerful demeanor, he approached and courteously opened the car door for me, gesturing for me to enter. I gracefully settled into the car. The man then circled to the driver's seat, revved the engine, and we departed from our community. Through the rearview mirror, I noticed Zhao Mingzhen trailing closely behind, prompting a knowing smile for me. The car sped along the road, alternately accelerating and decelerating, with Zhao Mingzhen following closely, seemingly fearful of losing track of us. We arrived in front of a grand hotel, where the man parked the car and led me inside, appearing to walk in tandem. Just before entering, I deliberately glanced back, quickening my pace to follow him inside. As Zhao Mingzhen stealthily slipped in behind us, we stepped into the elevator, ascending to the upper floors. I couldn't contain my amusement, signaling an okay gesture to those within, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. 20 minutes later, we heard a rather unfriendly knock at the door. I hastily reclined on the living room sofa, while the man who had brought me here wiped his damp hair and approached the door. Upon opening it, an irate figure stormed in, Deng Jiajia, followed closely by the gloating Zhao Mingzhen. I feigned surprise, quickly sitting up from the sofa, and asked Deng Jiajia, "What brings you here?" Deng Jiajia shot me a furious glance, bellowing, if I hadn't come, would I have witnessed such a delightful scene? Bewildered by his extreme anger, I wondered why he cared so much about me. Hadn't he intended to harm me? Why was he so enraged? What impressive act. I could only conclude that my bewilderment had led him to misinterpret my demeanor as fear. Danny, do you truly wish to court disaster?" Deng Jiajia roared, pointing at the man still toweling off his hair, demanding, "Who is he? What are you two plotting?" Meanwhile, Zhao Mingzhen, with a smirk that bordered on malicious glee, crossed her arms, clearly eager for the spectacle. "Sir, this is not a place for your commotion." The man extended his arm, indicating Deng Jiajia should leave immediately. It appeared Deng Jiajia was so enraged he had lost his composure. Without a second thought, he swung his fist, only to miss entirely, stumbling forward. I gasped at the sight. At that moment, several individuals rushed out from the inner room, led by Shi Hui, the wife of the business bureau chief. Behind her stood a line of elegantly dressed women, among them Yang Bingxian, who, cradling her pregnant belly, surveyed the scene before her. The juxtaposition was jarring. One side exuded beauty and charm, while the other was marked by rage and disarray. "What is happening here?" Shi Hui exclaimed sharply, her gaze landing on Deng Jiajia, as if she had just recognized him. "Isn't this Mr. Deng? What on earth is going on?" I quickly stood, waving my hands in a gesture of apology as I approached Deng Jiajia, saying to Shi Hui, "Sister Shi, I'm so sorry." Yang Bingxian, reveling in the chaos, chimed in, given Mr. Deng's demeanor. He wouldn't be here to catch someone in the act, would he? And to resort to violence upon entry? Her words prompted all eyes to turn toward Deng Jiajia, their gazes laced with mockery. Zhou Haijin glanced at Deng Jiajia, clicking her tongue, and added, "What is this all about? Jiajia, you can't possibly be here to catch someone in the act, can you? Given your wife's condition, if she were capable of such actions, would she still be able to lie down comfortably?" A wave of frustration washed over me, and I hastily waved my hands, eager to exonerate Deng Jiajia, adopting the guise of a devoted wife. "Haijin, please refrain from saying more. Jiajia didn't mean it like that." Deng Jiajia, seemingly coming to his senses as I pulled him, realized the audience was upon him, causing his handsome face to flush crimson. He turned to me, desperately seeking an escape. What is happening here?" Shi Hui, her expression soured, explained, "I invited a few friends over today, thinking that since Danny has just recovered from her illness, it would be beneficial for her to socialize. I arranged for my driver to bring her here, as I was concerned about her health." Her rationale was sound, yet she cast a disapproving glance at the flustered Deng Jiajia, her tone tinged with annoyance. "It seems Mr. Deng is not pleased." Deng Jiajia quickly plastered on a smile, replying, "Sister Shi, you mustn't take offense. I had no idea you were here for leisure. I'm grateful you thought of my wife, as she has indeed been cooped up at home for too long. I've always encouraged her to socialize for her well-being. You've misunderstood, truly." His words shifted swiftly, leaving one to wonder if the earlier commotion was indeed his doing. His smile sparkled with charm, but Shi Hui remained unconvinced, her expression still sour as she recognized the upheaval had disrupted her gathering. Today is not solely for leisure, she continued, her tone more serious. We also have a formal matter to address. There is an entrepreneurial networking event organized by the provincial government, connecting with overseas partners. Your Danny has expressed interest in this opportunity several times. If your equipment opens up to international markets, it could lead to significant growth. Given my connection with Haijun, I thought it fitting to extend an invitation to her. However, I didn't anticipate this scene unfolding. With that, she turned her attention to the still wet man, her face darkening as she inquired, Xiaochun, are you finished? Why are you dripping wet? This is quite unseemly. Her words were unmistakably a veiled jab at Deng Jiajia. Silence enveloped the room, creating a palpable atmosphere of social embarrassment. After all, with Shi Hui's stature, who would dare offend her? In the business realm of Qingcheng, she was a figure of immense influence, and Deng Jiajia, aware of this, was visibly unnerved. Realizing he had crossed the line, Deng Jiajia cast a furtive glance at me, his expression shifting through shades of white, purple, and green. He scrutinized the wet man, still harboring suspicions, especially given the earlier encounter at the door. Seemingly understanding his gaze, Shi Hui clarified, Mr. Deng, this is my driver and bodyguard, Xiaochun. She then addressed Deng Jiajia with a hint of condescension. I apologize, Mr. Deng, for any misunderstandings. I was concerned that Danny might struggle with driving, so I presumptuously asked Xiaocheng to pick up your wife. I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding it caused with Mr. Deng. My well-intentioned actions led to this unnecessary commotion. She maintained a neutral expression, yet her tone was laced with disdain. She reached back, and someone promptly handed me a maroon invitation, thrusting into my hand. Danny, here is the invitation you requested. Regardless of your protests, I shall silence you. If Mr. Deng is worried, then you should return with him. Chapter 111. A painful blow to the face. After Shi Hui finished her words, she turned away without granting any dignity, instructing those behind her. Enough of this. Let us proceed. Yang Bingxian remarked sarcastically. Is there any mood left? If not, let us disperse. How disappointing. Clutching the invitation, I stood rooted to the spot, my face pale as I gazed at the already disheveled Deng Jiajia. To be honest, even though we had orchestrated this scene, it felt so convincingly real that I found it hard to detach from it. I was at a loss for how to proceed. Deng Jiajia awkwardly watched Shi Hui's retreating figure, his complexion paling. Suddenly, he turned, his hawk-like gaze locking onto Zhao Mingzhen, who stood bewildered by the door and growled, "This is all you're doing." Without a word, I flung the invitation directly at Deng Jiajia's face and, bag in hand, strode towards the exit. Zhou Haijin deliberately called out from behind, "Danny, why are you leaving? Wait for me. I'll come with you." Ignoring her, I marched out of the room, acutely aware that it was all an act, yet still feeling stung. Deng Jiajia, unwilling to leave the invitation behind, rushed after me. I scoffed inwardly. It seemed that this invitation indeed held significance for him. Even after being so publicly embarrassed, he still had the capacity to bend low. Of course, I understood Deng Jiajia's motivations well. He had long sought to penetrate overseas markets but lacked the proper connections. This was, after all, the crux of today's performance. And I was truly grateful for Shi Hui's thoughtful design. Although her ties to Zhou Haijin were evident, I recognized her principled nature. She was loyal unless she genuinely disdained someone. Zhou Haijin had mentioned that upon hearing of Deng Jiajia's reprehensible actions, Shi Hui nearly exploded with anger and immediately assured Zhou that she would fully cooperate in any needed endeavor, vehemently denouncing Deng Jiajia as a worthless man. Thus, she had already extended him considerable leniency. As the elevator doors began to close, Deng Jiajia thrust his hand in, causing them to reopen. He stepped inside, pleading, "My dear, don't be angry. It's my fault." I leaned against the elevator wall, trembling with fury. Deng Jiajia, noticing my distress, reached out to steady me. But I shoved him away, shouting, "Get off me. Aren't you ashamed?" At that moment, Zhao Mingzhen had already retracted her earlier glee, appearing timid and scuttling over. However, as she stepped forward, my furious shout startled her, leaving her stuck in the doorway. Deng Jiajia, already seething with rage, vented his frustration on Zhao Mingzhen, kicking her out of the way. She was caught off guard, sent sprawling against the wall, and crashing to the ground with a thud that made me wince. Deng Jiajia didn't even glance back as he pressed the button to close the elevator doors, descending. Once outside the hotel, I ignored Deng Jiajia entirely and hailed a taxi. Despite his repeated attempts to stop me, I stubbornly entered the cab and instructed the driver to take me home. As we drove away from the hotel, I caught a glimpse of Zhao Mingjin hunched over as she climbed into her car, while Deng Jiajia immediately pursued us in his vehicle. What a sight it was! One taxi followed, closely by two cars, making our way into the community and stopping directly at my villa's entrance. Deng Jiajia parked and hurried over to pay the fare, but I strode inside, tossing my bag with force onto a decorative piece, shattering it with a resounding crash. I aimed for that dramatic effect, wanting to create an atmosphere of gravity. When Zhao Mingjin entered, sensing the turmoil, she attempted to retreat into the kitchen. I called out, "Stop right there." She froze, awkwardly standing still, her eyes darting around as she tried to minimize her presence, shrinking into a corner, scarcely daring to breathe. Chapter 112. The madness continues to apply pressure. Deng Jiajia, with a sycophantic smile, sat beside me, attempting to embrace me, but I slapped his hand away. He chuckled nervously. "Darling, let us not be upset. Take care of your health." I suppressed my anger, fully realizing the challenges actors face. Once immersed in a role, emotions can become genuine. Yet, when I grew angry, my heart betrayed me, causing me to tremble uncontrollably. Deng Jiajia, noticing my distress, gently caressed my back and spoke soothingly, feigning concern. "Who prompted you to act this way?" My gaze, filled with menace, bore into Zhao Mingjin. Though my tone was restrained, it was evident to anyone that I was on the brink of exploding. "Madam, I apologize, that is, sir," Zhao Mingjin stammered, having never witnessed my usual demeanor transformed into such intensity, her fear palpable, her words tumbling out in confusion. Perhaps the suddenness of the scene was far beyond her expectations. "Zhao Mingjin, what are your intentions? Following me, are you?" I glared at her, my voice sharp and accusatory. "Who granted you the authority to act so? Have you lost all sense of hierarchy? You are far too eager." "Zhao Mingjin, do you think you are the lady of this house?" "Darl," I shot a piercing glance at Deng Jiajia, unable to endure my humiliation any longer, and yelled, "Do not call me that. Do you still consider me your wife? Was it you who prompted her actions?" I pointed at Zhao Mingjin, relentlessly demanding answers. My anger erupted, the bottled-up fury of the past weeks spilling forth. "Deng Jiajia, do you truly believe I am on the brink of death, that you cannot wait any longer? What do you think I am?" Deng Jiajia feigned innocence. "Please don't say that. It was merely a misunderstanding. Don't be angry, all right?" He reached to embrace me, but the once familiar scent now turned my stomach. My uncontrollable trembling seemed to shock him, leaving him momentarily dazed. I forcefully broke free from his grasp, glaring at him, and accused, "Deng Jiajia, can you feel any pangs of conscience? Even in my condition, you never inquired about my daily well-being, whether I was sleeping well, eating properly, losing hair, or having an appetite. It was my fault. I was just so busy." I interrupted his excuses. "Busy? Pray tell, Deng Jiajia, what are the fruits of your labor? Has the company's profits seen a meteoric rise, or have new projects emerged?" Upon mentioning this, he fell silent, feigning ignorance. "You have been neglecting your wife and child. The funds have vanished without a trace." "What, may I ask, have you been occupied with?" "You have been managing projects, right? Well then, present me with the project reports and plans. I must comprehend how you are conducting these projects, even though you are the acting CEO of Danfeng. Do not forget that I am the legal representative. Danfeng was established through my investment, and I have every right to understand the structure of its projects." I deliberately exposed his vulnerabilities, striking at the core of what he detests most, words he least wishes to hear. Yet, I felt compelled to voice them with fervor. "Within a week, if you fail to present the company's plan and secure the funds in our household account, you shall bear the consequences and resign. I shall return to the company, and all of you can return home." Deng Jiajia's expression turned icy, his gaze menacingly fixed upon me. Indeed, this was his greatest fear. I wagered that until the news from Sioux City was confirmed, he would not dare to eliminate me, nor would he allow me to approach the company, considering he had completely overhauled it, believing I was unaware. Since we have stirred the pot, let us escalate this matter and apply pressure. I hope to reclaim all the funds he has misappropriated from our joint account. I trust that in light of the significant interests at stake for the company and the future prospects in Sioux City, he will discern the weight of the situation. His sudden change of demeanor indicated he was feeling the pressure. Observing his internal defenses wavering, I stifled a smirk This was merely the beginning. Chapter 112. Manipulated by the maid, seeing Deng Jiajia on the verge of breaking, I felt a surge of satisfaction and continued to press him. I had long wished to create a conducive environment for Dan Feng's external dealings, yet here I was, burdened with a half-hearted collaborator who merely feigned enthusiasm. Did he believe he could dismantle everything I had worked for? Did he think life would always be easy? Does he truly believe that building a successful company is a trivial endeavor? Let me remind him where his priorities lie. If he no longer wishes to continue, he should speak up, so I need not endure his endless complaints of being busy, tired, or overwhelmed. He should pursue what he genuinely enjoys. Deng Jiajia appeared flustered, his expression softening as he pleaded, "My dear, please calm down. I did not mean to. You are truly mistaken?" "Mistaken? Huh." I tilted my head back and laughed, tears streaming down my face. I was indeed mistaken. You dared to offend the director of the business bureau in Xinjiang. What else are you capable of? I was right to accuse you. I pointed at Deng Jiajia for what felt like an eternity before continuing. Do you not realize that invitation was merely a stepping stone? Did you think acquiring it guaranteed success? Without Shi Hui advocating for us, do you genuinely believe your good looks would secure overseas orders? Nonsense. You are nothing more than a short-sighted, narrow-minded individual. I had never imagined I would find myself hurling insults, especially at Deng Jiajia. I refrained from uttering even harsher words, though I longed to tell him he was fit only to be a mindless stylist, squandering his energy on frivolities. Yet even my words struck a painful chord with him. This was precisely the kind of criticism he and his family most abhorred. It was akin to tearing off his skin. Deng Jiajia hesitated, his face darkening ominously. I expected an outburst, yet I had overestimated him. He did not dare to retaliate, but instead appeared contrite, apologizing profusely. Behold, this is the true nature of his petty demeanor. When faced with strength, he reveals his weakness. I could not fathom how I had once been enamored with such a character. Mistaken? Who summoned you to the hotel? Do you take me for a fool? I shouted, unable to suppress my emotions. Deng Jiajia, I truly overestimated you. You allow a mere maid to manipulate you while doubting your own wife. It seems you are weary of life. Deng Jiajia was left speechless, his face contorted with disgrace. Meanwhile, Zhao Mingjin, who had been trying to remain inconspicuous, now cast me a hostile glance. Without warning, I called her name, startling her. Zhao Mingjin, I have treated you like a sister, with sincerity. I have offered you the highest salary, treated you equally, and provided for your every need. Pray tell, how have I wronged you to deserve such betrayal? You sowed discord between us, undermining our marital bond. Do you think me senile? My piercing gaze met hers, and her expression shifted to one of fear. But tell me, what have you done? Coveting my husband, repaying kindness with malice. Zhao Mingjin immediately retorted, Madam, I did not. Do you dare deny it? What exactly do you claim you have not done? Was it not instigating discord? How did you know I went to that hotel? How did Deng Jiajia come to be there? What was your purpose in bringing him to the hotel? Explain to me your true intentions. My barrage of questions left her no room to respond. How could she claim innocence? She had to be prepared to concoct a tale. Her expression was a peculiar mix of guilt, anxiety, and indifference. She avoided my gaze, glancing nervously at Deng Jiajia, who, in this moment, was too preoccupied with his own plight to defend her. Fine, since you have betrayed me, I shall not show you any mercy. Gather your belongings and leave my home. Your services are no longer required here. I stated unequivocally to Zhao Mingjin, refusing to allow any elements that disrupt my household's harmony to remain. To my utter astonishment, Zhao Mingjin's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Chapter 113. Get out of my house with a thud. She knelt before me, catching me entirely off guard. She looked up at me with a face full of humility and crawled a few steps closer. Madam, please, I was wrong, truly wrong. Do not expel me. Do you think I would keep you in my home to stir trouble and fan the flames? I glared at her, my voice icy. Zhao Mingjin, I offered you a chance, yet you continued undeterred. Do you believe my kindness is a weakness? No, madam. I truly did not mean any harm. I was momentarily lost. Please grant me another chance, and I will amend my ways. Zhao Mingjin exclaimed, her emotions running high as she attempted to grasp my hand. Please, do not force me to leave. I push her hand away, maintaining my unwavering gaze. You expect me to allow you to remain here, plotting against me, to create chaos in my home, or to wait for me to make way for you? My words were precise, leaving her with no retort. Nini, what nonsense are you speaking? Deng Jiajia interjected, attempting to calm me. I regarded Zhao Mingjin, panic-stricken, and stated firmly, regardless of your intentions today, I do not wish to hear any further explanations. Get out of my house. Madam, you cannot do this, it is all. Before she could finish, Deng Jiajia kicked her in the chest, causing her to stumble backward with a gasp. I understood his intent. He feared she would utter something inappropriate. I observed the unfolding scene with cold detachment as Deng Jiajia's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, bore into Zhao Mingjin, brimming with icy fury. What is this? You dare to defend yourself? The damage you have caused today is irreparable. Do you believe I will let you off lightly? Zhao Mingjin curled into herself, clutching her chest, her complexion pale. Speak. Deng Jiajia demanded ominously. What do you wish to say? His glare was a blatant warning for her to remain silent. This is all a misunderstanding. Madam, it is entirely my fault, Zhao Mingjin managed to utter through her pain. I let out a cold laugh. It seemed we were engaged in a duet of deceit. What a clever performance. A misunderstanding? What a marvelous pretense, continuously provoking me. Do you truly think I am oblivious to your covert actions? Zhao Mingjin's face turned pale as she crawled towards me, attempting to grasp my hand. I abruptly rose to my feet, casting a disdainful glance in her direction, and coldly remarked, I wouldn't hesitate to hand over the evidence to the police. With a chilling smile, I turned and ascended the stairs. Once back in my room, I collapsed onto the bed, utterly drained. I realized that my earlier words had startled two individuals, and thus, I could no longer allow Zhao Mingjin to remain in my home. Downstairs, anguished cries echoed, a development I had anticipated. My decision to retreat upstairs was merely to afford Deng Jiajia an opportunity to handle her. It appeared that Deng Jiajia had indeed not disappointed my expectations. Moreover, I was certain that regardless of how violently he dealt with Zhao Mingjin, she would not dare to report him to the authorities given their shared, unspeakable secrets. This time, Deng Jiajia would not easily spare Zhao Mingjin. He had been severely humiliated, and offending Shi Hui was tantamount to cutting off his source of income, not to mention inviting a plethora of trouble. Furthermore, Deng Jiajia's aggression towards her served as a testament of his loyalty to me. He would not miss such an opportunity. I had vowed to ensure that Zhao Mingjin would also endure a beating. Taking a deep breath, I quickly retrieved my phone and called the aunt I had previously arranged, instructing her to come immediately. This was the perfect opportunity to expel Zhao Mingjin. I could not leave any escape routes. In such a precarious situation, I could not afford further risks. It is better to be safe than sorry. Zhao Mingjin had a history of such behavior, and I needed to ensure her complete removal. After a considerable commotion downstairs, Deng Jiajia finally pushed the door open, exuding an aura of rage. I lay on the bed, coolly observing him as our eyes met. He paused at the doorway for a couple of seconds before striding towards me. Chapter 114. Seeds of distrust. Perhaps he was gathering his emotions as he approached. For when he reached my side, he revealed a long-lost warmth. Darling, I know you're upset with me, he said, taking a seat beside me and gazing at me with deep affection. You see, you have no idea how much I care for you. We have weathered so many storms together over the years. It hasn't been easy. I admit I have neglected you during this time. His words ignited a burning desire within me to kick him away. Was he truly so addicted to this act? Did he think my feelings were so easily dismissed? I continued to watch him, and he seemed emboldened to continue. So when she suddenly called me today, claiming you were with another man, how could I remain calm? I rushed over without thinking. It was my mistake, my love. Please forgive me this once, and I promise it will not happen again. Next time, I shot back coldly, a bitter smile on my lips. It was unfathomable to me how I had reached such a low point. A mere maid could trample over my dignity, while my husband remained oblivious. I was eager to understand the extent of his support for her. My dear, that is going too far. Deng Jiajia defended himself, his complexion shifting dramatically. How could I possibly support her? Deng Jiajia, I am not a fool. I am not blind. I retorted sharply. Do you truly believe I am unaware of how I sustained my injuries? Do you dare to claim you Haven Tea protected her? His demeanor shifted slightly, hinting at a flicker of panic, but he quickly regained his composure, grasping my hand with a pained expression. Nini, it's true, I saw the injuries on your head, but you must understand, my heart ached for you at that moment. Did it? I offered no respite, my voice unwavering. He sighed deeply, kissing my hand. It's no wonder you feel distrust. It's my fault for not managing the situation better. The reason I acted as if I saw nothing was that I feared you would lose your temper. I'm overwhelmed with work every day, and you know that Danfeng is not what it used to be. The larger the enterprise grows, the greater the pressure. Naturally, I have my concerns when I'm absent from home. Once again, he invoked Danfeng as an excuse, using it as a universal shield for his shortcomings, which only brought me calamity. I was conflicted. Replacing her might lead to unforeseen consequences, especially regarding the care for Sambao, for she had indeed shown genuine concern. Hence, I had hesitated to take action against her. Yet, I had warned her, hoping she would heed my caution, but then there is no need for your concern. I scoffed, interrupting his performance with a decisive proclamation. Tell her to leave. I refuse to live under the watchful gaze of a specter. I will not allow anyone who dares to harm me to remain in my home. With a mocking smile, I added, it appears your warnings hold no weight. Even a maid can ignore them. I shudder to think how you maintain your authority within your company. Key points. There are no key points, I continued, but it would be better if you simply admitted your reluctance to let her go. I fixed my gaze on Deng Jiajia, penetrating his heart's core with my words. You can tolerate her audacity towards me. I now question the sincerity of your every utterance. Deng Jiajia's expression shifted from anger to a multitude of emotions. Our gazes locked in a fierce confrontation. After a prolonged silence, he finally relented, nodding in concession. All right, let her go then. Before him, I took my phone and called Zhao Minglan, instructing her to return immediately. Chapter 115. The identical perfume bottle, no one was to remain. Neither sister possessed a single redeeming quality. I aim to cleanse my home of all impurities, including Deng Jiajia. Zhao Minglan returned swiftly, but she was clearly unprepared for the news of her impending departure. She glanced at the injured Zhao Mingjin, seemingly realizing the gravity of the situation, and quietly implored, Madam, please allow me to take my sister to the clinic first. We will return for our belongings afterward. I was well aware that this young girl intended to buy time. Thus, I turned to Deng Jiajia, curious about how he would respond. Additionally, I was not yet ready to give up. After all, I had not yet located the substances Zhao Mingjin possessed. If she were to leave, it would leave a potential threat. I needed some time to regroup. As anticipated, Deng Jiajia did not disappoint. He responded curtly, no tricks. There is no room for negotiation. His words were firm, yet his gaze toward Zhao Minglan suggested a silent communication. I understand. We will need a temporary place to stay. We will leave as soon as possible. My sister must have done something unforgivable to warrant this. And I sincerely apologize, madam. Zhao Minglan addressed me earnestly. I remained impassive, seated on the sofa, offering no sign of leniency. Zhao Minglan helped Zhao Mingjin to her feet, and they began to exit. It appeared that Zhao Mingjin had indeed sustained serious injuries. Once they departed, Deng Jiajia mentioned his urgent need to return to the company to attend to pressing matters before hastily leaving. I was acutely aware of his true intentions. He was going to clean up the mess. Naturally, I could not remain idle. Once they were gone, I rose and began to scour the kitchen, but to no avail, which left me feeling somewhat frustrated. Just then, the aunt I had summoned arrived, and without hesitation, I directed her to get to work, thoroughly clearing out everything in the kitchen. Any liquid items were to be discarded and replaced with new ones. Next, I proceeded to Zhao Mingjin's room, which I had already searched twice, yet I found nothing. I was perplexed. Where could Zhao Mingjin have concealed her possessions? This time, I meticulously searched once more, even inspecting the toilet tank, under the bed, and inside shoes, every conceivable hiding place. Yet there was nothing. I stepped outside to find a box. I refused to believe that in such a confined space, I could not uncover anything. I tossed all the checked clothing, shoes, and bags into it, and instructed the aunt to help me move the two large boxes outside. Instantly, the room appeared significantly more spacious. Sitting breathlessly on that empty bed, I scanned the room once more, my gaze landing on the vanity. Strangely, the bottles of cosmetics captivated my attention. Bottles, liquids. I sprang up suddenly and rushed over, tossing the creamy substances into a bag. Finally, my eyes fixated on a bottle of perfume that mirrored my own. Eagerly, I reached for it, peering into the liquid within, which revealed subtle clues. Although the perfume was clear, it foamed upon shaking, exhibiting a barely perceptible thickness. This was amiss. Hastily, I opened the bottle and waved my hand over it, detecting none of the expected fragrance. This formulation is colorless and odorless, yet it poses significant harm to the human body. A shiver coursed through me involuntarily. It seemed that what lay within was precisely what I sought, and I felt a surge of elation. How cunning she was to conceal such items within a perfume bottle, brazenly placing it among the cosmetics. It was no wonder I had been unable to find it. Clutching the bottle, I contemplated for a long while, then swiftly returned to my own room, disposed of my expensive perfume, rinsed the bottle thoroughly, and filled it with the liquid from her bottle. I then added an equal measure of water into her bottle and returned it to the pile of cosmetics to avoid detection. Even if she discovered the swap later, I was confident she would vacate my home by then. Once everything was arranged, I lay exhausted on my bed, gasping for breath, and called Joe Hygen to collect the liquids for testing. At that moment, I truly felt at ease. Before I could fully catch my breath, Yansan knocked at the door, informing me that Zhao Minglan had returned. Chapter 116. Your condition. She entered with decorum, much like when she first arrived, standing before me, fidgeting with her fingers, her demeanor one of subservience. I maintained my composure, sensing she had come to negotiate terms. Indeed, after a lengthy performance, when I remained silent and unyielding, she took the initiative. Madam, she addressed me obediently. I regarded her, arching an eyebrow to signal her to continue. My sister is indeed quite injured. She confessed. You should approach the gentleman. He is the one who harmed her. If you seek compensation, you must negotiate with him. My gaze sharpened as I unequivocally shifted the blame onto Deng Jiajia. She quickly waved her hands. No. That is not my intent, madam. I know you have been kind to my sister in the past, but her greed knows no bounds. However, madam, do you not think the responsibility lies not solely with my sister? Upon uttering this, her eyes flickered anxiously towards me, betraying her nervousness. I coldly scoffed inwardly, observing her, my gaze cutting and imposing. Madam, I do not intend to offend you or to negotiate any terms. She asserted directly, seemingly having read my thoughts, then confidently declared, I wish to assist you. Assist me? Her expression revealed earnestness and urgency as she stepped forward slightly. I speak the truth. From the moment you allowed me to reside here, I wish to help you. Such words left me uncertain of their sincerity, especially from one who would share my bed. I smirked playfully, feigning interest. How do you intend to help? Do you not sense that the gentleman harbors secrets? Zhao Minglan ventured cautiously, her eyes fixed intently on me. Do share. I maintained my stance, resolute in my skepticism of her true motives. I would not be ensnared. Zhao Minglan hesitated, biting her lower lip, her eyes searching mine, clearly struggling to decipher my thoughts. But it is of no consequence. I encouraged her. She lowered her gaze in contemplation, then quickly raised her eyes. Madam, do you trust the gentleman? This question returned the ball to my court, yet I refrained from responding. Zhao Minglan appeared uncertain, timidly stating, Madam, I do not wish to sow discord between you and the gentleman, but I have heard he instructed my sister to monitor you. Furthermore, he has another woman and a child. As she spoke, she scrutinized my reaction, yet I remained impassive. Zhao Minglan stepped closer. Madam, I feel it is unjust for you. I am not here to advocate for my sister. She is capable of unspeakable acts. Although she is my sister, her actions are reprehensible and will yield no good outcome. You, however, should not bear such burdens unjustly. Suddenly, I felt a kinship with her. Zhao Minglan, regardless of your sister's transgressions, she still provides for your education. Do you not find her actions excessive? I challenged her. Excessive? Zhao Minglan's pale face displayed disdain. She orchestrated my violation by others just to secure a mere 1,500 yuan a month. Who, then, is truly excessive? I was left speechless, struggling to comprehend her revelation. Zhao Minglan continued with self-deprecation. When I was 15, after my father insulted her while intoxicated, he assaulted her in front of my mother. In retaliation, she had a man named Ukue arrange for others to violate me. As she recounted this, her laughter was tinged with pain. My mother, fearing the scandal, coerced her into signing an agreement to support my education until marriage. Otherwise, she would report her. She was forced to sign that document and leave home, which is how I ended up with that monthly stipend. Madam, should I be grateful to such a sister? I was left at a loss for words, observing Zhao Minglan's pale face as she recounted her past. At 15, my memories also lingered on that age. Madam, it truly hurts. Yet, she watches me suffer from a distance, and she is my sister, Regardless of her origins, she is still my sister, emerging from the same womb. Zhao Minglan wiped her face and exhaled. Marry? Who could I possibly marry? A mother of broken shoes, a father who is a drunkard, and a sister who is a demon. Haha, madam, what can I do? Her words struck me profoundly, rendering me speechless. My life had been reduced to a singular focus: revenge against Zhao Mingzhen. Zhao Minglan clenched her teeth and declared ominously, I want to see her suffer. Your conditions? Chapter 117. An unexpected ally. She smirked slightly. Madam, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thus, I wish to assist you. Be within the company or your household. I am more than willing to serve you. Perhaps her experiences softened my heart, or perhaps my curiosity was piqued. I inquired, what prompted you to wish to help me? Simply because you chose to keep me here. In life, a single glance can last 1,000 years. When I arrived, your smile illuminated the darkness within me. Regardless of your motives for allowing me to stay, your smile alone was enough. Zhao Minglan spoke with a vulnerability reminiscent of a fragile blade of grass in a storm. If only my sister could embody such kindness, my world could bask in sunlight. All I desire is to live a simple life, free from that twisted family. Yet even that seems unattainable. Moreover, within the company, after your last visit, that Deng Lao-san sought me out, questioning my understanding of the rules and threatening me to remain silent. I realized there was something amiss within the company. The more he pressed, the more curious I became, leading me to overhear much gossip. Perhaps I can be of assistance to you. To be honest, I felt conflicted. I found myself believing Zhao Minglan's words. Do you wish to remain here? I asked her. She slowly shook her head, then smiled at me unexpectedly, a smile laden with meaning. I sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Indeed, she expressed regret as she said, I do not need to stay here. Deng Jiajia has already arranged our future. Of course, Zhao Mingzhen does not intend to take me along, but I possess leverage over her. Thus, she cannot discard me. Based on my understanding of her, this individual is indeed a petty person who harbors grudges. If you dismiss her, she will not relent. Since I am by her side, should she attempt any actions, I can at least provide you with a warning. Zhao Minglan spoke earnestly. I smiled faintly. Just as I expected, Deng Jiajia hurriedly departed. Indeed, to tidy things up, this suggests that there is some hidden agenda between Deng Jiajia and Zhao Mingzhen. It is not merely a conspiracy against me. I decided to take advantage of this situation, pleased to have such an insider, and gently reminded her, thank you. Please take care of yourself. Zhao Minglan replied coolly. I no longer have any concept of safety. The term has become too extravagant for me. My safety ceased to exist when I was 15. Rest assured, madam, I assist you out of a sense of indebtedness, willingly. Our eyes met, each of us understanding without words. She then produced her phone and extended it towards me. Add me. It will certainly be useful. I took out my phone to scan her WeChat, and upon seeing her profile picture, a dandelion in full bloom, I couldn't help but glance at her anew. Zhao Minglan possesses a remarkably precise self-image. After discussing the matter, she did not linger, turning to leave in haste. Watching her retreating figure, I felt a twinge of melancholy, my grip on the phone loosening only after a considerable time. The housekeeper approached quietly, informing me that the kitchen had been thoroughly cleaned. I had specifically instructed her to store Deng Jiajia's utensils separately, ensuring he remained unaware. The new housekeeper, Sister Yang, in her 40s, was quite efficient. Her meticulous organization of the kitchenware revealed her professionalism. After giving her a few more household instructions, I set out to fetch the children. I must admit, managing 2 children alone without Zhao Mingzhen proved quite challenging, especially since Sanbao had become somewhat contrary, searching the house for mother and remaining unacquainted with Sister Yang. Fortunately, Bao was sensible, finishing his homework in his room before coming downstairs to assist in entertaining his younger brother. Just as I was struggling to manage, an unexpected visitor arrived, causing further disruption. The arrival was none other than Deng Jiajia's mother, Feng Qing, a rare occurrence. Upon entering, she saw Sanbao throwing a tantrum and remarked irritably, only you could create such chaos while looking after a child. I chuckled lightly and replied, indeed, who could argue otherwise? I cannot emulate my mother's ways of scolding and striking. Feng Qing, her neck stiffening in indignation, was about to retort when Deng Jiajia walked in with a bag. Surprised to see his mother, and coldly asked, what brings you here? It seemed he too anticipated that her visit would not bode well. After all, she had already wreaked havoc at Wu Xiaodong's place, turning former good daughters-in-law and grandsons into scorned outcasts. Feng Qing, perceiving the sarcasm in Deng Jiajia's words, frowned and said, "I was merely thinking of my second grandson. It's been ages since you brought him back." I scoffed inwardly, contemplating the impossibility of her taking him back. That would ruin a good child. Feng Qing plopped down on the sofa, her demeanor twisted, and upon spotting Bao engrossed in Lego, she called out, "Deng Haobua. Haven't you noticed your grandmother's arrival? Why not greet her?" I urged, aware of Bao's reluctance towards his grandmother, but civility was essential. "Grandmother." Bao continued his activity without even lifting his gaze, begrudgingly uttering the words. "How rude. Ungrateful wretch. I've cared for you all this time." Feng Qing reprimanded. Unable to tolerate her scolding, I interjected, "Mother, please refrain from constantly chastising the children. They possess their own dignity." "What dignity can these little brats possess? If they aren't disciplined from a young age, they'll grow up to be misfits," Feng Qing retorted with her nonsensical reasoning. I had no desire to engage further with her. A dog bites me, but I shan't bite back. I find the Deng family utterly repulsive. I refused to sully myself alongside them. As Feng Qing continued her grumbling, I picked up Bao and suggested to Bao, "Let us go. Mommy will take you to paint." "Shall we?" Deng Jiajia, with a kind expression, chimed in, "Dinner is almost ready. Let us eat first before heading up." I paid him no mind. Upon hearing my suggestion, Bao leaped up, as if avoiding a plague, and dashed upstairs. After instructing Sister Yang to call us when dinner was ready, I carried the child upstairs. Behind me, I heard Feng Qing question Deng Jiajia, "Have you changed nannies?" Deng Jiajia responded with a non-committal grunt, his mood evidently soured. Once upstairs, I set the little ones up with their blocks and activated the surveillance camera, sensing that Feng Qing's visit was not merely for the children. As expected, upon my ascent, Feng Qing glanced into the kitchen, observing Sister Yang busily at work, then sidled up to Deng Jiajia, saying, "Second son, you promised me. When will you transfer the money?" I couldn't help but smirk. Wu Xiaodong was indeed correct. She was either after money or seeking another opportunity to flaunt something. Deng Jiajia's expression darkened immediately, and he hissed, "Mother, can you exercise some restraint? You're like a gold-digging beast. Do you think I'm a bottomless pit? What kind of talk is that? You can buy her an expensive car without batting an eye, yet I only wish to attend a cruise gala, and you claim you have no money? Am I not your mother?" Feng Qing shot back. I thought to myself, with a mother like that, one would be cursed for 8 generations. Deng Jiajia, upon hearing her words, was incensed and fixed her with a fierce glare, beginning to speak. Chapter 119. The matriarch of the Deng family, Deng Jiajia, firmly declared, "It's not suitable for you." "Second son, what do you mean it's not suitable? My attending would also reflect on you. Do you think I do this for myself?" Feng Qing, agitated, retorted, "This is a matter of status. If the Deng family does not attend such events, it would be beneath us. Are we to lack such dignity in Qingsheng? Yes, but if anyone should go, it should be me. You ought to remain at home as the dignified matriarch of the Deng family." Deng Jiajia's words nearly made me burst into laughter. Indeed, Feng Qing rolled her eyes at this remark, taking a long moment to regain her composure. "What do you mean by that? You think it's appropriate for you to attend social gatherings?" Deng Jiajia's words were devastatingly impactful. "What makes you unfit?" Feng Qing stood up, her voice rising several octaves. "I'm the rightful matriarch of the Deng family. If I'm unfit, who is? Could be Wu Xiaotong. Mother." Deng Jiajia's furious shout silenced her, his eyes instinctively darting upstairs. He then stood, grasped Feng Qing by the arm, and forcibly ushered her out, slamming the door behind her. Not one to relent, Feng Qing pounded on the door, her rage evident. I couldn't contain my laughter, prompting Bao to rush over and ask, "Mommy, what are you laughing at?" I quickly shut my phone, pulling Bao close and planting a kiss on his cheek. "Nothing, just witnessed a little comedy." "What comedy? Can I see?" Bao inquired with innocent curiosity, melting my heart. I decided to show him a humorous video from Douyin, and soon Bao joined in, giggling at his brother's amusement, which utterly charmed me. Despite feeling utterly exhausted, I found a deep sense of contentment, as if the air in our home had grown refreshing. Moreover, this evening's meal was thoroughly satisfying, clearly crafted with care by Sister Yang, bursting with flavor, color, and aroma. We truly haven't savored such delectable dishes in a long time. Even Bao, perched on his little chair, was joyfully swinging his legs while relishing his meal. This starkly contrasts with the apparent indifference Zhao Mingjin displayed when she was here. Her heart was clearly not in her work, but solely fixated on Deng Jiajia. At the dining table, Deng Jiajia wore a pleasant expression, indulging in his food with great gusto. Devoid of the anger he exhibited earlier when he had yanked his mother out. I did not inquire, nor did he divulge when his mother had departed. It seemed a rift had begun to form within the Deng family, and I thought it prudent to stoke the flames further. However, pitting Deng Jiajia against his mother seemed rather lackluster. I aimed to incite the entire Deng family into conflict for a more captivating spectacle. Lulling Sanbao to sleep required considerable effort, as he stubbornly refused to close his eyes, crying out for mother. Deng Jiajia hesitated, casting a glance my way, and I discerned his unspoken thoughts. I chose not to be polite, locking my gaze onto his. I unequivocally extinguished his hopes. There was no way I would permit Zhao Mingjin to set foot here again. Seeing my resolute demeanor, Deng Jiajia dared not speak further and exited Sanbao's room, leaving me to accompany Sanbao as he slumbered. However, I had not anticipated that my declaration would soon be contradicted. In the dead of night, my phone buzzed violently, startling me awake. As I surveyed my surroundings, the unfamiliar environment momentarily disoriented me. But upon closer inspection, I realized I had fallen asleep in Sanbao's room. I reached for the persistent vibrating phone, which was now well past midnight. Surely, it was Haijin calling. I hastily glanced at the screen, only to find it was Zhao Minglan. Chapter 120. The intruder in the night, furrowing my brow. I answered, and Zhao Minglan's faint voice came through. Madam, my sister has slipped out. Given her direction, she might be heading your way. She has a key. A wave of alarm washed over me as I sat upright, chiding myself for forgetting about the key. Are you certain she is coming here? I believe so. Be cautious. Zhao Minglan urged, her concern palpable. Understood. I ended the call deep in thought. Sanbao stirred beside me, prompting me to gently pat him twice, my heart aching as I noticed tears still glistening on his small face. I softly covered him with a light blanket and quietly exited the child's room. Upon returning to my own room, I found Deng Jiajia sprawled on my bed, oblivious to my presence. A surge of distaste welled up within me at the sight of him. I had no desire to gaze upon him any longer. I retreated to the guest room, standing in the shadows behind the curtains, observing the activity outside on the private road. I was determined to uncover Zhao Mingjin's intentions. The night was dim, with the soft glow of yellow streetlights casting eerie shadows. Time passed slowly as I patiently remained vigilant at the window, watching the entrance below. After what felt like an eternity, I finally spotted a ghostly figure swiftly approaching. Even if she were reduced to ashes, I would recognize Zhao Mingjin anywhere. She lingered at the door for a moment, likely ensuring that everyone inside was asleep before swiftly entering the house. She instinctively glanced towards the second floor before making her way to the door. I pulled out my phone to activate the surveillance camera. The door opened with a barely audible creak, and Zhao Mingjin stepped inside. After pausing at the entrance, she navigated the interior with an unsettling familiarity, ascending the stairs without hesitation. I quickly dimmed my phone's screen and concealed myself behind the curtains, wary of her discovering my presence in the guest room. The shadow on the screen moved rapidly. The dim hallway lights illuminated her pale face. Upon reaching the top of the stairs, she paused momentarily before stealthily entering her room. It became clear to me that she was after that bottle of concoction. Mere seconds passed before she reemerged, visibly anxious, for the room had been entirely cleared. I had disposed of all her belongings into the downstairs storage room. Her urgency heightened, but I soon felt a chill run down my spine as I watched her head directly toward Sanbao's room. I was horrified and quickly accessed the camera feed. My palms slick with sweat. She entered and made a beeline for Sanbao's bed. My heart raced, and I cursed under my breath, furious that she dared to return in the dead of night, let alone approach the child's room. I had heard her mention the child to Deng Jiajia before, seemingly using him as leverage. As I moved toward the door, my eyes remained glued to the screen, fearing she would harm Sanbao. Yet the next moment, I was taken aback as she suddenly bent down and kissed Sanbao's face, caressing his small cheek before turning to exit the room. I stood frozen, eyes riveted to the screen. Was it possible that this nefarious woman truly felt a twinge of affection for Sanbao? After all, she was the one who had given birth to him. My breathing grew shallow with anxiety, terrified she might act against Sambao. Such a deed would be irrevocable. No matter her feelings, it mattered not. He was my child. I could not afford to linger any longer and reach for the door. Suddenly, I was stunned by Zhao Mingjin's next move. She paused at the threshold of the study, hesitating briefly before gently pushing the door open, peering inside as if seeking to ascertain Deng Jiajia's presence. Then she raised her foot toward the master bedroom, causing my heart to race. If she entered, she would discover my absence from bed. Strangely, she stopped at the door, her outstretched hand retracting midair, and then decisively turned to leave, gliding down the stairs like a specter. I exhaled in relief, but upon seeing her descend, I noticed her glance around before heading to the storage room, where no cameras were present, leaving me unaware of her actions inside. It was apparent she was searching for her belongings. I realized I could not allow her to brazenly rummage through my home and slip away unnoticed. What did she think this was? Resolutely, I stepped out of the guest room, quietly making my way downstairs, settling onto the sofa. Chapter 121. Timely arrival from the storage room. I heard faint rustling sounds. There were no night lights illuminating that space. I suspected she was groping in the dark, either too afraid to switch on the lights or relying on her phone's dim illumination to locate her desired items. After a considerable time, Zhao Mingjin stealthily emerged, and as her foot crossed into the living room, I swiftly pressed the switch for the lights mounted on the small cabinet. Instantly, the entire hall was flooded with light. The sudden brightness startled Zhao Mingjin, causing her to instinctively shield her eyes with her arm. It was too late for her to retreat. She stood exposed in the living room. Fear washed over her as she clutched the items in her hands, her expression a mix of dread and surprise as our eyes met. Madam, Yang Saw, having heard the commotion, hurried out from the guest room on the first floor, wrapped in a robe. I sat poised on the sofa, my gaze piercing as I regarded the flustered Zhao Mingjin, calmly inquiring, "What brings you here?" Zhao Mingjin's eyes fixated on mine, her guilt evident as she swallowed hard, rendered speechless. "You dare trespass into my home at such an hour as if it were your own? I underestimated your audacity." I spoke coldly. "Zhao Mingjin, what do you think would happen if I were to call the authorities?" "Ladani, you needn't intimidate me. I merely came to retrieve my belongings," Zhao Mingjin retorted defiantly, her anger surging as she glared at me, her eyes filled with resentment. I met her hostility with a mocking smile, my disdain evident as I arched my lip. "Just retrieving some items? Uninvited and unannounced, you intrude upon my residence in the dead of night. Are you truly convinced that I am the one attempting to frighten you?" My voice flowed calmly, as if engaged in a conversation with her. "Do not forget, you have been dismissed by me. Even if you have terminated my employment, you must allow me to retrieve my belongings," Zhao Mingjin retorted with conviction. "Of course you may take them, but certainly not at this moment, and certainly not without permission," Lu Danny replied. "You need not adopt your condescending demeanor with me. I have worked here for 8 years, and I have put in my share of effort, if not merit. You say I am dismissed, so I am dismissed, yet you had your man injure me. Do you believe that with my current injuries, I do not possess a compelling argument? Do not presume that your wealth grants you the liberty to act with impunity." Her expression was one of barely contained fury as she attempted to elicit sympathy from me. I smiled faintly. After 8 years, it appeared she still did not comprehend me. I was indeed quite capricious. "Yang Saw, call the police," I commanded coldly, then turned my gaze to her. "I will grant you an opportunity to appeal. You may recount everything to the authorities in detail." Yang Saw immediately responded, "Understood," and swiftly pulled out her phone to dial. Zhao Mingjin's face drained of color, instinctively hiding the bag she held behind her back. "Wait," came the voice of Deng Jiajia from upstairs. I smirked slightly. His arrival was indeed timely. Yang Saw paused her movements, looking to me for direction. Deng Jiajia, dressed in loungewear and bleary-eyed, descended the stairs, casting a glance at me, seated firmly on the sofa, before striding over to sit beside me. Zhao Mingjin's eyes brightened momentarily, shifting her intense gaze from my face to Deng Jiajia. He then turned his attention to the disheveled Zhao Mingjin, his expression darkening, eyes sharp and filled with ire as he quietly reprimanded her. "What are you doing here at this hour? How did you gain entry?" "I came to retrieve my belongings," Zhao Mingjin stammered, her confidence wavering. "Then I shall see what it is you intend to take." I fixed my gaze on the bag in her possession. Yang Saw, retrieve her belongings. Yang Saw nodded and stepped forward to take the items from her grasp. Zhao Mingjin immediately resisted, calling out to Deng Jiajia, "Sir, these are my personal effects. Things I need for tomorrow. Underwear and cosmetics." Cosmetics, I realized, and it became evident her true intention was to collect such items. However, I had already substituted them with something else. Having discerned her ulterior motive, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I reclined lazily into the sofa, entering an observational mode. I was curious to see how Deng Jiajia would handle the situation. Chapter 122. Exciting news. Deng Jiajia's gaze was intense as he looked at her. A hint of tension evident. He had evidently anticipated Zhao Mingjin's purpose. "Zhao Mingjin, your audacity in coming here at this hour to retrieve your belongings is rather brazen. Are you testing our patience?" Deng Jiajia stated, avoiding the crux of the matter. "Hand over the keys to this place." He then turned to Yang Sa. "Yang Sa, please conduct a search." Yang Sa nodded, snatching the bag from her and rummaging through it before straightening up to inform us, "Sir, madam, it is indeed underwear and cosmetics." Upon hearing this, Deng Jiajia leaned in closer and whispered, "Since it is merely those items, let her take the keys and leave. She is indeed injured. We should avoid any complications that could be detrimental to us." "Detrimental?" Knowing it is detrimental, yet still acting, I scoffed, casting him a disdainful glance. In truth, I had no intention of genuinely involving the police, for I still had great use for her. Zhao Mingjin was a valuable asset in my hands, and I would not easily relinquish her, as that would be too lenient. The game had only just begun. How could I proceed without my tools? Since she could serve as Deng Jiajia's overseer, she could just as easily become my ally. "You may handle this," I said coldly, rising without a backward glance at Deng Jiajia, lazily making my way upstairs as if nothing had transpired. As I ascended, I silently mused. They had best band together and cherish the remaining days they had. Deng Jiajia was momentarily taken aback by my actions, calling after me, "Nini." I feigned ignorance, continuing my ascent. In the next moment, I heard Deng Jiajia's impatient shout, "Drop the keys and leave." As anticipated, Deng Jiajia refrained from taking action against her. I raised an eyebrow and smiled inwardly, knowing he would pay an irreversible price for his decision tonight. The following day, I informed Zhao Minglan to dispose of all their belongings and replace every lock in the house. Deng Jiajia, witnessing my actions, did not dare to inquire further. I had entered a state of cold war with him. Human nature is such that the more one disregards another, the more the latter seeks attention. At lunchtime, Deng Jiajia, who typically did not return for meals, made a point to come back, chattering to himself about how delightful Yang Sa's cooking was. He even brought back the small crayfish I had always enjoyed, yet I did not extend him any courtesy and did not touch a single one. Setting aside my current inability to consume spicy food, I remained cautious of unfamiliar food brought from outside. He looked at me with disappointment, unable to contain himself, and ingratiatingly asked, "Wife, you know you love crayfish, right? I specifically bought this for you. Look, it's still warm. You should try it." I glanced at him nonchalantly. "Are you unaware that my current condition prohibits me from eating spicy food?" He was instantly at a loss for words, moving the plate away dejectedly. Before we could finish our meal, a video call from my parents came through, and I was instantly overjoyed, hastily setting down my chopsticks to answer. Deng Jiajia, feigning indifference, appeared on camera, his smile refined and gentle. My parents beamed with joy, full of life, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, my mother nudged my father, urging, "You must tell our daughter. Let her share in the delight." I feigned curiosity. "What good news?" "Do tell, father." "Huh. Our old house has been designated as a key project in Sioux City." My father grinned, his eyes gleaming with mischief, while my mother looked exceedingly proud. "Really?" I exclaimed, my face lighting up. "Last time, Haijin mentioned that there were plans in the works, but has it been confirmed now?" "Yes, confirmed. However, since this is the Liu family's private residence, and we are a key part of the overall planning, the negotiations have only just begun. The letter of intent has been submitted from the city to the province." "Truly? That old street is quite substantial. Has it all been included?" I eagerly probed, "Father, you mentioned we are a key part of the overall planning? How much are they offering?" I sensed Deng Jiajia leaning in closer behind me. Chapter 123. The excitement of the newly wealthy on the video screen. My father smiled without answering, like a cunning old fox, while my mother beamed with pride, exuding the glee of newfound wealth. She seized my father's phone and leaned closer to the camera, whispering, "Your father indeed possesses foresight." A few years ago, the old district was struggling, especially here in our ancient street, with many residents moving away. No one wished to reside in this decaying old street, particularly the youth, who longed for bright, spacious high-rises and elevator apartments. Consequently, many of the old residents have departed for the new district. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, the old street is far too dilapidated. Had I been there, I would have moved as well. My mother immediately scoffed. Thus, it has become a deserted, impoverished area, once dubbed the Ghost Street. I laughed in agreement. Mother, you speak the truth. If young people were to live in the old street now, they would struggle to find partners who would willingly marry and reside in a bungalow. The number of visitors to the old street had dwindled significantly, let alone anyone seeking to rent there. At that time, our family had some spare cash, and your father acquired quite a few such properties. As my mother recounted this, I noticed the gleam in Deng Jiajia's eyes behind me. Are you saying Dad bought the old street houses? I asked, skepticism lacing my tone. My mother nodded, and I felt a pang of discontent since I had often argued with your father about this matter. Yet, he ended up seizing a significant portion of the street in one fell swoop. When people heard about your father's purchases, they sought him out, leading to half the old street. I inquired incredulously, you mean that old street? My mother wore a proud expression, her smile both content and exuberant. At that time, all the money had been invested in Danfeng. Otherwise, your father could have bought the entire street. However, had he acquired the whole street then? My mother sighed, her face expressing regret. I noticed Deng Jiajia's expression stiffen as if he too felt the loss. I gazed at my mother in disbelief, somewhat dumbfounded, pondering whether her words bore truth. If it were indeed an old street, I could scarcely fathom such a notion. Just then, my father seized the phone, his demeanor serious. Don't heed your mother's fanciful tales. We're still negotiating. You mentioned the kids would come to Sioux City during their summer vacation, right? He deftly diverted the topic, and I chuckled inwardly at his cunning. Before I could respond, Deng Jiajia interjected, Dad, they're definitely coming back. I've already told the kids, and they're absolutely thrilled, counting down the days. The end of term is approaching, and once the exams are over, they'll be here. That's wonderful. It's been 2 years since we last saw them. The Bao must have grown taller, my mother remarked. He is indeed, Deng Jiajia replied with a flattering smile. The conversation shifted to family matters, and my father refrained from mentioning the old house again. After ending the video call, I found myself in a daze, still contemplating whether my mother's words held any truth. Deng Jiajia appeared quite pleased, urging Yang Sa to bring me a bowl of hot soup, insisting, Nini, drink up while it's hot. Yang Sa's soup is truly commendable. I quietly accepted the soup and, upon finishing, informed Yang Sa, I need to step out for a moment. Later, I'll trouble you to pick up Sambao. I'll directly fetch Airbao when I return. Don't worry. The company is quiet today. I'll come back early to get the kids. Deng Jiajia volunteered to take on the task. I shot him a glance, choosing not to engage, and ascended the stairs. Deng Jiajia, I shall make you forever yearn for unattainable desires. The company is quiet, you say? Soon, that will change. Before I departed, I deliberately called Zhou Haijin within earshot of Deng Jiajia, suggesting we go shopping together, claiming it was to find suitable gifts for my parents, and casually mentioned that she should try to arrange a dinner with He Hui, as I needed to curry favor with her due to our reliance on overseas orders. I spoke these words while walking outside, confident that Deng Jiajia would hear. Once I exited the house, I abruptly turned back, coldly addressing Deng Jiajia. Transfer some money into my account, and don't make me embarrass myself again. With that, I pivoted and left. I intended to gradually reclaim the money he had siphoned off and compel him to willingly part with more. Before I could reach my car, Deng Jiajia rushed after me. Wait, dear. I glanced at him, opened the car door, and as he approached, he handed me a card. This is my spare card. Use it for whatever you need. Make sure He Hui chooses a respectable place. We don't want her to underestimate us. Accepting the card, I shot him a cold glare. Where was this consideration before? Why must you always ingratiate yourself? I also reminded him, make sure to replenish the household account promptly. I expect it done within a week. After that, I slammed the door, started the car, and sped away, observing Deng Jiajia's sour expression as he remained rooted to the spot, watching my vehicle depart. Speaking of cars, my heart sank momentarily. Indeed, I must retrieve Wu Xiaodong's vehicle, enjoying my benefits while he presumed I had vanished. After meeting Zhou Haijin, we strolled through the shopping district, waiting for He Hui. Zhou Haijin informed me Nini, the test results for what you gave me came back, and, unsurprisingly, it was that kind of agent. I've already taken care of Zhao Mingjin. I then shared the recent developments with her, echoing Zhao Minglin's words. Furthermore, I revealed that Deng Jiaja had settled her and her sister. Damn that dog of a man. Zhou Haijin fumed, yes, being quite generous to her. This is ideal. I want Zhao Mingjin to harbor the illusion that Deng Jiaja can protect her, which emboldens her recklessness. I need to keep her around. She has her uses. The better Deng Jiaja treats them, the more entertaining the future will be. I asserted confidently, exchanging a knowing glance with Zhou Haijin, a wicked smile gracing my lips. I was eager to see who among Zhao Mingjin and Wu Xiaodong possessed greater resilience. Who would Deng Jiaja protect more? Certainly Wu Xiaodong, she remarked. After all, she has children to consider. As for Zhao Mingjin, she is merely a maid, oblivious to her own insignificance while hoping to stir up trouble. People nowadays truly have the audacity. Zhou Haijin scoffed. Not necessarily. I countered, I believe Deng Jiaja views them as mere pawns to be controlled. He harbors no genuine feelings for either. Let us not forget how he could even entertain murderous thoughts against his own wife. What sincerity can be expected from him? A beast is a beast. He will never act like a person. True. Zhou Haijin concurred. You understand him well. I was at a loss for words. I had come to know him all too late, having sacrificed the best 10 years of my youth to this brute. Has there been any news from Shengkuo in recent days? I'm eager to locate Zhao Gang. If I could find him before taking action, it would be immensely beneficial. When do you plan to strike? Zhou Haijin asked eagerly. I need Deng Jiaja to return the funds from our account. It's a substantial amount. Only once it's back in my hands can I feel secure. Does he readily concede? Zhou Haijin questioned. He must have put a lot of effort into transferring that money. How could he easily relinquish it? He will have no choice but to return it. I declared resolutely, as long as I draw breath, I will dismantle the Deng family and send them to hell. Dear, I stand with you. I'll help you tear it down. Zhou Haijin declared with spirited determination, astonishing the bystanders as we shopped. I laughed and quickly led her away. Around noon, my father called to discuss the old house matter. Coincidentally hitting the nail on the head, it felt as if fate was assisting me. Deng Jiaja became invigorated. I suspected he might be conducting clandestine inquiries. I dared not verify with my parents, fearing it would stir their concerns. So, can you dig up some information for me? This is critical. It's an excellent opportunity, and I fear any missteps. It's just a phone call. Wait for it. Zhou Haijin replied and promptly made a call. Not long after, she hung up and nodded at me, confirming it's settled. I sighed in relief. Now I had the assurance to reclaim that sum. From a certain perspective, your sister is indeed more fortunate than I am. Luo Sheng has only married Chun Exine, whereas Deng Jiaza has surrounded me with a throng of vengeful spirits. If I did not resist, I could easily be devoured by them. We exchanged knowing smiles, and Shi Hui suggested, let us find a place to sit down and converse. This is hardly a suitable venue for discussion. Just as we were about to leave, Yang Bingqing suddenly tugged at me, and following her gaze, I was instantly filled with delight. At the same time, Zhou Haijin spotted two individuals not far away and smirked. Oh my goodness, well look at that. Shi Hui was the quickest to react, swiftly leading us into a boutique. She discreetly instructed a sales assistant, who promptly scurried away. The store manager, recognizing Shi Hui, quickly ushered us to sit and poured us coffee. 20 minutes later, the assistant returned, breathless, handing her phone to Shi Hui. With a knowing smile and a thank you, Shi Hui opened a video on the phone and set it down on the coffee table. We gathered around it eagerly. Modern technology is truly remarkable. The screen displayed Wu Xiaotong, her arm draped around a tall, handsome young man with a rather dubious demeanor, sporting a sycophantic smile as he flirted with her. Their exchange was laced with suggestive glances, and his hand was far from innocent. This was hardly dignified for a grandma. Is this for real? Wu Xiaotong turned her alluring gaze towards the man, exuding confidence. Sister, I simply adore blue. He replied, his voice quite pleasant. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaodong cast him a sidelong glance, her smile approving, and instructed the sales assistant, please package that blue outfit for me. The assistant beamed, deftly packing the clothes while complimenting Wu Xiaodong's taste. Your choice is impeccable, sir. This shade of Klein blue is truly stunning and suits you splendidly. Yang Bingqing scoffed, muttering, what a spectacle. Only a fool would be impressed. The assistant added, sister, you should select a lighter tie. It's hard to find ties of such quality in other stores, especially for this exquisite blue. Wu Xiaodong's eyes flitted towards the tie section, and the man nodded eagerly, all right. He then led her to the display, where a myriad of ties awaited. He selected an ivory white one, handing it to the assistant, who hurriedly wrapped it up while suggesting, "Sister, you must consider shoes to match. The right footwear is crucial for such an upscale color. Anything less would diminish the elegance." I couldn't help but commend the assistant for her keen insight. Wu Xiaodong hesitated, her expression somewhat pained. "No thanks, perhaps next time. We have other matters to attend to." The man pressed gently, "Sister, I truly don't have shoes to match this color. How about, you help me out?" Wu Xiaodong shot him a hard smile, and he promptly pulled her closer, spinning her around to face the shoe section. Thus, Wu Xiaodong was unwittingly led to browse, and he pointed, "How about these?" She reluctantly nodded. "Very well, let us go with those." The assistant chimed, "Excellent choice, sir. This is a limited edition, only 2 pairs available." As we observed, we felt a mix of amusement and discomfort at the apparent intimacy between the two. Zhou Haijin couldn't contain herself, exclaiming, "Wow, this lifestyle is simply too decadent." Then turning to me, she remarked, "Nini, look at you. You're so capable. One person sustaining so many hangers-on. Aren't you surprised? The government ought to award you for your special contributions." Shi Hui and Yang Bingqing burst into laughter, with Shi Hui quipping, "You truly deserve such an honor." I frowned, contemplating the absurdity of it all, realizing that I was indeed in for quite the reward. As I pondered my plans to retrieve Wu Xiaodong's car, the opportunity had presented itself. My companions, intrigued, inquired about my intentions. I leaned in and shared my thoughts, and they enthusiastically applauded my cunning. Shi Hui clapped her hands, declaring, "Let us find somewhere comfortable to unwind. Even the other woman knows how to enjoy life. We should treat ourselves, and I'll cover it. No, I'll take care of it. Ding Dog has generously offered to treat Shi Hui an upscale venue." I replied, standing to present my card. "That was always yours, anyway," Zhou Haijin retorted. I shot her a glance, saying, "Patience, I plan to reclaim every bit of it." Shi Hui had the previous assistant add me on her contact list, ensuring the video was sent to me for future reference. This will prove invaluable, I mused, though it comes at the cost of a car. We all shared a conspiratorial laugh before expressing our gratitude to the store manager and the assistant as we exited the mall. Shi Hui led us to a newly opened women's club, where the plethora of beauty treatments was overwhelming. To facilitate conversation, she arranged for a private room, and we indulged in a full suite of pampering services. As I relished the massage, I teased Shi Hui, "Isn't this far superior to letting a duck run rampant?" They all erupted in laughter, with Yang Bingqing playfully patting her belly. "Sister, not everything should be said here. There's a little one to consider. Please, this is merely early education. Let us ensure he never strays from the right path." Shi Hui retorted dismissively, "Don't be ridiculous. My son will never stoop to such levels." Yang Bingqing shot back, her wit as sharp as ever. I chuckled softly, and they turned their gazes towards me. I grinned mysteriously. I believe I've discovered a way to stir conflict within the Deng household, thanks to Wu Xiaodong's little escapade. Yang Bingqing's interest piqued. "What do you mean?" Shi Hui cleared her throat, addressing the masseuse. "Let us take a break. Please bring us some refreshments." I quickly grasped her intent, noting the curiosity etched on the masseuse's faces, realizing I had almost slipped. Once they exited, I whispered, "Ding Dog has fallen into the trap." Zhou Haijin's eyes lit up with excitement. "Is that true?" I nodded, grinning. "It appears so. He has been occasionally feverish, fatigued, and irritable, even treating his mother harshly. It's only a matter of time." Zhou Haijin nearly leaped off the massage table, exclaiming, "This is so satisfying." Shi Hui and Yang Bingqian exchanged glances, their faces etched with confusion. They pressed for clarification, asking, "What is happening? Are you two playing a riddle?" Zhou Haijin, her face alight with joy, quietly recounted the entire saga to them, which left both of them looking utterly terrified. "Are you serious? This is just too much. He brought this upon himself. Anyone who frequently walks by the river is bound to get their feet wet. This situation is far worse than being blissfully ignorant. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a disaster?" The implications were chilling. "Oh dear, I can't handle this." Yang Bingqian shuddered, staring at me in disbelief. "Is it true?" I nodded emphatically indeed. "Sister, he is right. If I remain passive, my fate is sealed." "Oh my goodness." Then, Zhou Haijin murmured with a hint of schadenfreude. I hushed her and whispered, This burden must be shouldered by Wu Xiaotong. She is most deserving of it. Otherwise, I fear that Deng Go might grow suspicious. We ought to approach this through Deng Jiajia's mother. That old lady possesses formidable strength, He Hui suggested. Yang Bingqian, reclining languidly while tenderly caressing her belly, chimed in ominously. If you ask me, we need to start with Deng Go. Are you suggesting we let Deng Go be the first to know? Zhou Haijin quickly interjected. That seems too direct and lacks finesse. Such a splendid plot should be allowed to simmer before reaching a climax. I felt that having Zhao Mingjin discover it first would be far more entertaining. Perhaps she would even add to the drama, which would be delightful. Zhou Haijin's eyes twinkled mischievously as she pondered. We each expressed our opinions. After a moment, I mused, I think it's best to involve Zhao Minglan. That little girl is quite formidable and would serve as an excellent test. That is true. Zhou Haijin agreed with a wicked grin. Nini, the wealthy man you arranged for Wu Xiaodong has a fierce wife. I finally have a target. Excited, I pressed her for details about this man. Zhou Haijin chuckled. This man's wife is notorious. She is well known in Qinsheng. Yang Bingqian suddenly turned to Zhou Haijin and asked, You don't mean Yuan Liju, do you? Zhou Haijin erupted into laughter, pointing at Yang Bingqian and exclaiming, Look, I told you someone would know. I'm referring to Yuan Liju. How we end up discussing Yuan Liju? That individual is best avoided. She is quite the eccentric, He Hui cautioned. If she possesses such fighting spirit, rest assured, sister, we want to take the spotlight. We'll simply stoke the flames. Once the fire ignites, I guarantee the entire Qinsheng will be entertained. Zhou Haijin said with an air of excitement. Let Wu Xiaodong have a taste of this. He Hui quickly added, Yuan Liju's husband, Jia Zheng, is no good. And I've heard he has some peculiarities. Rumor has it, he has a penchant for sadism. Yang Bingqian immediately countered. But that old fellow is quite generous with his money. My interest piqued. I pressed for more details until He Hui laid bare Jia Zheng's history. She explained, Jia Zheng was once a Phoenix man, a handsome figure back in the day, and initially, he didn't look twice at Yuan Liju. However, with her backing from a powerful family, Jia Zheng jumped at the opportunity. After marriage, he played the role of a devoted husband for many years, earning a stellar reputation. Eventually, his father-in-law relinquished control, and he began living a life of relative comfort. However, he grew weary of the mundane and developed peculiar habits to satisfy his desires, which only escalated over time. Now, his father-in-law is too old to rein him in. People say, a flower at home is less fragrant than a wildflower. Wildflowers are more thrilling to pick. Naturally, Jia Zheng prefers the thrill of the chase, even to the point of addiction. If there is an opportunity, he seizes it, believing that theft is justified, and he spends lavishly. Consequently, Yuan Liju has become the guardian against theft, but she cannot keep up with Jia Zheng's pace. Thus, Yuan Liju's tales are ever-present and always evolving. I quickly turned to Zhou Haijin and declared, that is our man. Hurry and have Wu Xiaodong connect with him. Chapter 128. You want to sleep with me in the next life, as the saying goes, a good man is aided by three. The three of them provided me with an abundance of cunning strategies, each more ingenious than the last, filling me with newfound confidence. By the time I returned home, it was quite late. Deng Jiajia had long been waiting for me, and I knew all too well his little schemes. He was eager to uncover the outcome of my outing. I headed straight upstairs, changed my clothes, and sauntered back down. I then casually played with the children, driving Deng Go to distraction. That night, he buzzed around me like a fly, incessantly hovering until I felt dizzy and ached in my head, adding to the chaos. Sanbao stubbornly insisted on finding Zhao Mingjin, wailing at bedtime and demanding mama, leaving me utterly at a loss. I was his biological mother, yet I had to endure his relentless cries. After what felt like an eternity, I finally lulled him to sleep, dragging my exhausted body back to my room, only to find Deng Jiajia waiting, freshly bathed and gazing at me with longing eyes, nearly causing me to regurgitate my previous meal. Hesitantly, I approached the bed, and he promptly pulled back the covers, gently asking, Wife, you must be tired. Come lie down and rest. You've worked hard. I let out a cold snort, inwardly cursing, I'm in agony. Everything is a struggle. The moment I settled onto the bed, he leaned in closer. I shot him a piercing glance. What do you want? He grinned and tried to inch closer, infuriating me, so that I shot up, Deng Jiajia, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't try to bribe me with these antics. My bluntness froze him momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, smiling and conceding. All right, don't be angry. Lie down. Come, let us talk. He reached out to guide me down, his tone filled with false concern. I was just worried about Huey's attitude. Now you care about her feelings? Where was this concern earlier? I am the one who charged in a battle, cleaned up the mess, and returned home to be treated like a servant. And I am the one being blamed. What do you take me for? I retorted with irritation and laid back down again. You can sleep in the guest room. Don't disturb my rest. Dear, don't be unreasonable. What kind of old couple sleeps apart? You're almost recovered. Can't you be a little considerate? It's hard for your husband. He feigned a pitiful expression, leaning in for another kiss, exhaling his foul breath all over me. After all these years, there hasn't been anything normal. Don't treat me like a fool. I interrupted him, igniting the fire. When Zhao Mingjin was leaning on you, you seemed quite comfortable. If I didn't confront you, you might think I'm easy to manipulate. With all your dirty secrets, you want to sleep with me? Perhaps in your next life. Deng Jiajia sat up abruptly, looking at me with a mix of anger and confusion. Don't be so sarcastic. She's just a nanny. That's the question I should be asking you. I truly don't know what kind of person you are. I feel like a fool. I turned away, deliberately ignoring him, confident he wouldn't dare confront me. I don't understand your actions. I mumbled, don't you know in your heart? Sure enough, within seconds, he wrapped his arms around me. All right, I know you're tired. It's been tough on you. Your health is recovering, and you still have to manage the children. That is why Haven T let Zhao Mingjin go. She knows how to handle Sanbao. Before he could finish, I spun around sharply to glare at him. He quickly understood my meaning and shrank back. All right, I won't say anything more. I let out a soft snort, then decided to ease the tension. Let us first attend the meeting. After that, we'll take it one step at a time. We can't push too hard. It doesn't work that way. True, but I believe in your abilities. If only your health were better, it would be even better for us to attend together. Our chances would be much higher. Deng Jiajia complimented. I nearly shouted in indignation. And where do you think my illness originated? He brazenly spoke to me with that smug face, and I swear, if I had a knife at hand, I might have acted on impulse. However, I managed to suppress my anger and reminded him. Sister, he mentioned that many overseas buyers from large financial groups will be present, so prepare adequately and find a translator with better conversational skills. He quickly patted my hand, assuring me, don't worry. The company recently hired a senior official, and I've appointed him as the deputy general manager. His English is impeccable, Deng Jiajia said confidently. I turned to him and inquired, is he reliable? This is a rare opportunity. We cannot afford to mess it up. If we fail again, there may truly be no chance left. Rest assured, he is a Ritterni. He doesn't wield much power. Deng Jiajia's words rang true. I secretly smiled, realizing that Shun Qua's arrangement had indeed solidified things. Chapter 129. Ineffectual arguments. When do you plan to go to Sioux City? Deng Jiajia suddenly asked. Shall I accompany you to see your parents first? I looked at him displeased and replied, what are you thinking? This is something we promised the children. Are we just going to abandon them? Besides, they will be on vacation in just a few days. Do you truly not care about the children? You show no consideration for their feelings. And you know well that Sanbao is still unfamiliar with Yang Sa. Can you really be at ease? Deng Jiajia dismissively responded. Just take Sanbao along. Bao is fine with Yang Sa. Otherwise, I'll have him. Stop right there. Remember this. I do not trust your mother. Apart from scolding the children, she does nothing else. I interrupted him, directly voicing my dissatisfaction. This was something I would never have said before. But now I felt no fear. Why should I continue to cater to him? So, I turned to Deng Jiajia and added, oh, by the way, your mother does know how to flatter. She has praised Wu Xiaodong's child to the skies. Praise is one thing, but she must belittle Bao, scolding him in front of others, saying he resembles his worthless mother. Deng Jiajia, do you really think we can send Bao to her? Deng Jiajia's face visibly darkened, leaving him speechless. Seeing him attempt to evade the topic, I pressed on, unable to contain my feelings. I truly do not understand. Since entering the Deng family, I have never done anything to wrong you. I paid for your family's apartment, assisted Deng Jiafeng with his home renovations for his marriage, covered Deng Jiaming's tuition, and ensured Deng Yanan was dressed in the latest fashions. I provided everything I could for her. I counted each instance on my fingers. Deng Jiajia was displeased, but dared not refute me. Deng Jiajia, I just don't understand. Why does your mother curse me so? If I were to send the children to your mother's care, am I not merely allowing her to ruin them? I deliberately spoke these words for Deng Jiajia to hear. I wanted to thoroughly annoy him. If I did not stir up some chaos in the Deng family, then what was the point of my existence? I knew his ulterior motives. His eagerness for Sioux City was surely due to the phone call at noon. He genuinely wanted to know more. And I don't listen to what they say. My mother just has a mouth that tends to offend people. Deng Jiaja retorted. Deng Jiaja, this is not mere hearsay. I witnessed it myself. She scolded Erbao far more harshly than I ever learned from you. Tell me, what must I do to make your family happy and spare me a few curses? I cannot bear it when you all wish me dead. Deng Jiaja was left speechless by my inquiries, only able to snap his jaw. Having struck at his weak spot, I yawned contentedly and said softly, "Let us sleep now." I was indeed tired. The night before the meeting at the provincial office, Deng Jiaja fell ill with a fever again. I anxiously applied an ice pack to reduce his temperature, and seeing his dazed state, I suggested perhaps I should go instead. Deng Jiaja immediately perked up, opening his bloodshot eyes with suspicion. "No worries, I'll just sleep and be fine by tomorrow. I'm simply exhausted from the preparations. But I cannot be at ease with your health." I insisted. "Let us just go to the hospital. Why have you been getting fevers so frequently? This cannot continue." I reached out to feel his forehead, sensing the heat. "It's unnecessary. Just give me some fever reducers and a couple of anti-inflammatories. I'll be all right." He patted my arm, urging, "Just fetch me the medicine." "All right." I turned to retrieve the medication, internally grumbling that I had no intention of going. If I did, the subsequent act would be ruined. I asked Yang Sa to bring some water and administered the medication to him, after which he drifted off into a deep slumber. The following morning, he had indeed recovered from the fever, appearing as if nothing had happened. He energetically left with the driver, and as I watched him depart until the car disappeared from sight, I quickly reported to Shi Hui, who responded, "Okay, I've made the arrangements." Before I could ascend the stairs, my phone rang again. It was Shun Kwa. I smiled slightly and answered, "You truly are elusive, seldom seen or heard from. Sister, did you miss me?" He teased before adding, "I'm just trying to find Zhao Gang for you." Shun Kwa's response startled me. This was the person I was most eager to locate. I immediately pressed, "Is there any news?" Chapter 130. This person is indeed Zhao Gang. I wouldn't dare call you without news. Come over. I'll send you the location. His voice sounded somewhat weary, and after finishing, he hung up, sending me a location pin. I hurried upstairs to change my clothes, brief Yang Sa, and then headed directly to the place Shun Kwa indicated. The location he provided was somewhat remote. After driving for an hour and a half, I had ventured far beyond Qingcheng. The navigation finally announced my arrival. I parked and surveyed the surroundings, hesitating. It resembled a fish pond, isolated without a village or shop nearby. Only a dilapidated colored steel house that exuded a foul odor. Cautiously approaching the building, I felt anxious, doubting whether I had come to the right place. Perhaps sensing my car's arrival, a figure emerged from the makeshift structure. As I focused, I realized it was Shun Kwa. Upon seeing Shun Kwa, the tension in my chest eased, and I quickened my pace. He greeted me with a casual demeanor, raising his eyebrows and whistling. Had I not known him well enough, I might have mistaken him for a nefarious character. I approached him quickly, casting a suspicious glance and asking, "Please tell me Zhao Gang is not here." As soon as I finished speaking, another person stepped out from the shabby house. I halted in my tracks, my gaze fixed intently on the figure. Had it not been for that unmistakable face and those deep-set eyes, I would hardly have recognized the person before me. Zhao Gang. The very Zhao Gang I thought I knew so well. Once tall and handsome, exuding vitality, he now appeared gaunt and haggard, slightly hunched, with a menacing scar marring his once familiar face, his cheekbones protruding and his cheeks sunken. The only feature unchanged was his deep-set eyes, albeit now lacking their former brilliance. I stood frozen, struggling to comprehend, my heart tumultuous. After a long moment, I slowly turned to Shun Kwa, seeking confirmation with my gaze. The man I had scrutinized suddenly appeared misty-eyed, but clarity returned almost immediately, and a glimmer of recognition passed between us. "Danny." He was the first to speak, calling my name. In an instant, I rushed toward him, disregarding everything else, grabbing him tightly. "Zhao Ge, is it really you? Zhao Ge. How could you have changed so much? You." I broke down in tears, unable to articulate my feelings any further. Zhao Gang's lips twitched slightly as he looked at me, who was already reduced to tears, turning his face away, unable to meet my gaze. "Sister, you two are truly a pair of unfortunate siblings." Shen Kuo added fuel to the fire, but at least it was fortunate that they had managed to escape quickly. Even the king of hell could not catch up with you. Zhao Gang patted my tear-streaked face, gesturing towards the long bench outside. Please sit down. Stop crying. I stubbornly clung to him, unwilling to let go, and even less willing to believe that what lay before me was real. Chu Yi, how could you have changed so much? What on earth have you experienced? It's hard to put into words. Just sit down and stop crying. Be grateful that I'm still alive and that you can still see me. Zhao Gang's tone was difficult to describe, a mixture of nostalgia, sighing, tragedy, helplessness, and a hint of joy at having escaped death. Shen Kuo pulled over a wooden stool with his foot and plopped down, while Zhao Gang pressed me onto the bench and sat on an overturned plastic bucket. My eyes remained fixed on him, as if searching for even a trace of the familiar face from the past. Yet all I saw was weariness, ferocity, and illness. I could hardly imagine what he had endured over the past 2 years. It was Shen Kuo who spoke first. Sister, save your strength. Crying won't change anything. Let us focus on the present. You both have narrowly escaped death. Tears won't alleviate your sorrows, will they? I sniffed and continued to gaze at Zhao Gang. Zhao Ge, what have you really gone through? Please tell me. Does it have anything to do with me? The moment I saw Zhao Gang, an unsettling thought crossed my mind. His ordeal must be intertwined with either me or Danfeng. Zhao Gang smiled awkwardly at my questioning gaze, avoiding my intense scrutiny, and slowly began to speak. Chapter 131. Isolated and helpless, his tone was calm and unperturbed, neither sad nor joyful. How should I put it? There is both truth and ambiguity in what I say. I pressed eagerly. What do you mean by that? To speak plainly, I can accept any answer. I too have narrowly escaped death, and all that remains is revenge. Speak the truth to me. I must know the reality. Hearing my words, Zhao Gang regarded me thoughtfully. After stabilizing his emotions for a long moment, he finally spoke. Everything I have encountered is indeed directly related to the Deng family. I was schemed against by the Deng brothers and subsequently expelled from the Danfeng group. But the story is far from over. Start from the beginning. I must know. My anticipation surged. I longed to uncover the events that had transpired with Zhao Gang in those past years. Zhao Gang lowered his gaze, rubbing his hands together, appearing anxious and uncertain of where to begin, as if the memories were too painful to revisit. After a long silence, he finally lifted his eyelids and began recounting. After you handed Danfeng over to Deng Jiazhe, initially, he was quite earnest, treating us high-ranking officials with politeness and respect. At that time, Deng Jiazhe was very humble, personally overseeing every aspect. Once he familiarized himself with the company, he began visiting with Wu Xiaotong always by his side, and they met with all the suppliers, salespeople, and clients. I listened intently, eager to absorb every detail. However, upon returning, things began to change. Zhao Gang's expression revealed a hint of disdain. I realized that Wu Xiaotong had made her entrance. The first to be targeted was the finance director, Zhao Hong, whose incoming and outgoing funds were tightly controlled, with Deng Jiazhe monopolizing the approval rights, executed and supervised by Wu Xiaotong. Naturally, this was against protocol, and Zhao Hong raised objections, meeting with Deng Jiazhe several times. Yet he could not stop Deng Jiazhe's autocratic behavior. Eventually, an erroneous expenditure occurred, and Zhao Hong was dismissed under false pretenses. Unwilling to accept this, he stormed into the board meeting, only to be injured that very night. Zhao Gang clenched his fists. You know Zhao Hong. He is quite stubborn and serious. Otherwise, I would not have introduced him to you. I nodded. Zhao Hong, the director of finance at Danfeng back then, was indeed Zhao Gang's cousin, although no one knew the secret except for Zhao Gang and me. Zhao Hong was exceptionally meticulous. Even Zhao Gang could not use company funds for personal matters. I trusted him deeply. Later, Zhao Hong discreetly confided in me about the situation, stating that Wu Xiaotong was involved with Deng Jiazhe. At the time, I did not fully believe him, especially since you had previously asked Wu Xiaotong to assist Deng Jiazhe during your departure, which I was aware of. I smiled bitterly, realizing how foolish I had been back then. Zhao Gang shook his head. You mustn't blame yourself. Human intentions are often inscrutable. What happened next? I inquired impatiently. The situation did not resolve with Zhao Heng's misfortune. On the contrary, one by one, our high-ranking officials faced suppression, with none escaping unscathed. At that time, Wu Xiaotong wielded significant power and employed extremely ruthless tactics. She conducted one-on-one interviews, compelling those officials to relinquish their responsibilities under the pretext that Mr. Deng wanted a thorough understanding of Danfeng. Zhao Gang's tone grew grave. You know, those individuals were very united. We secretly gathered to hold meetings, strategizing. Yet whoever took the lead was the first to be targeted. Despicable scoundrels. I couldn't help but exclaim. I tried every means to contact you, even visiting your home. But Deng Jiazhe received me and said you had gone abroad. Zhao Gang looked at me, his expression earnest. At that time, I was genuinely anxious. I actually never went. I replied to Zhao Gang helplessly. They drugged me, and all I did was sleep. Zhao Gang continued, fearing further incidents. I halted their resistance and urged them to selectively relinquish their responsibilities, observing how the situation unfolded. But soon after, they were all expelled, and Deng's confidence took control. I became increasingly isolated and helpless. Chapter 132. The unbearable truth. A look of hatred crossed Zhao Gang's face. I was the last to be summoned. Wu Xiaotong demanded that I surrender the important contacts for external relations, ports, and transportation. My stance was clear and resolute. They could not interfere because these are my personal connections, and the contacts were flexible, especially regarding the ports. I understood the critical nature of this matter and could not afford any mistakes. My intention was to safeguard this final barrier. I fully comprehended Zhao Gang's feelings at that time. It was our lifeline. Deng Jiazhe treated me relatively courteously, not contesting my insistence. On the contrary, he valued my role. After a lengthy discussion with me, he not only offered me a raise, but also arranged for an assistant. Perhaps to gain my trust, he allowed me to choose this assistant myself, and I selected a young man named Fang Qian. I nodded, recalling that this young man suited my needs, intelligent, capable, and diligent. At that time, Wu Xiaotong also showed me great respect, frequently addressing me as Zhao Ge. Zhao Gang continued. Deng Jiazhe always had Wu Xiaotong contact me, stating that certain matters could be entrusted to her. By then, I had already sensed that Wu Xiaotong was not an ordinary individual. I wanted to contact you to give you a heads up, but after countless attempts, no one answered. Perhaps my downfall lay in those calls. By then, I had fallen ill and was barely awake, my phone consistently being controlled by either Deng Jiazhe or Wu Xiaotong. I interjected, so I was essentially a living corpse. Deng Jiazhe even took away my caregiver to keep me under surveillance, preventing my children from approaching me. That makes sense, Zhao Gang exclaimed, as if awakening from a dream, shaking his head with a sigh. He continued, from that point on, Wu Xiaotong began to increase her harassment, creating all sorts of troubles for me. Yet, what I never anticipated was that they would discover contraband within the goods, and they promptly shifted all the responsibility onto me. Xiaodong Wu insisted that she was completely unaware of the document at the time, claiming that I alone had signed it, and she had never seen the document from that day. Upon reviewing the procedure form, it was indeed my signature, and I recognized the handwriting absolutely mine. Moreover, the shipping record for that day was known only to me and Qianfang. Qianfang firmly stated that I had instructed him to pick up the goods, and that the document did not need to be reported to Special Assistant Wu. Consequently, I had no means of defending myself, and was arrested. As Gang Zhao recounted this, his face turned pale. Even after all these years, his reaction was still so intense. One can only imagine the state of his mind at that time. I immediately shared that I had experienced a similar situation, unknowingly signing a transfer of execution rights for Danfeng. I had no recollection, yet the handwriting was undeniably mine. There must be something fishy going on, Gang Zhao asserted. I did not remember signing the shipping document that day, and the time on it is entirely unfamiliar to me. However, one thing is certain. Qianfang was bribed by them. Gang Zhao shook his head, a look of regret and helplessness on his face. I am deeply saddened by this, as I had such high hopes for that young man. I do not understand why he would do such a thing. You need not think further. There is a substance called a hallucinogen, which you may not be aware of. Quotient intertwine. This substance can make you do anything the other party wants without any memory of it. Given Jiafeng Deng's involvement in the black market, it would not be difficult for him to have this. What happened next? I asked someone on edge. How long were you in there? I was in for less than a year, but during that time, I was constantly beaten, new injuries overlapping old ones, until I finally gave in. But the nightmare had only just begun. Gang Zhao closed his eyes, and a tear glistened. I felt a pang in my heart, finding it hard to believe that Gang Zhao, the man I knew, could shed a tear. Gang Zhao slowly opened his eyes, the corners of his eyes red. And the nightmare began. Chapter 133. The butchery of northern Myanmar. I gaped at Gang Zhao's expression, waiting for him to continue, not daring to press further. I was taken out of the detention center, ready to be sent to serve my sentence. But during the transport, I was mysteriously sent to northern Myanmar. Gang Zhao's voice was hoarse, a tear sliding down his cheek, hanging on his stubbled chin, glistening but not falling. Northern Myanmar? I repeated, still not fully grasping the weight and horror of those words. His face was a mixture of solemnity and fear. Yes, northern Myanmar. I felt a bit skeptical and looked at Kwa Shun, noticing that his expression was also extremely serious. I couldn't help but ask, and then? Gang Zhao was silent for a long time, his chest heaving, seemingly trying to compose himself. Northern Myanmar. What happened? I asked cautiously. It is a place of mass murder, a hell on earth. His expression and tone were in perfect harmony, evoking a sense of dread. People there are treated inhumanely, and there are countless industrial parks, which are actually fraud camps. I opened my mouth in disbelief, looking at Kwashun, who nodded firmly. People sent there? The young ones are trained and then grouped to conduct telecom fraud. The older ones are made to do physical labor and provide logistical support. The elderly are sent directly to the butchery. When Gang Zhao said this, his hand clenched into a fist, trembling, a clear instinctive reaction to fear. Butchery? I asked, not quite understanding. It means that all usable organs are harvested. Black market trade. Kwa Shun continued. The butchery is where these organs are taken. What? I was speechless, looking at Gang Zhao, who was trembling and struggling to control his emotions. Yes, that's exactly it. Gang Zhao answered, his voice strained. Anyone who enters loses their freedom and cannot resist. If you resist, you will be tortured to death in various ways, too gruesome to describe. I involuntarily shivered. Not only that, but before you die, they also extort the families of these people, draining every penny from you and your loved ones, until the only way out is death. Gang Zhao lowered his gaze, tears streaming down his face, silently weeping. I could not bear to imagine what he had gone through. Kwa Shun took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and handed it to Gang Zhao. Gang Zhao took it, inhaled deeply, and slowly exhaled, his voice hoarse. I had no idea why I was there, and I resisted, so I was beaten until I lost a kidney. What? I stood up, staring at Gang Zhao in shock. The man before me was no longer the dashing and suave Brother Zhao. He laughed self-deprecatingly, exhaling a puff of smoke. I was lucky. I refused to admit I had family. You could beat me to death, but I was the only one, and my life was worth the same as my death. All I asked for was death, but even that was denied. They would torture you bit by bit. As he spoke, he extended his left hand, which was once fair and slender, but now missing 2 fingers, a sight that was truly shocking. I collapsed, sitting numbly on the long wooden bench. Tears streaming down my face. Brother Zhao, I'm sorry. It was me who brought this upon you. If I hadn't insisted on bringing you in, you wouldn't have suffered such torment. I shouldn't have let Danfeng go. Gang Zhao, his eyes misty, looked at me. Danny, this has nothing to do with you. It was my fate. Later, I met someone from the same city, who secretly took care of me and advised me to endure. I had no choice but to comply and continue to live in a state of limbo. No wonder I asked so many classmates, and no one had your contact information. I choked out, how did you escape? Escape? There was no chance of escape there. Gang Zhao looked at Kwashun. It was Kwashun's people who saved me. Chapter 134. The backing of the northern Myanmar hell. I looked at Kwashun in disbelief. Your people? Say, Brother Zhao. Kwashun nodded. It was a coincidence. He was not destined to die. Perhaps his mission included helping you seek revenge. He even managed to jest, though the atmosphere lightened a bit. How did they do it? Could it be that the authorities have their people too? Otherwise, how could Brother Zhao have been sent to northern Myanmar? I felt uneasy and full of doubts. How did you finally get out? That's a long story. I'll tell you about it later, Kwashun said calmly. We've already reported it to the police, and they will handle the rest. But Gang Zhao has made a significant contribution, providing the police with many valuable leads. Of course, you can rest assured, the police I'm referring to are absolutely reliable. But I looked at Gang Zhao's hunched figure. The price was too high. And from here to northern Myanmar, it's hard to believe. Let me put it this way. In this case, Jiafeng Deng is a key figure, and he is definitely a breakthrough. He is involved with the black market chain in northern Myanmar, but how big a fish he is remains to be investigated. Kwashun explained, so Brother Zhao cannot show his face yet. This is the police's decision, and he must stay here for now. But your health, Is it okay? I looked at Gang Zhao, who seemed to be in poor condition. You need to go to the hospital. I can arrange for you to go to a hospital in Sucheng. It will be safer there. Don't worry, it's all arranged. This is just a temporary stop. And next time, you might not need to come here. Shenhua offered me comfort. I gazed at him, my mind swirling with questions. How did you locate Zhao? How did you come to think he was in northern Myanmar? That must have been quite a challenge. Shenhua quipped, clearly evading the truth. As he often did, I knew pressing him further would yield no answers. Subsequently, Zhao Gang indeed refrained from discussing northern Myanmar, instead regaining his composure and turning to me. What about you? What is happening? He inquired, eager to hear my tale. I recounted my experiences in detail, and Zhao Gang's fists clenched tightly, his expression darkening like a coiled arrow ready to strike. Such a wretched beast, to treat his own wife so cruelly. I shall exact revenge for this transgression, he vowed. He then asked, what do you intend to do? I shared my thoughts with him, and he nodded, I will stand with you. Perhaps I can assist. Currently, the Danfeng establishment is entirely under the control of the Deng family. Moreover, they have already begun asset transfers, and I must reclaim everything. I expressed my concerns to Zhao Gang, but it seems Deng Jiaja has the backing of Deng Jiafeng, and I fear. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth. No matter how difficult, we must retrieve what is ours. We cannot allow our Danfeng to become a support for those devils. What do you mean? I asked, puzzled. Some of the lost funds may very well serve as backing for the current evil in northern Myanmar. They are building a larger industrial scam, becoming financial emissaries of a vile empire. Upon hearing Shen Kuo's explanation, a chill ran down my spine. Support for the den of horrors in northern Myanmar. You are absolutely correct. Shen Kuo flicked the ash from his cigarette, his demeanor serious. Thus, we must reclaim Danfeng to cut off their financial sources. Your plan is sound. We must sow discord between Deng Jiaja and Deng Jiafeng, thereby stripping Deng Jiafeng of his support. I am devising a strategy to apply pressure from the outside, ensuring he cannot attend to Deng Jiaja. At that point, you and my associates can work in concert for a swift resolution. I trust we will succeed. What is the name of the people you've arranged? I realized I had yet to inquire. Wu Jianwei, Shen Kuo revealed. I turned to him. Deng Jiaja is attending a provincial overseas negotiation today. I intend to seize this opportunity to reclaim our shared assets from the couple's account. If I can also nullify those mortgages, it would be perfect. Shen Kuo regarded me thoughtfully as I outlined the plan I had discussed with Shi Hui. That's indeed a brilliant idea. Let's ensure our scheme appears all the more authentic and meticulous. Chapter 135. A tangle of intricacies we conversed until the afternoon, reluctantly bringing our discussion to a close. Before departing, I stepped forward and embraced Zhao Gang's frail frame tightly, earnestly saying, I am sorry, senior brother. It is my actions that have embroiled you in this mess. Zhao Gang said nothing, holding me close for a moment, patting my back gently as he murmured, as long as we are alive, everything will be all right. I looked up at him, and he offered me a long-awaited radiant smile. I felt a surge of emotion as I asked, Senior brother, you have returned, haven't you? He nodded seriously, replying with fervor, Yes, I have returned. I will fight alongside you. I nodded, feeling invigorated, waving goodbye as I climbed into the car, departing without hesitation. I knew my plan had truly begun. I was no longer alone in this battle, for I had a formidable support system. I sought vengeance, not only for myself, but for Zhao Gang as well. Shen Kuo followed my vehicle back to the city. Seizing the moment, I posed several queries to him regarding Deng Jiafeng. He explained, Deng Jiafeng has stepped into a perilous situation this time. It seems he may find it difficult to escape, as they are already under the scrutiny of the highest security agencies. However, they intend to maintain this lead for now, in order to strike directly at the heart of the black market. I was astounded that the Deng family had produced such a menace. I found it hard to believe I had fallen into such a trap. Even more difficult to accept was the thought that one day, the Danfeng I had toiled to build will become a mere tool for the den of iniquity. I sighed deeply. The Deng family is nothing but a band of scoundrels. Upon hearing my words, Shen Kuo smiled broadly. You are correct. It is likely Deng Jiaja is also complicit. If what you suggest is true, and he has motives to eliminate you for insurance fraud, then it stands to reason there may be an organization backing him. What? I exclaimed, astonished. Such an organization exists? Shen Kuo glanced at me with a knowing look. Dear sister, you have been asleep for far too long. The world is a treacherous place, And such organizations not only exist, but are varied and numerous. In due time, you will come to understand. However, sister, you once said something that resonated with me. What was that? I asked, intrigued. You said Deng Jiajia is not as clever as he seems. This does not align with his typical thinking. It dawned on me that he might be receiving guidance from someone, leading him to act so recklessly. Are you suggesting that someone is orchestrating his actions? As for Deng Jiajia, we simply have yet to seize concrete evidence against him. According to investigations from relevant departments, these organizations are exceedingly clandestine, operating with great caution, employing a sophisticated communication network. His words sparked a thought regarding the group on Deng Jiajia's other phone. I scrutinized Shun Kwa. There is a group on Deng Jiajia's other phone with over 300 members. Their conversations are rather peculiar. I have perused them before, but I couldn't quite grasp their meaning. It seems they engage in nonsensical banter, yet I struggle to understand their dialogue. Could this be the organization you mentioned? Shun Kwa's expression turned serious as he asked, "Do you recall the name of the group?" I faltered. Wait, it was called... I rifled through my memory for the group's name, recalling that it had struck me as quite distinctive. Suddenly, a light bulb went off, and I slapped the steering wheel. I remember. It was called The Gathering of New Nobility. Yes, that's it. I initially thought it referred to the emerging entrepreneurs of Qingsheng who fancied themselves as new nobles. However, after reviewing the list, I realized I did not recognize anyone, which puzzled me. Shun Kwa's eyes narrowed as he regarded me intently. Can you find a way to retrieve that phone? I glanced at him, excitement bubbling within me. I can get it once he returns, but mustn't take too long. Are you sure you can manage? I am confident. Now that Zhao Mingjin has been ousted, dealing with Deng Jiajia will be a piece of cake for me. I declared assuredly. I could have it in half an hour. Shun Kwa responded. However, you must inform me in advance. I need to make some preparations. All right, once he returns from the meeting, I will seek an opportunity to notify you, I promised Shun Kwa. Chapter 136. Unpleasant memories. Shun Kwa gave me a thumbs up. Sister, you might just be doing me a significant favor. Shun Kwa, are you certain you are merely a private investigator? I scrutinized him, sensing there was more to his character than met the eye. His demeanor today hinted at a depth of thought and capability that suggested he was more than just a private investigator. Not quite, he replied casually, but at the very least, I can solve your issues. His subsequent remarks only reinforced my suspicions, prompting me to refrain from probing further. I playfully mused. I am curious how I will compensate you for your services. I worry I might go bankrupt. Shun Kwa chuckled. Then let Danfeng take the righteous path. As long as we can reclaim it from the clutches of evil, I am willing to expend all my resources. I solemnly vowed. Indeed, I comprehend his meaning. Sister, do not be so sensitive. Just remain true to your original intentions. He comforted me with those words. We both fell into silence. By the way, lawyer Han Jie recommended someone I could collaborate with. Do you know him? It is said that Haijin knows him. Suddenly, I recalled this person. Shun Kwa cast a glance at me, raising an eyebrow, declaring that anyone she knows, I must know as well. I shot a sidelong glance at Shun Kwa, feeling an inexplicable sense that their words carried deeper implications. Could it be that I also know this individual? Hearing Shun Kwa say this, without a second thought, I expressed my desire to meet him beforehand, for this was no ordinary collaboration. I must personally discuss matters with him. Since you all know him, he must be reliable. Yet we need to reach a clear agreement. Whether it involves collaboration or assistance, I must establish a stance. I had no intention of concealing anything from Shun Kwa. This fellow is indeed quite trustworthy. Shun Kwa's expression turned serious, indicating her understanding. I continued, stating that I needed to know his terms. If this time, Deng Jiajia successfully negotiates to recover the transferred assets, I shall initiate the next phase of my plan. I do not wish to see him for even a day longer, and I am certain he has contracted a contagious disease. He poses a threat to me and my children. I must distance myself from him as swiftly as possible. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Kwa assured me, I know him. You can rest easy. He is absolutely reliable for you. I will arrange this promptly. Once Deng Jiajia returns, I will have you meet him. Yet, her words left me with a lingering doubt. I pondered the nature of this individual and their relationship with them. My curiosity piqued. However, I refrained from probing further, sensing that pressing for answers might imply a lack of trust. I silently reflected that perhaps I had been unwell for too long, becoming increasingly disconnected from society. Shun Kwa exited the car at the central tower, waved goodbye, and disappeared into the crowd, vanishing from my sight. I glanced at the time, started my vehicle, and headed to the school. Since it was still early, I ventured to the CAF across the street, ordered a cup of coffee to calm my emotions, and reminisced about my earlier encounter with Zhao Gang. My heart ached with guilt over Zhao Gang's tragic circumstances. Had I not stubbornly married Deng Jiajia, he would not have suffered such cruelty, nearly losing his life. Thankfully, he was still alive. Yet, life offers no room for what-ifs or hypotheticals. Back in the day, Zhao Gang was quite close with Wei Qingchuan. Although they were from the same graduating class, they shared a remarkable bond, even swapping dormitories. Both were members of the same basketball team, referred to as the Kirin Duo. When I entered my freshman year, it was these two seniors who welcomed me to campus. As Wei Qingchuan was also from Sioux City, I found myself connecting with him more than Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang often teased Wei Qingchuan, claiming he overshadowed him simply because they both hailed from Sioux City. Wei Qingchuan scoffed, asserting that the spotlight was never on him, requiring no elaborate schemes. At that time, both competed to win my favor, though Wei Qingchuan was more reserved, likely due to Zhao Gang's personality. Moreover, the first time I visited the salon where Deng Jiajia worked, it was these two who accompanied me. The New Year's Gala and talent competition finals were simultaneously taking place, and everyone was brimming with excitement, especially me, as I was to perform, so I went there to get my hair done. They bickered over who would accompany me, ultimately deciding to go together. That was when I first met Deng Jiajia. Chapter 137. Seizing the opportunity, subsequently, Deng Jiajia began pursuing me, and for the first time, Zhao Gang and Wei Qingchuan unanimously warned me to proceed with caution. In truth, I had intended to use Deng Jiajia to provoke Wei Qingchuan. My heart was still novelly fixated on him. My feelings for him were starkly different from those I harbored for Zhao Gang and Deng Jiajia. I had hinted at my affections for Wei Qingchuan multiple times, yet for reasons unknown, he remained elusive, leaving me perplexed. Just as I resolved to take a bold step and give myself one last chance, Wei Qingchuan abruptly dropped out of school without warning. I rushed to inquire with Zhao Gang, who claimed he could not get in touch with Wei Qingchuan either. He asked everyone who knew him, but no one had any idea why he had left, and after that, he was nowhere to be found. This led me to question my own existence. My first love had ended without a trace. I pressed Zhao Gang repeatedly for answers, but he insisted he was just as clueless as I was, unable to contact Wei Qingchuan. Yet, I did not believe him. They were so close like conjoined twins. How could he not know Wei Qingchuan's whereabouts? I rashly accused Zhao Gang of lying, resulting in a heated argument. Yet he silently endured my accusations, steadfastly remaining by my side while I turned a blind eye. Having lost one, I resolved not to lose another. Eventually, I came to terms with my situation and ceased my search for answers, convinced that they must harbor some secret they did not wish for me to uncover. I felt a sense of being deceived, which led me to distance myself from Zhao Gang. It was then that Deng Jiajia took advantage of my vulnerability. Of course, this is my current assessment. At that time, Deng Jiajia's unwavering support felt like an overwhelming display of affection to someone who had been abandoned. I was genuinely moved by Deng Jiajia's sincerity. Looking back now, how absurd it seems. Deng Jiajia's meticulous attention must have been a mere facade, as evidenced by the scandalous photos of him that I had seen, revealing that his tactics to win over women were well rehearsed. Meanwhile, when Zhao Gang learned that I had accepted Deng Jiajia, he rushed in front of me, his face contorted in unspoken pain, claiming that he had suffered a heartbreak. However, soon after, he resolutely declared his intention to follow me, boldly announcing his commitment to my entrepreneurial endeavors. At that time, he was already nearing graduation. Instead of participating in campus recruitment, he chose to support me, tirelessly traversing the hospitals of Qingsheng, helping me earn my first bucket of gold. Thus, Danfeng came into being. To speak frankly, Danfeng's foundation was laid by Zhao Gang. Without him, there would be no Danfeng as we know it today. To me, Zhao Gang is akin to the dearest family member, like an elder brother. In many respects, his contributions surpass those of Wei Qingchuan. He has walked alongside me, witnessing every inch of Danfeng's growth. Yet he ultimately met such a tragic fate. I owe him far too much. I truly wish I could slap myself awake for being so blind and foolish, nearly endangering the lives of my most cherished loved ones. I must not let this resentment linger. I, Lu Danny, refused to be just a passive observer. I collected my thoughts, took a sip of coffee, and pulled myself back to reality. The immediate priority is to dismantle the Deng family, to reclaim Danfeng, for it is not solely my concern. After finishing my coffee, I checked the time, intending to rise and leave when, by chance, I caught a glimpse of Deng Jiafeng outside the window. I quickly halted my movements and sat back down, pondering why a grown man would come to the school at this hour, which inevitably led my thoughts to Deng Yaozu. A peculiar suspicion began to form in my mind. I steadied my curiosity, peering through the window at his figure, observing him stride directly towards the entrance, stopping to call out to a teacher inside, saying something briefly before, within minutes, Deng Yaozu emerged. I raised an eyebrow. Indeed, he had come to pick up Deng Yaozu. Deng Jiafeng reached down, lifting the child onto his shoulder, and as he turned, I caught a glimpse of a contented smile on his face, radiating warmth and affection. I quickly opened my phone's camera and captured a snapshot. With this photograph, I would certainly craft a compelling narrative. Chapter 138. An obvious candid shot, to be honest. I was taken aback by the scene before me, and doubt began to creep into my heart. This Yaozu truly is a gem. Whose child could he possibly be? The Deng family certainly has a penchant for boys, yet Deng Jiafeng's expression just now was far too infectious, not befitting a typical uncle's demeanor. Deng Jiafeng is married, with a wife named Zhang Xuejuan, a woman of remarkable patience. However, I have scarcely encountered this sister-in-law on a handful of occasions, let alone seen her alongside Deng Jiafeng. Even during holidays, when I returned to the Deng family, it was infrequent, and on the rare occasions I did visit, I found her toiling in the kitchen without a hint of complaint. Deng Jiafeng and Zhang Xuejuan have a daughter, 2 years younger than my eldest, and since she is a girl, her appearances in the Deng household are exceedingly rare. Due to my illness, it has likely been 4 or 5 years since I last saw her. Yet, witnessing Deng Jiafeng's overflowing paternal affection was a first for me. Deng Yaozu perched on Deng Jiafeng's shoulder, beaming with delight, his small hands tightly embracing Deng Jiafeng's head, illustrating the deep familiarity between them. I had intended to take more photographs, but in a moment of distraction, it was too late. Deng Jiafeng had already carried the child away, striding out of my sight. I quickly grabbed my bag and hurried downstairs, but by the time I exited the CAF, both Deng Jiafeng and Deng Yaozu had vanished from view. Nevertheless, one photograph suffices to convey the essence of the moment. When I received my second child, his face was alight with excitement as he rushed over to inform me that he had achieved perfect scores in all 4 subjects for his midterms. I promptly showered him with praise and inquired what he wished to eat. He cautiously looked at me and asked, "Mommy, can I have a hamburger?" "Absolutely." A pang of sorrow struck me. I realized I had neglected my child, and I was certain he had never even tasted a hamburger in the Deng household. I took him to McDonald's, where we indulged and packed some to take home. Upon our return, even Yang saw inquired, "Madam, why did you bring back so much?" I replied, "My second child achieved a perfect score this semester. We must all celebrate his excellent performance. From now on, whenever he scores full marks, we will celebrate by ordering out instead of cooking." I winked at Yang Sa with enthusiasm. She immediately understood, turning to praise my second child, saying, "You are truly remarkable. At such a young age, I can benefit from your achievements. Just think, when you grow up, your Aunt Yang will be able to enjoy the finer things in life with you." My second child's lovely face radiated with pride, and with newfound confidence, he suggested, "Then next time, let us go for Western cuisine." "Absolutely. We must schedule it," Yang Sa exclaimed with anticipation, and my second child beamed even brighter. I quickly urged Yang Sa to sit down. "Let us make our dinner a late-night feast." Yang Sa, her eyes twinkling with mirth, replied, "I should really eat, but this is all for the children." I pulled her back gently, saying, "Yang Sa, let us indulge like children today. Let us be a bit reckless and enjoy this feast." I had brought home a family bucket. Anything left over would not be as enjoyable. Only then did Yang Sa settle down to share the meal with us. Though she spoke little, she was perceptive and had quickly grasped the household dynamics during her few days here. She felt a deep sympathy for me and attended to my needs with great care. Suddenly, my phone chimed with a WeChat notification. I wiped my hands with a napkin and opened it to find a message from Zhao Minglan, informing me of news I was previously unaware of. Deng Jiajia, along with Wu Jianhui and Deng Jiaming, had gone to the province for a conference, accompanied by Wu Xiaodong. I raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of discomfort. How bold they were indeed. I pondered for a moment before replying with a few words. Please relay this message to your sister. Almost immediately, Zhao Minglan sent back a smirking emoji, after which there was silence. I intended to gauge her reaction before entrusting her with further responsibilities. After settling the children for the night, I climbed into bed, weary. As I picked up my phone, I noticed Zhao Minglan had sent a video. The angle was less than flattering, clearly a clandestine recording. I saw Zhao Minglan reclining on the living room sofa, legs crossed, provocatively challenging Zhao Mingzhen's sister. It's time to cook, isn't it? I am starving. How about some pork ribs stewed with green beans? Nothing too greasy. Just add a cucumber with some chili oil. Chapter 139. Evil will meet its match. This statement successfully provoked Zhao Mingzhen, whose furious shout echoed through the video. Zhao Minglan, I advise you to not push your luck. If you want to eat, you'd better cook for yourself. Don't treat me like your maid. Moreover, you need to find a place of your own. You have income now, so stop mooching off me while pretending to be a lady. The image revealed Zhao Mingzhen. Her appearance transformed from when she was here, hair cascading in waves, shimmering earrings adorning her ears, dressed in a strappy dress with blood-red nails. She crossed her arms, casting a menacing look towards the relaxed Zhao Minglan, warning in a harsh tone. Let me make this clear. This is my home, not yours. As Zhao Mingzhen's words faded, the sounds of Zhao Minglan's mocking laughter filled the air. Oh please, you're home? Wake up. Do you really think you've secured yourself by clinging to Deng Jiajia? TSK. Is the house even under your name? Deng Jiajia gave the rightful mistress that, and she has the title deed. Just take a look at that old, dilapidated car you drive. It might as well belong in a museum. The legitimate mistress drives a flashy little sports car, one that dazzles the eyes. Zhao Minglan's sarcastic remark struck at Zhao Mingzhen's vulnerabilities. I recognized her intent to provoke Zhao Mingzhen further. Before Zhao Mingzhen could retort, Zhao Minglan continued. You think you can call this temporary lodging your home? I genuinely pity you. I'm truly concerned for you. Meanwhile, they're attending international business negotiations in the province with a legitimate mistress, living in the spotlight. And what about you? Zhao Minglan's repeated mention of the legitimate mistress was laden with sarcasm. Indeed, Zhao Mingzhen seemed visibly disturbed by her words. Stop talking nonsense. No matter what, I'm still better than you. Just a mere bed warmer. Zhao Minglan responded with laughter rather than anger. Ah, comparisons yield disdain. One must die to understand. In your current state, you truly cannot occupy any esteemed position. You're barely maintaining your role as the original partner's maid. What I did was not just a mere affair. It was a transaction. Do you comprehend? Zhao Minglan's sharp tongue was impressive indeed. Zhao Mingzhen, incensed, seized a cushion and hurled it at Zhao Minglan, shouting, You shut your mouth. Zhao Minglan dodged and caught the cushion, positioning it under her legs. Oh, but now you've truly been kicked out. I genuinely feel embarrassed for you, Zhao Mingzhen. If you go out now, please don't claim me as your sister. I cannot bear that shame. Zhao Minglan's words made me laugh uncontrollably. Truly, evil meets its match in evil. This girl was simply too mischievous. She possessed a knack for driving Zhao Mingzhen to the brink. Unsurprisingly, Zhao Mingzhen's face turned pale with fury. She stepped forward, bellowing, Zhao Minglan. What do you think you are? I could feel the intensity of her voice even through the screen. I am nothing. After everything you've done to me, I no longer wish to be anything. Just being with you is enough for me. Heaven has been kind, allowing me to find a sister. I shall cherish this bond. Mother always said you have a responsibility to guide your sister. Zhao Minglan's voice was soft, calm, and gentle, like a cushion of cotton. Zhao Minglan, you are no better off than I. Don't think that just because you've slept with Deng Jiajia, he will regard you differently. Don't harbor such illusions. Zhao Mingzhen began, but abruptly halted, as if she had caught herself. My heart raced. It was evident she harbored secrets. She continued, I have my own strengths that you cannot comprehend. Remember this. Since I have been ruthless, I can only be more so. Then let us see. The reason I sleep with Deng Jiajia is that he is your hope. And I will show you that your hope can beg for mercy at my feet whenever I desire. He is no different from your Hukuei. Zhao Minglan stated this with an air of candid honesty. My greatest wisdom lies in the fact that I never dream during daylight. I have a very indifferent view of chastity, and this is all thanks to you. You can invite 7 or 8 people at once. Does it really matter if I add one more, Deng Jiajia? Upon hearing this, I was torn between feeling pity for Zhao Minglan or disdain for her. It was clear that her descent into darkness was driven by some compelling factor. A cold smile played on Zhao Minglan's lips as she asked, "Did you find that scene exhilarating? Sister, save me, please." "No, sister, please don't. I'm your sister," Zhao Minglan suddenly cried out, struggling on the couch. I was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized she was echoing Zhao Mingzhen's desperate pleas when she witnessed those men assaulting her years ago. For some reason, Zhao Minglan's words made my heart ache. After her outburst, she chuckled mischievously and continued, "I called you, and you pretended not to see me. Are you just daft? Ha ha. Want to give it a try yourself? I assure you, you'll be satisfied." Zhao Mingzhen rushed towards Zhao Minglan, clearly intent on taking action. Yet, Zhao Minglan remained utterly composed, defiantly pointing at Zhao Mingzhen and warning, "If you dare lay a finger on me, Zhao Mingzhen, you're finished. Don't forget, I can have you arrested in a heartbeat." "Do you believe that? You think you have that fool, Hu Kuei, backing you up? I have my own allies, you know. Go ahead, take a swing. In half an hour, I'll have a police car here to pick you up." Lying there, Zhao Minglan swung her slender legs and pointed to her own face with confidence. Zhao Mingzhen halted mid-motion, her hand falling limply to her side. With a wicked grin, Zhao Minglan added, "Sister, do you understand the meaning of burning the beans in the pod? Why bother? I'm doing this for your own good." I quickly sent Zhao Minglan the video of Wu Xiaotong shopping for ducks. No matter what this girl was up to, I planned to play along. But this was a golden opportunity that I couldn't afford to miss. Zhao Minglan seemed to hear the notification sound, grasped her phone, and the screen spun wildly before settling on a corner of the ceiling. Then, I heard her sinister laughter as she provocatively asked, "Sister, would you like me to help you?" She then mysteriously declared, "I have some valuable information for you. After all, we are sisters. We must unite against our common enemy. I can help you deal with the mistress. What do you think? What do you want to do, Zhao Minglan? What exactly are you planning?" Zhao Mingzhen's voice was tinged with exasperation, likely worn out by this little imp's antics. "Do anything? I genuinely want to help you. You're my dear sister, and I'm not as heartless as you think. I'm your sister." Zhao Minglan's tone was laced with provocation. "I can provide you with something of great value. Just freshly arrived. Don't believe me?" I knew full well that Zhao Minglan had seen the video I sent and was now setting a trap for Zhao Mingzhen, especially emphasizing that it had just come in. "Look." The next moment, I heard a snippet of dialogue from Wu Xiaotong's video, only to have it abruptly cut off. "Give it to me. Let me see." Zhao Mingzhen's voice was eager, clearly intrigued. Zhao Minglan had likely shown her a glimpse of the video before cutting it off. Zhao Minglan was indeed clever. This tactic would surely convince Zhao Mingzhen that this little devil had external support. "I'm starving. Sister." Zhao Minglan's soft voice chimed in. "I can't take it anymore. I'm too hungry. You." Zhao Mingzhen must have been seething with rage. After a few moments of silence, I heard her voice again, "Just wait." Then came the sound of footsteps, and I was certain Zhao Mingzhen had relented and was heading to the kitchen. The video feed was terminated. I messaged Zhao Minglan, "Be cautious. Delete our chat history. We cannot let Zhao Mingzhen discover the source of the video. Be wary of her and Deng Jiajia." "Understood." Zhao Minglan replied succinctly. I had faith in her intelligence. This was the most direct and efficient way to relay the video to Deng Jiajia. Zhao Mingzhen was impulsive. She would surely treat this as leverage, leaving no escape route for herself. An hour later, Zhao Minglan sent me a message. "I've seen it. It's electrifying. Let us see how it unfolds." I chuckled, imagining Zhao Mingzhen's expression upon viewing that video. This little devil truly knew how to torment Zhao Mingzhen. Yet I had to admit, she possessed an endearing quality. 2 days later, Deng Jiajia returned, beaming with pride. He entered our home with an air of self-importance, his weariness seeming out of place. He confidently looked at me and declared, "Darling, it's a success." I set aside my previous coldness and rushed over, excitedly asking, "How'd it go?" "More than just good," he replied, exuding determination. "Guess the results?" I playfully tapped his leg and urged, "Come on, tell me the details." He laughed triumphantly, pulling me close and planting a kiss on my cheek before leaning in for my lips, causing me to shove him away in surprise. "You're being ridiculous. Just get to the point." Chapter 141. Entrapped, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he continued to hold me close. This time it went exceptionally well, almost effortlessly. There were 124 enterprises attending the summit in our province. According to the provincial leaders, they were all carefully selected, remarkably capable, and financially robust. Many expressed great interest in medical device projects. Really? I feigned delight. Absolutely. Our family has a significant presence in the provincial medical device industry, which makes us quite appealing to them. 6 companies are interested in collaborating. What a stroke of luck. Deng Jiaja chuckled, unable to contain his joy as he animatedly recounted the negotiations. Watching his exuberance, I understood that this was where his true passion lay. The Deng family relished in such ostentation and superficial displays. Before concluding, we reached an agreement. They would form a delegation to visit our city and inspect our company. The city was taking this seriously, and he returned after attending a meeting there. Deng Jiaja couldn't hide his excitement. Wu Jianhui did a fantastic job this time. I was truly impressed. His English is impeccable. He is a true returnee. I scoffed internally, realizing he was just now grasping this concept. Wu Jianhui was certainly not one of the Deng family's incompetent members. He was a force to be reckoned with. I thought it wouldn't be long before Deng Jiaja recognized Wu Jianhui's greater capabilities. Who did you take with you this time? I suddenly inquired, shifting the topic. Deng Jiaja paused momentarily before answering, my brother and that Wu Jianhui, along with 2 secretaries who can prepare materials on short notice. Oh, I nodded, feigning ignorance. Have you set a date for their visit to our company? After the meeting, the province has arranged for visits to key local enterprises. It will likely take about a week. Darlings, I'm considering whether we should show them our production base. That depends on their requirements. If they express interest, then we must proceed. You should select 2 reputable, large-scale production bases as a backup. If they don't ask, we shouldn't force it. I offered my insight, confident in our prospective partners. I had always maintained harmonious collaborations with them, and I had no doubts about Deng Jiaja's superficial finesse in these matters. You're right. Let's not complicate things. Business is challenging these days, and those manufacturers are restless, always eager to take the lead. If I hadn't been vigilant, they would have tried to usurp my position. Deng Jiaja lamented. After we connect with overseas partners, I must rein them in. I knew exactly what he meant by reining them in. I sensed he had employed certain tactics with those manufacturers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have expressed such sentiments. Of course, with Deng Jiafeng backing him, he was unlikely to engage in benevolent actions. We conversed late into the night, and despite the fatigue that enveloped him, Deng Jiaja remained in high spirits. I gently suggested, you've been working hard for several days. It would be prudent to take a shower. I'll ask Sister Yang to prepare something delicious for you, and then you can have a good night's rest. The ensuing days would certainly be busy for him, filled with product presentations and company qualifications. The burdens multiply with expansion. I stood up, rambling on, when he pulled me back with a chuckle, playfully pinching my cheek. My dear wife, you are truly my lucky star. I offered a faint smile. In the past, such words would have filled me with unbridled joy. But now, I merely regarded them as idle chatter. Nevertheless, his impending busyness was real, and the tasks ahead would undoubtedly bring him surprises. Chapter 142. Attempts to deceive me are futile. After showering and having a bite to eat, I persuaded him to lie down, yet he insisted I join him. The tenderness in his demeanor could have moved anyone unaware of his ulterior motives. As he reclined, he regaled me with tales of his prominence and the attention he received during meetings, until he became parched and rose to fetch some water. I gently restrained him, gazing affectionately as I uttered, "All right, my great benefactor, just lie back. I'll fetch you some water." He looked at me with a self-satisfied grin. "Are you feeling all right?" "What if I'm not? I've been keeping fit, so fetching you a cup of water is no trouble at all." With that, I dutifully pressed him down. "Wait here. I'll be right back." I cheerfully stepped outside and soon returned with a glass of water, bringing a pitcher along as well. Casually handing it to him, I remarked, "I took a bit extra. Finish it yourself to avoid constant trips down. Have you been eating too much salty food? I must admit, I've been quite chatty these past few days, and it has indeed been exhausting." He drained the glass in one go, prompting me to refill it while I prattled on. "Now you'll truly be busy opening overseas markets. The workload will only increase, and we'll need to hire additional staff soon. This will help solidify our position as leaders in the industry," Deng Jiaja declared, puffing out his chest with pride. "Then do rest. I noticed you were feeling drowsy earlier," I casually remarked as I climbed into bed, feeling a touch weary myself. My body, alas, is like an old, worn-out vehicle, nearly due for a major overhaul. He chuckled at my words, reaching out to embrace me, but I playfully brushed his hand away. "Sleep now. Don't be mischievous. I truly envy your boundless energy. All right, let's sleep." He lay down, facing me, excitement radiating from him. If we secure this deal, our reputation in Qingzhou and the industry will soar. I scoffed lightly, teasing him, "You're quite different from others. They seek wealth, while you seem to crave fame. You'd best hurry and return the funds in our household account. That's what genuinely matters. I'm serious. Time is of the essence. Haha, my dear wife. You are quite the money-minded individual." He bantered back. "Once we secure the overseas orders, will there not be funds for you to spend? Don't issue me empty promises. Attempts to deceive me will be futile. I mean what I say. It's either I return to the company or you repay me. Your choice. I will not yield an inch on this matter." He retorted, "You seem obsessed with money. And you are correct. I do have a fondness for wealth. Otherwise, why would I start a company? Is it merely for prestige?" I countered, "Doesn't everything your family consumes come at a cost?" "Indeed, long live the money-minded. You are the god of wealth for the Deng family." His spirits soared with joy, and I observed his exuberance. It was as if he had been invigorated by an unseen force. "The more I lend, the more those unrelated to me spend my money," I subtly indicated. "I am merely benefiting all of humanity." He pinched my nose playfully. "You truly have become quite the cheeky one, always speaking in riddles. Let us sleep. I am quite fatigued," I declared, yawning widely as I nestled under the blanket, feigning sleep. "All right, sleep." He released his hold, and soon fell silent. "Deng Jiaja," I tentatively called out, but he did not respond. I remained still, watching him. After a while, I nudged him with my foot. "Darling, are you truly asleep?" He remained in deep slumber, completely unresponsive. I quickly rose and hurried to the study, locating his handbag. It was a stroke of luck. Both of his phones were inside. Clearly, he had been so exhilarated that he neglected to secure his belongings. Since he had tested my phone previously, I had observed that he always cautiously locked his phone and handbag away. Yet today, he had forgotten. I retrieved my phone and dialed, and, on the other end, the call was answered immediately. I whispered, "I'm outside." "Good." Without further ado, I hung up and descended the stairs. Chapter 143. Whose seat is it, really? As I stepped out the door, I noticed the glimmer of headlights in the shaded lane across the street. I hurriedly approached and opened the car door, sliding inside. The moment I closed the door, I handed the bag to Shen Kuo, who waited inside. "Both phones are here." Shen Kuo accepted the bag and extracted a phone, effortlessly inputting the password without my assistance. His adeptness left me astonished. He navigated the device skillfully, swiftly identifying the confidential phone, examining its data. I was oblivious to the specifics, but he worked silently for a while before removing the phone's back cover, inserting a thin metallic chip, and restoring it to its original state in no time. After testing it, everything appeared functional, and he inquired, "Is his bag always in hand?" "It should be." I nodded. Shen Kuo examined the bag, placing a small item into one of the compartments. "All set," he declared, handing the bag back to me. "Is there an issue with that group?" I asked anxiously. "We'll need to monitor it for a while. It's currently indeterminate," Shen Kuo informed me, then asked additionally, "Shall I schedule a meeting for you with that partner you've been eager to meet?" "Certainly. Arrange the time. I'm available anytime," I replied, glancing at Shen Kuo, excitement bubbling within me. "Oh, by the way, is Zhao Gang still in the area?" "He has not. He has been admitted for treatment. His condition is far more critical than yours," Shen Kuo explained, "but you needn't worry. He will recover soon. Please, hurry back upstairs to prevent him from becoming suspicious. That's unnecessary. He'll need at least 4 hours of sleep." "I'm quite aware," I assured him with confidence. "One more thing. Could you assist me further? I wish to investigate the relationship between Wu Xiaodong and Deng Jiafeng, as well as the identity of that child. I saw Deng Jiafeng picking up the child, but something about it feels off." "Okay," Shen Kuo readily agreed. "I have a photo of him picking up the child. I'll send it to you," I said, opening my phone to send the image to Shen Kuo. After receiving the photo, he glanced at it and nodded. "All right, I'll verify this." I thanked Shen Kuo, exited the car, and quickly made my way back upstairs, carefully placing the handbag as it was. Upon returning to the room, I found Deng Jiaja still nestled in his slumber. The following day, Deng Jiaja arrived at the company invigorated. After dropping off the child, I headed to the designated location to meet my partner. Strangely, a hint of nervousness stirred within me, yet I felt a sense of anticipation, coupled with curiosity. It seemed everyone was familiar with this individual and shared a close bond, while I remained an outsider. Thus, I was eager to uncover the true nature of this person. Our meeting place was the same establishment where I had previously met Lawyer Han. Since I arrived early, I chose not to enter immediately, but instead strolled along a path leading to the seaside, where the gentle sea breeze caressed my skin, providing a refreshing sensation. During my last visit, I had come here with Zhou Haijin, and I had instantly fallen in love with this beach. It is quite peculiar. The moment I arrived here, I felt as though a pair of eyes were fixated upon me, yet I could not discern the owner of those eyes. This area is somewhat distant from the city center, belonging to a newly developed seaside region, primarily consisting of private villas and a few quaint clubs. My last visit marked my initial arrival here. Prior to my illness, this locale had not been developed, but now, the scenery is truly delightful, reminiscent of a hidden paradise. Perhaps it is still too early, for the beach is devoid of people. I settled into a recliner beneath a coconut tree and inhaled deeply the fresh, salty air. It was utterly blissful. If none of this had transpired, how wonderful it would be for us to purchase a home here and live a life of tranquility together as a family. Alas, such a return is no longer possible. Sighing softly, I reassured myself that there is no need for regret. Since it was a mistake, I shall wait until everything concludes. Then bring the children to a place facing the sea, where spring blossoms, and invite my parents to enjoy a life of serene contentment. There is ample time. I initiated a video call to my parents, but only my mother answered. She informed me that my father had gone to Jixiang Pharmaceuticals. Through the screen, my mother scrutinized me with a gaze full of concern, asking, "Near, are you truly better? Why do you still look so thin? Where are you?" She bombarded me with questions. Are you alone? Is it convenient for you to talk? Chapter 144. Partner appointment. I hastily nodded and replied, "It's convenient. I am by myself." I arranged to meet a friend here, arriving a bit early to sit by the seaside. As I spoke, I turned the camera to showcase the ocean. "Mom, I really am fine. There was nothing serious, just a bit of fussing at home." I smiled brightly. My mother let out a soft sigh, her eyes glistening, murmuring, "You shouldn't have gone so far. Staying close to your parents would have been better." Yet, in this world, how can one determine what should or should not be? Aside from the inability to see you often, everything is quite well. I insisted, then playfully inquired, "Mom, did Dad really buy so many properties in the old street? Is that even a question? You know how your father is. Once he sets his mind on something, no one can deter him. He is a lone wolf, never consulting anyone." My mother spoke with a teasing tone, yet her face radiated with pride. In truth, he had planned this all along. The development of the old street was entirely his proposal. It took many years, but now it has been adopted. When my mother mentioned this, her excitement was palpable, revealing her genuine happiness and vibrant spirit. My father's proposal? I was taken aback. In fact, after my marriage, I had often encouraged them to buy a house in Qingsheng and settle nearby, alleviating my longing for them. My mother had once been swayed by my persuasion, but my father was resolute, adamant about his four-word mantra: home is hard to leave. I was exasperated at the time, questioning what was so special about that old street. As my mother had said, it was practically crumbling. Yet my father remained obstinate, insisting, "This is my territory, and I shall defend it." No amount of persuasion could sway him, and I eventually resigned myself to the situation. Looking back now, it is clear that my father's vision was indeed far-reaching. He is like a cunning old fox. Not only has he maintained his ground, but he has also expanded his domain immeasurably. I turned to my mother and asked, "Does Jixiang Pharmaceuticals still hold a significant share for us?" I had no idea Dad invested in Jixiang Pharmaceuticals. When has your father ever consulted the family on his endeavors? His investment in Jixiang was made long ago, even before you got married. He recognized the potential in the pharmaceutical industry, proclaiming it a long-term investment. Initially, he merely acquired shares, but, well, that's enough of that. She abruptly shifted the topic, inquiring, "Aren't you due soon?" Indeed, I arranged to meet a friend. I arrived early to enjoy some time by the sea. I refrained from revealing too much, not wishing to burden them with concerns about my situation. "Do you have a specific time for your arrival?" My mother's enthusiasm for this topic was evident, as she incessantly asked during every call. "I'll leave as soon as I can. Just waiting on a bow. Airbow's finals are all done," I replied. "However, I have a few matters to attend to before heading out." "Great. I'll wait for you. Think about what you'd like to eat, and I'll prepare in advance. You can tell me anytime." "All right," I smiled, not wishing to extinguish her excitement, even though I was uncertain when I would be able to depart. After chatting for a while longer, I realized it was nearly time and said to my mother, "I must go now. Take care." After ending the call, I gazed into the distance, stretching a bit. Not far ahead, I spotted a man standing on the rocks. Facing into the wind, his silhouette imposing. Suddenly, my heart skipped a beat. That figure, why did it resemble someone I knew? I stared intently at that form, yearning to see his face, but the man remained engrossed, gazing at the distant horizon, showing no inclination to turn around. Disheartened, I glanced at the time, reluctantly rising, silently mocking myself for still not being able to forget that person after all these years, to the point of recognizing even his silhouette, which still captivated me. But how could he possibly be in Qingcheng? As I stood, I began to retrace my steps. Time was running short, and I did not wish to be late for my first meeting with a partner. As I turned onto a private path, I could not suppress my curiosity and look back at the man. He had descended from the rocks, revealing a profile that was entirely unfamiliar. A sense of disappointment washed over me, and without hesitation, I withdrew my gaze and hurried away. Upon reaching the designated room, I found only Shun Kuo waiting there. I regarded him with puzzlement, asking, "Where is everyone else?" Leaning languidly against the sofa, Shun Kuo gestured to his watch. "The time isn't up yet. Don't worry. He won't be late." Instinctively, I glanced at the phone in my hand. There was still 10 minutes to go. I had arrived too early. I set my bag down and took a seat on the sofa across from Shun Kuo, feeling increasingly anxious. Chapter 145. A transformed old friend with 5 minutes remaining. The door to the room creaked open. I was seated with my back to the entrance, but I heard the door open. I first noticed Shun Kuo's eyes lift, followed by a bright, cheeky smile. He raised an eyebrow, and then his gaze fell upon me. Reluctantly, I turned around to see who had entered, only to freeze in astonishment. A gentleman strode in with purpose. It was the very man I had seen earlier on the seaside rocks. His eyes were also fixed on me, and he smiled, which momentarily left me in a daze. I slowly stood, my eyes locked on his face. This man was a complete stranger to me, yet there was an inexplicable allure about him, as if I had seen him somewhere before, but certainly not during that fleeting encounter by the rocks. It was not until he approached us that Shun Kuo rose from the sofa, remarking, "You've timed your arrival perfectly. However, you were a tad eager. There are still 5 minutes remaining." His words carried a hint of playful sarcasm. The man smiled, "Apologies for keeping you waiting." The moment his voice resonated, my heart raced uncontrollably, freezing me in place. This was unmistakably Wei Qingchuan's voice. Yet, this face? "Sister, this is the partner you've been eager to meet. He is also my cousin," Shun Kuo said with a mischievous grin, implying that the two of you should already be acquainted. "Your cousin?" I incredulously withdrew my gaze from the man's face, looking at Shun Kuo with suspicion. "How many cousins do you have?" Shun Kuo, with a half-smile, shrugged and raised a finger. "Just one." No doubt about it. I felt as though the ground had shifted beneath me, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sensation of unreality, as if everything I had encountered in recent times was bizarrely akin to a dream. I began to question whether I had somehow traversed into one of those internet novels. I was left bewildered, unsure of my whereabouts and the identity of the man standing before me. Wei Qingchuan? How could this possibly be Wei Qingchuan? If he truly is Wei Qingchuan, then who am I? He is completely different from the Wei Qingchuan I once knew. It is utterly bewildering. The man extends his hand toward me. "Danny, long time no see." I stand frozen, unable to move. My eyes filled with confusion as I search his face for even a hint of the original Wei Qingchuan. The former Wei Qingchuan possessed exquisite features, sharp contours, and an indelible air of charisma that rendered him extraordinarily handsome. In contrast, the Wei Qingchuan before me still has distinct features, yet his visage is more rugged, marked by a mature restraint that, while not conventionally handsome, exudes a captivating charm. Instinctively, I shake my head, unwilling to accept the reality before me. His hand remains outstretched, unwavering in its persistence. My gaze drifts from his face to the hand he extends, which is marred by numerous scars. But in the next moment, I am transfixed, my eyes locking onto the wrist of that hand, where rests a weathered brown leather bracelet, adorned with a gleaming alloy tag. The chain appears to have been mended, its original form obscured, much like the Wei Qingchuan standing before me. I remember that bracelet vividly. It was a gift I purchased for Wei Qingchuan, a simple chain marked with the letters WL. I was unsure of the original designer's intent, yet those two letters represented the initials of Wei Qingchuan and Lu Danny. Resolutely, I had bought it, fastening it around his wrist, insisting that he never remove it. I recall Zhao Gang's indignant outburst, demanding to know why he was left out. I had retorted, "If you can find the letter ZL, I will buy you one too." Those memories flooded back, yet the man before me seems like a stranger. I suddenly meet his gaze again, and as our eyes lock, my lips tremble as I whisper, "Are you truly Wei Qingchuan?" A flicker of light dances in his eyes as he nods affirmatively. "It is I, Danny." My voice trembles uncontrollably. "Then how did you become like this?" Before Wei Qingchuan can respond, Shun Qua, in a fit of impatience, grabs my hand and places it in Wei Qingchuan's palm. "Well, you've met now. You two can chat. I have matters to attend to. Figure out your collaboration on your own." He walks away but turns back with a playful wink. "Oh, and I forgot to mention, it's not me wanting to help you. It's him. If you have questions, ask him." With that, he departs, vanishing as if he never existed. I turn to the man now identified as Wei Qingchuan, who smiles, his eyes reflecting a warmth and mischief that remind me of the Wei Qingchuan I once knew. His large hand tightens around mine, and he says meaningfully, "Let us sit." The road ahead is still long. His grip, though rough, conveys a comforting warmth. Finding you is no easy task. I only managed to locate Zhou Haijin. He gazes into my eyes, confirming that my direction was indeed correct. I clear my throat, striving to regain my composure, then withdraw my hand and settle onto the sofa. "How did you know about my situation? Did Haijin tell you?" "That is of little importance. What matters is that I will help you reclaim everything that is yours." Wei Qingchuan sits opposite me, his posture unchanged from before. I still yearn to understand. "Why have you transformed into this version of yourself? What happened? Why did you suddenly drop out of school and vanish?" I bombard him with my questions, each one echoing my inner turmoil. He smiles but offers no reply, his deep-set eyes fixed on me, their emotions inscrutable. This mirrored the Wei Qingchuan I once knew. Yet the face before me feels entirely alien, as if we are worlds apart. I never imagined I would see Wei Qingchuan again, let alone in such a transformed state. Standing before me as my potential partner is a twist of fate. If I could choose, I would never wish to encounter Wei Qingchuan in such a desperate moment. Wei Qingchuan withdraws his gaze and pours me a cup of tea, placing it before me. "I am aware of your plight. Truth be told, it may be more severe than you realize. Prepare yourself." His tone is grave. "Feel free to share your thoughts with me. The more detailed, the better." Suddenly, I feel a wave of anxiety wash over me, perhaps stemming from embarrassment. I clench my hands, take a deep breath, and counter with a question that skirts the issue. "Are you certain you want to be this partner?" Wei Qingchuan studies me. "Do you have a more suitable candidate?" I am left speechless. Not only is there no one else, but my plans are still far from complete. This is no small sum, and the stock market is fraught with risks. Especially given my current circumstances, everything is beyond my control. I plunge into the heart of the matter, laying everything on the table. To be frank, I fear that he's indeed the investor. I've already let Zhao Gang down once, and I cannot afford to betray Wei Qingchuan as well. Wei Qingchuan. I swallow hard and meet his gaze. "This is purely my personal battle. You need not involve yourself. I had no idea the partner they refer to was you. If you trust me, then leave it to me without excessive worry." He looks at me, and I think I perceive a hint of tenderness in his eyes. A flutter of panic stirs within me, compelling me to avert my gaze. Noticing my hesitation, Wei Qingchuan continues, "I understand the challenge ahead. I can have Han Jie draft an agreement from a third-party perspective, acquiring the shares you hold with Deng Jiajia and any other stakeholders. Once your situation stabilizes, I will sell them back to you at the original price." "Original price?" I'm taken aback, questioning if I misheard him. "Didn't we agree on a collaboration?" Wei Qingchuan's lips curl into a profound smile. "Of course, it's a collaboration. However, I have my own motives which I cannot disclose just yet." Chapter 147. An astonishing revelation. I cannot help but furrow my brow, wondering if this man before me is truly the Wei Qingchuan I once knew. From our first encounter until now, everything about him remains a mystery to me. It dawns on me that Shun Kuo's attitude toward me has always been subtly guiding, his diligence stemming from Wei Qingchuan's perspective. This implies that Wei Qingchuan has likely been aware of my circumstances for some time. No wonder he and Zhou Haijin have been so cryptic, skirting around the truth. I find myself puzzled over how Wei Qingchuan came to know about my situation and why he would go to such lengths to assist me. He offers a partnership with no financial demands, allowing me to repurchase at original value. What could his ulterior motive be? At this moment, I realize that the person I most wish to see is Zhou Haijin. Seeing me lost in thought, Wei Qingchuan smiles enigmatically and asks, "Have you not yet made a decision?" I relax my brow and meet his gaze directly. Currently, I can find no one else with the financial capacity to assist me in this endeavor. Without substantial funding, all my plans are mere fantasies. How can I hope for revenge or to bring down the Deng family? Those are just empty words. If I cannot reclaim Danfeng, how can I provide an explanation to those who have suffered alongside me, especially Zhao Gang? He bears his own scars yet insists on helping me. How can I let him down? Moreover, Wei Qingchuan is indeed the person I trust the most. His willingness to lend a helping hand is something I genuinely require at this moment. I cleared my throat and stated, "Let Lawyer Han draft the agreement. However, collaboration is collaboration. There is no need for you to sell it back at the original price. A markup can be considered. Retrieving Danfeng is not solely my concern. It is a matter I must account for to everyone. I cannot allow the Deng family to act with impunity." I spoke with unwavering certainty. "Thank you for your trust." Wei Qingchuan's eyes sparkled at my words, recognizing the wisdom of those who understand the times. "You have always been quite perceptive." I chuckled softly, inwardly questioning, did I possess any other options? Indeed, reaching this agreement represents a profound trust for both Wei Qingchuan and myself. I understand that Danfeng is your labor of love. I am merely safeguarding it temporarily until it is genuinely secure, at which point it will be returned to you. Wei Qingchuan gently reassured me. I gazed at him for a long time. His eyes reflected openness, sincerity, and a touch of eagerness. "Then I entrust this to you, senior brother." I called him as I always had. A flicker of surprise crossed his lips, but he quickly broke into a broad, joyful smile. "Oh, there is one more thing I must remind you." Wei Qingchuan leaned closer into the sofa, his expression grave. "What is it?" "You need to make a trip to Sioux City swiftly. The nanny Deng Jiajia arranged for your parents is actually Wu Xiaodong's aunt." "What?" I was so startled that I nearly jumped up. Wei Qingchuan nodded solemnly, explaining that last time, when Zhou Haijin returned to Sioux City, she had called him to investigate this nanny, revealing her connection to Wu Xiaotong. Such an arrangement is indeed suspect, regardless of their intentions. We cannot afford to let our guard down. The safety of your parents is paramount. I looked at Wei Qingchuan, puzzled. "When did you learn about my situation?" "Did Zhou Haijin tell you?" Wei Qingchuan pondered for a moment, his demeanor softening. "A long time ago." "How long?" I pressed on, regretting my probing inquiry as it seemed overly intrusive. "Indeed," his smile broadened, his eyes narrowing playfully. "When I discovered that Deng Jiafeng is Deng Jiajia's brother." His words left me momentarily stunned. "Deng Jiafeng?" I repeated, seemingly recalling something, and asked, "Are you a government official?" He merely smiled without answering, confirming my suspicions. Chapter 148. Relentless Pursuit. How could you possess such substantial funds? This was a matter of great concern for me, as it stands to reason that a government official would not have access to such wealth. "I have my own methods, but you need not worry. Everything is legitimate and within proper channels." His tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. "Rest assured, this is merely to facilitate Danfeng's safe transition. There will be no violations." Upon hearing his assurances, I felt a wave of understanding wash over me. Indeed, assisting Danfeng's safe passage was the priority, and any markup would constitute a violation. I silently cursed under my breath, thinking, what need is there for a markup then? An air of awkwardness enveloped us, and I nervously fidgeted with my fingers. I had countless questions for him, but just then his phone rang. He pulled out his phone, glanced at it, and nodded at me. "Apologies, I must take this call." Then he answered the phone in my presence, responding with a simple as he listened to the caller. Before finally saying, "I understand," and hanging up, he flashed me an apologetic smile. "Danny, we must meet again. I have matters to attend to." I quickly nodded, "All right." Without hesitation, he stood up, uttered another apology, and walked out of my sight. After that, I hardly knew how I exited the club or got into the car. My mind was in a haze, overwhelmed with questions. I sat in the car for what felt like an eternity before suddenly remembering Zhou Haijin. I immediately called her. Upon answering, Zhou Haijin greeted me with a grin. "Did you meet him?" Surprised, delighted? Her words ignited my frustration, and I retorted sharply, "Zhou Haijin, what are you playing at? Is this amusing to you?" On the other end, Zhou Haijin was momentarily taken aback, likely not expecting my outburst. We fell into a silence for a few seconds. I collected myself and said tersely, "Where are you? I'm coming to find you." Zhou Haijin quickly sent me her location. Without a second thought, I hung up and drove straight to the address she provided, my mind swirling with legal matters. I had to confront Zhou Haijin for clarity. Upon meeting her, I observed her cautious demeanor as she studied my expression. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became, and I slammed my bag onto the coffee table, plopping down onto the sofa, glaring at her. She covered her face, exclaiming, "Why are you so worked up? When did you start associating with Wei Qingchuan? Spare me the evasions. Tell me everything honestly. Otherwise, our friendship is over." I issued my ultimatum, adding, "You all seem to toy with me. Is it amusing? Don't. Danny, please don't be angry. Is it too much to ask?" Zhou Haijin's face was one of surrender, a smile plastered on her face. "You're overreacting. Then speak up." I maintained my icy demeanor. "Do you have friends who would deceive you?" "Actually, to be precise, he contacted me first," Zhou Haijin explained. "It was a year ago when I suddenly received a call from Wei Qingchuan. He seemed quite eager to inquire about you." "A year ago?" I was puzzled. "Yes. It was when I came to your house and was stopped by your nanny, who informed me that you were abroad," Zhou Haijin recounted seriously. Fearful I might not believe her. "I couldn't reach you by phone, and I tried various means to locate you, feeling like an anxious ant on a hot pan. I had no choice but to relay this information back to him. He instructed me to contact him immediately if I heard anything about you." I let out a sigh of resignation. Back then, they had indeed checked the exit records and found your information, but could not find any leads abroad. He suspected the information might be flawed and that you had not left Qingqing at all. He called again, insisting that I inform him immediately if I had any news about you. Zhou Haijin spoke earnestly, revealing a side of the story I was unaware of. And then, I pressed on, relentless in my pursuit of answers. Chapter 149. An intense interrogation of a friend later, you suddenly reached out to me, and I had to fulfill my promise, so I immediately informed him. Zhou Haijin began to smile again. "You can't blame me for this. Without him, I truly wouldn't have been able to assist you. You have no idea. Your nanny is quite obstinate." Then he sent Shun Qua. I inquired. Zhou Haijin immediately gave me a thumbs up. "Clever. Otherwise, how would I know Shun Qua? Didn't you say Shun Qua is a leading figure in the private detective industry? ISN Tihi Longyi? Were you just spinning tales?" I glared at Zhou Haijin, my frustration boiling over. "Zhou Haijin, how many truths are left in your words?" "That is all true." Zhou Haijin raised her hand as if swearing an oath. "However, I only know that the industry's top guy is known as Long Yi, renowned for his legendary prowess. I had no idea it was this guy. I was anxious to see you, fearing for your safety, and in my desperation, I called Wei Qingchuan. He then sent Shun Qua. I was not at ease, and he assured me that this individual is his cousin. Zhou Haijin spoke animatedly, her expressions quite vivid. To my surprise, my eldest child is acquainted with Shun Qua. When he first came to see me, my eldest spotted him and later asked, "I never expected you to know the illustrious Long Yi." It was then that I realized Shun Qua is Long Yi, and Long Yi is Shun Qua, who happens to be Wei Qingchuan's cousin. Zhou Haijin spoke as if she were reciting a tongue twister. "You two are indeed quite familiar, as if you've known each other for 800 years. I grimaced slightly, mocking Zhou Haijin, mimicking Shun Qua's tone. "He's not putting in any effort. Your sister Haijin is out for his life." Disgusting. Upon hearing my remark, Zhou Haijin immediately beamed like the sun, exclaiming, "Hey, you've seen how slick Shun Qua's tongue is. He calls every man bro and every beautiful woman sister. Moreover, Wei Qingchuan is deeply concerned for your safety, continuously reminding us that for your security, you shouldn't take risks, treating you like a treasure gem. Stop spouting nonsense and don't digress. Let me ask you, do you know he is a public official?" "Of course," Zhou Haijin replied swiftly, causing my anger to flare, realizing I was the only one left in the dark. "So what exactly does he do?" I pressed on, my gaze fixed intently on Zhou Haijin. She recognized her slip of the tongue, blinking at me in silence, clearly contemplating her response. I smacked the armrest of the sofa and insisted, "Don't harbor any secret thoughts. Speak the truth. Is there a need to ponder?" Startled, Zhou Haijin blurted, "He is from a National Security Bureau, perhaps." My mind buzzed. No wonder he could investigate Deng Jiafeng. No wonder Shun Qua mentioned that the top security department had already taken notice of Deng Jiafeng. It's no surprise they could investigate anyone in a matter of minutes, nor that their agents are all elite. It explains how they managed to locate Zhao Gang and rescue him from peril. Oh my goodness. I didn't want to think any further. Everything was self-evident. I sank deeply into the sofa, utterly speechless, my emotions a tumultuous blend of joy and worry. It became clear why Zhou Haijin and Shen Kuo had previously avoided the subject, maintaining an air of secrecy. Was Han Jie also one of them? I suddenly thought of Han Jie and inquired. At the very least, Han Jie is indeed the most renowned person in Qingqing. I speculated. Zhou Haijin shrugged, casting a sidelong glance at me, and continued, "There's nothing wrong with that, right? Otherwise, Han Jie wouldn't be able to get involved so easily." I supported my head wearily with a sigh, pondering, why do I feel like I've escaped a quagmire only to plunge into a den of tigers? Don't flatter yourself. Who could be like you, winning the jackpot with such a bizarre husband? Are you complimenting me? Ich glänzte hier inquisitiv. Zhou Haijin burst into laughter, carefree and untroubled, asserting, "You're fortunate to have Wei Qingchuan as your guardian deity. Given your circumstances, if it weren't for Wei Qingchuan, Nini, it would be incredibly difficult for you to turn the tide." Zhou Haijin spoke the truth, so I implored her not to be so melodramatic. Focus on the present and stop overthinking. First, resolve your current crisis before contemplating the next steps. What next steps? I shot her a glare, remembering, you said he is a public official. How could he possess so much funding? This was my greatest concern. Chapter 150. The opportunity arises upon hearing my question. Zhou Haijin immediately turned serious, softly stating, "Let me tell you, his true identity is exceedingly confidential. You must never disclose it to outsiders. Even I learned about it by chance. Had you not pressed me in anger today, I wouldn't have revealed it. This poses a risk to his safety." I nodded solemnly, understanding fully. I want to say a word. His public identity is backed by a powerful consortium. Zhou Haijin's words pierced through my doubts. I stared blankly, pondering, what on earth happened to Wei Qingchuan after he abruptly dropped out of school? Could it be related to his profession? But back then, he was merely a senior 1 year ahead of me. How could he be linked to the National Security Bureau? I shook my head, letting out a sigh. If he hadn't suddenly dropped out and disappeared, I wouldn't be in my current predicament, nor would I have been entangled with Deng Jiajia. Fate truly plays tricks on people. The more I pondered these questions, the more restless I became. Wei Qingchuan harbors too many secrets. Do you know why he has become a person he is now? I fixed my gaze on Zhou Haijin, eager to uncover the truth. Don't even mention it. Zhou Haijin slumped back into the sofa. When he first appeared before me, it was as if lightning struck. I thought he was a fraud. I asked him, but he wouldn't say a word. Later, I tried to extract information from Shen Kuo, and he only mentioned he was injured during a mission, refusing to divulge anything else, warning me not to inquire further. Zhou Haijin's words reminded me of his scarred hand. We both fell silent, as if I had been transported to an entirely unknown world, feeling that everything was amiss. It was simply too surreal. After a long while, Zhou Haijin suddenly remarked, "By the way, Wu Xiaodong has already connected with Jiazhong. They've had dinner together twice in the past 2 days." I turned to Zhou Haijin, incredulous. She has only been back for 2 days. Huh, is that a problem? A shameless person is a shameless person. Nothing can impede her relentless pursuit. Zhou Haijin scoffed. Their relationship is heating up quite rapidly. Jiazhong's lavish spending on women is no small matter. Captivating women is a breeze for him. However, once you board his ship, patience. I'm waiting for the right moment. Once Wu Xiaodong stumbles with Deng Jiajia, we will act. I said coldly. Zhou Haijin immediately turned to me, eagerly asking, "So, you've already set a trap for Wu Xiaotong?" Before I could reply, my phone rang. I glanced at the screen, surprised to see Deng Yanan's name flashing. It struck me as odd since she never calls me. What could this be about? Zhou Haijin noticed the name and urged, "Answer it." I swiped to answer, "Sister-in-law, hurry to the hospital. My second brother has suddenly collapsed and was taken to the hospital." Which hospital? My voice was filled with urgency, yet I remained steady, perplexed by the sudden collapse. What happened? How is he now? I maintained a stoic expression, firing off 3 questions in quick succession, feigning concern. "Just hurry. Don't ask. Get here now." Deng Yanan snapped impatiently at the city hospital general ward. She hung up abruptly. I turned to Zhou Haijin, a smirk of disdain on my face, and said leisurely, "The opportunity has arrived." Chapter 151. The dogman falls ill. Zhou Haijin grasped the situation immediately, a look of schadenfreude on her face. Fell ill? I stood up, grabbed my bag, and raised an eyebrow. He has been ill for quite some time. I need to visit the hospital. With that, I strode towards the exit while Zhou Haijin followed, reminding me, don't forget to update me with any news. I genuinely want to see how Deng has met his comeuppance. Slow down. The real show is just beginning. I scoffed, giving her a sidelong glance. There will be plenty for you to see. Once in the car, I leisurely drove towards the city hospital. By the time I arrived, the Deng family, except for Deng Jiafeng, had gathered there, and their expressions seemed rather grim. I headed straight for the hospital bed and instantly spotted Deng Jiajia, his face ashen and defeated. Darling, how could you collapse like this? I asked, filled with concern and urgency. Deng Jiajia remained silent as I grasped his hand, checking his forehead and face. Are you running a fever again? I told you. You've been feeling hot lately. You mustn't take it lightly. Why don't you ever listen? What did the doctor say? Before Deng Jiajia could respond, Feng Qing could no longer contain her anger and directed her ire at me. How can you say that? How have you cared for your man? He has a fever, and you act as if you are indifferent. You won't even accompany him to the hospital? Every time I have to drag him to the hospital, yet he refuses to go no matter what. Mom, why are you so furious? What on earth is going on with him? I turned to Feng Qing, pressing for answers. Behind her stood the seemingly dignified elder of the Deng family, Deng Suni, whose expression was dark and stormy. I'll go ask the doctor, I declared, rising to seek out the physician. Deng Jiajia grabbed my hand, saying it's fine, the doctor just left. I'm merely fatigued. A good sleep will remedy it. Fatigue? How could that lead to frequent fevers? I pressed, my determination evident. I was convinced the Deng family must already know the truth. Otherwise, they wouldn't appear so bewildered. I couldn't help but smirk. They deserved it. During moments of comfort, they had not shown such dejection. Deng Jiaming stepped forward. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Second brother has a mild case of pneumonia. He has been overworked, leading to some fibrosis in his lungs, but it's not serious. A few days in the hospital will suffice. Fibrosis in his lungs? Is it related to the pandemic? How long must he stay? I inquired, casting a skeptical glance at Deng Jiaming. Once the inflammation subsides, he can go home. He needs to recuperate gradually, Deng Jiaming explained, his eyes darting behind his glasses to assess Deng Jiajia. Deng Jiajia shook my hand gently, forcing a smile as he said, you should head home first. You need to take care of the child. Staying here isn't good for your health. There are many people here. It's dangerous. I should stay. You all go home. He interrupted. You must go back. The child is important. I have taken anti-inflammatories, and I will return soon. In that moment, it dawned on me that they had learned the truth before my arrival. Deng Jiajia was anxious for me to leave, fearing I would uncover something. Just then, the doctor entered with an assistant. As he began to speak, Deng Jiaming hurried out to intercept him. Dr. Ma, I have a few questions for you. Please come with me. He grasped the doctor's arm as they exited, clearly intent on preventing any information from reaching me. I observed everything with keen interest. At that moment, Deng Jiafeng strode in, immediately spotting me beside Deng Jiajia's sickbed. He swallowed his words and directed a piercing gaze towards me, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Sister-in-law, you are here too. I nodded, acknowledging his presence. Deng Jiajia urged me once more, and I, you should go home. It was evident they had matters to discuss. How can I relax when I don't know what's going on? I insisted stubbornly. Deng Jiafeng, maintaining his smile, chimed in, Sister-in-law, the family is here. You should go pick up the child. With us here, you need not worry. This hospital is not like any other, with the pandemic rampant. Caring for the child is paramount. I scanned the Deng family members. Indeed, all were present, making it clear that I was the outsider here. I smiled, not bothering with pleasantries, and grabbed my bag, turning to leave. Deng Yanin feigned concern as she accompanied me to the door. Sister-in-law, take care. You need not come tomorrow. It will be too much for your health. Thank you for your kindness. I replied without looking back, exiting the hospital. Once in the car, I retraced the events in my mind and called Zhao Minglan. She answered promptly, and I asked if Zhao Mingjin had sent that video over. Not yet. Deng Jiajia hasn't been at our place in days, she assured me, but the video is certainly in Zhao Mingjin's hands. Given her temperament, she will not keep it hidden. Prompt her subtly to find an opportunity to show it to Deng Jiajia. This time, it will surely meet her desires. I instructed, adding, be prepared, should anything arise. Deng Jiajia will inevitably inquire about the source of the photos. Rest assured, madam, I have a suitable response ready. The timing is perfect. Zhao Minglan replied confidently. After a few more reminders, I ended the call and left the hospital. I then called Shun Kua, discussing the situation with Deng Jiajia. I'm already aware, he replied, surprising me. You know already? I asked, but he hung up before answering, promptly sending me a link. I parked the car in a safe location and clicked on the link, revealing a chaotic audio recording. Feng Qing's wails, the elder's growls, and Deng Jiajia's furious shout. Everyone shut up. This is impossible. Impossible. Call the eldest. Yanin, quickly call the eldest. I recognized Feng Qing's voice. The audio continued, capturing Deng Yanin calling Deng Jiafeng, followed by her exclamation, "Oh no, I just called Lu Danny. Why did you call her?" Feng Qing shouted. The recording unfolded until Deng Jiafeng arrived, and I was urged to leave. It struck me that this was the outcome of Shun Kuo's actions the previous night, when he had placed something in Deng Jiajia's bag. Deng Jiafeng's voice cut through, commanding, "Everyone stay calm. Seal your lips. We cannot let Lu Danny learn of this. Second brother, think about where this originated. I warned you to exercise restraint. I haven't been involved with anyone outside recently," Deng Jiajia retorted. "You? Oomph." Deng Jiafeng's tone dripped with disdain. "You should really contemplate this. Find out who this troublemaker is and if she has any ulterior motives." My heart tightened. It was clear Deng Jiafeng was cautious. I quickly ended the audio and called Zhou Haijin. After some time, she answered, and I anxiously asked, "Has the person you arranged for Deng Jiajia left? Are you referring to the one who was infectious?" She replied, "Rest assured, she left Xincheng long ago." "Why do you ask?" "Deng Jiajia has been diagnosed. The Deng family is in chaos at the hospital. Deng Jiafeng will likely cause a scene." I recounted the situation to Zhou Haijin, still uneasy about the details from the mall incident, prompting me to call Shun Kuo again. After relaying my plans, particularly about the video captured of the mall featuring Wu Xiaodong and the duck, Shun Kuo pondered before affirming, "I will handle it." His assurance eased my anxiety. Upon reaching home, Shun Kuo provided me with a compelling rationale, and I immediately communicated with Zhao Minglan. Later that evening, she called again, revealing that Deng Jiajia had gone to their place but had drawn blood from them for some unknown reason. I understood the implications. The Deng family was indeed beginning their investigations. Zhao Mingjin was quite resistant, questioning Deng Jiajia's motives, leading to a confrontation. Zhao Minglan stated, "It seems the video has surfaced." I urged her to remain composed, wrestling with the urge to advise her to distance herself from Deng Jiajia. However, voicing such a warning might trigger a chain reaction far beyond my control, so I refrained. After all, this was her fate. She had willingly thrown herself into the fray, and it was beyond my power to intervene. To my surprise, Wu Xiaodong's recklessness unfolded more swiftly than I had anticipated. On Friday, just after we emerged from spa, eager to find a restaurant, we stumbled upon a spectacle at the entrance. A luxury car was surrounded by a group of fierce women, dragging a woman from the vehicle. It appeared she had just descended from the car when these fierce women seized her, and upon realizing the situation, she attempted to retreat into the car. But they would not permit her escape. As we focused our gaze, I exclaimed in shock. The woman being besieged was none other than Wu Xiaotong, whom we recognized. At that moment, she was outnumbered and had been dragged to the ground, with a woman as corpulent as a fierce tigress mounting her and delivering blows with her flailing arms. Yang Bingxian pointed at the brazenly aggressive woman and said to me, "That woman is Yuan Lizhu." Upon hearing Yang Bingxian's words, I quickly fixed my eyes on the woman, observing her formidable combat prowess. Despite her size, her arms swung with incredible force, and each strike landed with a resounding impact that echoed painfully in the air. Meanwhile, the luxurious car had already made its hasty retreat amidst the chaos of Yuan Lizhu's onslaught. Wu Xiaodong's shrill cries pierced the air as she struggled, initially clawing at her assailant, but gradually her resistance waned, and she succumbed to the relentless beating in silence. Although Yuan Lizhu had brought a group of followers, they were utterly useless in the fray. However, they busied themselves recording the spectacle on their phones. The fight concluded swiftly, with Yuan Lizhu rising triumphantly and delivering a couple of kicks, leaving Wu Xiaodong to groan in defeat. Still unsatisfied, Yuan Lizhu commanded her lackeys, "Come on, sisters. Isn't she shameless? Strip her." She intended for everyone to witness her disgrace. The lackeys immediately sprang into action, expertly pinning Wu Xiaotong down and stripping her with ease, leaving her exposed, though she cleverly shielded her face. Yuan Lizhu stood confidently, hands on her hips, pointing at Wu Xiaotong while berating her. Come, everyone. Look at this shameless hussy who seduces other women as husbands. Just a couple of slaps, and she's ready to betray. She painted Wu Xiaotong as a habitual offender, accusing her of seducing men, bearing an illegitimate child, and deceiving others for their possessions. Come on, sisters, let everyone see her face. We must keep an eye on her, lest she ensnare your husbands too. The onlookers responded with disapproval, echoing Yuan Lizhu's sentiments, declaring that she deserved to be punished. At Yuan Lizhu's command, someone violently shoved Wu Xiaotong's arm away from her face, revealing her distressed visage. Wu Xiaotong writhed, pleading for release, warning them of impending retribution. Yuan Lizhu, akin to a predatory leopard, delivered another brutal blow, prompting me to instinctively flinch. Revenge? You shall first learn what that entails. You think I'm like the wives of the men you've entangled with? I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. So you think twice before seducing another partner. Yang Bingxian nudged me, stifling a laugh, while I gazed at her in confusion, feigning innocence. Are you implying I'm of no importance? The laughter from Shi Hui and Zhou Haijin erupted, unable to contain themselves. Chapter 154. Veiled insults. Yuan Lizhu's ferocity was palpable as she continued to berate Wu Xiaotong, detailing her misdeeds, including her involvement with a younger man. I found myself secretly admiring Yuan Lizhu. She was no ordinary woman, but rather resourceful, having uncovered so much about Wu Xiaotong. She was well prepared, and it was no wonder she was precise in her accusations. Shi Hui pulled me aside, tilting her head. Let us go. Reluctantly, I cast a few lingering glances before we departed from the scene. During dinner, Zhou Haijin showed me a trending video on her phone. The earlier incident had gone viral online. As we dined, we enthusiastically discussed the scandal involving Yuan Lizhu and Wu Xiaotong. Yet, my thoughts were consumed with how to leverage this incident. Upon returning home that evening, I was surprised to find Deng Jiajia, who had been absent for days, present. I secretly wished he were not in the house, but at that moment, I thought his return might serve my purpose. Earlier that day, at the hospital, I had left abruptly, and he was aware of my displeasure. Now, he attempted to engage me in conversation. Dear, our eldest son will be home tomorrow. Aren't you thrilled? I sat on the couch, engrossed in my phone, scrolling through Douyin videos, ignoring him. Just then, I stumbled upon a video of Wu Xiaotong being beaten, and I gasped, my goodness, ISNT, that was Xiaotong? I quickly turned up the volume, my eyes wide with disbelief as I replayed the footage, capturing every venomous word Yuan Lizhu hurled at her. I could hardly believe Deng Jiajia hadn't heard it. He appeared calm, sipping his tea, yet his expression darkened considerably. Feigning nonchalance, I remarked, no wonder Wu Xiaotong was so evasive about her husband's identity and occupation. It turns out she is a mistress? Huh. She addressed me as if I were her husband's wife. Yet who knows whose husband that really is? How could she be so reckless, especially with a child involved? What will that child face? This is a scandalous secret. I lamented, subtly alluding to my own circumstances. Deng Jiajia remained silent, his face clouded with anger. Sighing, I turned to him. Darling, you were right. Wu Xiaotong is indeed no saint. Just listen to this situation. She is not only involved with someone else, but she is also keeping a younger lover. What is she thinking? How did she fall so low? Our second child approached, asking innocently, Mommy, what kind of duck is she raising? Can we have one too? I paused, taken aback by my child's innocence. And it took me a moment to respond. Deng Jiajia scolded me. You shouldn't say such things, especially with the child present. I smiled and embraced our second child, explaining earnestly, son, ducks need ponds to thrive. We can't raise one. We don't have the skills. After saying this, I noticed Deng Jiajia's expression darken even further. Sensing the tension, I picked up our youngest child and called to the second. Let us go upstairs. Aunt Yang, having overheard, hurried out of the kitchen to take the youngest from my arms. Although the youngest still sought out Zhao Mingjin, the need was not as intense as before. Just as we reached the stairs, we heard the sound of a car leaving the driveway. I dashed to the window and saw Deng Jiajia's car speeding away, disappearing from view. Watching the vehicle vanish, I smirked, turning to Aunt Yang. Please sanitize his utensils thoroughly and set them aside. Aunt Yang nodded eagerly. I'll take care of it. That night, Deng Jiajia did not return. The next morning he called, explaining he had to take care of urgent business at the company and, feeling unwell, had gone to the hospital for treatment. I reciprocated with concern and inquiries, but I was unaware of what I was saying. After hanging up, I sat in silence, reflecting on how my life had devolved into such a theatrical existence, feeling exhausted. I was certain that Wu Xiaodong's ordeal had been quite the spectacle the night before. Given the nature of the incident, Deng Jiajia would not let Wu Xiaodong off easily, especially with the revelation of her being a duck. I felt a sense of satisfaction, believing I had successfully redirected the blame onto Wu Xiaodong. However, I was oblivious to how far their confrontation had escalated. Initially, I thought the incident would merely pique curiosity. Yet to my astonishment, the online frenzy intensified instead. Chapter 155. Someone stirs the pot at this moment. An unknown individual online had initiated a manhunt. Delving into Wu Xiaodong's background, I cannot help but marvel at the immense power of the internet. In just a single evening, it erupted like a tsunami, sweeping through the hearts of every curious individual with its fervent intensity. Before long, every detail of her life, from her birthplace to her alma mater, her university relationships, and even her time at Danfeng, was meticulously dissected, revealing her every action with alarming clarity and an insatiable trend of scrutiny. At that moment, I realized something was amiss. The unfolding events were not isolated, yet the trajectory was peculiar. The focus shifted abruptly from Jia Jinyuan Liju to Wu Xiaotong, which was utterly baffling. The only plausible explanation was that someone was orchestrating this narrative. I hastily dialed Shun Kwa, who answered instantly, his tone mischievous as he inquired, "Sister, how do you feel? Is it really you?" I asked. I knew she would understand. Shun Kwa chuckled slyly, exclaiming how splendid this opportunity was and how it should not be squandered. "Don't you think Yuan Liju is practically a divine assist?" He added, "Let us escalate this. Let the flames reach Danfeng and leave Deng Jiajia with no escape." I asserted vehemently. "Are you certain, sister?" Shun Kwa asked with newfound enthusiasm. "For you, there will be no turning back." "Absolutely. From the day I awoke, I never considered retreat. There's no room for mercy," I declared resolutely. "Have you obtained any information regarding Deng Jiafen? Are you referring to that child?" Skin Kuojwidiot. "Yes. Even if we lack certainty, let us use this fire to scorch their backsides. We will split Deng Jiajia and Deng Jiafeng apart and act accordingly." "You're right. We must not waste this opportunity." I articulated my thoughts. "Did I not provide you with the photographs? Just release them. A picture tells 1,000 truths, and he will be left speechless. Let us rouse Deng Jiajia from his stupor. He will not confess unless it hurts." "How ruthless!" Shun Kuo complimented from the other end. "Sister, I shall proceed. Prepare yourself. Go ahead," I commanded firmly. "Leave no room for mercy. I have long wished to be rid of him." "Okay." After hanging up with Shun Kuo, my palms were drenched in sweat as I paced back and forth, my heart aching. From this day forward, my 10-year marriage would never return to its former state. I was ready to confront the truth. Events unfolded even more swiftly than I had anticipated. The click-through rates of the Wu Xiaodong incident soared into the thousands, with astonishing shares. The topic of a mistress was already a source of public disdain, and coupled with people's insatiable curiosity, this matter not only failed to fade into obscurity, but instead ignited further fervor, resembling an uncontrollable wildfire. The man behind Wu Xiaotong became a puzzle that the public was eager to unravel. Just then, a post emerged confirming that Wu Xiaodong's child bore the surname Deng. This revelation sent shockwaves through the online community, prompting speculations about the identity of the Deng patriarch. Whispers pointed toward the Deng family of Danfeng, as Wu Xiaodong was employed there, first as a special assistant and then as a lover, an inevitable progression. The public's perception was astute and imaginative. In no time, a deluge of public opinion surged directly toward Danfeng. I observed the incessantly updated posts with a cold scoff. "Deng Jiajia, you two have lost your path of retreat. I will ensure you regress to a state of liberation." Amidst the uproar online, the city was abuzz with gossip. Yet unexpectedly, Deng Jiajia returned home after a night's absence. Chapter 156. Plans changed faster than anticipated. I was curled up on the sofa, intently monitoring the unfolding events online when Deng Jiajia's sudden appearance startled me. Instinctively, I shot him a piercing glare, perhaps compelling him to hesitate in his hurried stride toward me. Once he stood before me, I realized that this was a desperate man cornered. What was his purpose in returning? I held his gaze coldly, eager to discern his intentions. To my astonishment, his next action left me utterly speechless. The proud and aloof Deng Jiajia, under my icy scrutiny, suddenly knelt before me. My eyes narrowed slightly, yet I remained silent, waiting for him to speak first. Wife, I am sorry. I know you've seen those things online. But please, let me explain. He leaned closer, urgency evident in his demeanor. I maintained my cold composure, unwilling to break the silence, pondering my next move. His unexpected arrival had disrupted my original plan. Truly, events had shifted faster than I could have imagined. Noticing my stillness, Deng Jiajia edged closer again, imploring, Wife, you must listen to me. All of this is unfounded. You cannot believe it. The internet is filled with irresponsible users. They're slandering me over non-existent matters. You know why Wu Xiaotong became my assistant. It was your recommendation that led me to trust her. While I acknowledge her dedication to her work, I genuinely know nothing about her private life. His words attempted to absolve himself of all guilt, shifting the blame onto me. I had underestimated his silver tongue. Abruptly, I tilted my head back and laughed, a sudden wave of emotion causing tears to flow unbidden. Listen to this deceitful man. He seeks to overturn everything in this moment, as if I am a fool. Deng Jiajia was taken aback by my expression, and within moments, he reached out to embrace me. I roared, get away. His hand froze midair. Wife, calm down. Think of your health. Please hear me out. My outburst summonet Yang Sao, who stood frozen, bewildered by the scene before her. Typically proud, Deng Jiajia disregarded his dignity, inching closer as he continued in an urgent tone, Wife, please don't be angry. This is a baseless calamity. You must listen to me. The current situation is perilous for Danfeng. I suspect someone is plotting against us. Nanny, consider this. At such a critical juncture, this incident was orchestrated to thwart our overseas connections, creating this predicament. Should we mishandle it, we will be doomed. So please, remain composed. I scoffed inwardly, truly believing he was a person of substance. Consider this. If I falter, Danfeng will inevitably suffer, and everything will collapse. His expression was one of profound distress, revealing that he genuinely worried about Danfeng's future. Are you afraid? I inquired with a smile, my eyes filled with malice. Deng Jiajia, do you still care for Danfeng? I feigned ignorance, knowing full well he was concerned. Wife, what are you saying? Danfeng is my heart and soul. How could I not care? He fervently professed, his words a testament to his skillful manipulation. I laughed maniacally, almost losing my sanity. Wife, please don't behave this way. My well-being is irrelevant, but you and Danfeng must remain unscathed. The more we face adversity, the more united we must stand. Slap. A sharp sound reverberated in the air, and silence enveloped the room. Chapter 157. Kneeling for a turn of fortune, this silence exhilarated me. It had been unbearably noisy. Deng Jiajia's face turned ashen. I knew he felt unjustly treated. Over the past decade, he had pretended to share my struggles. While I had sincerely devoted myself to him, never once disrespecting him, considering him my everything. Yet, what had he done for me? Now, when trouble arose, he came before me, groveling. It was too late. Deng Jiajia, you truly have no shame. After all this, you approach me with talk of unity against a common enemy while engaging in infidelity? Did you ever consider standing by my side in solidarity during my times of suffering? I had risen to my feet, looking down upon the man kneeling before me with disdain. I have longed to deliver that slap. The pent-up frustration has clawed at my heart and liver, and what sheer exhilaration it brings. Deng Jiajia's expression shifted, daring to meet my gaze. Ludani, I have done nothing wrong. My heart belongs solely to you. Deng Jiajia straightened up, bewildered by the audacity he summoned. Had I not gathered ample evidence, I might have believed him. I raised my hand again for another slap. Even now, you persist in your deceit. Deng Jiajia staggered from the blow, and I could see his jaw muscles bulging, a testament to his rage. I pointed at him. Deng Yaozu, is it? No wonder your mother sings your praises to the heavens. I thought it a curious coincidence that your teacher mentioned a Deng Yaozu the other day. This has nothing to do with me. Yet Deng Jiajia remained obstinately defiant. Very well, it matters not. I trembled with emotion. My body truly matched my fervor. A mere spark of anxiety or excitement would ignite this fervent display. Excellent. It matters not. I implore you, my dear wife. Only you can save Danfeng now. Deng Jiajia's eyes were bloodshot with desperation. Do not be angry or create a scene. Once this matter settles, I will provide you with an answer that will surely satisfy you. I laughed inwardly. It is I who must ensure your satisfaction. He poured forth every ounce of persuasion. Surely you do not wish for this trivial matter to escalate. Trivial? I interrupted sharply, my eyes narrowed. Not trivial, Deng Jiajia conceded, but added, we cannot simply stand by and watch Danfeng suffer. I fell silent, a new plan taking shape within me. He was right. I could not allow that wretched person to ruin Danfeng. The time was not yet ripe. I must bide my moment. I fixed a cold stare on Deng Jiajia and pronounced each word deliberately. Listen closely, Deng Jiajia. While I cannot idly watch Danfeng face condemnation, that is where my concern ends. For once Shi Hui is let go, all my dreams will shatter, and my facade before her will be utterly destroyed. You have already torn it once. I cannot allow her to belittle me again. I deliberately invoked Shi Hui to give myself a foothold. I must leverage this situation through Deng Jiajia's supplication to regain control and continue this charade. It would be tantamount to him inflicting suffering upon himself. My dear, you are right. We cannot allow those with ulterior motives to ensnare us. Deng Jiajia quickly echoed my sentiments. Deng Jiajia, facilitating this cooperation is my desire. I stated with measured clarity, for the success of Danfeng has always been my ambition. Deng Jiajia clenched his teeth and nodded, his demeanor one of enduring humiliation. Otherwise Lu Danny, would not care for a single Danfeng. After all, I have several Danfengs behind me. Should this one fall, I shall simply create another. I gazed at him with proud defiance as I uttered these words. My dear, I knew you were sensible. Thank you, my dear. Deng Jiajia grasped my meaning and attempted to rise to take my hand. Stay kneeling, I barked. He promptly knelt again. I cursed inwardly, thinking, just wait. Your suffering shall deepen. I hoped that Shen Kuo, observing through the surveillance, would decipher the hidden meaning in my words and respond accordingly. I turned and ascended the stairs with purpose, dialing Shi Hui's number to apply pressure on Deng Jiajia. She is indeed a commendable partner, understanding my intent immediately, simply responding with an okay before hanging up. I quickly changed into suitable attire and descended with a measured pace. Meanwhile, the online discourse continued to evolve, the intensity rising. I had to create the next opportunity. Chapter 158, Crisis Management. Shen Kuo did not disappoint. By the time I arrived at Danfeng, he had paved the way for me. A new force surged online, vehemently countering previous insinuations while highlighting the decade-long love and reputation of President Deng and his wife. This truly attracted a multitude of followers, affirming the truth of these claims, evident to all. The situation became intriguing as a divide emerged online, with one faction calling for an end to rumors and supporting the couple's affection, while the other insisted on unmasking the deceit and demanded accountability. Soon, images surfaced of the elder Mrs. Deng cozily attending business gatherings with Wu Xiaotong, as well as pictures of them picking up children together. The implications targeting the men of the Deng family. Particularly striking were the photos of the elder Mrs. Deng cradling Yaozu, beaming with delight, which proved quite infectious. Following this, numerous images of Wu Xiaotong and Deng Jiajia circulated, drawing everyone's attention to him, only for a plethora of intimate photographs of Wu Xiaotong and Deng Jiafeng to emerge, shrouding the situation in mystery and igniting chaos in Qingqing. Netizens split into factions, analyzing details to determine who fathered the child. Some even leaked rumors of an impending scandal. It was at this moment that I stepped into the public eye, clad in a fitted professional outfit, my short hair exuding confidence. Deng Jiajia was right beside me, maintaining the appearance of a devoted husband. I pushed aside the statement crafted by the PR company and stepped before the media. Damn it, no one shall constrain me. I shall be the architect of my fate. Before the throng of reporters, I shifted all blame onto Deng Jiafeng, fabricating a narrative that Wu Xiaotong had betrayed my trust during Danfeng's darkest hour, striking the company when it was most vulnerable, resulting in my illness. While Deng Jiajia had quietly borne the burden, my performance lasted half an hour, successfully extricating Deng Jiajia from the farce. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed him visibly relieved, a hint of smugness on his face. However, my intent was not to absolve him but to deepen the rift between the two men of the Deng family. Indeed, once the press conference concluded, Deng Jiafeng stormed into Deng Jiajia's office, furious, and pointed a finger at me, seething, "Lu Danny, you have quite the nerve to speak such nonsense before the media. You must wish for your end." I trembled, clutching my heart as I looked at him. I desire to live, yet each of you is driving me closer to my demise. Am I truly so bold? It is you Deng family members who have forced my hand. What choice do I have? I met his glare defiantly, his jaw clenched and muscles taut with rage. I smirked disdainfully and gestured to the crowd surrounding us. Look around. Which of these people belongs to the Lu family? Do not forget, it is your Deng family that relies on Danfeng for sustenance. Ah, you wish to maintain appearances. Yet you cannot admit that it is I, Lu Danny, who has been embroiled in this mess. Ask your brother if I am in the wrong. He begged me to save Danfeng. Someone had to sacrifice, did they not? But he is my husband, the current captain of Danfeng. Am I to rescue you? What? Do you suggest I remove you from the equation and let Deng Jiajia take the fall? Do the public believe that? If you could merely control your baser instincts. Will we find ourselves in this predicament? The ones courting death are you, not me. My fault lies in entrusting Danfeng to your incompetent hands, only to have to clean up your mess. My voice rose with each word, nearing a shout. At this moment, Deng Jiajia dared not contradict me, replying coldly, "Boss, please recognize the bigger picture. Recognize your mother. Are you truly taking orders from this woman?" Deng Jiafeng cursed rudely. She only seeks to sow discord. Internally, I was taken aback. Deng Jiafeng was not entirely foolish. Chapter 159. Outrageous confrontation between the brothers. I turned my gaze to Deng Jiajia, shifting the focus onto him. My aim was to deepen the rift between these two fools. "Deng Jiajia, have I erred?" I challenged, my gaze piercing into his bruised expression. "Who do you think I am fighting for? You were the one who knelt and begged me. I stand here, speaking words against my will for the sake of my Danfeng, my children. Tell me, am I in the wrong?" I directed my accusations toward Deng Jiajia. Deng Jiafeng glared menacingly at me. "Do not let me catch you playing tricks." I scoffed. "Tricks? If anything, the tricks are yours. Each of you knows full well who has been with Wu Xiaodong. It seems that your intention, Deng Jiafeng, is to make it known to all that you and your brother have jointly kept a mistress. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed? Does the brother of Danfeng lack the means to support a mistress? If you're not ashamed, I certainly am. If you are short of money, I will provide it. But do not keep a mistress." "Lu Danny, say it again." Deng Jiafeng approached me, but Deng Jiajia blocked him. "What is it? Should I announce it again while the media is still here? Indeed, there are two male leads, not just you, but also your dear brother." I looked at Deng Jiafeng and taunted, "Are you not afraid of contracting a disease? You filthy woman, do you believe I will end your life?" Deng Jiafeng, enraged, hurled curses at me. I laughed. "Deng Jiajia, did you not hear that? He's tried to steal your woman and even wants to kill your wife. Are you a coward? Our family has spent money, only to raise a pack of ungrateful wretches who bite the hand that feeds them." I looked at the enraged Deng brothers and laughed. "I will tell you this, I do not care about Danfeng's fate. Without him, I will still be in the upper echelons. I will see how the Deng family will continue to parade their arrogance." At this point, I stopped laughing and looked at them with disdain. Do not forget, before I married into the Deng family, you all had to share a single pair of trousers and sleep in the same room, like a pack of rats. Deng Jiaming, who had been silent, spoke, second sister-in-law. "You have gone too far." I turned to him. "Have I? Little third, do not forget how you managed to get your education. Am I overstepping now? Do you feel more powerful and self-assured now?" My words left Deng Jiaming speechless, and even Deng Yanan, standing beside him, looked at me with a united front. I waved my hand. "Let Danfeng fall then. Let no one be at peace. I will see what you, the old and the young, will do to seek pleasure. What capital do you have to be the center of attention for a woman who sleeps around for money?" As soon as I finished, Deng Jiafeng raised his hand, ready to slap me. I closed my eyes, but the expected pain did not come. I opened my eyes to see a well-dressed, tall man holding Deng Jiafeng's wrist, calmly saying, "Mr. Deng, please think twice." I guess this man was Wu Jianwei. Only then did Deng Jiajia roar, "Enough. Brother, I'm still here. How dare you touch her? This is too much." Deng Jiafeng shook off the man's hand and pointed at me. "Lu Danny, you wait. One day, I will make you shut up." I looked at him with disdain. "Then I will wait until I am dead." With that, I turned and left, slamming the door behind me. Chapter 160. Return to Suching. This public relations crisis indeed turned the tide of public opinion against Deng Xiaoping, and Deng Xiaojia was temporarily spared. Listen, I only gave him a temporary reprieve because I needed this opportunity to reclaim what is mine. After handling everything, I quickly picked up Debeo and, without further ado, bought tickets and flew to Suchong with the 3 children and Aunt Yang. There were multiple reasons for this. I intentionally left space for Deng Xiaojia to deal with the mess. As long as he handles it, there will be conflict, and I want them to fight each other. Additionally, I needed to address the nanny situation in Suching. I did not know how much my parents knew, and it was time to inform them. However, I did not realize that the situation in Suching was far worse than I imagined. Upon landing in Suching, the familiar scent of the old street greeted me. I vaguely remembered that the last time I was here, Debeo was around 45 years old, and Erbao was the same age as Sambao is now. Debeo has grown into a beautiful young lady. She was somewhat rebellious at home, but she became much more obedient once we arrived here. When I picked her up, she was displeased and asked, "Why are you picking me up? Where is Dad?" After hearing that we were leaving soon, she resisted my arrangements and pouted for a long time, ignoring Aunt Yang. It was only on the plane that she finally asked, "Why did we change nannies?" I told her that the old nanny had returned to her hometown to get married. She sulkily retreated into her seat and pretended to sleep. I ignored her small tantrums and let her sort out her emotions naturally. Erbao, who had become my unexpected ally, told her, "Sister, I really like Aunt Yang. Her cooking is delicious. You will see when you try it." It had been a long time since we had returned, and Debeo, in particular, was excited by the dreamlike old street. When the car reached the entrance of the old street, even I was stunned. The ancient, solemn street was adorned with bright red lanterns, creating a serene and elegant yet passionate beauty. This scene, which I had not seen for years, took my breath away. Debeo immediately wanted to get out of the car. I asked the driver to stop and asked if she could find her grandmother's house on her own. She looked at me with disdain. "What's the big deal? Isn't Grandma's house the biggest one?" Before I could respond, Erbao looked up at me and said, "Mommy, I can go with my sister." I was pleased. Erbao was truly considerate. I looked at the depths of the old street, filled with enthusiasm. Then, "Mommy will walk in too." Debeo's eyes lit up, and I secretly rejoiced. Our arrival made the old house feel like a festival. My mother said that when we were on the plane, my father shouted for a few old neighbors to hang red lanterns along the street. This was too ceremonial. Debeo said, looking at the lanterns with pride. "Our little princess has returned. Of course, it should be ceremonial." My mother was beaming, looking at me with joy. "Ah, when you left, you were alone, and now you have brought 3 little versions of yourself. This is quite an achievement." I frowned. "Mom, is this an achievement?" "Yes, it is. Our family lacks people, and you are a hero." My mother looked at me with pride and affection. "No matter how many, it's never too many." These words made Aunt Yang look at me with a warm smile, and Sambao, in her arms, was also excited and squealing. The Zhou family was at our house, adding to the lively atmosphere. Seeing my 3 lively and beautiful children, Zhou Haijun's mother was envious and kept pinching their cheeks. "Our Haijun is just a plaything. Look at Danny's children. How delightful they are." She then called her grandchildren to play with Debeo and Erbao. Soon, a group of children disappeared from sight. I met the nanny, Wu Xiaodong's aunt. Chapter 161. A good project. This nanny, though middle-aged, still retained her charm. She was very warm and had a silver tongue. Much like Wu Xiaodong, she was bustling around. Her presence felt everywhere. That night, although we did not set up a long table, almost all the old neighbors gathered at our house. I had not seen such a scene for many years. It was clear that my parents were genuinely happy, and they stayed by my side, as if afraid I would leave again. Only then did Deng Xiaojia realize that we had flown to Sucheng. He quickly sent a video call, his tone slightly reproachful that I had left without informing him. I sneered inwardly. "Inform you? Why should I? We can never go back to the way things were." Seeing the house full of people, he began to perform, asking about me and the children. My father, with a beaming face, asked, "Why didn't you come together?" He lied, with a delighted expression. "The company is in a critical phase of international expansion, and I couldn't get away." It was as if the morning's fiasco had nothing to do with him. It is said that after my departure, Deng Xiaojia had a fierce argument with Deng Xiaofing, who even smashed up the office, leaving those present too frightened to utter a word. I haven't had the chance to view the video that Shun Kuo sent me. At this moment, I was engaged in a delightful conversation with my father, earnestly reporting on the prospects of overseas cooperation and how much attention we were receiving from the city. I couldn't help but absent-mindedly scratch my ear. My father promptly suggested that he should come over soon. He immediately assured my father that he would arrange everything and arrive without delay. Perhaps it was the effects of a few drinks, but my father laughed amiably and said to him, "I thought you could come. I have a project I wish to discuss with you. Since you have been in touch with external parties, this is indeed a splendid opportunity." Deng Jiajia, invigorated as if electrified, eagerly inquired, "Dad, what project?" "In the pharmaceutical sector," my father replied succinctly. "Is it related to Jixiang Pharmaceuticals?" He promptly asked, displaying keen sensitivity. "Ah, let us delve into the details when you arrive. I've had a few drinks today and have guests, so let us leave it at that for now." My father skillfully curtailed the conversation. Deng Jiajia, still yearning for more, quickly responded, "All right, Dad. I will come over as soon as possible." He then switched into the model husband mode, incessantly reminding me to take care of myself, eat smaller meals more frequently, and not overindulge. This drew envious glances and exclamations from those around me. Internally, I couldn't help but curse under my breath. That evening, I discreetly asked my father, "What project are you planning to discuss with Deng Jiajia?" My father, with a loving smile, replied, "I want to talk to him about matters concerning Jixiang Pharmaceuticals." I hesitated, unsure of how to express my thoughts to my father. "You needn't worry. It's just a discussion." He patted my shoulder, implying my daughter, "It's just good to have you back. Just good to have you back." Just then, the housekeeper entered with a large platter of fruit, exclaiming, "Miss, Sir, and Madam have been eagerly awaiting your return. The moment you came back, our home sprang back to life. Look how lively it is. It hasn't been this bustling even during the New Year." Her words made it seem as if she had experienced the New Year celebrations right here. I smiled quietly at her. "Aunt Zhang, I appreciate your hard work in looking after my parents." "Miss, you are too kind. It is my duty," she replied, her face beaming with flattery. "Then you should rest early. You've been busy all day. I'll chat with my parents for a while longer," I said casually. "Please ensure Sister Yang is settled." Aunt Zhang responded immediately, "You can rest assured that will be handled flawlessly." With that, she turned and left. I redirected my gaze to my mother and inquired, "Is she doing well at work?" "Yes. They say she is diligent, but quite talkative," my mother replied lightly. When she mentioned this, her eyes were fixed on the door, indicating her wariness, which surprised me. "Mom, she..." I pointed towards the door. "One must always be cautious," my mother remarked, patting the back of my hand. I felt reassured looking at my mother and subtly added, "As long as you two are vigilant, I feel at ease." Chapter 162. The child's appearance that night. I slept more soundly than ever before, as if I had returned to the time before I left home, when nothing had yet transpired. I was still the cherished treasure held in my parents' palms, wandering carefree through the ancient streets, filled with longing for a beautiful life, so much so that I lingered in dreams. I slept soundly until 10 the next morning, and if my mother hadn't called me for breakfast, I might have continued sleeping. At the dining table, my mother looked at me with concern. "Are you feeling too tired?" "Yes, a bit fatigued," I replied, noticing Aunt Zhang hovering around us. I deliberately said, "My body is just like that. I often feel exhausted and just want to sleep. Being back home makes me so relaxed that I can hardly wake up." I exchanged a knowing glance with my mother, who immediately understood and chimed in, "You must take good care of yourself. You truly seem a bit weak. What about Daba and the others?" I scanned the room, but did not see them. They have long since become close with the granddaughter of the Zhou family, inseparable. After a hasty breakfast, they took her bow to the streets. "You needn't worry. The old street doesn't allow vehicles, so it's safe." My mother smiled, praising, "Daba is becoming increasingly beautiful. She resembles you a bit when you were young." "Just a bit?" I playfully questioned, my tone brimming with pride. "I feel she resembles me more. Daughters take after their fathers. The Deng family is indeed blessed with good looks. Daba is a beauty in the making. Her bow resembles you more," my mother said, while peeling an egg for me, her eyes filled with affection. "Is that to say I'm not pretty?" I asked cheekily as I ate. My mother shot me a glance and smiled. Who would dare say my daughter, I senti beautiful? Back in the day, everyone on this street praised our girl for her exceptional beauty. I chuckled, feeling grateful to have my mother by my side. Upon hearing me, Aunt Zhang quickly added, "Indeed, Miss is truly beautiful. I once saw photos in her room and thought she was stunning, but I was astonished to find her even more beautiful in person." I exchanged a smile with my mother, and I chimed in, "My mother says my daughter is even prettier." Aunt Zhang immediately responded, "Of course. The young lady surpasses her predecessors in beauty, more stunning than both her parents. Aunt Zhang truly knows how to flatter. I complimented her in return. Looking at my mother, I asked, what about Sanbao? My mother paused in her actions, pondering. As for Sanbao, he is still too young. It's hard to tell yet. He has some features of the Deng family, but it seems he doesn't resemble anyone too closely. Then you could just say he resembles no one. I teased mischievously. My mother laughed and affectionately tapped my forehead. Every dragon has its unique offspring. Not every child resembles their parents. He is still too young. We will know once he grows up. Each of these 3 children is remarkable in their own way. Speaking of which, Mom, if we're talking about being considerate, Bao is truly the most thoughtful. He may be small, but he has a keen mind. Spending more time with him has led to wonderful communication. He truly understands things. My mother nodded. Nurture him well. He will be capable of great things in the future. Just then, my phone buzzed beside me. I quickly wiped my hands, picked it up, and saw it was Shi Hui. I discreetly glanced at Aunt Zhang. She was still arranging the utensils, remaining close by, clearly eavesdropping. I smiled faintly, gestured to my mother, and went into the yard to answer. Sister, did you arrive in Sioux City smoothly? Shi Hui inquired, as I had informed her of my itinerary before leaving. Yes, everything went well. How are things on your end? I asked. I've already made the arrangements. Everything will proceed as planned the day after tomorrow. Shi Hui replied, I have drafted the conditions for the capital verification. Would you like to review them to see if I missed anything? I have also informed your brother-in-law. Wonderful. Thank you, sister. I truly appreciate having you. I sincerely express my gratitude. Sister Hui, I might need to trouble you with one more thing. Chapter 163. Only you can handle this upon hearing this. Shi Hui immediately responded, Don't worry about it being a bother. Just tell me what you need. As long as I can manage it, I will not shy away from it. Thank you. This matter can only be handled by you. Then speak. Shi Hui assured me without hesitation. Your situation is quite peculiar. I can't just ignore it. We need to offer Deng Yanin a bit of sweetness. She is quite greedy and meticulous, so we should. I whispered a few words. Shi Hui instantly understood my intentions. I see. This task cannot be entrusted to anyone else. I wouldn't feel secure. Although Deng Yanin lacks intelligence, she is highly suspicious, so the person who sets this trap for her must be someone she trusts. But sister, don't take action yourself. Just help me create a favorable approach. I cautioned Shi Hui, indicating that I would find someone to handle the matter ahead, as I wish to spare her any unnecessary trouble. All right, I shall take charge. Shi Hui readily accepted the task, assuring me that she wouldn't dare associate any risk with me. Therefore, it was only fitting that my sister orchestrate this affair. I observed Aunt Zhang emerging with a basin, bending down to inspect the orchids in the yard not far from me. I immediately adopted a more relaxed tone, saying, I shall refrain from further discussion and await good news. Upon your return, dinner is on me. Shi Hui quickly grasped my discomfort and ceased the conversation, exchanging a few pleasantries before we concluded our call. Subsequently, she sent me the investment verification proposal. After meticulously reviewing it, I added 2 additional points and returned it to her. With the phone in hand, I glanced at Aunt Zhang and ambled over to her side. Aunt, does my father also ask you to tend to the orchids here? Aunt Zhang wore a cheerful smile, replying, Indeed. The gentleman treasures these orchids dearly. I water them daily. That won't do. Are they not plants that require less frequent watering? Did my father not inform you? I looked at her with skepticism, fully aware that she had come to eavesdrop. There was no need for Aunt Zhang to work so hard, seizing every task. Let my father handle these flowers himself. I wouldn't want him to suffer a pang of regret over any harm done to them. She chuckled awkwardly, yes. I admit I am rather hesitant to tend to the gentleman's orchids. He is quite protective of them. Where's your hometown, Aunt Zhang? I inquired earnestly, as if engaging in a discussion about family backgrounds. I hail from Rongqing. Such a distance. What brings you to Sioux City? I feigned surprise, pressing her directly. How did you come to know my husband? Her reaction was somewhat delayed. I am alone now, with few family members left. I adore the climate in Sioux City, and an old friend from my hometown has settled here, so I came to seek her out. I did not know Mr. Deng. He found me at the employment market. It's fate that has allowed me to meet your family. You are all such good people. I smiled, nodding in agreement. Indeed, my parents are very genteel and amiable. You are quite fortunate. Do you have children? She shook her head, her countenance shadowed with sorrow, revealing that she once had a son who succumbed to leukemia. What about other relatives? Siblings, nephews, or nieces? I pressed further. None. she affirmed firmly. I raised an eyebrow, secretly amused by her transparency, sensing her unease. It has not been easy. Then make the most of your time here. If you do well, you shall not be neglected. I offered her a gentle reassurance before turning to re-enter the house. After dinner, I strolled leisurely out of my yard, meandering along the ancient streets. The scenery had not changed much. It remained steeped in antiquity, exuding a unique charm that I truly admired in my father. He had acquired a vast expanse of ancient streets and subsequently submitted proposals to the authorities. Indeed, he was quite the cunning fox. Other commercial ancient towns across the country were meticulously crafted. Should this place be properly planned, it would undoubtedly rival them. In the distance, I could hear the joyful laughter of children, yet their figures remained unseen. I presumed they were my own. Just as I contemplated approaching, a familiar voice called out, "Danny." Chapter 164. No other choice, I abruptly halted, turning to see a tall figure emerging from an alleyway, exuding an extraordinary presence, yet his face was unfamiliar. "Wei, Chuan," I murmured. "Why are you here?" His lips curled into a smile as he approached, stopping a meter away, his deep, unwavering gaze fixed on me. Reminiscent of the past, the scene transported me back to our freshman year holiday, when we had returned to Sioux City together, and I had spotted him in the alley the following day, astonished to see him in such a quiet place. I had asked if he had come to find me, to which he had denied, claiming he was merely passing through. Passing through? That explanation seems rather feeble, I teased, locking my gaze on him. He chuckled softly, continuing to gaze intently at me. "Do you still remember?" "Of course," I replied, shrugging. "I remember everything." As soon as I said that, a sense of regret washed over me, and I felt my cheeks flush. "I never expected you would truly become the princess of the ancient street," he remarked, shifting his gaze to the surroundings. "Shall I take you on a nostalgic tour?" "You?" I questioned, tilting my head in skepticism. "Are you capable of that?" "We shall see." He smiled, though the expression felt unfamiliar, yet undeniably charming, showcasing the allure of a mature man. "Let's give it a try." I stepped closer to his side, gesturing for him to join me. He laughed, slipping his hands into his pockets, and we walked side by side. With each step, he recounted memories of our past encounters, detailing what I had said and how I had introduced him. It is quite strange. Although I'm a native of Sioux City, I have never traversed this ancient street. Wei Chuan sighed. "Had I known this place held you, I would have come much earlier, and we might have met sooner. Ultimately, we still cross paths," I replied nonchalantly, concealing my inner grievances. I silently lamented that if we had known each other sooner, perhaps my fate could have been rewritten. If I had known you earlier, perhaps your destiny would have changed as well. I would not have let our princess fall into misfortune. His words resonated in my ears, causing me to halt abruptly, astonished that he had articulated my innermost thoughts. "Is that truly how you feel?" I questioned, my eyes glistening with emotion. He turned his head, focusing intently on me. "Yes." I lowered my gaze, unwilling for him to perceive the sorrow in my eyes. Indeed, it was sorrow. Had he not abruptly left school, then I still could not voice that sentiment. We walked in silence for a long while, side by side, until I finally broke the silence. "Why did you leave school so suddenly?" "It was indeed abrupt. For you and for me," he said, gazing into the distance, his tone heavy. "But I had no other choice." What a profound statement. No other choice. He slightly bowed his head, glancing at me. "I received a sudden directive and had to depart immediately." "But you were merely a student?" I questioned, perplexed, thinking he was dismissing my inquiry. "No," he insisted. "I have long been part of the public sector. My family has always been involved. I was sent for special training at the age of 10. I stared at him, captivated by the flicker of pain in his eyes, yet his expression remained resolute. "This is my mission." His voice was firm. I offered a gentle laugh, finally responding with a soft, "In truth, I wish to say, then, this is my fate." However, the words remained unspoken. From a moment he left until this reunion, 12 years had passed, during which we had both changed irrevocably, and I had lost the chance to express my feelings. "How did your face become injured?" I shifted the topic, unwilling to dwell on the previous subject, for it had become meaningless, had it not? "In the line of duty, I was injured by an explosion, leading to a change in appearance." He replied nonchalantly. "And your hand? Was it also injured?" I inquired softly. "Yes," he responded in a low tone. "It was severe, but I survived." Chapter 165. An unforeseen accident. I lowered my gaze, concealing the tears that threatened to spill. For reasons unknown, I found myself unable to control my emotions today. The path was dim, with only our footsteps echoing in the stillness. Zhao Gang had already been admitted to the hospital. His injuries were considerable, and he would require a lengthy recovery period. Wei Qingchuan spoke. If you have time, I can accompany you to visit him. Is he in Sioux City? I abruptly halted my steps, casting a glance at Wei Qingchuan. Sioux City seems relatively safer. I inquired, a question I had long anticipated. He shook his head no. I yearned to ask where he primarily resided, but held my tongue. What do you intend to do about the nanny around your parents? He replied, I shall first consult my parents. Furthermore, it cannot be done at the moment. After all, the matter concerning Deng Jiajia remains unresolved. I will wait until I reclaim what I desire. Only by completely expelling him from my life can I proceed to the next step. Otherwise, I fear he may sense my intentions. My tone turned icy, a glimmer of annoyance in my eyes. Before the ancient street plan is finalized, you are all safe. Thus, we have already controlled the pace. Wei Qingchuan likely feared my concern. Control the pace? Are you aware of the ancient street planning? I found it hard to believe how much he truly knew. Yes. Wei Qingchuan softly responded, I am more familiar with this ancient street than you are. My heart sank, as it was easy to deduce why he possessed such familiarity. It indicated that he had frequented this place. Yet, I was reluctant and afraid to inquire further. Sometimes, imagination offers more delight than reality. Suddenly, a cacophony of children's laughter erupted from a side alley, and before I realized it, a small bicycle zipped past me. By the time I sensed the imminent danger, it was too late. I let out a startled scream and closed my eyes. I felt a tightening around my waist, and before I knew it, my feet were off the ground. I heard another sweet gasp and the sharp sound of a bicycle falling. It was utter chaos. With urgency, I opened my eyes to find myself tucked under Wei Qingchuan's arm, while he firmly held my daughter on his other side. The bicycle lay, toppled nearby, and a group of older children stood in the alley, staring at us in astonishment, rendered speechless by the scene. This moment thrust me into extreme embarrassment, prompting me to gesture for Wei Qingchuan to set us down. He, however, wore a contented smile as he gazed at me. Are you frightened? Please put me down. I whispered. Only then did he gently release me, and I quickly reached for my daughter. Dabao, are you all right? My daughter, still in a state of shock, looked between me and Wei Qingchuan, her face flushed as she clung to my neck. Mom, you scared me to death. This was the first time in a while that she had shown such affection towards me. What about your bicycle? I inquired, looking at the fallen bike in surprise. What did you learn to ride? You mustn't ride in alleys next time. It's too dangerous. I admonished her. She lifted her rosy face and smiled. I know, Mom. You're such a nag. Her bell rushed over, grabbing my hand. Mom, you scared me. I saw my sister nearly crash into you. He then turned to Wei Qingchuan, admiration evident in his expression. You should thank Uncle quickly. I urged. He has a classmate of your mom. The two children chorused their thanks in unison. Wei Qingchuan affectionately ruffled Erbao's hair. Uncle, you're amazing. Erbao exclaimed in genuine admiration. Wei Qingchuan beamed brightly. Would you like to learn? Erbao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can I learn, Uncle? Of course. I learned when I was 10. Would you like to join me when you turn 10? He asked gently. Yes. Erbao enthusiastically responded without a moment's hesitation, showing no regard for my opinion. The other accompanying children gazed at him with envy, chattering excitedly. Once Dabao was back on her feet, she righted her bicycle, which had a crooked handlebar. She looked helplessly at it. Wei Qingchuan adjusted the bike, inspecting it briefly before twisting the front wheel against the wall, restoring the handlebar to its rightful position. He turned to Dabao, right on the main street. The alley is dangerous. Next time, you might not be so fortunate. Dabao giggled. Okay, I'm off. Like a little leader, she called out, and a swarm of children disappeared in an instant. Chapter 166. This dog thing, I shook my head with a sigh. Such mischief. They truly let loose here. The essence of childhood should not be bound. Wei Qingchuan's tone was notably gentle. An unsettling question churned in my mind, yet I could not voice it. Just as I contemplated suggesting we dine together, he was called away by a phone call. As he departed, I discerned a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Finally, he softly said to me, I will come and pick you up tomorrow to see Zhao Gang. Watching him vanish into the alley, I felt a sense of disorientation, even questioning whether everything that transpired was real. The sensation was akin to traversing through time. In the afternoon, My mother instructed Aunt Zhang to procure fresh vegetables and fruits from the market. I understood that my mother intended to send Aunt Zhang away. I discreetly exchanged a glance with Sister Yang, who immediately grasped my intent and nodded with a smile, saying, "Perfect. Sam Bao has just fallen asleep. I'll accompany Aunt Zhang to see what the market has to offer." "All right," I replied, appreciating Sister Yang's understanding of my preferences. My mother and I could watch the children without concern. I subtly signaled to Sister Yang that there was no need to rush back. Once they left, my mother took my hand and led me outside. Confused, I asked, "Where are we going?" She remained silent until we exited the old residence, at which point she revealed, "Your father's study is no longer at home. Important matters are kept in another study." I gazed at my mother with relief. "Have you both also sensed something amiss with Aunt Zhang? Since her arrival, your father has grown wary. Ever since she joined our household, he no longer conducted business at home. He moved his workspace to the hall in the back courtyard of the original Su residence. Every day, he would use the excuse of visiting Jixiang Pharmaceutical to leave. In reality, he was going there. At home, it was merely for daily living, no other discussions." "How did Dad come to suspect her?" I asked, intrigued. My mother glanced at me, tightening her grip on my hand, her expression turning displeased. "It's not about her unreliability. It's about not trusting Deng Jiajia." I detected the emotion behind her words, leaving me at a loss for words. "Your calls became increasingly infrequent. We thought you were busy and couldn't spare the time for us. But eventually, we noticed that something was off with you. You always seemed listless." I repeatedly pressed for answers, but Deng Jiajia spun us a web of lies. My mother's frustration was evident, her hands chilled with anger. As the calls dwindled, he finally admitted that you were ill. Upon learning of your condition, we resolved to visit Qingqing. However, just as we were about to set off, he claimed you had gone abroad. I remained silent, absorbing my mother's account, precisely what I yearned to know. "So, your father and I decided to head straight to Qingqing. It turned out to be a wild goose chase. There was no one home, and we couldn't even enter the house. When we tried to contact Deng Jiajia, he was unreachable, his phone off. Is that truly the case?" I murmured, my anger flaring. For the first time, I revealed the truth to my mother. I was right at home. I didn't go anywhere. Upon hearing this, my mother stomped her foot. "I suspected as much. This dog thing. And then what happened?" I pressed for more details. My mother continued, "Your father and I were left with no choice but to spend a night in a hotel. We initially planned to inquire at the Deng family, but unable to reach Deng Jiajia, we had no clue where they lived. Thus, we ended up at Danfeng, where Deng Jiaming attended to us. He claimed his second brother had taken his sister-in-law abroad. When we inquired about your situation, Deng Jiaming merely mentioned that you were a bit lethargic, possibly experiencing mild depression. His second brother intended to take you out for a while, assuring us it wouldn't be long, so we needn't worry. He then treated us to a meal. With no other options, your father and I had to return home." My mother sighed and pointed to the house before us. "This is the Su residence. Do you still remember? I only just realized that we have arrived at the gates of the Su residence. Mother, have we truly acquired the Su estate as well?" "Indeed." My mother proudly tilted her head, stating that this Su residence has consumed a fair share of our family silver. They have always been reluctant to sell. Crafty as they are, it was only when their grandson encountered misfortune that they finally considered parting with it. The commotion at that time was quite the spectacle. Chapter 167. The roots of trouble at the Su residence as my mother and I stepped through the entrance of the Su courtyard. I recalled having visited this house in my childhood, though the memories were hazy. Their grandson? I inquired with curiosity about the incident. If memory serves, the Su family's grandson is only slightly younger than I am. Indeed, he is merely 4 years my junior. The downfall of the Su family business rests squarely on the shoulders of Su Huaqing, their current heir, and his son is even less capable. His name is Su Ji, correct? I casually asked my mother, as I did have some recollection of him. I remember Su Ji being quite a troublesome child, rather insufferable, always hanging around with a rowdy crowd, swaggering down the street, and even having the audacity to provoke me, until my father caught him and reprimanded him. After that, I went off to university and never encountered him again. Yes, that any do well. His grandfather could hardly rein him in, let alone his father. The purchase of their estate was driven by his misfortune, but ultimately it was old Su who facilitated the sale. Otherwise, Su Huaqing would have adamantly refused and vocally opposed selling to us. My mother chuckled, shaking her head. Initially, your father believed that if the Su residence remained unsold, The rest of his street would be disjointed, thwarting his grand vision. Your father's ambitions are indeed grand. My mother laughed. In his mind, this ancient street has an elaborate plan. The Su residence is a key element of his design, and Su Huaqing, recognizing your father's earnest intent, incited everyone to inflate the price. You may not know your father well. When he is provoked, he is not one to be trifled with, and he declared that he would not purchase the Su property. This stalemate persisted for quite some time until Su Ji's predicament arose, compelling the Su family to seek funds. Finally, old Su sent someone to negotiate with your father, and only then was the deal reluctantly sealed. What exactly happened with Su Ji? I was intrigued. I heard he was involved in illicit dealings with external parties. My mother whispered to me, trafficking in organs on the black market. I was taken aback, filled with skepticism. Him? My mother nodded, affirming that he was implicated with elements from northern Myanmar, a rather resourceful individual. This street is indeed teeming with hidden talents. My mother sighed, glancing at the flowers being cultivated in the courtyard. Northern Myanmar? Upon hearing those words, I froze momentarily, involuntarily recalling Deng Xiaofeng, which suggested that Su Ji might be connected to him. Perhaps they even share a link. Little did I know, this fleeting thought would later lay the groundwork for subsequent events, but that is a tale for another time. My mother sighed again and pulled me along, urging me to enter. The Su estate is one of the more notable properties on this street, and after taking over, your father arranged for renovations. The old glazed windows remained, still exuding a certain charm. My mother guided me through the Su residence, and we eventually crossed the front hall to the back parlor, where my father sat in a rocking chair, perusing an ancient tome. You two enjoy your conversation. I must return quickly. If Sambao awakens, it will be quite the predicament. My mother said, turning to me, no need to rush. I could keep an eye on Sambao. You two continue, I replied. After my mother departed, I approached my father's rocking chair and leaned in to glimpse the book in his hands, an ancient text. What is this book? The County Annals of Sioux City. Concerning this street, my father replied in a calm tone, more scholarly than mercantile. Are you still studying? I asked casually, pouring him a cup of tea from the wooden teapot beside him and serving myself as well. As I settled into another rocking chair, I teased, are you hoping to become the local sovereign of this street? My father set aside the annals, chuckling softly, and took a sip from his cup. Indeed, I genuinely wish for my daughter to reign here, not merely as a princess of this ancient street, but as its true sovereign. I glanced at my father, casually asking, how do you know about the ancient street princess? It is merely jesting banter between Wei, Qing Chuan, and myself. Of course I know. No one understands their daughter better than her father. He relaxed in his chair, swaying gently, though he admitted, there is one matter I have miscalculated.